Die? All of you die. A loud roar echoed through the entire classroom. He instinctively swung his left fist, directly knocking the fat guy, who was dreaming of a romantic date with his goddess, to the ground. Luo Xiao's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively rose to his feet, scanning his surroundings with a murderous glare. Realizing he was not on the battlefield, he slowly relaxed and unclenched his fists. Seeing the scattered textbooks and the strange looks from classmates and the teacher, he was also filled with confusion. Holy crap! Who the hell is so unsportsmanlike launching a sneak attack? The fat guy touching the bump on his head swept his murderous gaze over the nearest people. Everyone looked at him, then at Luo Xiao beside him, their eyes shifting back and forth. Seeing their eyes, it was obvious. He sat on the floor staring at Luo Xiao with a wounded look, while Luo Xiao stared back in shock. The moment Luo Xiao saw the fat guy, he laughed from the heart, laughed louder and louder, until finally, amid the laughter, he burst into tears. Luo Xiao's behavior completely baffled the fat guy. Luo Xiao's eyes were obviously different from usual. Everyone stared at them with strange expressions. Luo Xiao ignored the others' gazes. Only he knew what it felt like to see his best brother, who had once died together with zombies to save him, suddenly appear before him safe and sound after years. He would never forget the last words the fat guy said before the bomb exploded. From now on, you have to live well alone. Go see the wonders of this apocalypse for me. The fat guy's death had haunted him with guilt for a long time. The teacher's angry roar pulled Luo Xiao back from his memories. Wangchang, Luo Xiao, what are you two doing? Don't you know class is already in session? The teacher yelled at Luo Xiao with an angry expression. Luo Xiao then withdrew his gaze and carefully examined the homeroom teacher on the podium, who looked fierce. He remembered. This was his university homeroom teacher, known for her fiery temper, often catching truants and deducting credits, earning her the nickname Female Demon. This reminded him of a scene that left a deep impression. For the sake of her students, she willingly sacrificed herself, using her own body to block the stairwell to buy them time to escape. She was a good teacher. Though usually strict with students, she fulfilled a teacher's duty, protecting her students even at the cost of her life. At the same time, Luo Xiao was deeply puzzled. Shouldn't he be fighting zombies on the battlefield? Why was he suddenly here? And why did everyone who had died appear before him? Could it be that I've been reborn? Both Luo Xiao and the fat guy were called out of the classroom, each carrying a head full of doubts. As soon as they stepped out, Luo Xiao anxiously grabbed the fat guy and asked, "What's the date today? Year, month, day?" He desperately wanted to know if he was reborn or just dreaming. "Fatty, come here, let me hit you to see if I'm dreaming." "Boss, have mercy. Look at the lump on my head, it's still swollen." "What happened to you back there? Suddenly hitting me like that?" The fat guy couldn't help asking Luo Xiao. "Don't talk about other things first. What's the date today? Year, month, day?" "Today is April 28th, 2044. Didn't we pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe last night, remember?" The fat guy looked puzzled. Luo Xiao ignored him, muttering to himself, "April 28th, 2044. I really have been reborn 3 days before the catastrophe." He still remembered that the catastrophe started 3 days later at 10 p.m. on the first day of China's short holiday. Darkness fell, fog covered the world, and zombies, as if unshackled, rushed out of the mist to hunt humans. There was no way to stop it, and no one knew the source. All they could do was fend for themselves. By the time zombies rushed out of the mist to attack humans, it was already too late. No one knew how the zombies appeared. All that was known was that zombies attacked humans indiscriminately. Anyone scratched or bitten would mutate within a minute, and zombies only truly died from heavy blows to the head. This led to the world falling in less than 7 days. Governments collapsed, armies disintegrated, and finally they had to retreat and build survival fortresses. "Boss, what are you mumbling about?" The fat guy's words interrupted Luo Xiao's thoughts. Luo Xiao leaned against the wall, looking at the world outside the corridor, and asked, "Fatty, do you trust me?" "I do. How could I not? You're my sworn big brother, my best buddy. Whatever you say, you'll do without hesitation." "What, boss, are you longing for the colorful world outside? Or do you want to pull an all-nighter again tonight?" Luo Xiao gave him a speechless look. The fat guy was still the same as before, normally unreliable, but never hesitating in critical moments. "Do you believe in the end of the world?" Luo Xiao asked calmly. "I do. Why wouldn't I? When the apocalypse comes, we don't have to do anything. No school, no work, in the future, no worries about money. We can do whatever we want. So free, so good." The fat guy's idea was similar to that of many modern people. But when the real apocalypse arrives, they will know how terrifying this world is and how wonderful their current life is. At least they don't have to risk their lives for a bottle of water or a piece of bread. "Then I tell you, the world will end in 3 days. What would you do?" "I'd just take it easy. Go back, hold my goddess photo, and lie down. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die in bed. Since it's all over, I might as well go out comfortable." "But what if there's hope to survive? What would you do then?" "Then I'll definitely live well with you, boss. With our brains, we can get big, get strong, and make new glories. In the end, we'll reach the peak of life and marry a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. The fat guy was still daydreaming about the good life in the apocalypse, surrounded by a crowd of wives and concubines. Luo Xiao rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He really wanted to kick him. Luo Xiao turned and walked toward the staircase. Boss, where are you going? Class is still on. I'm leaving, Luo Xiao said without looking back. The fat guy hearing this quickly sneaked to follow. Boss, is it really okay to sneak out like this? If the female demon catches us, aren't we done for? Luo Xiao ignored him and kept walking out of the school. The world is about to end. Why the hell bother with school? When the catastrophe breaks out, the school is a high danger zone. Only an idiot would stay there. Well, in his past life, he was that idiot. This time no way would he stay at school. At least he had to find a safe shelter, avoid crowded places, and have ample supplies. Weapons also needed to be prepared. After all, life-saving items were indispensable. Their rental room was definitely out of the question. There were even more people there than at school. Luo Xiao kept pondering along the way, wondering where could be safe enough. Supplies were not an immediate issue for now. He still had tens of thousands in savings, enough to get them through the first wave of the catastrophe. The most pressing problem at the moment was to find a safe place, or else, when the catastrophe began, they would only be waiting to die. But after thinking through every possible location, he could imagine none seemed suitable. He grew so anxious that he kept pulling at his own hair, for this was a matter of the utmost importance. Boss, what are you thinking about? Fatty asked, seeing Luo Xiao's worried expression. Fatty, tell me where in T-City has few people, but plenty of supplies. Well, actually I do know a place. My hometown, but it's a bit far in a suburban town. The environment there is nice, all small courtyards, and not many people. Just some elderly folks living out their retirement. After all, it's too remote, far from the main city. Very few young people. I used to live there with my grandfather, so I would go back to check on it once in a while. Since my grandfather passed away, I haven't been back for years. I don't know what it looks like now, but the house has been sitting empty all this time. Come on, let's go check it out now. With that, he pulled Fatty to hail a taxi. Through the car window, they watched the scenery whiz by. The city buildings grew sparser, replaced by more green forests and rice paddies. Distant mountains lay on both sides like sleeping giants. After an hour and a half, the car entered a small town and stopped in front of a courtyard gate. As soon as he got out, Luo Xiao began to survey the two-story red brick building. Ivy covered the entire structure, giving it an aged appearance. He noticed the nearly 2.5-meter-high walls and the heavy iron gate. Even a zombie would have trouble getting in without a ladder, let alone a normal person. He kept nodding in satisfaction. This place was perfect, far from the city, sparsely populated, and backed by a mountain, which pleased him the most. He had long developed a habit of always preparing an escape route before doing anything, just in case. You never know when it might save your life. Seeing Fatty standing motionless behind him, he turned and said, "What are you staring at me for? Open the door." Fatty rubbed his head sheepishly. "Boss, I forgot to bring the keys." Luo Xiao looked at the nearly 2-meter-high wall, then at Fatty. "Boss, don't look at me. I'm 7 meters tall and weigh 210 pounds. Do you think I can climb that?" Luo Xiao glanced at him with disdain, took a running start, kicked off the wall, and easily grabbed the top. The sight made Fatty's jaw drop. When Luo Xiao opened the door from inside, Fatty still hadn't snapped out of it. "Holy crap. Boss, how did you do that? Back when we used to climb the wall to go to the internet cafe, you always needed a brick to stand on. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense." Fatty didn't waste any more words. He walked through the overgrown courtyard, reached up to the top of the door frame, retrieved the key, and opened the door. A musty smell rushed out to greet them. Once inside, Luo Xiao began inspecting every room. The rooms were large and empty. 2 floors, 4 rooms in total. All the appliances were there, everything needed, which saved them a lot of trouble. After the inspection, the two of them started cleaning up. During the cleaning, Luo Xiao went to the yard for a look. Apart from a vegetable patch and a few persimmon trees with tender sprouts, there was only weeds. When he went around to the back of the house, he discovered a back gate. A pleasant surprise. He also noticed that the surrounding area consisted of similar small courtyards. Since it was a town, each courtyard was quite spaced out, about 30 to 40 meters apart, with a narrow alley in between. Because the elderly residents valued quiet, the walls were all built high, generally around 2.5 meters, enclosing each yard. Luo Xiao was very satisfied with this location. When the catastrophe began, zombies would have no intelligence and no vision, but their hearing would become exceptionally sharp, as if they had gained the auditory senses of animals after mutation. As long as they kept the doors and windows shut at night and didn't speak loudly, it should be fine. After finishing cleaning the house and yard, the sun had already set. Luo Xiao asked Fatty to take him for a walk around the neighborhood. At the local market, they bought a mountain of daily necessities and things that might be useful in the apocalypse. The shopping trip lasted over 2 hours until it was completely dark, and even Fatty had things hanging from his neck with no room for more. As soon as they got home, Fatty collapsed onto the sofa. "Boss, why did we buy so much stuff? If you're planning to skip school, we don't need this much." Luo Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Fatty, what do you think about what I told you today?" Fatty immediately sat up straight. "Boss, did something hit you?" "On the night of May Day, at 10 o'clock, the catastrophe will begin. A global fog will cover the entire world, and from within the fog zombies will keep charging out to attack humans. No one knows where the first zombie came from. After the fog slowly dissipates, what remains is the ruined city, full of zombies. Only a very few people survive. Luo Xiao told Fatty everything about the catastrophe, the characteristics of zombies, how to kill them. Boss, you describe it pretty vividly, but you need to give me proof. Without evidence, how can I believe you? Luo Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he gripped the corner of the marble table with one hand and exerted all his strength, his face turning red, but the marble table didn't budge an inch. Luo Xiao let go, panting heavily, staring at his own hands in disbelief. Unwilling to accept it, he tried again, but the result was the same. Fatty watched Luo Xiao struggling and quickly grabbed him. Boss, that's enough, I believe you. Luo Xiao ignored him and prepared to punch the marble table. Seeing this, Fatty pulled him hard. Bro, I believe you, I really believe you. Hearing this, Luo Xiao looked at him seriously. You really believe me? I really believe. Firmly and completely. Luo Xiao knew he couldn't prove it today. He spoke seriously. After the catastrophe, for some reason, mutated zombies and super-evolved species will form spirit crystals in their brains. If a person eats them, they can transform themselves, enhancing their physical attributes and various capabilities such as strength and speed. Looking at Fatty's earnest expression, Luo Xiao said solemnly, Fatty, I know you don't believe me now, but just trust me for 3 days. Do everything I say for these 3 days, okay? At this point, no matter what Luo Xiao said, Fatty listened attentively, afraid that Luo Xiao might perform another feat, like smashing a rock on his chest. Fine, boss. It's just 3 days. He'll do whatever you say for these 3 days, okay? Fatty nodded. Since my buddy wants to go crazy, he'll go crazy with him. Seeing that Fatty now believed him, Luo Xiao returned to his own room to start experimenting. He realized that although he had been reborn, his strength had returned to the starting point. This weak body felt very unfamiliar to him. With only a few days left, he had to gain enough strength to survive the first stage. There was no time to waste. He seized every moment to exercise, striving to strengthen this frail body as quickly as possible. If his memory served him right, the thick fog of the first catastrophe would last for about a week. That week was called the Doomsday, humanity's darkest hour. 90% of the world's population would be infected and turned into zombies during that week. The remaining survivors would be forced to confront the deepest fears and helplessness within their hearts. In the apocalyptic world, brutal reality was omnipresent. The second phase, known as the sea storm, would erupt in the third year, with mutated sea creatures launching assaults on land. The most famous H-City ice and snow fortress was reduced to ruins in a massive sea storm. As for the third phase, it would begin 5 years later. Luo Xiao only knew that all mutated creatures would rapidly grow stronger. That would be humanity's most tragic time. The former social order and moral concepts became pale and powerless in the face of the apocalypse. People had to resort to all kinds of means to protect themselves and their families. In the apocalypse, the other side of human nature would be ruthlessly exposed and magnified. Some would become cold and merciless, stopping at nothing to survive. Others, unable to bear the cruelty of the end times, would choose to give up on life. Some would debase themselves for a morsel of food, living humbly, fawning over others like dogs. Others would live better than before the catastrophe. These were often ruthless individuals, for to live well in the apocalypse, one must possess sufficient strength. That world would be one where power reigned supreme. That night, Fatty was unusually taciturn. After eating a bowl of instant noodles, he washed up early and went to his room. Luo Xiao did not disturb him. This was something everyone would experience eventually, but he had merely brought it forward for Fatty. He knew Fatty's resilience. Just one night, and by the next day, he would be fine. Dong dong dong, Fatty, get up. Boss, what's the matter? It's not even light out yet, let me sleep a bit more. Hurry up. We've got a lot to do today. Within a minute, Fatty came out wearing a big blue pair of shorts, rubbing his eyes. Boss, what's the deal needing to go so early? Fatty looked resigned. Finally, having no classes he thought he could sleep in, but ended up waking even earlier than for school. Luo Xiao wasted no words and directly handed him an A4 sheet. Fatty took the list Luo Xiao gave him, and his mouth twitched. The paper was densely packed, leaving not a single blank space, filled with all sorts of items. Food, drink, clothing, tools, everything. Boss, do we really need to buy so much? Anyone would think we're going wholesale. 20 bags of rice alone, and what's with buying 2 whole pigs? When you buy meat, don't you buy it by the caddy? Who buys meat by the whole animal? Boss, I get buying food, even if it's a lot, but look at this: alcohol, medicine, sanitary pads, tourniquets, gauze, radios, flashlights, lighters, walkie-talkies, generators. What's the use of all this? Didn't you say it yourself? If you get bitten by a zombie, there's nothing to do but wait to die. So why do we need all this? Luo Xiao looked at the increasingly agitated Fatty and said seriously, Fatty, the apocalypse isn't just about zombies. Sometimes some things are even more terrifying than zombies. If we never need these things, that's best. But if the time comes when they are needed, they could save our lives. You go buy these things, Bill handle the rest. With that, he left without looking back, giving Fatty no chance to complain further. Walking down the street, he could only see some elderly folks heading to the morning market carrying vegetable baskets, presumably just coming from the market. He casually stopped an old man with graying hair. "Excuse me, Grandpa, do you know where I can find a place that forges knives?" "Oh." Young man, finding a place that specializes in forging knives is a bit tough these days. It used to be easier, but nowadays who among the young still learns these old crafts? "If you really want one, I can tell you a place, though I don't know if it's still open. You'll have to try your luck. Head east for about 10 li to Dahuai town and look for Sun's blacksmith shop." Back in the day, all the kitchen knives, plows, and such from the surrounding villages were made there. Their craftsmanship was simply unmatched. "All right, thank you, Grandpa. We'll go take a look." After the old man left, Luo Xiao took a taxi to Dahuai town. After some asking around, he finally found where Sun's blacksmith shop was. According to the elders, business had been poor over the years. The owner's ancestors were blacksmiths, and he had served in the military in his early years, but something seemed to have happened, so he returned. Dong dong dong. "Who is it?" A lazy voice came through the large iron door. The door was opened by a burly man who must have been over 9 meters tall. His shoes were tattered, covered in mud and dust, as if he had worn them for months. A foul smell emanated from him, making people instinctively want to keep their distance. His hair was greasy, as if unwashed for a long time, strands sticking to his forehead in disarray. His face was covered in stubble, looking like he hadn't shaved in days. "What are you staring at? What do you want?" The burly man looked impatient. "Uncle, I'd like to have a few knives forged. Find someone else. I don't forge knives anymore." With that, the burly man turned and went inside, ignoring Luo Xiao, whose mouth twitched at the door. Luo Xiao helplessly followed him and looking around as he walked. The layout of the yard was similar to Fatty's grandfather's. Entering the house, the first thing that caught his eye was the huge furnace in the center with flames leaping and crackling, illuminating the entire room. The walls were hung with all kinds of ironware, from sharp blades to practical farm tools, each gleaming with a cold light. In the corner were piles of coal and iron, or essential materials for the blacksmith. Beside the furnace was the smith's workbench, cluttered with various tools and hammers. After taking all this in, Luo Xiao looked at the blacksmith. He was sitting to the side, holding a bottle of liquor, staring at the blazing furnace and drinking continuously. "Uncle, I don't know why you won't forge for me, but the neighbors around say your ironwork is top-notch. That's why I came specifically to ask for your help. Price is no object." The burly man just stared at him calmly and said, "I haven't forged in years. There's no need for a blacksmith now. Factory-made stuff is fine, cheap, and with plenty of options. If you want kitchen knives or something, go to the hardware store next door. They'll have what you need, everything." He finished speaking and took a swig of his drink. "Uncle, the knives I want aren't available at a hardware store. I'm looking for forged blades tailored to me, not something churned out by a machine." "What's the difference? As long as it's sharp enough for cutting things, isn't that enough?" "Uncle, hand-forged knives are nothing like industrial ones. Forged blades are tempered by a craftsman through thousands of strikes, while factory knives are mass-produced. There's simply no comparison." The uncle listened, quietly motioning for him to continue. Forged knives typically use traditional methods. The stainless steel is heated and then repeatedly hammered and folded, making the molecular structure more uniform, enhancing strength and durability, while also making the blade sharper. Industrial knives, on the other hand, might use a stamping process, cold-rolled by machines and then sharpened. They look good and are easy to design, but once dull, they can't be sharpened properly and easily become waste. "Kid, I didn't expect you to know so much about forging. All right, tell me, what do you want to make?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao's heart leaped with joy. 2 forearm-length axes, 3 arm-length long knives, and 3 daggers. "As soon as possible, I'm in a hurry." The burly man stared hard at him. "Kid, what do you need these for? I don't need to spell out what forearm-length axes and arm-length knives are suitable for, do I? If you don't tell me the purpose today, I won't forge them for you. Don't worry, they're for me and my brother to protect our lives. We won't use them for anything illegal. But when the time comes to use them, I'll definitely test how sharp they are." The burly man's mouth curled up slightly upon hearing this. "Kid, remember what you said today. Come pick up your things in 5 days. Pay then. Now you can leave." "No, I only have 3 days. They'll come to pick them up on the evening of May Day at 10 o'clock. Can you do it?" The burly man just frowned at this, but said nothing. He got up and began rummaging through a pile of, or to find the forging materials. At the blacksmith's, his original intention was merely to forge 2 blades, yet now he desired not only the weapons, but also the blacksmith himself. After the cataclysm, a skilled blacksmith became a highly coveted asset, with every faction vying for their services. A weapon tailored to one's own hand proved invaluable. When locked in mortal combat with the undead, one would discover that industrial blades grew dull after felling, but a few zombies utterly incomparable to forged steel. Moreover, a blade forged by one's own companion instilled confidence in its use. In the days to come, if his entire team were equipped with suitable weapons, their overall combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. After grabbing a quick bite in town, he hailed a taxi to the city to gather supplies. Now that suitable weapons were secured, the next necessity was a vehicle, specifically a high-torque pickup or off-roader with ample cargo space. Whether for escape or transporting supplies, a vehicle was indispensable. Purchase a car. He had no money for that. With only a few tens of thousands on him after buying supplies, he'd be left with perhaps 10 or 20,000. Hardly enough for an off-roader, maybe just enough for a wooling minivan. After nearly 2 hours of arduous travel, they finally stopped at a used car dealership. Before he even stepped out, a zealous young salesman bearing a professional smile opened the door for him. "Sir, are you here to buy or rent a car?" Luo Xiao glanced up at the large sign above the shop, 1 yuan car rental. Then he looked at the salesman. "I came by taxi, isn't that obvious?" "Sir, you've come to the right place. We have all kinds of vehicles for rent at great prices guaranteed to satisfy. No need to show me anything else, just take me to the pickups and off-roaders." Luo Xiao's goal was clear: only high-torque, high-performance vehicles with large cargo spaces were practical. Sports cars and the like. Could they even be driven in the apocalypse? The roads were clogged with wrecked vehicles, getting them moving would be a miracle. "Bro, take a look at these, all pickups. This is the Wuling Jingtu, it's all about value for money. Cheap and reliable, just a few hundred a day. And this one, and this one. What's that vehicle? Tell me about its specs." Luo Xiao pointed at a pure black pickup. "That one. That's a Jeep Gladiator, a pickup version of the Wrangler. It combines the Wrangler's off-road capability with greater loading capacity. The cargo bed can handle over 500 kilograms. It can go anywhere, perfect for extreme environments, even the desert." To him, this vehicle was ideal, perfect for the harsh road conditions of the apocalypse. It was a must-have for survival and escape, and he also noted its suitability for modifications. He would definitely need to add steel plates later. As the salesman continued his relentless pitch, Luo Xiao quickly stopped him. "This one, just tell me the daily rate. This one goes for 1,000 a day with discounts for longer rentals. Let's sign the contract. He'll rent it for 3 days. Sir, please give me your ID and driver's license, and a 3,000 yuan deposit." Luo Xiao had his ID but a driver's license. What was that? With an awkward tone he said, "Bro, I have my ID, but my driver's license." He discreetly pulled 1,000 yuan from his pocket and slipped it into the salesman's hand, the implication clear. The salesman stared intently at him, then at the 1,000 yuan in his hand, a sum that would take him days to earn. Finally, as if making a decision, he looked at Luo Xiao and said cautiously, "If anyone asks, just say you lost your license and haven't had time to replace it." Luo Xiao nodded immediately. Every industry had its shadowy side, and the only way to solve such problems was money. With enough money, nothing was impossible. The salesman took Luo Xiao's ID to the counter. Whatever he did there, he soon returned with 2 contracts. Luo Xiao handed over the deposit, then signed the contracts without even glancing at them. Finally, amidst the salesman's smile, Luo Xiao drove the Gladiator back, feeling the roar of the engine. It brought him back to the past, rekindling the sensations of yesteryear. He didn't know how many traffic violations had committed along the way, nor did he care. He had no license anyway. His driving skills were self-taught during the apocalypse, all rough and unorthodox. Things like turn signals were utterly useless in the apocalypse. Who would you signal to? The trip there had taken over 2 hours, but the return took just over 1, and had even filled the tank. As he pulled up to the small courtyard, he saw Fatty directing a few workers unloading goods. "Fatty, what are you up to?" Fatty turned, spotted the Gladiator beside Luo Xiao, and his eyes lit up. He dashed over, touching it left and right. "Boss, you have no idea. This is my dream truck. I've always dreamed of buying one and racing across the desert. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Racing? More like racing off a cliff. You know your own driving skills, don't you?" "Boss, don't sweat the details. I just need more practice." "Speaking of which, boss, where did you get this?" "You definitely can't afford to buy one. Costs hundreds of thousands. You didn't steal it, did you?" Luo Xiao was speechless. Why did those words sting so much? "It's rented, but it's as good as mine." Fatty was momentarily confused. Rented, but as good as his. Luo Xiao turned to the workers and asked Fatty, "How did the tasks I gave you go?" Fatty, sitting in the driver's seat and gripping the steering wheel, replied, "I've bought most of the stuff. You wouldn't believe how hard some things were to find. Like that German telescope. I had to hit up several military supply stores just for that one item. And imported military backpacks and the like. I was running all day today. Oh, and those 2 pigs of yours, I had them slaughtered. The fridge couldn't hold everything, so I bought another freezer. Everything's on the first floor. They're unloading the rice now. Since we bought so much, they delivered it for free." Luo Xiao always trusted Fatty to get things done. Fatty's nature was simple. Either he wouldn't agree, but once he promised, he'd see it through. After the workers left, Fatty insisted that Luo Xiao drive the car into the courtyard, but Luo Xiao flatly refused. He vividly remembered the first time he'd ridden with Fatty. It had nearly sent him to the afterlife. In the end, unable to resist Fatty's persistence, he reluctantly stood behind the vehicle, carefully giving directions. "Engage forward gear, turn the wheel all the way left, and ease off the clutch." Fatty, in the driver's seat, nervously repeated Luo Xiao's instructions. Just as Luo Xiao began to relax, he saw the rear of the vehicle heading straight for him. Holy crap! Fatty hit the brakes. Startled, he dashed out of the way. Fearing Fatty's driving, head positioned himself at the rear to guide him. And just as luck, what he feared came to pass. The idiot had shifted into the wrong gear. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he'd have been sent flying. The screech of brakes echoed through the street. Fatty got out, scratching his head with an embarrassed look. If I ever let you drive again, I'm a dog. Twice Fatty had nearly killed him behind the wheel. He wouldn't risk it again. The very thought sent chills down his spine. Fatty drives without reason. He'll either crash you or send you off. Entering the house, he saw piles of supplies. Luo Xiao inspected each one meticulously, fearing any oversight, for these were their provisions for a long time. For ease of storage, they'd bought high-calorie, non-perishable items, canned goods, frozen fish, and meat, and foods that wouldn't spoil quickly. After confirming everything was in order, he finally relaxed. Now they had shelter, supplies, weapons, and a vehicle. Only the safety of their dwelling needed improvement. The time before the catastrophe was drawing ever closer. Early that morning, Luo Xiao had taken Fatty out to buy materials, various steel plates, and wooden planks. Fatty had even brought back a welder directly. They replaced the rusty gate with a thick, heavy iron door equipped with a fingerprint lock for easy access. The courtyard walls were topped with barbed wire, and the first-floor windows were dismantled, replaced by welded steel plates. Worried it wasn't secure enough, Fatty had a large iron door installed at the staircase between the first and second floors. In his words, it was better to be safe than sorry. The safe house renovation took an entire day. Standing in the yard, surveying the transformed courtyard, and building, the two finally left with satisfaction. Luo Xiao had planned to go back and just make some noodles, but Fatty dragged him out for lamb skewers, saying every meal might be their last. Luo Xiao couldn't argue with that logic. After the catastrophe, even a single sausage could drive people to desperate measures, let alone lamb skewers. They ate only meat that night, like starving souls reincarnated, astonishing the other diners. The owner, however, was beaming from ear to ear. They only stopped when they could barely walk. The next morning, the two ate steaming buns and drank soy milk. Boss, think again. Is there anything else we've missed or forgotten to prepare? Fatty, this is the 4th time you've asked me that this morning. Luo Xiao checked his watch. There were 13 hours left until the catastrophe. In about 3 hours, a prolonged solar eclipse would occur. Then mist would gradually shroud the entire world as if covered by a thin veil, making everything hazy and mysterious. The surrounding sounds would become muffled, as if swallowed by the fog, isolating them from the world. Fatty, let's go. It's time to head back. The weather is about to change. Luo Xiao gazed calmly at the sky. Fatty followed his gaze, but the sun's brilliance forced him to shield his eyes. Boss, how can the weather change with such a bright sun? Fatty was puzzled, but still followed Luo Xiao's lead. They sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the news on TV. It was reporting on the upcoming solar eclipse, the longest in decades, promising brief darkness, and urging the public not to panic. Damn, boss, you're amazing. You're more informed than the news broadcast. It wasn't that he was well informed. In his past life, the school's public address system had suddenly announced the eclipse. Then he and Fatty had snuck up to the rooftop to smoke during the eclipse's darkness. By the time they finished and went back down, the zombie outbreak had already begun. They retreated to the rooftop and barely survived. Fatty, let's go to the balcony and watch this rare sight. After the apocalypse, we won't have such leisure. Luo Xiao and Fatty leaned on the balcony railing, smoking in silence, cigarette after cigarette. Boss, look, here it comes. Fatty pointed at the sky. Luo Xiao looked up at the sun. It was being devoured by darkness bit by bit. The sky gradually darkened, and in less than a minute, darkness enveloped the earth, darker than night itself, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Come on, let's get some sleep. Boss, why sleep during the day? Doesn't it start at night? This sleep will be one of the few peaceful rests you'll have from now on. Cherish it. We won't have time to sleep tonight. There's work to do. Luo Xiao spoke earnestly, patting Fatty's shoulder before leaving. Ignoring Fatty's confusion, he went to his bedroom, lay down, and fell asleep almost instantly. This was a skill he had honed during the apocalypse, the ability to fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, but never sleeping too deeply. Otherwise, he might never wake up. A shrill alarm pulled Luo Xiao from his dreams. He went to the bathroom and washed up quickly. Walking into the living room, he found Fatty already fully dressed in camouflage, a backpack on his shoulders and a baseball bat in his hand. Seeing Luo Xiao emerge, Fatty asked eagerly, "Boss, how's my gear? Am I missing anything?" His face was full of excitement. Luo Xiao sized Fatty up. He had to admit Fatty in camo had a certain look, but not much. At best, he resembled a mess cook. The buttons on his belly were about to pop and his pants were stretched taut. Luo Xiao had no idea how Fatty had squeezed into them. Picking up the camouflage uniform from the table, Luo Xiao began to dress. The fatigues and combat boots fit perfectly, custom bought by Fatty from a military surplus store. Boss, why is there such a difference between us? When you wear camo, you look sharp and handsome. When I wear it, I just look like layers of flap. Looking at Fatty's uniform strained into ripples, Luo Xiao laughed and scolded. If you get any fatter, you won't even need to wear it. Cherish that fat while you can. Soon enough, you'll have to say goodbye to it. He checked his watch. It was 9:30 p.m. Half an hour to go. Let's go, Fatty. Time to get down to business. Boss, where are we going? To pick up someone, or rather a future companion. Fatty perked up, immediately firing off questions. Who, when did you meet them, what are they like? Luo Xiao was overwhelmed and simply said, you'll know when we get there. As soon as they stepped out of the house, they were engulfed in an endless darkness so thick they couldn't see their hands. The silence was terrifying. Only after turning on the car's headlights did things improve slightly. They crept slowly through the darkness, heading toward Dahuai town. Due to the thick fog, visibility was less than 10 meters. Luo Xiao drove slowly, barely over 20 kilometers per hour, not daring to go faster. Watching Fatty, who was staring nervously out the window, Luo Xiao asked, Fatty, are you scared? No, it's just too dark. The silence is unnerving. Not scared? Then why are your legs shaking? You're about to crush that baseball bat. Luo Xiao teased him. Back then he had been the same, maybe even worse. It was only because he had experienced so much that he no longer felt fear. A loud bang made Fatty jump up, staring outside. Luo Xiao frowned and said seriously, it's begun. Fatty, stay alert. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Fatty gripped the baseball bat tightly, his eyes fixed on the window. The slow-moving car was constantly assaulted by zombies. Some wandering on the road were hit and sent flying. Soon the entire windshield was smeared with blood and gore. This slowed them down even more. They drove in terror for half an hour before finally reaching Dahuai town. Once in town, the zombies grew more numerous. The car doors were thumped from time to time, and some zombies followed the sound, trailing behind the vehicle. They managed to drive to the blacksmith shop only to find the courtyard gate already destroyed. At the entrance lay severed limbs and broken bodies, evidence of a brutal battle that had taken place not long ago. The scene was horrific. The sight hit Fatty hard. He gagged, struggling not to vomit in the car. Luo Xiao turned off the engine and observed their surroundings. There were quite a few zombies nearby, with 4 or 5 right around the car. After waiting 4 or 5 minutes, Fatty had recovered somewhat and stopped gagging. Fatty, get ready. Time to get out and work. Upon hearing that they were getting off, the fat man froze, his face turning pale with fright. Boss, we're not actually getting off, are we? Look at all those zombies outside. And look at the corpses by the door. The person you're looking for might already be dead. The fat man's words held some logic, but Luo Xiao had no intention of coming all this way for nothing. Since they were already here, he wanted to at least have a look. Luo Xiao was the first to open the car door. The moment he switched on his flashlight, 2 zombies nearby were already charging at him. Without a word, Luo Xiao raised his baseball bat and brought it down with brutal force, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Then with swift precision, he kicked another zombie away. Before the zombie could get up, Luo Xiao was already upon it, slamming the bat down with savage finality. From inside the car, the fat man watched the entire scene unfold, swallowing hard. His boss was truly a beast. Killing zombies was like child's play to him. He dispatched them effortlessly. Though Luo Xiao had lost his former strength, his combat experience was etched into his mind, something that could never be forgotten. The fat man took a couple of deep breaths inside the car, then cautiously and furtively opened the door. The moment he stepped out, he nervously scanned the surroundings, sweeping his flashlight left and right. Fatty, watch your back. Luo Xiao's shout came from the other side of the car. The fat man instinctively turned his head, only to find a bloodied, mangled face inches from his own, almost touching. The fat man was frozen stiff with terror, cold sweat instantly beading across his forehead. At such close range, Luo Xiao dared not act rashly. The fat man would have to rely on himself. Roar! The zombie let out a guttural howl at the fat man. I'll roar, you old man. Somehow finding the courage, the fat man roared back and kicked the zombie flying in one swift motion. The zombie got up and roared at the fat man, as if enraged, then lunged at him with both arms outstretched. As the zombie drew near, the fat man swung his bat and smashed it across the creature's face, sending half of it flying off. The zombie collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The fat man walked over and rained down a flurry of blows on the zombie, muttering incessantly, "They'll teach you to roar, at me teach you to roar." I had to pull him away before he finally leaned against the car, panting heavily. "Let's go." That made quite a racket. More zombies will swarm us soon. We need to get down to business. And so the 2 of them, flashlights in hand, cautiously made their way through the courtyard gate. Seeing the tightly shut wooden door, Luo Xiao gave it a push, but found it wouldn't budge. Fatty, break it down. Without hesitation, the fat man threw his shoulder against the door with a powerful crash. Bang! The door burst open with the fat man's impact. A flash of cold steel shot straight for his face. In that split second, Luo Xiao reacted with lightning speed, grabbing the fat man's backpack and yanking him back. The blade whizzed past the fat man's eyes. Once steady, the fat man quickly felt his face to confirm he wasn't disfigured, then let out a sigh of relief. "Uncle, it's me." Luo Xiao called out into the house. Getting quick and shut the door. A voice emerged from the darkness. After closing the door, the fat man turned and shone his flashlight directly on the uncle's face, causing him to stagger back against the door in shock. "Didn't expect it to be you, boy. Come over and sit. Though it's a bit messy in here." Following the uncle's gaze, they noticed 3 headless corpses lying silently on the floor, their heads rolled off to the side. At the sight of the bodies, the fat man's settled stomach churned violently. His nerves had been taut before, but now that the tension eased, he couldn't hold back. Vomit erupted from his mouth in a torrent. He heaved for several minutes, until even bile came up, and finally, with nothing left to expel, he slumped to the floor. Seriously, you two aren't fazed at all? The fat man asked, astonished by their composure. It was the same question on Luo Xiao's mind. Anyone experiencing this for the first time would react much like the fat man, yet the uncle remained eerily calm, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. As Luo Xiao sized up the uncle was doing the same to him. They were both pondering the same question, but now was not the time to discuss it. Uncle, come with us. You must know what's happening outside. Zombies are everywhere. At Luo Xiao's words, the uncle fell into deep thought. Indeed, he had been outside and witnessed with his own eyes how living people were bitten to death only to turn into their kind. If it weren't for his years of military service and quick reflexes, he might have become one of those monsters himself. Moreover, he trusted the character of this young man before him. And given that the two had managed to fight their way here through a sea of zombies, they were clearly no ordinary people. Wait for me. I need to grab something. With that, he stood up and pulled a large, old green wooden chest from under the bed, hoisting it onto his shoulder. Little Fatty, open that cabinet over there and bring what's inside. The fat man walked over and saw a green canvas bag stuffed with items. It was surprisingly heavy in his hands. Luo Xiao glanced at the bag, then at the uncle, who simply gave him a nod. Let's go. They'll take point Fatty in the middle, and you cover the rear, uncle. Once they were in position, Luo Xiao opened the door and quickly swept the courtyard with his flashlight. 7 or 8 zombies were already gathered outside, their heads turning in unison to stare at them, clearly drawn by the commotion. Go! Luo Xiao bellowed, charging ahead with his baseball bat. As the zombies rushed toward him, he remained eerily calm. He had been through this countless times before. When the nearest zombie was less than a meter away, Luo Xiao swung his bat with brutal force, smashing it squarely in the head and sending it flying through the air. It landed motionless on the ground. There was no technique to it, just swinging the bat and pounding at zombie heads. Luo Xiao took down 4 zombies on his own at the front, while the uncle at the rear wielded a long blade with fluid grace, hacking 3 zombies into a mess of flying flesh and blood. The fat man ended up drenched in what was either blood or shredded tissue. In their first collaboration, the 3 of them eliminated 7 zombies in less than 30 seconds. The battle began and ended in a flash. The fat man finished with 0 kills. Get in the car quick. Don't dawdle. More zombies will be here soon. Luo Xiao's voice came from the front of the car. At the edge of his powerful flashlight beam, blurry figures could already be seen running toward them. Holy crap, that many. Seeing the dense crowd of figures, the fat man turned and dove into the car. Get in already. If we don't run, are we waiting to be served at a feast? The other 2 quickly scrambled into the vehicle. Luo Xiao reversed the car as the road ahead was completely blocked by zombies. There was no way to drive through. He backed the pickup to a 3-way intersection, then executed a seamless drift, shifted gears, and floored the accelerator. On the way back, fleeing vehicles were everywhere, coming and going. Luckily, the rural roads had little traffic, so there were no traffic jams. Boss, have you noticed there are way more zombies than when we came? Things are getting worse. Uncle, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chong, but the boss calls me Fatty. You can call me that too. And that's my boss, Luo Xiao, a total badass. In the back seat, the fat man gave a brief introduction. I'm Sun Bin, 37 years old. I served 8 years as a reconnaissance soldier and saw combat. My father taught me how to forge knives since I was a kid. Sun Bin's words explained why he was so unfazed by killing zombies. Luo Xiao thought to himself that he had struck gold. Not only could this man forge blades, but he was also a skilled fighter with considerable combat prowess. It seemed he had made the right call coming here. Listening to Sun Bin's introduction, the fat man's eyes went wide. This guy was another savage. He had even been on the battlefield. So in this group, he was the only rookie. The journey back was even harder than the trip there, taking a full 2 hours before they finally returned to the small courtyard. Outside, zombies occasionally pounded against the iron gate. Once inside the house, Sun Bin sat down on the sofa, wiping his broadsword. Fatty stared at the blade in Sun Bin's hands, his eyes gleaming with desire. During the battle, just now, he had witnessed the sword's sharpness cutting through zombies like chopping vegetables. Now, as he examined it closely, he saw not only its razor edge, but also the cold, gleaming patterns covering its pitch-black body, adding a unique aura of dominance to the weapon. Brother Bin, what kind of sword is this? It's so magnificent. Luo Xiao, standing by, was equally filled with envy. The 70-centimeter length, the beautiful patterns, the keen edge. In the apocalypse, every man would covet such a blade. In the old days, a sword like this would have been priceless. You have your own, why stare at mine? Sun Bin fixed his gaze on the canvas bag that Fatty had carelessly tossed onto the table. Luo Xiao snapped back to reality and hurried over to lift the canvas. Indeed, inside were the weapons Sun Bin had forged for them, each thoughtfully equipped with a sheath. If he hadn't reminded them, they might have forgotten entirely. Drawing a Tang-style horizontal sword from its scabbard, a wave of chill swept over him, as if the temperature had plummeted. Luo Xiao began to brandish the sword in the living room, The blade's whisper followed its trajectory, as if emitting joyous laughter. An excellent blade. Brother Bin's craftsmanship is truly unmatched. Luo Xiao examined the sword in his hands, feeling it was tailor-made for them. Lightweight for easy slashing, ideal length, and a razor-sharp edge. Luo Xiao was thoroughly impressed by Sun Bin's forging skills. Setting down the long sword, he picked up 2 small axes. Gazing at the silvery gleam of the hatchets, Luo Xiao swung them down, without hesitation, cleaving a nearby baseball bat in 2. Observing the clean, even cut, he couldn't stop praising them. Fatty too had received his cherished blade, and was mimicking Sun Bin wiping the sword body, while idly playing with it in his spare time. From now on, these would be their constant companions. Luo Xiao stood by the window, gazing into the endless darkness. On the streets outside, zombies howled, intermittently punctuated by sporadic explosions and the cries of people. Luo Xiao did not go to their rescue. He was no saint, nor could he save everyone. The saying in the apocalypse, "Kill the saint first," held some truth. On the first night of the zombie outbreak, the entire world's network had collapsed, severing all contact with the outside. No one knew what the world was like beyond, or how many survivors remained. To gather information, they had to rely on a traditional radio. Fortunately, Fatty had prepared one. Fatty had been glued to the radio for 2 days, yet gleaned no useful information. Luo Xiao walked into the living room and said directly, "Everyone gather around. Let's have a small meeting. Brother Bin, you and I need to go out tomorrow and see if we can scavenge some supplies. Starting now, Fatty, you'll exercise for 5 hours daily and spend your free time learning sword techniques from Brother Bin." Upon hearing that he had to exercise for 5 hours each day, Fatty surprisingly did not argue, but accepted it willingly. Perhaps he too felt the sense of urgency. In the apocalypse, this was the unchanging law of survival: the strong prey on the weak, natural selection, survival of the fittest. To grow stronger, one had to fight and kill on their own. Early the next morning, Luo Xiao rose. By now they no longer distinguished day from night. They only knew the time by checking their phones or watches. After dressing properly, he strapped his Tang's sword to his back and placed the 2 axes at his waist. As he approached the bedroom, he heard Fatty's heavy, labored breathing. Sun Bin stood nearby, peeling an apple with a dagger while supervising Fatty. "How long has he been doing crunches?" Luo Xiao took the peeled apple and asked while eating. "Not long, just half an hour. His body is still too weak, all flabby fat and lacking stamina. Practicing like this for a day, he probably won't even be able to squat on the toilet tomorrow." Hearing Sun Bin's words, Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. "Keep it up, Fatty. We have to go out." Fatty didn't respond, but gritted his teeth and persisted, even as his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Let's go." Glancing once at Fatty, then at Sun Bin, who was fully prepared, the 2 drove off, heading north. "Brother Bin, I plan to get something this time." "You mean guns, right?" "Yes. Though guns are sometimes inferior to cold weapons, most of the time, they pose a far greater threat." "Do you have a target?" "I want to go to the People's Armed Forces Department. They should have automatic rifles and plenty of ammunition. The guns might be old, but sometimes old firearms are more reliable." "Why not the police station?" Sun Bin voiced his confusion. If it were up to him, the police station would be his first choice, with more guns and various equipment. Luo Xiao explained with a smile, "First, the police station is in the city. For just the 2 of us, getting in would be easy, but getting out would be hard. We might not even find the weapons, and the car would certainly be lost. Look at how many wrecked cars are on the roadside now, let alone in the city. If the roads are blocked, we'd be in big trouble. Second, the People's Armed Forces Department is usually in the suburbs, much safer than going there. If something happens, we can retreat. Third, although the weapons there are old, they're mostly decommissioned military gear, so the quality is guaranteed." Sun Bin agreed with Luo Xiao's reasoning. Compared to supplies, safety was paramount. After a 3-hour drive, they finally stopped in front of a large compound gate marked with the sign T-City People's Armed Forces Department. The 2 sat quietly in the car, observing. The ground was littered with corpses, almost all with bullet holes in their heads. Seeing this, Luo Xiao silently prayed that some weapons would be left. "Still going?" Sun Bin asked. His instinct told him that if someone had used guns, they would have taken them all, leaving nothing behind. "Since we're here, we might as well check. What if there's something left? Let's go, Brother Bin." With that, he pulled out the axe from his waist and stepped out of the car. The moment he got out, zombies like sharks smelling blood immediately turned and charged at them. Without wasting words, Luo Xiao swung his axe, cleaving a zombie's head in 2. Facing the undead, he struck at their heads from various angles, using nimble footwork to easily evade their attacks. Before long, 5 or 6 corpses lay at Luo Xiao's feet. Sun Bin's approach was simpler: 5 bodies, all decapitated, brutal and efficient. The 2 moved in perfect sync, back to back, making their way toward the office building. Zombies occasionally lunged out of the mist, but they dispatched them with ease. Gazing at the office building before them, its upper floors shrouded in fog, Luo Xiao asked, "Brother Bin, where would the armory usually be?" "Usually in the basement, 1st or 2nd floor. If not, we'll have to search room by room until we find a sign marked armory." "Then let's split up. They'll search the basement, and you look upstairs. They'll come back up as soon as I'm done. That should save time." In the dimly lit underground level, the lights flickered intermittently, and an eerie silence reigned, broken only by the heavy echo of his own footsteps. Luo Xiao held a powerful flashlight in his left hand and an axe in his right as he walked down the corridor. He only needed to check the door plates, as special rooms were usually marked with distinctive signs. A clattering sound came from behind him. Luo Xiao immediately shone his light backward, staring intently down the corridor while slowly retreating. After a moment of seeing nothing, he let it go. Yet he did not let his guard down. Instead, he grew even more cautious. Every door was tightly shut and securely locked. Luo Xiao did not bother trying to open them. He merely glanced at the door plates and swiftly moved on. Before long, he had searched half the corridor and found nothing, just ordinary storage rooms. He could only turn his attention to the other side of the hallway. On this side, he was especially careful, but after checking 5 or 6 rooms, he still found nothing. It was only when he reached the end of the corridor that Luo Xiao habitually shone his light on the door plate. Only then did he realize the door was wide open. The sound earlier must have come from here. Luo Xiao tightened his grip on the axe. Cautiously, he shone the flashlight inside. It was a small warehouse of several dozen square meters with shelves stacked high with various packaged goods. When Luo Xiao drew closer, he saw it was military supplies and uniforms. Uninterested, he turned to leave. But just as he stepped out the door, a smacking sound came from the deepest part of the room. Hearing the noise, Luo Xiao stopped and turned back. Following the source of the sound, he carefully searched deeper inside. If he could find a living person, they might know where the armory was, saving him from blindly searching. When he reached the far end of the warehouse, the flashlight revealed a man in a security uniform crouching on the ground, back turned to him, bobbing his head incessantly. Luo Xiao sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave immediately, but it was already too late. The security guard zombie had a face smeared with blood, a piece of flesh hanging from the corner of his mouth. Beneath him lay a man with only half his body left, his eyes filled with despair and resentment, staring wide in death. The zombie spotted Luo Xiao, stood up with a roar, dropped the flesh in his hands, and charged at him. As soon as the zombie attacked, Luo Xiao sensed something was off. This zombie was far faster than the ordinary ones. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been caught off guard. He dodged the attack with a swift sidestep, but his combat suit was slashed open with a long gash, though luckily his skin remained unscathed. After evading the strike, Luo Xiao swung his axe down fiercely, but the zombie managed to avoid a fatal blow, taking the hit only on its shoulder. Luo Xiao kicked it flying, sending it crashing into several rows of shelves. The massive iron racks fell with a thunderous noise, echoing through the warehouse like a grenade. When Luo Xiao rushed over to finish it off, he found only a mess of clothes and blankets scattered on the floor, no sign of the zombie. He followed the trail of blood until it abruptly vanished. Luo Xiao frowned, sweeping his gaze back and forth across the warehouse. He couldn't explain why, but this zombie felt different, though he couldn't pinpoint how. After checking the warehouse twice and finding no trace of it, he decided not to bother further. He wasn't here to hunt zombies. Priorities came first, so Luo Xiao cautiously retreated. On the other side, Sun Bin was less fortunate. Right at the start of his search, a zombie ambushed him in a room. If not for his quick reactions, he might have been injured. Zombies kept popping up from time to time. He had already taken down at least 5 on this floor. Just as he finished one off, a loud crash came from below. Suspecting trouble, he dashed out of the room. But the moment he stepped out, he was stunned. 8 or 9 zombies, also drawn by the noise, were running toward him. Before they even reached the stairs, they came face to face with him. He soon found himself in a bitter struggle. After killing several zombies, he realized they were only increasing in number. More zombies kept pouring in from the hall outside. If he stayed out there, he'd be done for. Left with no choice, he fought while retreating upstairs, shouting loudly. In the stairwell, he only had to face 2 or 3 zombies at a time. Going down would mean being surrounded by a horde. He knew which choice to make. He lost count of how many zombies he had killed or how many times he had swung his blade. His right hand gripping the knife was already feeling weak, but the zombies seemed endless. As soon as one fell, another took its place. Peeking through the gaps in the stairs, he saw the 2 floors below packed with zombies, pushing forward relentlessly. Looking back at the large iron door behind him, he realized he had retreated to the top floor with no way out. Looks like this is where I die today. What a shame. Such a pathetic death. That fat guy would laugh his head off. But if you want to eat me, let's see if you've got what it takes. Sun Bin let out a fierce roar. Kill. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao emerged from the basement to find numerous corpses in the hall and a few stray zombies, which he dispatched with ease. Hearing occasional zombie roars from the stairs above, he guessed Sun Bin was trapped up there. Axe in hand, Luo Xiao charged upstairs. At the second-floor landing, he spotted a room diagonally across with bold letters reading Armory. Luo Xiao stopped short, eyeing the fingerprint lock on the door. Without a second thought, he raised his axe and struck the door. He swung again and again, losing count of the blows, leaving the door riddled with gashes. Once he had hacked a small hole, he ignored the sharp metal edges and shoved his hand inside to open the door from within. When he pulled his hand out, it was covered in blood with 2 deep, bone-deep wounds. Paying no heed to his injury, he rushed into the room. Neat rows of Type 81 rifles lay quietly on racks with only a few spots empty. He barely glanced at them, instead turning to open a military green wooden crate. Inside were Type 82 hand grenades. Luo Xiao stuffed several into his pockets. Then he charged out like a madman. Seeing the zombies still crowding upward, he pulled the pin without hesitation and tossed the grenade up the stairs. With a thunderous blast, zombies lay strewn across the floor, chunks of flesh littering the stairwell. Upstairs, Sun Bin heard the explosion and smiled. He hadn't expected this man had known only a few days to risk his life for him. Explosions echoed from below, and after 5 blasts, only the last floor of zombies remained. Sun Bin and the zombies were on that same level, so he dared not throw another grenade. With about 20 zombies left, Luo Xiao gripped an axe in each hand and charged upward. By the time the zombies noticed him, the cold gleam of his blade was already at their necks. The short axes proved their worth, swinging left and right, targeting the zombies' heads. Meanwhile, Sun Bin, using his last reserves of strength, raised his knife and charged down. The two of them, one from below and one from above, finished off the last zombie in under 5 minutes. As the final one fell, they exchanged smiles, sat back to back amidst the pile of flesh, and gasped for air. "Been good at you stir up a hornet's nest. Why were so many zombies chasing you?" Luo Xiao voiced his confusion. Normally, unless the noise was significant, it wouldn't attract so many zombies from the area. "Don't even mention it. By the way, did you find the armory?" "Yeah, it's on the 2nd floor. Some bastard took the guns and locked the door. Took me forever. But there's plenty of weapons in there." "So Bingu, how did you get cornered upstairs?" Sun Bin shot him a glare. "I could have escaped, but I stayed to save you. If I hadn't lured all the zombies away, you'd have been trapped down there." Luo Xiao shuddered at the thought. If he had been stuck below, there would have been no escape. He also felt grateful to have Sun Bin as a partner. "Sorry about that. I made too much noise downstairs. Come on, let's get down to business. Those grenades made a racket, or more zombies will probably gather here soon." Luo Xiao stood up and helped Sun Bin to his feet, supporting each other. When they saw the contents of the armory, they were at a loss. There was so much. It would be a waste to leave it, but taking it all was impractical. In the end, they had no choice but to selectively grab some weapons. Looking at the truck bed piled high with guns and ammunition, both were satisfied as they began the return journey. They planned to come back tomorrow and haul away the rest of the weapons. Sun Bin was driving while Luo Xiao treated his wounds with the medical kit in the passenger seat. It was already evening when they returned home. Fatty, spotting the car from the balcony, rushed downstairs to open the gate. When the two got out of the car, Fatty saw their battered state. Their combat suits were caked with dried blood, and their hair had matted into clumps. Luo Xiao's right hand was wrapped in thick gauze, a hint of crimson seeping through. Fatty asked with concern, "Boss, are you alright?" "Don't worry, it's just a minor scratch. Can't kill me. Let's get the stuff unloaded. They're all things you like." Luo Xiao smiled at Fatty. Filled with curiosity, Fatty walked to the rear of the car and peered into the truck bed. He was instantly stunned. "Holy crap, did you guys rob an armory?" Fatty's exclamation echoed from the truck bed. Luo Xiao and Sun Bin exchanged a knowing smile, arms around each other's shoulders as they headed inside. Fatty lingered in the truck bed, touching and inspecting everything, amusing himself for quite a while. By the time he had moved everything inside, he found Luo Xiao and Sun Bin sitting bare-chested on the living room sofa chatting. "Boss, what exactly happened in the basement today to cause such a commotion?" Since leaving the office building, Sun Bin had changed his address from kid to boss. Luo Xiao knew this signified acceptance, so he didn't object. "Don't even mention it. I'm still puzzled. I ran into a zombie, fought it, and it actually ran away. Something feels off. It was faster than ordinary zombies and even knew how to dodge. A zombie that can run and dodge. I've never seen one before." Fatty chimed in carelessly. "Exactly." Luo Xiao realized he had fallen into a misconception. Current zombies lacked intelligence. When they spotted prey, they charged mindlessly. How could they flee? This kind of behavior only appears years after the catastrophe. Hearing Fatty's words, Luo Xiao connected them to Sun Bin's earlier remark, his eyes filled with shock. Could it be a corpse king? "What corpse king?" they asked in unison. "It's a mutant that appears only once in millions of zombies. It possesses supreme intelligence, can control other zombies, and the stronger it gets, the more it can command. It's terrifying. The corpse king itself isn't very powerful in combat, just a bit stronger than a regular zombie. Getting close to it is nearly impossible because it's surrounded by a swarm of minions protecting it. Of course, there's another scenario when a zombie becomes strong enough, it can also command lower-level zombies, but not to the same monstrous extent as a corpse king. The corpse king is notoriously cunning and vengeful. In battle, it never fights directly, it only controls thousands of minions to toy with you while hiding. If you injure it, it will send its minions to hunt you down, and once found, you'll face a horde of zombies." Hearing Luo Xiao's explanation, the two grasped the gravity of the situation. If it truly was a corpse king, once it healed, they would be in for a world of trouble. "I was wondering up there why that loud noise of yours attracted so many zombies. I kept slashing, but more kept coming until I had to retreat to the stairs. Now it all matches what you said about the corpse king. I bet you injured it, and it sent its minions to kill you, but I stumbled into them instead. Sun Bin wore a helpless expression, feeling like the scapegoat. We have to go back tomorrow and Fatty's coming too. We must kill the Corpse King, or we won't know how we die before long. Luo Xiao said sternly. The Corpse King we encountered today is probably freshly mutated. If a newly mutated one can control hundreds of zombies, imagine what it'll be capable of once it grows stronger. The two shuddered at the thought. Facing thousands of zombies, there's no choice but to flee. No fighting unless you have missiles. Knowing the Corpse King's nature tomorrow might not go smoothly. He could only hope the Corpse King hadn't fully healed. One thing puzzled Luo Xiao: why had a Corpse King appeared now? He remembered it took a year after the catastrophe for the first one to be discovered. Unable to figure it out, he let it go and decided to take things as they came. Tomorrow would be a tough battle. He had once participated in a campaign to eliminate a Corpse King, and many had died, without even seeing where it was. The Corpse King was extremely dangerous, but also held immense fortune. The spirit crystal in its brain could greatly enhance bodily functions. Not only humans coveted it, but mutated zombies did too. However, claiming what was in its brain was no easy feat. You had to deal with its swarm of minions first. That night, they all went to bed early to conserve energy for the next day's battle. The next morning, Luo Xiao unwrapped the gauze from his hand and looked at the scabbed wound. He had long noticed that his body's healing ability and strength had retained about the level of a third-tier being, while everything else had reverted to pre-modification levels no different from an ordinary person, such as speed perception and stamina. But his combat experience and muscle memory ingrained in his mind would never fade. After washing up, Luo Xiao went to the hall to discuss the day's strategy with the other two. After all, besieging a Corpse King called for caution. The three sat around the table, each with a tang sword slung across their back, the table covered with various firearms. Remember, today's main objective is to kill the Corpse King. Supplies are secondary. Take what we can, leave what we can't. Safety comes first. Don't split up. When we find the Corpse King, Ben and I will lead the attack. We must finish it. Fatty, focus on learning and adapting today. We have to find the Corpse King, or life won't be easy for us from now on. Both nodded solemnly, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Then the three began selecting their preferred weapons from the table. The night before, Sun Bin had already explained to Fatty how to use guns and grenades. Easy to learn, no precision needed, just pick up and use. Fatty chose a pistol, placed it on his thigh, and held a Type 81 rifle with 5 magazines, 150 rounds, plus 4 grenades. Luo Xiao opted for the same loadout as Fatty, as carrying too much would hinder movement, and this setup was just right. When it came to Sun Bin, he directly selected a Type 81 squad machine gun with 3 drum magazines and 6 grenades. This stunned the other two. A drum held 75 rounds, so 3 drums meant 225 rounds plus 6 grenades. That was serious firepower. Seeing them staring, he asked, "What are you looking at? Ben, won't carrying all that tire you out? And can you even control it?" "Of course. I used to be the squad's machine gunner. I'd run with it. And this is just a light machine gun, no big deal." The two gave Sun Bin a thumbs up. Seeing everyone was ready, Luo Xiao declared, "Let's move out." Outside the office building, the three observed the situation from within the car, finding that the zombies here had multiplied since yesterday. Throngs of them swayed outside the building. They had no idea of the exact count, so they dared not step out now. "Boss, what do we do? From the looks of it, there's no shortage of them." Fatty kept shining a flashlight outside from his seat. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes from the moment they arrived, feeling as though a pair of eyes were watching them. "Ben, good, do you feel like someone's watching us?" "Boss, you feel it too." He had thought it was just his imagination. One person could be mistaken, but two could not. Fatty was completely ignored by them. After all, those who have never faced life and death rarely possess such a sixth sense. Women, of course, were an exception. "Looks like it spotted us the moment we arrived. What are we waiting for? Let's get out of here before we're surrounded," Fatty urged anxiously. "No rush. If it could kill us, it would have sent its minions already. Why waste time? It knows we're here, but doesn't strike. Why?" Luo Xiao asked Fatty with a smile. Fatty blurted out without hesitation, "Because it doesn't have the power to kill us. Not completely stupid. It's probably still injured and can't fully control all these zombies. The ones it can command aren't enough to finish us, so it dares not act. Since it won't make a move, we will." With that, Luo Xiao opened the car door, raised his Type 81 rifle, and began picking off targets one by one. One after another, the zombies were caught off guard and shot through the head. Was this the start of the battle? The two in the car were still stunned, unable to react. They quickly followed suit, opening the doors to clear the zombies. To look after Fatty, Sun Bin stayed close to him, never venturing too far. Sun Bin fired his light machine gun in controlled bursts, managing to take down one zombie per shot. Fatty, however, couldn't hit the mark, even with his sights aligned, relying purely on suppressive fire and sheer luck. Under their combined firepower, the area outside the office building was soon cleared, leaving dozens of corpses strewn across the ground. A furious roar echoed from above. They looked up toward the rooftop. Luo Xiao smirked. "Finding you would have taken some effort, but you've given away your position. Don't blame us for this. Let's move." Luo Xiao led the way, rifle in hand, heading toward the lobby. As they entered, zombies occasionally rushed out from the corridors on both sides, but they were swiftly dealt with. Soon the trio reached the top floor, the very spot where Sun Bin had been trapped yesterday. Today, however, the heavy iron door had been smashed open by some unknown force. They exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. The journey had been far too smooth, with almost no resistance. This was hardly the Zombie King style. Luo Xiao hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. "They'll go in. Bin Guyu and Fatty stay here. Don't let a single zombie through." "Don't worry, boss. We'll hold this position. Not a single zombie will get past us." Reassured by Sun Bin's words, Luo Xiao felt at ease. Stepping through the iron door, he saw the Zombie King standing across from him, glaring with venomous hatred. It still wore that eye-catching security guard uniform. A dozen zombies stood beside it. The moment they spotted Luo Xiao, they surged forward in a swarm. He immediately raised his rifle and fired. Before they could reach him, all lay motionless on the ground. "I know you understand me. If this is all you've got, you won't escape today." Anguished roars erupted from its throat, one after another. Soon the sound of Sun Bin's light machine gun echoed from the stairwell behind. Luo Xiao paid no attention to it, trusting his comrades completely. Rifle raised, he advanced step by step toward the Zombie King. A scream came from behind. Fatty came flying into the room, his gun lost somewhere in the chaos. Luo Xiao rushed over to him, seeing blood trickling from the corner of Fatty's mouth. "Fatty, are you all right?" he called out anxiously. "I'm fine, boss. Just a bit of pain in my chest." Luo Xiao tore open Fatty's shirt to find he had secretly worn a bulletproof vest, now marked by a massive gash. Relieved that Fatty was unharmed, he asked, "What happened? How did this happen?" "It was a zombie, a huge one. Bullets don't work on it, they just bounce off. Go help Bingo. He probably can't hold out much longer." As the words left his mouth, a figure rolled out of the stairwell, followed by a massive silhouette slowly emerging into view. It was a zombie at least 2 meters tall, covered in layers of fat. No wonder Fatty called it a giant. The sight of it made Luo Xiao's scalp tingle. How could such a thing exist? A flesh corpse. It was a type of mutated zombie, as the name suggested, entirely composed of thick flesh. Ordinary weapons were useless against it. It was a humanoid tank that gave everyone a headache. Luo Xiao set Fatty down and grabbed his axe, ready to charge in and help. But the Zombie King had other plans, intercepting him before he could reach the flesh corpse. The Zombie King refused to engage directly, dodging relentlessly. Watching Luo Xiao blocked, Sun Bin wiped the blood from his lips. "Don't come over. Take care of the Zombie King first. Leave this one to me." Seeing Sun Bin's resolute expression, Luo Xiao halted. He knew this was Sun Bin's fight to claim. Its eyes are the weak point. With that, Luo Xiao turned his gaze to the Zombie King. "Now let's have some real fun." Realizing that Luo Xiao was no longer in a hurry and was focused solely on him, the Zombie King knew it was outmatched. It could only summon its minions frantically. The Zombie King evaded Luo Xiao's attacks without countering, retreating while fighting, deftly dodging every lethal blow. Luo Xiao found it impossible to land a decisive hit, only managing to leave a few superficial wounds on its body. At this stage, the Zombie King was roughly at a second-tier level, and Luo Xiao dominated the fight, pressing it relentlessly. But the Zombie King was tough. It only needed to avoid fatal strikes. Before long, the Zombie King's injuries worsened. One arm was severed by Luo Xiao's axe when it failed to dodge in time. Its movements grew slower. Just as it leaped to evade another attack, Luo Xiao seized the moment, drew the axe from his belt, and hurled it with all his might toward the Zombie King's head. Midair and unable to react, the Zombie King let out a roar filled with palpable panic. Hearing the cry, the flesh corpse abandoned its battle with Sun Bin and appeared before the Zombie King in an instant. The flying axe struck squarely on its eye socket. The flesh corpse let out a pained roar. No one had anticipated this sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, the Zombie King fled down the stairwell without looking back. By the time Fatty gave chase, the stairs were clogged with zombies surging upward. Fatty picked up the machine gun Sun Bin had dropped and opened fire on the stairwell. "You two finish off the big one fast. The stairs are packed with zombies. I can't hold this for long." Axe in hand, Luo Xiao didn't pursue. Watching the enraged flesh corpse, Sun Bin could barely hold his ground. Luo Xiao charged at the flesh corpse, and with his intervention, the battle quickly stabilized. Luo Xiao targeted the lower body, repeatedly striking the same spot on its legs. Sun Bin focused on the upper body, aiming for its eyes. With their combined efforts, the flesh corpse soon collapsed, a long blade embedded in its eye socket. "Done. Now get over here. I can't hold on much longer." Fatty's voice called out from behind them. Only then did they remember he was still at the stairwell. Having finished the battle, the three sat on the rooftop to rest. The fat man took out his cigarettes and handed them to the others. Sun Bin glanced at the cigarette the fat man offered and teased. "Oh, Fatty, not bad. Smoking Huazi, huh? These aren't mine, I just picked them off a zombie." Only Luo Xiao sat by the corpse of the fleshy zombie, smoking. When the cigarette burned out, he stood up, grabbed his axe, and brought it down hard on the creature's head. Hearing the noise, the other two stopped their conversation and gathered around. Having gone through this a few times, the fat man had grown accustomed to it, though he wasn't, as before he now tried to accept it. After several swings of Luo Xiao's axe, a large hole appeared in the fleshy zombie's forehead. Without a hint of disgust, Luo Xiao thrust his hand inside, rummaged around for a moment, then withdrew it covered in blood. In his hand lay a crystal-like object no larger than a thumb. How did a crystal grow inside a zombie's head? The fat man asked, puzzled. It's not a crystal, it's a spirit crystal. It's what caused the zombie to mutate. Let's go. Head back first. Luo Xiao put the spirit crystal away and led the way downstairs. The other two didn't ask further, they gathered their gear and followed. The corridor, just over a meter wide, was piled high with zombie corpses. Descending was excruciatingly difficult. They had to step on the bodies and grip the railing to inch their way down. Only when they reached the third floor did things improve. In the armory on the second floor, they saw the remaining equipment left from their haul the previous day. Load up. Take as much as you can or we probably won't be coming back. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the fat man, like a bandit entering a village, began a full-scale looting. It took them half an hour to fill the truck bed to the brim. By the time they got home, it was late. They each had a simple bowl of instant noodles, ate their fill, and rested. Only then did Luo Xiao pull the spirit crystal from his pocket. It gleamed brilliantly under the light. This thing only appears in the brains of mutated zombies. It's what makes them stronger and smarter. The stronger the zombie, the larger the spirit crystal in its head, though there are exceptions. Spirit crystals also have grades. The stronger the zombie, the higher the grade of its crystal. The one in my hand is only first grade. The easiest way to distinguish a spirit crystal's grade is by its color. The more vivid the color, the higher the grade. When a person consumes a spirit crystal, it can enhance their physical constitution. Every aspect improves: strength, speed, hearing, and recovery. The allure of a spirit crystal to a mutated zombie is like food to a human. Normally, when two mutated zombies meet, it's a fight to the death, and the victor devours the other's crystal. So in the zombie world, survival of the fittest prevails. Today was the first time I saw a mutated zombie saving another. Alright, now you know its value. So who's going to use it? The fat man was about to speak when Sun Bin interrupted. Let the fat man use it first. He's the weakest in our team. It'll benefit him the most. Hearing Sun Bin's words, Luo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xiao had originally intended it for the fat man, but he was concerned about Sun Bin's feelings since Sun Bin had contributed the most to acquiring the crystal. Even if Sun Bin had claimed it, Luo Xiao would have given it to him without hesitation. After all, the fat man was still too weak and urgently needed to improve. Luo Xiao directly handed the spirit crystal to the fat man. Fatty, take it. Bite it open and drink what's inside. The fat man was bewildered. In his mind, such a treasure would never be meant for a rookie like him. Brother Bin, thanks. Next time I'll repay you with two. The fat man said gratefully. With that, he took the spirit crystal and went to his bedroom. Before long, just 10 minutes later, the room echoed with his agonized screams. Inside the room, the fat man writhed in pain, his whole body flushed red. He clenched his teeth tightly, and soon the room was in complete disarray. Finally drenched in sweat, the fat man curled up on the floor, trembling. It took him another 10 minutes to slowly get up. Seeing Luo Xiao's calm expression, Sun Bin asked, "Boss, are you sure we don't need to check on him?" "No need. If he can't endure a little hardship to become stronger, he might as well slit his own throat. This is the process of the spirit crystal transforming the bodhi's functions. The higher the grade, the more painful it is. This is only first grade." Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Sun Bin shuddered. Just first grade, and the fat man was in such agony, the thought was terrifying. Half an hour after the screams subsided, the fat man staggered out. A foul stench wafted toward them. The two in the living room immediately held their breath. Seeing their disgusted expressions, the fat man flipped them off. When the fat man emerged from the bathroom, he saw the two grinning at him. With a resentful tone, he asked, "Boss, why didn't you warn me how painful it would be? I could have prepared myself. If I'd told you, would you have drunk it without hesitation? As they say, good medicine tastes bitter. To become strong, you have to endure hardship. Fatty, how does your body feel now?" Sun Bin was eager to know the extent of the transformation. "Nothing special. Just feel light and full of endless energy." Sun Bin stood up and beckoned to the fat man. "Come on, let me see how much stronger you've become." Without a word, the fat man threw a heavy punch at Sun Bin. Though the fat man was confident, Sun Bin caught it steadily, with one hand stepping back only 2 paces. Feeling the sting in his right hand, Sun Bin said, "Not bad. Your strength has more than doubled. It's about 3 times what it was." They then tested other attributes. Besides strength, endurance had increased the most. The other improvements were less pronounced, with speed only half again as fast as before. But that was still terrifying. For a normal person to reach such a level, it would take at least 5 or 6 years of hard training. Just as they were about to continue testing, Luo Xiao stopped them. "Alright, that's enough. By the way, Fatty, your body has just been transformed. The spirit crystal hasn't been fully absorbed yet. You need to exercise more these days to adapt quickly. Learn from Sun Bin, especially his combat experience and swordsmanship. Strength without experience is just an empty shell. Impressive, but useless. Brother Ben, when you have time, teach the fat man more. Also double his training load recently. The fat man was happy at first, but upon hearing the latter part his heart sank. In the days that followed, they never left the house. The three of them trained and rested in the living room. The unlucky one was Fatty, who had been singled out for special attention since that day. They wouldn't stop until he collapsed from exhaustion every day. Each day was either physical training or practicing blade techniques with Sun Bin. Fatty suffered immensely, even eating instant noodles made his hands tremble. Sun Bin nudged Fatty, who was lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Fatty quit faking it. If you keep this up, you'll miss out on today's roast lamb again. Hearing such merciless words, Fatty thought to himself, is this something a human would say? The roast lamb was something he had bought himself, yet now he could only watch as others ate it. Determined to eat the roast lamb, he craved. Fatty felt a surge of energy. He flipped over and began doing push-ups, one after another, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. In the distance, Luo Xiao and the other sat around a small table, legs crossed, enjoying the roast lamb. Between bites, Luo Xiao teased Sun Bin. See, he's not that bad. He just lacks motivation, not ability. By the way, how many more push-ups does he have left? Not many, just 200. He's faster than yesterday. Luo Xiao asked with doubt, should we eat faster then? Is this okay for us? He's been eating instant noodles for days. I don't know if it's okay, but judging by the lamb leg in your hand, Fatty certainly wouldn't think so. Fatty endured not only sore muscles, but also their torment. The aroma of roast lamb filled the entire living room. Smelling the fragrance, Fatty swallowed hard, but could only eat after finishing the morning training. This was a plan Luo Xiao had set for him. No training, no food. He hadn't had a hot meal in 3 days, surviving on instant noodles and sausages until he was sick of them. Today he was determined to eat well. Watching the two eat faster, Fatty grew anxious and quickened his pace. 3, 2, 1. Fatty sprang up and rushed to the table. Just before they finished, he snatched the lamb leg from Sun Bin's hand and took a huge bite. Seeing Fatty wolf down the food, the two were momentarily at a loss. Boss, are we being too harsh on Fatty? You think so too? Should we save him some food each day? As they chatted, they turned to find Fatty glaring at them with murderous intent. If looks could kill, they would have been executed 1,000 times over. Lunch ended pleasantly, with the three finishing the entire roast lamb. As Fatty's body transformed and training intensified, his appetite grew. He ate more than the other two combined. These days, not only Fatty, but also Luo Xiao and Sun Bin increased their training. In this apocalypse, strength was the only path to survival. That night after dinner, Luo Xiao stood on the balcony, as usual, smoking and gazing at the dark world, lost in thought. The next morning, Luo Xiao was awakened from sweet dreams by a golden ray of sunlight that bathed the entire room in warmth. Drawing the curtain, he once again saw a world bathed in sunlight. But it was no longer bustling and lively, only a ruined, scarred city remained. The first phase of the catastrophe had ended. It would last 2 years, during which survivors gradually discovered mutated zombies and the secret of spirit crystals. They strived to enhance their strength. Looking at the desolate, smoke-filled world, Luo Xiao didn't know how many had survived. He only knew he had to keep his brothers alive. Luo Xiao quietly pondered the path ahead. He wanted to lead his brothers to live well and thrive in this apocalypse. He still remembered the vendetta from his past life, the 7 lives of his team that demanded retribution. But now was not the time. A violent knocking pulled him back to reality. Boss, come quick. The sun is out. Fatty's joyful voice came from outside the door. Stop knocking, you'll break the door. Stepping out of the house into the small yard, Luo Xiao stretched his arms and breathed in the fresh, sunlit air. Sun Bin was already lying on a rocking chair, basking lazily in the sun. Been enjoying yourself? Without opening his eyes, Sun Bin replied, there's another one over there. Want to join? Following his gesture, Luo Xiao spotted a bamboo lounger in the corner. Without a word, he grabbed it and placed it beside Sun Bin's, relaxing in the sun. Damn, you both have one. What about me? Fatty, hey, race your task for today, no training. Go to the balcony, grab an automatic rifle, and practice your aim. Boss, I'm actually a pretty good shot. Not as bad as you say. Of course I can't compare to you two. Pretty good. Your shooting is all luck. Tell me, how many zombies can you kill with 1 magazine? Fatty whined, it depends. Sometimes 3 or 4, sometimes over 10. You dare say that? In an open field at 50 meters, hitting 3 or 4 is your best. In a corridor, when zombies are right on your muzzle, you only get over 10. Fatty's marksmanship left Luo Xiao speechless. Had never seen such poor accuracy. Dejected, Fatty trudged upstairs, grabbed a Type 81 rifle, and stood on the balcony, watching the wandering zombies outside. A female zombie with dyed blonde hair appeared in Fatty's crosshairs. You're the one. He aimed and fired in one smooth motion. A loud gunshot echoed across the town. Nearby zombies immediately turned their heads toward the sound. But the zombie remained unharmed. It turned and ran toward the yard, but the 2-meter-high wall was insurmountable. It could only snarl furiously at Fatty from below, as if saying, too far to hit. He'll come closer. Furious, Fatty aimed and fired again. This time he hit, but only the zombie's belly. miles away from the head aimed at. I don't believe this. Fatty stubbornly fired shot after shot until the magazine was empty, yet the zombie stood unscathed in his sight. Fatty's marksmanship was truly terrible. At 50 meters, he couldn't hit the head, even with single shots. After a morning of shooting, Fatty's shoulder felt like it would dislocate. His initial excitement had long vanished. All that remained was a sense of defeat. After firing over 1,000 rounds, only about 20 corpses lay around the wall. Luo Xiao and Sun Bin stood beside Fatty, looking at the sea of shell casings, and then at the bodies. They didn't know whether to scold or praise him. After all, such a record was remarkable. Few could achieve it. Fatty hung his head in silence. It's okay, Fatty. They'll teach you personally. All right, Ben. Treat me like a recruit. Criticize me when needed. You said it. Don't blame me later. A pickup truck sped along a rural road. On both sides of the road, zombies lifted their heads to watch the truck pass, with some even chasing after it, but they could only stand still and roar in frustration. Inside the vehicle, the three chatted and laughed, reminiscing about the past and discussing the future. Luo Xiao's plan for this trip was to acquire a large vehicle loaded with supplies and weapons and be ready to drive off at the first sign of trouble, ensuring they wouldn't end up without even food. As they slowed down to navigate a bend, they found the road ahead blocked by several small cars. Luo Xiao brought the truck to a steady stop in the middle of the road, while Sun Bin and the others became highly alert. Throughout their journey, they had seen few abandoned vehicles along the roadside, yet here several appeared, all parked firmly in the center. They would never believe there was no trouble. Luo Xiao immediately reversed, but before they had gone 10 meters, an excavator emerged behind them, blocking most of the road. Luo Xiao, witnessing the scene, knew they had encountered bandits. Turning to the two, he said, "I'll go down and check. You two adapt to the situation. When it's time to strike, strike. Don't show any mercy to people like this." "Don't worry, boss, I know what to do." Sun Bin immediately released the safety, pulled back the bolt, his actions fluid and decisive, conveying his intent through action. Fatty too was checking his gear. Luo Xiao left his gun in the vehicle, taking only a knife and an axe as he stepped out. Gazing at the slope on the left side of the mountain road, he said expressionlessly, "Friends over there care to come out and have a chat." He had experienced such situations countless times before. These people dared not fight zombies but engaged in robbery, the epitome of bullying the weak. Such people had only two motives, either to seize supplies or women or to settle a grudge. Since they knew none of them, it had to be the first possibility. At Luo Xiao's words, a group emerged from the hillside. 8 or 9 people, all in their 20s. Except for the 3 leaders who looked relatively clean, the rest appeared utterly wretched. The group consisted of both men and women, led by a man with bleached hair wielding a watermelon knife. The bleached-haired man asked Luo Xiao, "Kid, you alone?" Seeing that Luo Xiao appeared to be just over 20, the bleached-haired man thought this job would be easy. Luo Xiao also assessed the opposition. Only the bleached-haired man had a somewhat decent weapon. The others carried a motley assortment, including even kitchen knives. "I'm alone. What's the matter?" A lackey beside the bleached-haired man snapped. "How dare you speak to our boss like that? What do you mean, what's the matter? Would we stop you if there was nothing?" "Then spit it out. I'm in a hurry." The bleached-haired man grew increasingly irritated. Every time he robbed someone, they would beg for mercy, pleading for their lives. But this guy seemed brain-damaged, unable to see the situation. With so many on his side, and just one opponent, why was Luo Xiao acting so tough? The lackey wanted to say more, but the bleached-haired man cut him off. He didn't want to waste words with Luo Xiao anymore. "Leave your stuff and you can walk away, or I'll send you off. 2 choices, pick one." Hearing the bleached-haired man's words, a hint of amusement flickered in Luo Xiao's eyes. "What if I choose neither? What can you do to me?" His answer caught them all off guard. The bleached-haired man's face darkened. "Kid, you're disrespecting your big brother here." Luo Xiao chuckled. "I've never respected any of you." A woman beside the bleached-haired man leaned into his arms. "Tian Gu, why waste words with him? Since he want choose, just kill him." Turning to those behind, she shouted, "All of you attack. Kill him." At their leader's command, the group hesitated no longer. 6 or 7 of them charged at Luo Xiao with their weapons. The 2 in the truck could no longer restrain themselves. Seeing the enemy make a move, they opened the doors and stepped out, rifles in hand. Before the attackers reached Luo Xiao, they saw the 2 men emerging from behind him. When they caught sight of the gear on the 2 men, the group slammed on the brakes, frozen in terror, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Bang! Fatty fired a shot into the air and roared, "Everyone get on the ground. Drop your weapons. Don't move." In unison, they all threw down their weapons, crouched, and clasped their hands behind their heads. The bleached-haired man was dumbfounded. No wonder the other side was so cocky. They had been toying with him all along. Their weapons were on completely different levels. The others wielded automatic rifles, while his side had kitchen knives and wooden clubs. How could they even fight? He immediately put on a fawning smile and approached Luo Xiao. "Big brother, my apologies. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Truly sorry." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to each of them. The stark contrast in his behavior amused even Luo Xiao. And you call yourselves bandits? Big brother, what can I say? We're forced by circumstances. It's not easy to survive in this environment. We don't have decent tools. When we scavenged supplies, we lost several brothers. So we thought we'd do something less dangerous. After all, this is safer than fighting zombies. Then why target us? Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We've been robbing here all along, but... Fatty didn't like that. What you mean we were just unlucky to run into you? No, big brother has great luck. The bleached-haired man turned to the only woman in the group. Come over and greet the big brothers. He pulled the woman in front of Luo Xiao and said lecherously, Big brother, this woman is yours from now on. She's very skilled in bed. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Admittedly, the woman, though not particularly pretty, had an impressive figure. Fatty, staring at her long legs, was practically drooling. The woman, clever enough to seize the opportunity, hiked up her short skirt and put on a pitiful expression. Seeing that Luo Xiao showed no reaction, she approached Fatty, winking, pulling down her collar to reveal a deep cleavage. Fatty was completely stunned. Luo Xiao drew the axe from his waist and with one swing severed the woman's head. Her blood splattered across the bleached-haired man's face. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. They had been chatting amiably moments before. Why did he attack? Fatty was also bewildered. He had already imagined a night of passion with the beauty, only to see her decapitated in an instant. Sunbin gestured for Fatty to look at what the woman had been holding behind her back. Only then did Fatty notice a fruit knife in her hand. If she had gotten close and suddenly stabbed him, the thought alone was terrifying. Kill them all. Leaving them alive only invites trouble. Luo Xiao's merciless voice sealed their fate. Sunbin immediately opened fire on the group and Fatty followed suit without hesitation. Some, upon hearing Luo Xiao's command, tried to flee to either side, but they were gunned down before they could take a few steps. When the last one fell, the road was strewn with the bodies of 8 men and 1 woman, marking the end of the skirmish. Sunbin moved the obstructing cars aside one by one, and they resumed their journey. The 3 in the car remained silent, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Finally, Fatty could no longer bear the silence and broke it. Boss, I was wrong. Looking at Fatty, who hung his head with a grave expression, Luo Xiao said, Fatty, you weren't wrong. But you must remember today's lesson in the apocalypse. Always maintain a high level of vigilance and never let anything blind your eyes. Everyone has a heart that appreciates beauty. Who doesn't want to look at a beautiful woman? But you must know the right time and place. Pies never fall from the sky. Facing Luo Xiao's reprimand, Fatty found nothing wrong with it. After all, enduring a scolding now was far better than losing his life. If not for Luo Xiao's quick reaction today, he wouldn't even have the chance to be lectured here. Finally, Sunbin stepped in to mediate and changed the subject. Boss, why did you kill all the others? Based on his understanding of Luo Xiao, he shouldn't be a bloodthirsty person. There must be a reason. Their weapons were covered in blood, and there was plenty on the ground too. Where do you think that blood came from? Could it be from zombies? Did you see any zombies? Who would kill a zombie and then drag the body away? The two thought about it and realized no one would go through such trouble for no gain. Besides, I saw an old man's body lying on the hillside. Hearing this, the two were no longer surprised. Killing even a defenseless old man made them nothing but tumors of the apocalypse, better left as fertilizer. Luo Xiao hadn't expected that the first survivors they encountered besides themselves in the apocalypse would be robbers. Luo Xiao was not a bloodthirsty man, but everyone had their limits. People like that yellow-haired man had crossed Luo Xiao's bottom line. They dared not kill zombies, but attacked survivors instead. Useless to keep alive, they were better off serving as nourishment. After scouring the entire small town and finding no large trucks, only plenty of abandoned cars, they had no choice but to drive farther away. Leaving the town and heading north onto the highway, the cars sped up considerably. Boss, look over there. There's a big truck. Following the direction Fatty pointed, they saw a service area where several heavy trucks and quite a few cars were parked outside. They slowly drove over. As soon as they got out, they saw scattered limbs and broken bodies everywhere, none intact. The scene was utterly gruesome. Everyone immediately went on high alert, chambering rounds in their rifles ready for any sudden incidents. Sunbin frowned and said, Boss, something's off. It's too quiet, and the bodies are problematic. These zombies don't look like they were killed by humans. Sunbin, true to his reconnaissance background, had sharp observational skills. Looks like there's a big one here. Both followed Luo Xiao's gaze toward the service hall. Fatty asked seriously, Boss, what's the plan? What else? A spirit crystal delivered to our doorstep. Why refuse it? Let's go, everyone stay alert. With that, Luo Xiao led the way, rifle raised as they moved inside. Fatty, guard the door. Brother Bin, you take the left, they'll take the right. Search carefully. The two searched meticulously. The dining hall, supermarket, and counter all yielded nothing. When Luo Xiao arrived, they both fixed their gazes on the restroom, the only place left unchecked. Flanking each other, they conducted a stall-by-stall search with crossfire coverage. The sharp crack of an automatic rifle echoed through the entire service area. Hearing the sound, the two immediately rushed back to the hall. There stood Fatty, rifle in hand, looking around warily. Fatty, what did you find? Luo Xiao knew Fatty wouldn't fire without reason. While you were searching, I had nothing to do and glanced at the ceiling. That's when I saw the zombie clinging up there. Turns out it had been watching us all along. Everyone stared intently at their surroundings, ready for a sudden attack. With a heavy thud, a zombie landed squarely on the cashier's counter, fixing its gaze on them, as if they were prey. When they got a clear look at the zombie, everyone drew a sharp breath. This zombie was unlike any they had seen before. It stood on all fours, its entire body blood red, as if skinless. A long tongue hung limply, easily 30 centimeters in length. Most striking were its claws and feet, no longer resembling human appendages. Its hands were like a mantis blades, its feet more like an eagle's talons, likely explaining how it could cling upside down to walls. The zombies at the entrance had probably been torn apart by those very claws. Open fire! Luo Xiao roared, and the combined firepower of 3 Type 81 rifles poured forth. Just as they fired, the zombie seemed to sense the danger and leaped aside in advance. Their gun barrels tracked the creature as it dodged continuously. For a moment, the deafening roar of gunfire filled the hall, thick with the smell of gunpowder. After emptying their magazines, they all tacitly drew their melee weapons and searched for the zombie. The hall fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, a drop of liquid landed on Fatty's face. He looked up at the ceiling and saw a black figure descending from above. Before Fatty could warn the others, the dark shape crashed heavily among the 3 of them, sending them flying in all directions. Just as they managed to focus on the zombie lying in the middle of the floor, it swung its scythe-like claws toward Fatty. In that instant, Fatty could only raise his long blade to shield himself. The impact of the claws against the blade sent Fatty flying, slamming him hard against the wall. His long sword clattered to the ground nearby. Seeing its first strike fail, the zombie lunged toward Fatty, as if singling him out. Just as it was about to swing its claws again, Luo Xiao charged in and rammed it aside with his body. Sun Bin followed up, swiftly swinging his long blade in a fierce chop at the zombie. The creature raised its arm to block, underestimating the sharpness of the Tang's saber. The entire right arm was severed cleanly. A roar of agony escaped the zombie's maw, but Luo Xiao paid no heed to its pain. He knew only to press the advantage when his enemy was down. He swung his axe at its head, but the zombie dodged, and the axe bit deep into its shoulder instead. Luo Xiao abandoned the axe and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the zombie's head, sending it flying. Just as Sun Bin was about to deliver the finishing blow, Fatty called out to stop him. By then, Fatty had picked up his Type 81 rifle, reloaded, and walked over. Looking at the zombie lying on the ground, barely alive, Fatty felt no pity. He aimed the rifle at the creature and pulled the trigger, emptying the entire magazine before stopping. With the zombie now undeniably dead, Luo Xiao hurried to dig into its skull. Fatty's barrage might have damaged the spirit crystal. This was at least a second-tier spirit crystal. If it got destroyed, the loss would be immense. Fortunately, Fatty had exercised some restraint, firing only 3 shots into the head and the rest into the body. Luo Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he examined the spirit crystal in his hand. On the way back, Luo Xiao drove the pickup truck, while Sun Bin led Fatty in the heavy truck following behind. They only managed to park the vehicles steadily in the small courtyard before dark, leaving the heavy truck parked outside. The 3 continued their fulfilling yet monotonous life in this quiet town. For half a month, they went nowhere. Each day after waking, they engaged in physical training, blade practice, sparring, rest, and sleep, repeating this cycle of existence. It was tedious and dull. The immense training volume rapidly depleted their supplies. Vegetables had not been seen for days, leaving only some frozen meat and rice, both in short supply. They no longer settled for the previously set training quotas. Fatty strapped on a backpack filled with bricks to intensify his physical conditioning, while Sun Bin ceaselessly swung his blade at least several thousand times a day, aiming to turn the act of drawing his sword into an instinct. He trained to be able to strike and kill, even in extreme states. After each day's training, Luo Xiao would stand on the second-floor balcony, using binoculars to observe the zombies outside, or play a game of roll call with his Type 81 rifle. This was one of their few pastimes and relaxation activities. In his boredom, Fatty specifically targeted female zombies for his roll call. To his credit, his shooting skills had improved remarkably during this period, with a straight upward trajectory and accuracy. One day, Fatty was playing roll call on the balcony. Through the scope, he noticed a peculiar zombie. Without much thought, he fired a shot at it. Confident after the gunshot, Fatty began searching for the next target. Yet, that same zombie reappeared in his crosshairs. Thinking his eyes were playing tricks, he rubbed them and aimed again, confirming it was the same zombie. Missed. He had been practicing shooting whenever free, and at 50 meters, he could almost hit one with every shot. Fatty fired another round at the zombie, this time intently watching the target. He noticed that the instant he pulled the trigger, the zombie shifted to the left. Holy crap, that fast? Fatty was astounded. He had seen mutated zombies before, but none with such speed. This ignited Fatty's competitive spirit. Let's see if you're faster than my bullets. And so the game of cat and mouse began, Fatty shooting, the zombie dodging. The more he fired, the more frustrated Fatty became. He couldn't land a hit. Eventually, he switched from single shots to continuous fire. The relentless gunfire drew the other two from their training. They rushed upstairs, weapons in hand. Seeing Fatty on the balcony spewing a stream of fire with shell casings littering the floor, Luo Xiao asked anxiously Fatty what's going on. Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, Fatty released the trigger. Boss, there's a weird zombie down there. It's like it can predict my attacks, always dodging before I shoot. Luo Xiao picked up the binoculars and carefully observed the zombie Fatty mentioned. He noticed that no other zombies surrounded it. They all gave it a wide berth. Whenever any zombie entered a 10-meter radius, it would emit a low growl, driving them away. Seeing this, Luo Xiao knew it was a mutated zombie. Only mutated zombies possess territorial awareness, refusing to let weaker ones approach. Fatty, give me the rifle. Taking the rifle, he aimed at the zombie's forehead. The moment he pulled the trigger, Luo Xiao knew it had dodged. An agility-type zombie. Fatty's puzzled voice came through. Boss, agility type means it's super fast, right? Yes, this type belongs to the speed category. Since you can't hit it, don't waste bullets. With your current strength going down there, you wouldn't even touch it. Nothing is unhittable. All lack of confidence and fear stem from insufficient firepower. Sun Bin's voice came from the living room. He was struggling to carry a heavy machine gun with several 7.62mm ammunition belts draped over his shoulder. Fatty, bring me that coffee table. Seeing this, Luo Xiao and Fatty's mouths twitched. Sun Bin placed the heavy machine gun on the coffee table, loaded the belt, and chambered around. Sun Bin lit a cigarette, propped his left foot on the coffee table, and without even aiming pulled the trigger. A deafening roar erupted as the machine gun's fierce muzzle flash blazed incessantly, shell casings flying everywhere. 5 minutes later, Sun Bin poured cold water over the red-hot barrel. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and Fatty observed the agility-type zombie through binoculars. They searched, but found nothing. Within a 50-meter radius of where the zombie had stood, not a single moving thing remained. Only a heap of mangled limbs and broken bodies, none intact. Damn, the heavy machine gun is the real deal. It cures all kinds of defiance. Fatty's voice rang out in awe. Sun Bin took a drag from his cigarette, looking at them. See, there's nothing so tough that a good burst of fire can't humble. No matter how impressive, they all end up lying down like little brothers. Both of them gave Sun Bin a thumbs up. It seemed they needed to reassess his persona. This guy was a pure embodiment of violence, perfectly demonstrating the aesthetics of brutality. That night, the three sat in the living room. Luo Xiao took out 2 spirit crystals and placed them on the table. These 2 are for you, 1 each. Without a word, each took 1 and retreated to their rooms. There was no need for further discussion among them now. In his room, Fatty stared at the spirit crystal filled with hesitation. He vividly remembered the last time he consumed one. The experience was unforgettable, a truly intense sensation. He sat on the bed, torn for a long time, making all sorts of preparations, even preparing a towel. Finally, gritting his teeth, he placed it in his mouth. The moment he bit it open, he shoved the towel into his mouth. As the spirit crystal's energy flowed through his limbs and bones, the transformation process began. Starting with a stomach ache, it gradually spread throughout his body, finally reaching his head. Fatty bit down hard on the towel, enduring the spirit crystal's transformation of his body. He craved power. He wanted to become as strong as the boss and the others, so he wouldn't always be a burden. As before, after half an hour of transformation, the pain slowly subsided. The only difference was that this time Fatty didn't scream out in agony like last time. On the other side, Sun Bin tossed the spirit crystal directly into his mouth. He sat on the bed, carefully sensing the changes the crystal brought to his body. Gradually, Sun Bin's face contorted. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Half an hour later, he was drenched from head to toe. Sun Bin punched the air, feeling the transformed body. So this is the body after transformation. He felt a surge of power and inexhaustible strength. Both opened their doors almost simultaneously. The difference between them was instantly apparent. Fatty walked with trembling legs while Sun Bin's steps were steady and firm, showing no signs of strain. Seeing Fatty's sorry state, Luo Xiao couldn't help but tease Fatty, you should take some supplements, it's good for your health. After the two finished washing up, Luo Xiao probed each of them one by one and discovered that both had roughly reached the second-order level. Sun Bin had even reached the mid-second-order stage, as he was already at the late first-order before the transformation. The fat man, on the other hand, had barely attained the second-order level. Given the current level of their team, it was likely that few others in the entire world could match them. One at the early third-order, one at the mid-second-order, and one at the early second-order. Only those desperate individuals in a frantic bid to enhance their strength would ceaselessly seek out mutated zombies. Yet the risk was immense. Though power could be gained swiftly, a single misstep would turn them into one of the undead. Out of 100 such people, barely one would survive. Luo Xiao gave them a rough idea of their respective strengths so they could have a clearer understanding. Ordinary zombies have no rank. They are collectively called common zombies. Most mutated zombies are at the first-order level. The strongest we've encountered was the one at the service area. Its strength was around the early second-order stage. Before the fifth order, the gap between humans and zombies was not vast. For instance, a second-order zombie could potentially kill a third-order human. The higher a zombie's rank, the more abilities it gains. It's not just humans who grow stronger as zombies do too. It's common for zombies to kill those of a higher rank. The abilities they develop after mutation are what we should truly be wary of. Luo Xiao was about to continue when a sudden noise interrupted him. Zzz. Zzz. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the shoe cabinet by the door. The radio on top had somehow started crackling. The fat man hurried over, carefully picked it up, and placed it on the table. The three of them sat around it, listening to the static. Luo Xiao slowly turned the tuning knob, going back and forth several times, but there was no response. Only the persistent hiss of white noise. The fat man snatched the radio from Luo Xiao's hand, slapped it repeatedly, and pressed his ear against it, yet the result remained the same. Just as the two were sinking into despair, Sun Bin said, "Could it be a signal issue? Why not try the balcony or the yard?" "That's right." Sun Bin's words struck a chord. The fat man grabbed the radio and dashed to the balcony, holding it high. Indeed, the signal improved, and a fragmented voice began to emerge. Luo Xiao told the fat man to turn the volume up to maximum. "Comrades, I am your commander. The world has undergone an unprecedented upheaval, and we are deeply grieved. We have mobilized the nation's resources to build 5 fortresses which will provide safe havens. Meanwhile, rescue teams from each fortress will begin nationwide search and rescue operations. I will now announce the locations. Please, survivors, come and join us to overcome this crisis together. The military will also commence clearing operations against nearby zombies." Zzz. Luo Xiao urged anxiously. "Fat man, grab a pen and paper quickly. B City, Blazing Sun Fortress. D City, Ice and Snow Fortress. C City, Misty Vale Fortress. Currently, there are 3 super shelters nationwide. Survivors are urged to make their way there as soon as possible." Zzz. At this point, the sound dissolved back into static. The 3 stared at the radio in silence. Luo Xiao looked at them and said, "Speak your minds. What are your plans?" Sun Bin replied directly, "We have to go, no question. But how do we get there, and how do we handle supplies?" Luo Xiao turned to the fat man. "Fat man, what do you think?" "Nothing much to say, boss. Wherever you go, I go. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do." While asking the fat man was pointless, it was like talking to a wall. The nearest one is in Sea City, over 1,000 kilometers away. Driving there in the current state is uncertain. At best 5 days, at worst who knows. The biggest problem is that to reach Sea City we have to pass through S City and Y City unless we take a long detour. We don't have much supplies left, just some rice and canned goods. Our ammunition is also running low, with probably only about 1,000 rounds of 5.56 and 1,000 rounds for the 7.62 heavy machine gun. So I suggest we go through those 2 cities. Even if we run out of supplies, we can scavenge in the city. Out in the countryside, everything's already been picked clean. It's dangerous, but I think it's worth the risk. Besides, we urgently need to improve our strength, so maybe we can hunt down a few more mutated zombies." Sun Bin fell into deep thought at Luo Xiao's words, while the fat man, carefree as ever, busied himself wiping his blade, barely listening to what was being said. Sun Bin raised his head and looked at Luo Xiao. "I agree, but I suggest we bring the heavy machine gun. It could save our lives in a pinch. Also, I think we should swap the heavy truck for motorcycles and carry fewer supplies, just enough for 10 days. The rest is useless anyway. Motorcycles can scout ahead, giving us early warning of danger. Plus, they're far more maneuverable in the city than a pickup truck." Sun Bin was the one for details. He had thought through every aspect of the plan. "All right, it's settled. Get some rest early. We'll start preparing tomorrow." Early the next morning, the 3 set off in the pickup truck to check out the town's auto shop, and also to scrounge for some gasoline. The truck was guzzling fuel. The tank, filled before the catastrophe, was almost empty after just a few trips. They parked beside the shop and looked out at the town's streets, which exuded an air of desolation. Weeds had sprouted along the roadside, and the shops on either side were mostly dilapidated, with not a single intact window. Apart from the 3 of them, the only living things on the street were zombies reduced to little more than skin and bones. As they got out of the truck, the surrounding zombies charged at them, but fortunately there weren't many. After clearing the oncoming zombies, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin went inside to check, while the fat man stood guard at the entrance. Soon they emerged with disappointment. The place had already been stripped clean, leaving nothing behind. With no choice, they moved on to the next shop. After checking 3 in a row, the last one having its roller shutter door pried open with a gaping hole, they had little hope left. "Come on, let's still take a look downstairs." With that, Luo Xiao grabbed his axe and got out, beginning the cleanup. The other 2 quickly followed, joining the effort. The moment Luo Xiao stepped inside, he was dumbfounded. The place was utterly empty, not even a mouse, let alone a vehicle. Resigned, they rummaged through the tool cabinet in the shop. Soon Luo Xiao emerged with a rubber tube as thick as a thumb and 2 large fuel jugs. "Let's go." Wasted half the day on nothing. No luck with a vehicle, but at least we can get some fuel, right? They drove along, searching for abandoned cars on the roadside. Whenever they spotted one, they'd stick the rubber tube in and take a few sucks to see if any fuel remained. Unfortunately, after checking dozens of vehicles, every single one was bone dry, not a drop left. This infuriated Luo Xiao, Not a single drop was left behind. Not only were the motorcycles drained, but even the gasoline in the cars by the roadside had been completely siphoned off. The chubby man looked at Luo Xiao and asked, "Boss, what now? Head to the gas station or keep searching?" "Let's check the gas station first. If there's nothing, we'll have to venture farther." They could do without motorcycles, but without gasoline they were stranded. Most survivors didn't even own a car. Who would have imagined that in the apocalypse there would still be fuel thieves? The three drove slowly toward the gas station. Luo Xiao kept glancing at the reddening fuel gauge, fearing it would give out at any moment. When they arrived at the gas station, they found a group of people operating a tanker truck, siphoning out gasoline. The group, about 7 or 8 strong, each carried weapons, and 2 had pistols holstered at their waists. Seeing Luo Xiao's car approach, they all stopped what they were doing, drew their weapons, and watched warily. "Boss, these must be the ones who took all the gasoline. What do we do? What do we do? Play it smart. They have the fuel we needed. With the tanker truck right there, would they dare fire, or would we? Look at the zombies on the ground, at least 20, maybe 30. Each of them must have killed 3 on average, and none are injured. That proves this crew is no pushover. If a fight breaks out, we might not come out on top. After all, better to avoid trouble." He just wanted some gasoline. No need for a confrontation. The 3 got out of the car, stood opposite them, and sized them up carefully. The other side was scrutinizing them as well. Each of the 3 was uniformly equipped: an automatic rifle, a pistol at the waist, grenades on the chest, and a long blade strapped to their backs, clearly not to be trifled with. They too instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Luo Xiao stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, who's in charge here?" A middle-aged man with a pistol at his waist stepped forward. "I am. What can I do for you, friend?" "Friend, our car's out of gas. Can we trade for some? I have 2 bags of rice. How about a case of gasoline? We don't need food right now. How about bullets?" "Sure, name your price." 100 rounds for a case of gas. Too steep. How about a counteroffer? That motorcycle over there plus the gas from 2 cars for 100 rounds. How's that? Brother, you drive a hard bargain. This deal's impossible. Is that so? Can you eat or drink the gasoline? You can only sell it to survivors, but can you make a sale every day? Bullets, on the other hand, save lives in critical moments. However you calculate it, you are the one gaining, and we're losing. The man stared at Luo Xiao for a moment. "Fine deal." He signaled his men to push the motorcycle over and fill it with gas. Throughout the process, neither side spoke, both remaining vigilant. Seeing the tank full, Luo Xiao nodded to the chubby man. The latter took off his backpack, pulled out packs of bullets, and laid them on the ground. "These 100 rounds are yours." After they inspected and confirmed it, Luo Xiao and his companions turned to get back in the car. Sun Bin rode the motorcycle while the chubby man covered their retreat with his rifle raised. "Hold on, brother." The chubby man, who had just sat down, immediately aimed his gun at the approaching figure. "What's the matter?" he asked expressionlessly. "Nothing much, big brother. Our boss wants to be friends and sent me to bring you a jug of gasoline," he said, raising the jug slightly. "Oh, and our boss told me to let you know, head north to City C. It hasn't fallen and the military is there. It's safe. You can go there, but the only way in is as a mercenary squad of no fewer than 5 members with no upper limit." This surprised Luo Xiao. They had known the first part, but the rest must have been missed due to poor radio reception. "Our boss said you can find him if you need anything. Many survivors around here know where we are. Just mention the Black Fiend Mercenary Corps. Our boss goes by Black Wolf." "Got it. Thank your boss for me. I'm called Pluto." Today's favor was noted, but obtaining such valuable intel was worth it. After Luo Xiao left, Black Wolf walked over and asked, "How did they react?" "Boss, they seemed to know the info already and didn't show much." "Oh, and he said his name is Pluto." "Pluto. An interesting name." Meanwhile, Luo Xiao drove back. Now they had both the car and fuel, only a few odds and ends remained. "Boss, they said we need at least 5 to get in, but we're only 3. What do we do?" Luo Xiao replied without turning his head. "What's the rush? We've got plenty of time before we reach the destination. If we recruit anyone, it'll be someone trustworthy." That made sense. Trust was the priority, everything else was secondary. After returning home, Luo Xiao relayed the conversation to Sun Bin. Sun Bin saw no issue with it. After all, survivors now mostly formed teams, which boosted combat effectiveness. That was understandable. His recruitment philosophy aligned with Luo Xiao's: prioritize character over combat ability. Even a liability was better than someone who would stab you in the back. "Alright, that's enough for today. Let's eat well these next couple of days. Finish off the remaining meat and whatever else. No point saving it if we can't take it along. Better to eat it all." Early the next morning, they followed their routine and started exercising at dawn. By 9 or 10, they split up the tasks. The chubby man was in charge of sorting useful items and inventorying supplies. Luo Xiao and Sun Bin prepared to modify the pickup truck. They brought out the leftover steel plates from the previous upgrade, and Sun Bin held them up against the truck's body, measuring. "Boss, I suggest reinforcing the sides and front with steel plates. First, to withstand zombie impacts, and second, to block bullets. Then weld the heavy machine gun onto the truck bed." "The heavy machine gun is too heavy. Either we mount it on the truck bed or it gathers dust." "Then let's weld it onto the bed. We drive out every time anyway. Having heavy firepower on hand makes us safer. Then follow your plan. He'll assist. With that, Luo Xiao picked up the steel plates from the ground. Welding, if it just needed to hold, wasn't exactly a high-skill job. A day later, everything was done. The truck was modified, the heavy machine gun in the bed covered with a waterproof tarp to protect it from rain, and the chubby man had almost finished his inventory. The truck bed was only so large, and with a heavy machine gun and ammunition taking up space, there was little room left. After much squeezing and rearranging by Fatty, they finally managed to load everything. The pile looked like a small mountain stacked even higher than the cab. Fatty had filled half the truck bed to the brim, securing it all with ropes. Luo Xiao feared that a single jolt while driving would send everything tumbling down. Fatty, what did you pack in there? Luo Xiao hadn't expected they'd need to bring so many necessities. Boss, it's not much, just some food and drinks, canned goods, all long shelf life stuff, plus some weapons and ammunition. And that filled it up. Fatty felt helpless too. He would have liked to pack more, but space was so limited that many things had to be left behind. If they had taken his advice and driven the heavy truck, he could have emptied the whole house. But the other two had flatly refused, saying they had to pass through the city and the heavy truck would only get stuck on the roads, causing more trouble. There are also some devices like walkie-talkies and a radio, which will have to go in the passenger seat. Luo Xiao asked doubtfully, if they go in the passenger seat, where will you sit? He'll sit in the truck bed. See, I even left a spot in the middle. Something this important needs someone watching over it. In an emergency, he'll just load the heavy machine gun and blast away no matter what it is. Human or zombie, nothing will stand a chance. Seeing Fatty insist on riding in the back, Luo Xiao didn't try to dissuade him. If that's what he wanted, so be it. By the time they finished, it was already evening. Today they indulged themselves, bringing out all sorts of meats: pork, head, lamb, beef, and even lamb kidneys. When Sun Bin brought out the sizzling, oil-drizzled lamb kidneys, Fatty couldn't wait despite the heat, devouring them one after another, his mouth dripping with grease. Watching Fatty's voracious eating, Luo Xiao's appetite surged. He picked up a piece of pork head and put it in his mouth, then immediately regretted it. It was salty, unbearably salty. He should have known better than to expect a man like that to know how to cook. He grabbed a bottle of water to wash it down. Fatty saw him drinking and stopped him, a mysterious look on his face. Boss, hold on, I've got something good. With that, he ran back to his room and started rummaging through everything. When he came out, he was carrying 2 cases of snow beer. Seeing this, Sun Bin exclaimed, "You sneaky fatso, hiding such good stuff and only bringing it out now." Sun Bin had always loved drinking, and over the past month had even finished off the cooking wine. He was on the verge of quitting alcohol when suddenly beer appeared. He could have killed Fatty. Fatty wasn't bothered by Sun Bin's accusations. Hee, with such fine food, how could we not have beer? If I'd brought it out earlier, would there be any left now? You'd have guzzled it all. Fatty opened a can for each of them. Boss, the mood's right. Say a few words. All right, I'll say a few. I won't say much about gratitude. I just hope that in this apocalypse we can live freely, never abandon each other, and share both hardships and survival. Together in life and death, through thick and thin. Together in life and death, through thick and thin. Their bottles clinked, and they drank it all in one gulp. Then came the real business, the last feast in this small courtyard. Fatty single-handedly devoured an entire plate of lamb kidneys, leaving only the last skewer. This baffled Luo Xiao. Fatty, don't you feel something's off? Fatty was confused. A bit gamey. No. Oh, I get it. Fatty bit one kidney off the skewer, leaving just one. Here, boss, I can't finish it. Fatty handed the last lamb kidney to Luo Xiao. When Fatty offered the skewer, Luo Xiao knew his understanding was definitely off. Seeing Luo Xiao hesitate, Fatty said, "What's the matter, boss? This might be the last lamb kidney in the world. If you don't eat it now, there might not be any more." Frustrated, Luo Xiao snatched the kidney from his hand and took a big bite. His eyes widened. "Damn. Fatty, how is your lamb kidney so delicious?" Good, right, boss? How'd you make it, Fatty? Just grilled it. Then sprinkled some barbecue seasoning on top, and that's it. Well, it turned out Luo Xiao had been missing out on the lamb kidneys. Don't just eat the kidneys. Try the other dishes and see how my cooking is. Sun Bin looked on with anticipation. Fatty eyed the various meat dishes on the table. They look good, must taste good too. With that, he picked up a piece of beef brisket. Then he froze as if petrified. Seeing Sun Bin's hopeful expression, Fatty couldn't bear to disappoint him. "Binge, it's not bad, pretty tasty, but there's room for improvement. If it's good, eat more. Who knows when we'll have meat again." With that, Sun Bin pushed the entire plate of beef in front of Fatty. Fatty looked at Luo Xiao with a helpless expression, but Luo Xiao didn't even glance his way, savoring the lamb kidney in his hand. Now he understood what the boss had meant earlier. "Binge, don't just watch us eat. Have some yourself." With that, he pushed the beef back. Sun Bin didn't refuse, picking up a piece and taking a bite. Luo Xiao and Fatty watched him intently, seeing his face twitch. Then he spat the beef into the trash. Sun Bin scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I think I mistook salt for sugar." And so their last grand feast ended abruptly, with each of them only having a single bite, except for the lamb kidneys. The three of them sat in the courtyard, each holding a bowl of instant noodles, eating noodles, and drinking beer. A meal that was supposed to be a meat feast turned into instant noodles. They swore never to let Sun Bin cook again. In the past, Luo Xiao had always prepared their food. Not exceptionally good, but at least average. Luo Xiao secretly resolved to find someone who could cook, otherwise he couldn't always be the one to cook for them as the boss. Early the next morning, everything was packed, and they were doing final checks. "Fatty, are you sure we have enough supplies?" Luo Xiao asked, still uneasy. "Don't worry, boss, I've got it covered. I've hidden everything we don't need." Fatty had even hidden the heavy truck in an abandoned factory, draining every last drop of gasoline from it. "The supplies on the truck should last us a month if we're careful." Hearing Fatty's words, Luo Xiao asked no more. After all, he trusted Fatty's work. With the engine starting, the three of them left the small courtyard where they'd stayed for over a month. Leaving suddenly brought a pang of reluctance. Luo Xiao stepped on the gas, jolting the still sentimental Fatty back to reality. They were officially heading towards City C. A brand new journey was about to begin. Bidding farewell to the small courtyard, the three embarked upon an uncharted journey, a path fraught with peril and hardship. Within a single day, they arrived at the outskirts of City T by dusk. Before them lay a desolate metropolis, once bustling streets now stretched empty and silent, abandoned cars scattered haphazardly along the roadside, their bodies corroded by rust. The entire avenue was barren, save for decaying vehicles and stubborn weeds creeping up both sides, and populated only by shambling zombies wandering aimlessly. Buildings flanking the street stood in ruins, some reduced to skeletal fragments of collapsed walls, others utterly flattened, leaving only solitary steel rebars jutting starkly into the air. Across every corner of the city, tenacious flora clawed its way upward from the rubble, clinging fiercely to life amid the devastation. Though melancholy in their resilience, these plants lent a fragile breath of vitality to the deathly stillness. This was the city in the apocalypse, a world steeped in desolation and silence, a forgotten fragment of a vanished age. Yet even here, amid such desolation, life persisted, tenacious, defiant, holding fast to a slender thread of hope. Above, the sky hung low and heavy with dense brooding clouds, so oppressive they seemed poised to crush the earth. The sun occasionally pierced the gloom, casting faint, fleeting rays before vanishing once more behind the veil. The air hung thick and suffocating, stripped of its former freshness. A rare gust would stir dust and tattered paper from the ground, sending them spiraling upward in slow, listless eddies before settling again. As twilight deepened and guttural zombie cries echoed sporadically through the city, a voice broke the silence. "Let's go. No time for sentiment. We need shelter tonight. We can't proceed this way. The road ahead is choked with zombies." Thousands at least. Sun Bin reported, returning from his vanguard sweep. Luo Xiao paused in thought. "Take another route. Find us a place to rest." Their pickup crept forward along the street, its headlights cutting narrow beams through the gloom, while flickering sparks spat intermittently from dying billboards on either side. Suddenly, blinding headlights flooded Luo Xiao's vision. "Run!" At Sun Bin's shout, he reacted without hesitation, swerving the vehicle sharply. In the rearview mirror, he saw an endless tide of zombies surging toward them. From stairwells on both sides, more emerged, racing forward with feral urgency. Luo Xiao slammed the accelerator to the floor. The violent lurch nearly hurled the portly man from the cargo bed. Holy hell, so many! As zombies poured from both sides, the portly man seized his Type 81 assault rifle and fired wildly, trying desperately to slow their advance, but the numbers were overwhelming, impossible to contain. Zombies slammed repeatedly into the armored hull. Fortunately, reinforced steel plating had been welded onto the pickup, shielding them from harm. Yet each impact sent the vehicle rocking violently, leaving the man in the cargo bed unable to steady himself. He pounded urgently on the roof. "Boss, faster! We're about to break." Hearing his panic over the radio, Luo Xiao abandoned all caution, plowing straight ahead, shattering stalled vehicles in his path. Up ahead, Sun Bin rode his motorcycle, one-handed, the other gripping his Type 81, methodically picking off zombies bursting from alleyways and doorways. For those trailing behind, it was sheer chaos. Luo Xiao lost count of how many zombies he crushed beneath his tires. His strategy was brutally simple: whatever blocked the way, smash through it. In the hush of the nocturnal city, their gunfire rang out with shocking clarity, carrying for miles. Then boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the rear of the vehicle. Luo Xiao knew instantly the portly man had reached his limit and thrown a grenade. Over the radio came Sun Bin's voice. "Boss, the moat lies ahead. Head for the bridge." Luo Xiao understood immediately, and without hesitation executed a sharp drift at the next intersection. Crash! This time no gunshot, only the shattering of glass. Through the windshield, Luo Xiao watched in horror as zombies hurled themselves from upper-story windows. Some crumpled onto the pavement, then staggered upright. Most lay motionless after impact. Yet even the survivors slowed their progress drastically. Behind him, the portly man had no time to curse. He snatched up a metal wok lid in his left hand and a long blade in his right. As zombies plummeted from above, he thrust the lid upward, intercepting them midair and knocking them clear of the vehicle. Each impact jarred his arms with searing pain, until finally exhaustion overcame him and he switched to the blade, cleaving down any that landed within the cargo bed. Occasionally, a non-lethal strike sent a zombie tumbling into the bed, only to be finished instantly with a second decisive blow. Ahead, Luo Xiao glimpsed the bridge, and Sun Bin standing alone upon it, laying down relentless suppressive fire with a heavy machine gun. From a distant high-rise, a group observed the spectacle through binoculars. They watched awestruck as Sun Bin held the horde at bay, his magazine changes flawless, instinctive, seamless, never glancing down, never faltering. His accuracy with the heavy weapon was unervingly precise. "Boss, that guy's incredible. Handles that machine gun like a true master." They exchanged glances, humbled. None among them could imagine matching such composure under fire. "Boss, need backup." A shadowy figure silhouetted against the darkness didn't turn. "No need. He's already finishing up. Just remember to ask now." On the other side, Luo Xiao spotted the massed zombies at the bridgehead and floored the accelerator. He didn't count how many he crushed, only knew upon seeing Sun Bin that they'd broken through. A long, ragged breath escaped him. He brought the pickup to a firm halt on the far end of the bridge. Instantly, he leapt out, just as the heavy machine gun in the cargo bed roared to life, spitting torrents of fire across the span. Zombies fell in neat rows, no aiming required. Against such firepower, every hit was fatal. A torso strike left only a small entry wound, but tore a bullseye-sized cavity through the back. Limb hits meant instant severance. And the weapon's penetrating power was unmatched. One round could pierce multiple bodies in succession. From the high-rise, observers swallowed hard. They hadn't imagined this trio possessed such ferocity or such firepower. Ignoring the zombies, Luo Xiao retrieved 2 crates of grenades from the cargo bed and placed them precisely between the bridge's 2 main support pillars. "Fall back." At his command, Sun Bin swung onto his motorcycle and sped away without looking back. Luo Xiao ignited the pickup and accelerated to a safe distance. "Fat man, fire the crates." Over the chest-mounted radio, the order crackled, prompting immediate, unhesitating action. Boom, boom. 2 cataclysmic detonations shook the night. The bridge's central span collapsed into the river below. The pursuing horde plunged into the churning water while those who survived surged to the opposite bank, howling in futile rage at Luo Xiao and his companions. In a dilapidated office building, Sun Bin was massaging Fatty's swollen arm. Luo Xiao looked at Fatty's red and puffy hand and asked, "Fatty, how did your hand get so swollen?" The mere mention of it infuriated Fatty. Why would a perfectly fine zombie decide to jump off a building? "A zombie fell from the sky, I blocked it, and this is the result. It's nothing serious, just a dislocated joint. Rest for 2 days, and don't use your left hand too much." Hearing Sun Bin's words, the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. "Nothing serious, that was good. Boss, next time you drift, could you give us a heads up? I almost got thrown out." Fatty kept complaining. "Who told you to sit in the back? I asked you to take the passenger seat, but you refused. By the way, Brother Bin, what happened? Why did so many zombies appear all of a sudden?" Sun Bin was equally bewildered. "I don't know either. I was on the street ahead, and as soon as my headlights shone and I saw it packed with zombies staring at me. Then you saw what happened." At that moment, Fatty's untimely voice chimed in. "If you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. Let's think about where we go from here. We lost a lot of supplies from the truck, and we're nearly out of bullets." Fatty's words reminded them that they hadn't taken stock of their supplies yet. "We only have 2 ammo belts left for the heavy machine gun. For the rifles, aside from what we're carrying, there are about 400 rounds. As for grenades, we only have the ones on us. We used up the entire stock just now. Food-wise, we lost quite a bit earlier, probably only enough for half a month." Listening to the logistics chief's report, Luo Xiao realized their reserves were nearly depleted. "Let's ration for now." Luo Xiao felt helpless. Plans never kept up with changes. Originally, these supplies were enough to get them to City C, but now, having just entered City TY, they had already consumed nearly half of their resources. This was far from their initial expectations. They each ate a simple meal and took turns standing guard. Unlike their time in the small courtyard, they slept with their gear on, never fully letting their guard down. They ensured they could jump into action at a moment's notice. The next morning, Luo Xiao opened his eyes and saw Fatty sound asleep, cradling his rifle, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Without waking him, Luo Xiao noticed Sun Bin on the balcony smoking and watching the street. He walked over, took a cigarette from Sun Bin's pocket, and lit one for himself. He took a deep drag, letting the smoke pass through his lungs before exhaling heavily, instantly shaking off all drowsiness. "Any news?" Luo Xiao asked while smoking. "I did notice something. During my watch, 4 convoys passed through this street. Some tried to mess with the vehicles, but I scared them off with gunfire. They're all heading north, probably with the same destination as us." Luo Xiao was astonished. Just one street had seen 4 convoys. How many survivors were there in the whole city? "It seems the city is getting lively. I wonder how many will make it out and how many will be left behind. Everyone chooses their own path. The outcome depends on how they walk it." Wake Fatty up, have something to eat, and we should get moving. After confirming nothing was missing, they continued their journey. Not long after, they saw Sun Bin's vehicle parked by the roadside from a distance. Luo Xiao quickly stopped. Brother Bin, what's wrong? Boss, look over there. Following Sun Bin's finger, they saw 4 or 5 vehicles parked by the road surrounded by blood. Several zombies were gnawing on corpses on the ground. When the zombies noticed Luo Xiao's group, they merely glanced up symbolically before resuming their feast. I saw this convoy this morning. Looks like they're all dead now. Don't dwell on it. They chose their own path. No one else is to blame. Let's go. Throughout the morning, they barely covered 2 kilometers, stopping and starting constantly. Each time, either the street was blocked or there were too many zombies forcing them to turn back. Now they had to try one road at a time. Fatty's puzzled voice came over the walkie-talkie. Boss, where are the others? We've been driving around for ages and haven't seen anyone. Before Luo Xiao could answer, Sun Bin's shocked voice came through. They're all here. Luo Xiao sped up and saw Sun Bin staring straight ahead. Seeing no zombies nearby, he and Fatty got out and joined him. They were stunned by the sight before them. Purple flowers blanketed the entire city like a sea of violet under their feet, with thick roots intertwining on the ground. These flowers were eerie and magnificent, like a surreal dreamscape. A vast expanse of the city was immersed in this purple ocean, looking extraordinarily sinister. What kind of plant was this? Stop staring. That's a corpse flower. Just as the two were in shock, Luo Xiao's solemn voice rang out. Fatty asked in confusion, Boss, what's a corpse flower? Take a closer look with the binoculars and you'll understand. Sun Bin immediately raised the binoculars hanging from his neck to observe. What he saw was horrifying. Across the entire sea of flowers, thousands of zombies were entangled by roots, some still struggling, others already serving as nutrients for the corpse flowers. Seeing Sun Bin staring for so long, Fatty snatched the binoculars. At the sight before him, his speech became stammered. Be boss, Didio, we have to go through this. Do you think everyone would be stuck here if there were another way? Below, each convoy occupied a spot, none daring to take the lead. After all, it was everyone's first encounter with this thing, full of unknown dangers. They all wanted others to test the waters first. The 3 gathered by the pickup truck smoking. Fatty looked dejected. Boss, how do we get through this? Tens of thousands of zombies have become fertilizer. Can we make it? Corpse flowers have 2 main attack methods, the flowers and the roots. Remember, never get scratched by the root thorns. If you do, you'll turn into a zombie. Boss, how can a scratch from a flower turn someone into a zombie? Just look at what these flowers feed on. As they were discussing, rumble, rumble, rumble. A small team drove a steamroller toward the sea of flowers, and the convoys ahead quickly made way for them. A bunch of cowards, afraid to move forward because of some flowers. Might as well forget about going to City C and go back to your little corners. The team leader's taunting voice annoyed many, but they were held back by their own people. No one was familiar with the flower sea, and they needed this team to scout ahead. The steamroller slowly advanced forward. As the steamroller crushed through the roots of the corpse flowers, a faint sound of anguish seemed to emanate from the depths of the sea of blossoms. The surrounding roots instinctively retreated, clearing a path for the steamroller. This bolstered the squad's confidence immensely. But after advancing less than 100 meters, the corpse flowers began to stir. Blooms the size of automobiles unfurled, releasing clouds of pollen that drifted on the wind. The rich, cloying fragrance brought the entire squad to a halt, sending them into fits of violent coughing. Before long, everyone lay slumped in the vehicles, motionless. The roots that had earlier recoiled now slowly crept back toward the vehicles. In the span of a single cigarette, the entire squad's cars were tightly enshrouded, the metal groaning and deforming under the relentless pressure of the roots. The others outside watched in silence, none stepping forward to help. Everyone knew that not a single member of that squad would survive. They had already contributed their utmost value. Load the motorcycles into the truck bed. We're moving out, came Luo Xiao's voice, startling the 2 who were still in shock. They realized it was time to enter the flower sea. Bin, you drive? Remember, no matter what, don't stop the vehicle. Don't worry. Unless something uncontrollable happens, I won't stop. After the 3 of them secured the motorcycles in the truck bed, Luo Xiao and Fatty jumped in. The other teams ahead had also prepared, each member carrying a wet towel and a machete, for firearms were utterly useless here. Just as the convoy began to crawl forward, a large hand suddenly gripped the truck bed. Wait, a female voice rang out. Sun Bin up front wondered why the vehicle had stopped. He tried the accelerator a few times with no response. Fatty, snapping out of it, was about to slash with his blade when Luo Xiao stopped him. With a powerful heave of her arm, the woman vaulted into the truck bed and landed steadily. They sized each other up. With a winsome look, she said, "Handsome, can I hitch a ride?" Before them stood a short-haired woman with a towel over her face, her features obscured. She was a head taller than Fatty, and her muscular build was even more imposing than Sun Bin's. A large blade was strapped to her back. The hilt alone was twice the size of their own swords. Fatty's first reaction was to swallow hard. Staring at her fists, each larger than his face, he thought, if that lands on my face, I'm done for. Luo Xiao had never seen such a masculine woman, yet she tried to act delicate. It made the corner of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Fatty asked cautiously, brave warrior, is there something you need? Luo Xiao's heart sank at Fatty's words. This was a death wish. No woman liked being called brave warrior. The woman who had forced a smile instantly darkened at his words. But she held back since she needed their help. He'll teach these two a lesson once we're out of the flower sea, she thought. Nothing much, I just need a ride. If I miss this wave, I don't know when he'll get another chance to cross. I want ride for free. She pulled 6 grenades from her backpack. This is my fare. What do you say? Luo Xiao glanced at the grenades, then at her. Fatty, you go to the front passenger seat. She and I will guard the top. Turning to the woman, he asked, you okay with that? No problem. The woman shrugged indifferently. In the end, Fatty had to climb out and take the front passenger seat. Seeing Fatty in the passenger seat, Sun Bin asked, Fatty, why are you here? Can the boss handle it alone back there? There's a brave warrior hitching a ride. Don't worry. Brave warrior. What brave warrior? Sun Bin was utterly confused. But the priority was getting through the flower sea. Everything else could wait. In the truck bed, Luo Xiao asked the woman, why did you choose our vehicle? What else? Your team has the fewest people. If I went with a bigger group, I'd worry about them coveting my beauty. The woman had effectively killed the conversation. Luo Xiao had never met anyone so shameless. He wanted to say, do you even know what you look like? Just then the walkie-talkie crackled with Sun Bin's voice, boss, get ready. We're about to enter the flower sea. Hearing the walkie-talkie, Luo Xiao drew his axe from his belt while the woman unsheathed her massive blade. They looked imposing in the truck bed. Who could imagine a woman wielding a meter-long 4-finger-wide cleaver? The teams ahead were already suffering casualties from root attacks. Once ensnared by a root, countless others would swarm in, instantly enveloping the victim. The deeper they went, the denser the roots became, until even the sky turned pink with them. They had fully entered the corpse flower's interior. The two in the truck bed kept hacking at the attacking roots, but for every one they cut, more came an endless onslaught. Watch your head. Luo Xiao spotted roots diving down from above, severed them in one stroke, and warned the woman. After about 10 minutes of driving, several teams had been completely wiped out. Ahead of them was a 7-person squad. Fatty watched helplessly as every member was dragged away by the roots before he could even try to save them. Seeing the abandoned vehicles on the road ahead, Sun Bin simply rammed them aside. The two outside were now covered in the root sap, which carried a pungent, rancid stench. But they had no time to clean themselves. Since entering the interior, their weapons had never stopped swinging. The flowers on either side began to emit pink pollen. Luo Xiao fought while shouting, keep your towels on. They're releasing pollen. Amid the battle, the group checked their towels and confirmed they were secure. Other teams weren't so lucky. Some lost their towels in the fight, others had towels too dry, and inhaling the pollen sent them into an instant coma. Some squads suffered heavy losses from sudden depletion, and a few were entirely consumed. In the cab, Fatty fought like a madman, wielding a long blade in each hand, slashing at the encroaching roots, while careful not to hit Sun Bin. The windows on both sides were already shattered beyond recognition. Half an hour had passed, and the lead team had changed several times. The teams ahead had resorted to using explosives to clear a path, abandoning their blades. What started as sporadic gunfire had escalated into a continuous roar. Luo Xiao guessed they were nearing the exit, for the corpse flowers' attacks grew more ferocious, the roots surging endlessly as if they cost nothing. With a deafening roar, a grenade detonated to the right of the pickup truck. Luo Xiao turned his head to glance, discovering the woman was now hurling grenades outward. Luo Xiao said nothing, for survival was paramount at this moment. Explosions echoed incessantly around the pickup. When the 6 grenades were exhausted, her hand naturally reached for the grenades strapped to Luo Xiao's chest. She had deftly pilfered 4 out of the 6, leaving only 2 that Luo Xiao quick-handed managed to stash into his own pocket, lest they too be claimed. The convoy ahead had already burst through the sea of flowers, but those further behind faced increasing difficulty. Luo Xiao's team, bringing up the rear, endured the most ferocious assault. Sun Bin, frantic in the driver's seat, began cursing incessantly, honking the horn to urge the vehicle ahead to speed up. As the exit came into view, the grenade throwing in the truck bed ceased, only heightening his anxiety. Fatty, give me the blade. I can manage on my own. Go help the boss. Fatty hesitated, not knowing Sun Bin's combat prowess would see him through the final tens of meters. Handing over his long blade, Fatty opened the door, intending to climb onto the roof. Unexpectedly, a tendril ensnared his ankle, yanking him from the vehicle instantly. The moment Fatty was dragged off, the woman leaped down, without hesitation, severing the tendril with a single stroke. Grabbing Fatty's foot, she bellowed, catch him. Summoning all her strength, she hurled Fatty high toward the truck bed. Luo Xiao, swift and sharp, caught Fatty's hand and hauled him aboard. Getting quick, Luo Xiao and Fatty shouted in desperation. The woman, besieged by tendrils on all sides, could not break free, fighting and retreating as best she could. A blinding light shone upon them, bringing no joy. Only the solitary fading figure locked in battle. A piercing shrill sound tore through the still air like a sharp blade. When the vehicle finally halted, the screech of brakes faded, leaving only a lingering echo. Sun Bin leaped out, exhaling in relief upon seeing the two in the truck unharmed. Good, everyone's here. Yet his relief was cut short by Luo Xiao's roar, "Turn back. We're going to save her." Perplexed, Sun Bin was quickly enlightened by Fatty. "Someone stayed behind to save me." Understanding dawned, and without a word Sun Bin executed a sharp U-turn, plunging back into the sea of flowers. The teams that had just emerged watched Luo Xiao's group in bewilderment as they turned back. Is this squad out of their minds? Having fought so hard to escape, why return? Yet some understanding the situation asked themselves, would I, without hesitation, go back for a comrade? For many the answer was a resounding no. The woman, now struggling desperately, swung her broadsword with weary arms. As the truck sped away, despair set in, but her life was hers alone to decide. The will to survive drove her to keep swinging. Suddenly sharp, whistling sounds tore past her, shattering the attacking tendrils into fragments. Then came a thunderous roar of heavy machine guns, earth-shaking rumble. 3 Type 81 rifles joined in spitting tongues of fire. The trio unleashed their full firepower, heedless of ammunition consumption, in their desperate bid to save her. "What are you waiting for? Get up here. We're almost out of ammo." Luo Xiao's roar jolted the stunned woman back to reality. She had never imagined they would return for her. The woman sprinted toward the pickup. Fatty, manning the machine gun, fired relentlessly at the tendrils assaulting her, while Luo Xiao and Sun Bin cleared the flanks. Stumbling, she finally reached the truck where Luo Xiao and Fatty hauled her aboard. Fatty slapped the roof, and Sun Bin, understanding, floored the accelerator. In the final moment before the machine gun ran dry, they burst free. The onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Some were glad for their escape, others coveted their weapons, a few were already plotting murder and plunder. Meeting the gazes around him, Luo Xiao fixed them with a murderous glare, a silent warning those who harbored such thoughts would find them no easy prey. It was uncertain who would devour whom. By the time they emerged, it was afternoon. Some teams pressed on while others halted to resupply. Luo Xiao's crew drove on, weaving through zombie-infested streets. A few tails followed behind. "What about the followers?" came the woman's voice from the passenger seat. Luo Xiao replied calmly, "Since they insist on following, let's make them disappear." He grabbed the walkie-talkie, "Then find a spot thick with zombies. Time to lose the tail." "Roger. By the way, what are your plans now?" Luo Xiao turned to ask. The woman shrugged nonchalantly. "Plans? My family's all gone. They'll just take it one day at a time." "Why did you jump down to save Fatty?" She mused. "I don't know what came over me. I risked my life for a stranger." Luo Xiao ventured, "If you have nowhere to go, why not stay with us?" "Stay with you? What's in it for me?" "No perks. Just shared hardship, life and death. We never abandon a brother." "Is that so? I suppose I could give it a try, but fair warning, I eat a lot, and he'll leave if I'm not satisfied." "Deal." The new addition lifted Luo Xiao's spirits, and he hummed a tune in the cab. "Boss, there's a horde of zombies up ahead. Enough to give them trouble. What's the plan?" "You pull back. It'll lure them in." With that, Luo Xiao floored it. The pursuers, seeing the sudden acceleration, assumed they were trying to escape. They sped up in response. The velocity climbed. "Damn it. Is this guy insane? Driving so fast. Shut up and keep up. Lose them and see what the boss does to you." Reminded by his teammate, the driver pressed the accelerator harder. Luo Xiao watched the gap close. At the intersection, a dense horde of zombies came into view, milling about aimlessly. Luo Xiao slammed the brakes, executing a perfect drift onto another main road. The trailing vehicles were not so fortunate. Their speed was too high to react, and they plowed straight into the zombie horde. When the pursuers regained their bearings, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of zombies so thick the road was invisible. The creatures swarmed the vehicles, covering even the roofs. The woman heard sporadic gunfire and screams from behind. She knew that squad was finished. At night, the 4 of them were inside a small building, eating steaming hot instant noodles that had just been cooked. Then Luo Xiao said, "This is our new team member. Everyone welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, the others stared at him as if he were an idiot. Embarrassed, Luo Xiao lowered his head and continued eating his noodles. "My name is Jiao. My hobbies are fitness and freestyle fighting. I've won a national fighting championship, served in the military as an infantryman, and have been surviving in the city since the catastrophe began. After hearing about City C, I've tried to cross this sea of flowers twice, but couldn't make it through." Listening to Jiao's introduction, the 3 men were utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting their noodles. This woman was truly formidable. She had survived alone in City T for over a month. Either she was incredibly cautious or she genuinely possessed remarkable skills. Clearly, they leaned toward the latter. Then Luo Xiao pointed at Sun Bin and said, "This is Sun Bin. We call him Brother Bin. He's a veteran who's been on the battlefield, skilled with machine guns and blades, and his weapon forging is top-notch. And that's Wang Chong. We call him Fatty. He's the team's logistics chief, handling all supplies and materials." That's it. Jia glanced at Fatty a couple of times more. During the battle, she had assumed Sun Bin was the weakest in the team because he drove, never expecting that the ferocious fighter Fatty was actually the least capable. Then Luo Xiao pointed to himself. I'm Luo Xiao, the team leader. They all call me boss, and you can too. Alright, boss. After greeting everyone in turn, Fatty asked a question he had been holding back for a long time. By the way, Sister Jia, have you ever consumed a spirit crystal? Su Jia was puzzled. What's spirit crystal? Finally, Fatty explained. It's something inside the brains of mutated zombies. Thumb's eyes transparent, like crystal. Eating it can transform the body, enhancing all aspects. No, I haven't. I've never even heard of it. Then how do you have so much strength? Fatty vividly remembered Su Jia grabbing his ankle and tossing him over 10 meters away. Although he wasn't the 200 gene he weighed before the catastrophe, he still had over 170 now. When Fatty brought this up, she suddenly understood. Oh, that. I used to practice with dumbbells and weightlifting in my spare time, so I'm much stronger than ordinary people. Then Luo Xiao said, you and Brother Bin should spar. Let me see where your strength lies. Sure, barehanded, or with weapons? Barehanded. Brother Bin, watch your force. Alright, got it. We don't know who'll win yet. Don't jinx it. With that, she stood up, took off the large broadsword on her back, and tossed it aside. The two stood facing each other. At 8 meters tall, Su Jia was still much shorter than Sun Bin. Su Jia assumed a standard fighting stance while Sun Bin stood still, his eyes full of focus. Unable to bear his gaze, she executed a high kick aimed at his head. Sun Bin raised his left arm to protect his head. Su Jia's kick landed heavily on his arm, forcing him back a few steps. Feeling the pain in his arm, Sun Bin frowned. Again, the two exchanged blows back and forth, with Sun Bin mostly on the defensive and Su Jia on the attack. Everyone was inwardly shocked. Luo Xiao and Fatty were amazed that Su Jia could hold her own against Brother Bin for so long. Su Jia in turn was stunned by Brother Bin's skill. Despite using all her strength, she couldn't overpower him, and she felt he hadn't even launched many attacks, just defending and probing her limits. Sun Bin was astonished by Su Jia's strength. It was tremendous. In terms of pure power, he was inferior to her, and her combat experience was rich, not far behind his own. Seeing that it was enough, Luo Xiao called out, alright, that's enough. Stop. The two then ceased. Tell us, Brother Bin, how is her strength? Sun Bin summarized in his mind. Her strength is roughly at the early second stage, but her raw power surpasses mine at the mid stage. In terms of pure force, I can't match her. Hey, that's the same level as me. Fatty exclaimed in surprise, having thought he was still the weakest, only to find she was on par with him. Hearing this, Sun Bin looked at Fatty and said, although you're both at early second stage, she could beat you to a pulp. Believe it or not. Fatty couldn't tolerate being told he was worse than a woman. He immediately insisted on sparring with Su Jia, and Luo Xiao couldn't stop him. Su Jia, recalling Fatty's earlier, brave warrior, remarks, readily agreed. As soon as they began, it was a one-sided beating. Before Fatty could even assume a stance, a size 40 shoe print was imprinted on his face, followed by a flurry of combos and whip kicks. Su Jia's whip kicks were truly formidable. Luo Xiao and the others couldn't help but give thumbs up. As soon as Fatty steadied himself, a whip kick struck his lower body, sending him crashing to the ground. He got up only to fall again. Even when he braced for the whip kick, it never came, yet he still ended up on the floor. Seeing Fatty's bruised and swollen face, Sun Bin couldn't bear it, and asked Luo Xiao if they should stop. No, this is his own doing. Who told him to provoke her the most? Boss, how did Fatty provoke her? At the Sea of Flowers, he called her brave warrior. As soon as he said it, a piercing glare shot his way, and Luo Xiao quickly changed the subject. Brother Bin, did you eat enough today, eh? Sun Bin caught on. Not really, just a little. Well, if you're not full, let's have more. Then the two buried their heads in their noodles. Half an hour later, Fatty, bruised and battered, crawled over and tugged at Luo Xiao's pants. Whimpering, he said, Boss, she's not human. I told her not to hit my face, but she aimed for it deliberately. That's not fair. Who told you to be the most offensive? How is it my fault? With that look, could guess she's a woman. Luo Xiao caught a glimpse of Su Jia narrowing her eyes at them, and Fatty, sensing it, turned to look at her. He shuddered at the sight. Luo Xiao said earnestly, Fatty, from now on, never provoke a woman, got it? Boss, I understand. He'll stay away from women from now on. Alright, let me go over tomorrow's plans. Right now, we're almost out of supplies and ammunition. Food can last a few more days, so I plan to get some ammunition tomorrow. Any objections? Agreed. 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 Then Su Jia said, Boss, I know where there are weapons and ammunition. About half a day's journey west, there's a small prison. There should be some inside, not a lot, but enough to arm us. Alright, we'll head there tomorrow and take a look. The four of them crouched in a room on the 6th floor of a modest building, peering through the window at the prison Su Jia had mentioned. The prison was not vast, roughly the size of a high school, yet it teemed with zombies. In the main square, there were about 2,000 to 3,000 of them, some clad in white prison uniforms, and a handful in the attire of prison guards. Gazing at the scene before them, the stout man said, Boss, how are we going to handle this? If we had heavy weapons, it might be doable, but with just the knives we have now, how long will it take to hack through all of them? Luo Xiao turned to Su Jia. Jia Jie, you got your grenades from here, didn't you? Su Jia asked in surprise. Boss, how did you know? Luo Xiao shot her a disdainful look. Just tell us. How did you get in? It's easy. See that tall building over there? There's a rope connecting to the prison's main building. You can climb across directly. The only problem is it's too high and you can't carry many weapons. And I don't recommend going in. This left the three of them baffled. She was the one who brought them here, and now she was the one advising against it. So should they go in or not? Boss, the situation might not be as good as you think. Tell me about it. Su Jia continued. Getting across is simple. The hard part is reaching the armory and figuring out how to transport the weapons out. From the main building to the armory, you have to cross the exercise yard and then enter the armed guard tower. In the basement, there's a dedicated guard's dormitory where all the firearms and ammunition are stored. The last squad I was with had 13 people. Apart from me, they all stayed here. In the end, I only managed to bring out a few grenades. Seeing Su Jia's sorrow, Luo Xiao patted her on the shoulder. We climbed from the top to the opposite main building, then fought our way down. We lost 5 people crossing the square. There were too many zombies. There was no time to save anyone. If someone fell behind, there was virtually no hope for them. Inside the prison, we lost another person. We finally found the armory. Everyone loaded up with weapons, thinking the sacrifice was worth it. But on the way back, we used up all our ammunition and still couldn't fight our way out. In the end, under their cover, I was the only one who escaped. After hearing Su Jia's story, everyone fell into deep thought. Luo Xiao pondered whether it was worth putting everyone in such danger just for weapons. Only the stout man, carefree as ever, was fiddling with his binoculars, looking around. Boss, I have an idea. The stout man's excited voice came from the side. Everyone quickly gathered around him. Pointing at a large truck nearby, he said, I've looked at the prison's layout. Forget the walls. We can't climb them even if we wanted to, and they're covered in barbed wire. There are only 2 ways in. One is the route Jia Jie mentioned. Then, pointing to the large truck in front of the adjacent building, he added, see that truck? Could we use it to ram open the iron gate and drive straight to the entrance of the armed guard tower? Hearing his words, the others looked at him with newfound respect. Fatty, if this works, you'll get the top credit. After some discussion, they agreed the plan was feasible. On their way to get the truck, Sun Bin finally understood why the stout man had called this woman a warrior. No zombie could survive a single encounter with her. They were all instantly decapitated. In the span of a few dozen meters, he estimated Su Jia had killed at least 20 zombies, and she wasn't even out of breath. They advanced with difficulty. A journey that would normally take less than a minute took them 5 or 6 minutes just to reach the truck. The 3 of them cleared the zombies around the vehicle, while Sun Bin climbed into the cab. Sun Bin tried to start the engine several times, but it wouldn't catch. His anxious voice came from the cab, Boss, it won't start. Luo Xiao was furious. Whenever they needed a vehicle, the fuel always seemed to betray them. Get out. Let's go back for gasoline. Just as they were about to turn back, Su Jia said, wait, it doesn't sound like it's out of gas. Let me take a look. With that, she climbed into the cab. The others struggled to provide cover as zombies kept pouring out of the surrounding residential and office buildings. Su Jia got into the driver's seat, turned the key, and tried to start the engine twice, but it failed. Can you do it or not? If not, let's retreat. More and more zombies are coming. I can do it. Give me a minute. With that, she bent down, tore off the plastic cover under the steering wheel, pulled out the live and neutral wires, and sparked them together. A series of crackling sounds later, the truck roared to life. Get in. Su Jia's voice rang out. Without hesitation, the others grabbed onto the sides of the truck, fighting as they retreated. They all found footholds. The stout man climbed into the passenger seat and watched as Su Jia expertly handled the vehicle. He never expected Su Jia to have the skill to drive a heavy truck. Boss, hurry and get in. I'm about to ram the iron gate. Feeling the truck accelerate, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin quickly scrambled into the cab. 2 grown men squeezed into the passenger seat with the stout man pushed to the back, lying down. Su Jia shouted, hold tight. How could 2 big men in one seat hold steady? Terrified, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin frantically searched for something to grab onto. Since Sun Bin was in front, he gripped the door handle tightly. Luo Xiao was worse off. There was nothing on either side for him. As they were about to crash into the iron gate, he desperately wrapped his right arm around Sun Bin's waist. With a thunderous crash, the truck's front slammed into the prison gate. The gate collapsed instantly. The truck's cab was severely deformed, the windshield cracked like a spiderweb, but it remained intact. The zombies in the prison, previously wandering aimlessly, all turned at the sound and charged toward them. Get ready for the second impact. Hold on tight. Su Jia gradually pressed down on the accelerator. The truck's speed increased, and around them came the constant thuds of zombies hitting the vehicle and the crunch of their bodies being crushed under the massive tires. More and more zombies swarmed around the truck, and its speed began to drop. Su Jia swerved the steering wheel left and right. Though the truck wasn't fast, it didn't come to a stop. As they neared the guard tower, some zombies had climbed onto the truck, snarling at the people inside. The other 3, not ones to be intimidated, drew their weapons, each taking a side. The truck jolted and bounced, and they had to fend off the zombie attacks. It was a miserable struggle for the three of them. The stout man crouched on what passed for a small bed in the back had the worst of it, helping Su Jia clear the zombies climbing up on the left. A distance of 300 to 400 meters took them over 10 minutes to cover. Thanks to Su Jia's exceptional driving skills, the truck didn't stall. If it had, they would have been utterly helpless with no one to turn to. Su Jia brought the truck to a steady stop right in front of the guard tower's entrance, the massive vehicle perfectly blocking it. After Su Jia parked the car, everyone scrambled out of the cab. As soon as they got out, the zombies in the hall spotted them, let out a roar, and charged towards them. Seeing zombies flooding down from every floor, Luo Xiao yelled, "Bingu, close the iron gate of the passage first. If the gate wasn't shut, the endless stream of zombies from above would exhaust them to death." Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, Sun Bin understood and dashed towards the iron gate. Luo Xiao also quickly rushed to the passage's iron gate and immediately pressed the switch. The iron gate slowly closed. Just as it shut, the zombies slammed heavily against it, banging and roaring at Luo Xiao from the other side. Seeing that Sun Bin had also closed his gate, Luo Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. By then, Su Jia and Fatty had almost cleared the zombies in the hall. "Is everyone all right?" After confirming no one was hurt, they headed downstairs. As soon as they reached the lower level, Luo Xiao's brows furrowed deeply. A stench of decay filled the air. Surveying the entire basement floor, it was pitch black, slightly damp, and lined with prison cells for holding convicts. Why is it so stinky? This is where they kept the heavy criminals, not like upstairs. Regular prisoners had yard time, but these ones didn't. After the outbreak, no one opened their doors, they had no food, and that's the smell you're getting. Su Jia's voice explained. Hearing Su Jia's explanation, Luo Xiao finally understood why there was such a stench of rotting flesh down here. The further they went, they saw all the cells tightly locked. Inside, some prisoners were just piles of rotten flesh, others mere skeletons with only a prison uniform hanging on them. Holding their noses, they walked through the long corridor. The moment Luo Xiao stepped into the iron gate of the second basement level, he felt an inexplicable unease, as if something was staring at him. His instincts screamed danger. The last time he felt this way was when they encountered the Corpse King. Luo Xiao suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone stopped immediately and looked at him in confusion. Sun Bin asked from behind, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Bingu, do you feel like something's watching us like with the Corpse King last time?" "No, not at all. Why are you feeling it again, boss?" "Yeah, I have that feeling. I'm not sure if it's real, but it's better to be careful." With Luo Xiao's warning, everyone became more alert. Even though the corridor before them seemed clear to the end, they chose to trust him. They reached the armory without finding anything unusual. The armory door had already been opened by Su Jia and the others last time. Pushing the door open gently, perhaps due to a short circuit, there was no light inside. It was pitch black and they could only vaguely see rows of shelves filled with boxes. "Fatty, the flashlight." Fatty pulled out all 5 flashlights from his backpack and handed them to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao placed the flashlights in the 4 corners of the armory. Looking at the various weapons before him, Luo Xiao said, "Everyone check them out. Take just a few guns, enough to use. Grab more bullets and grenades." Then, like opening blind boxes, they opened one box after another on the shelves. "Boss, is there chocolate stored here too?" Fatty held a square tape-wrapped object, weighing it in his hand. Hearing this, Sun Bin immediately shouted, "Fatty, hold it still and don't move." Fatty, who had been about to tear it open, froze. "Bingu, what's wrong?" Sun Bin carefully took the object from Fatty's hand and placed it back in the box. "This is C4 explosive." "Holy shit. Is this the C4 that can bring down a whole building with just 1 block?" A whole building was an exaggeration, but a small 2-story structure was no problem. Fatty shuddered at the thought of his earlier action. If it had exploded, nothing would have been left of him. Sun Bin said sternly, "Everyone be careful. Don't touch anything you don't recognize." "Holy crap, Bingu, come look at this." Just as things settled, Fatty started again. When Sun Bin came over, Fatty opened a black rectangular box in his hand. Sun Bin's eyes widened at what he saw inside. The box contained parts disassembled into pieces along with a scope, a gun he had always dreamed of. "Bingu, is this a sniper rifle?" "The scope looks like one." "This is a CSLR-4 sniper rifle, a high-precision model." "Fatty, you lucky dog, you always find the best stuff." They opened all the remaining boxes. Everyone was stunned by the array of weapons and ammunition. Though there weren't many types of guns, just submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, and mostly riot guns. Except for the riot guns, which were of little use, everything else was practical. There was plenty of ammunition along with bulletproof vests and shields. Luo Xiao had paid little attention to the weapons since entering. He had been searching for the source of the dangerous feeling. After everyone had explored the entire room without incident, Luo Xiao began to doubt himself. Maybe I was wrong. Just as he was second-guessing, his peripheral vision caught a pair of glowing red eyes under a table behind Fatty, fixed intently on them. Luo Xiao yelled, "Fatty, don't move." Startled, Fatty nearly dropped his gun. The other 2 followed Luo Xiao's gaze. When they saw what it was, their faces turned grim as they slowly drew their weapons. Seeing their expressions and actions, Fatty knew something was behind him. Fatty spun around with his rifle and slammed the butt down hard. But he hit nothing. Seeing nothing behind him, he scowled, thinking everyone was messing with him. Just as he was about to turn back, he saw a figure slowly emerge from under the table. When it fully revealed itself, everyone was filled with dread. They never expected animals to have mutated as well. A prison dog bared its teeth at them, half its face already rotted away, its gaze locked onto them. This is a zombie dog. As the name suggests, zombie dogs like zombies were created from bites that caused mutation. But it was far more dangerous than zombies. After mutation, its speed was more agile, its claws and teeth sharper. Watching the drooling zombie dog, Fatty broke into a cold sweat and slowly backed away. Luo Xiao wanted to warn Fatty not to run or retreat, since dogs attack the moment you flee. Seeing Fatty step back, the zombie dog let out not a bark, but a zombie-like roar. Roar! It lunged at Fatty with incredible speed. As it charged, Fatty instinctively turned to run. But the creature was lightning fast, reaching Fatty's back in an instant. The moment he turned, the zombie dog pounced onto his back and sank its teeth in viciously. The moment the fat man turned around, the three of them dashed toward him at once. But they were no match for the zombie dog's speed. By the time they arrived, the fat man was already pinned beneath it. Watching the zombie dog relentlessly tear at the fat man's back, Luo Xiao's mind went blank. The image of the fat man after his mutation flashed before his eyes in an instant. He had promised to lead his brothers through the apocalypse to experience its wonders together. While Luo Xiao stood frozen, Sun Bin and Su Jia did not hesitate. Two blades swung in unison, aiming for the zombie dog on the fat man's back. But the zombie dog sensed the danger and instantly abandoned the fat man, leaping aside. The two knives grazed its tail as they flashed past. The pair did not give chase. Instead, each grabbed one of the fat man's shoulders and swiftly retreated, all while keeping a vigilant eye on the zombie dog's movements. They dragged the fat man to Luo Xiao's side. Seeing the fat man lying motionless, Luo Xiao immediately embraced him, his red-rimmed eyes fixed intently on the fat man's round face. Just as Luo Xiao was overwhelmed with grief, the fat man's voice rang out. "Boss, why are you crying?" The sudden sound even made Sun Bin and Su Jia, who were on guard against the zombie dog, turn to look. Hearing the fat man's voice, Luo Xiao quickly flipped him over. He felt the backpack now shredded into strips by the zombie dog's bites and checked inside. Only after confirming that no flesh had been torn did he breathe a sigh of relief. With a kick that sent the fat man sprawling, Luo Xiao roared, "You damn fatso, can you not be so terrifying?" The fat man, unfazed, dusted himself off and stood up with a grin. "Boss, were you crying just now? For me?" Seeing the fat man's smug expression, Luo Xiao felt like throwing him to the zombie dog. "Hey, can you two stop chattering? There's still a dog watching you." Sun Bin's words snapped them back to reality. This was no time for idle talk. "Boss, how do we deal with this thing?" Though they had only exchanged one round, Sun Bin knew they were no match for the zombie dog's speed. Earlier, they had been too worried about the fat man to observe closely. Now, looking at the zombie dog carefully, it was truly disgusting. Its size hadn't changed much, but half of its head was rotting flesh. Whether from a zombie bite or post-mutation damage was unclear. Its fangs, however, were much larger than those of a normal dog. Only a few patches of fur clung to its body, with exposed flesh and blood in other places. Its sharp claws had sunk deep into the cement floor, a testament to their lethality. Most striking were its blood-red eyes, which seemed to draw one in at a glance. The zombie dog now bared its teeth at them, its body taut like a drawn bow. Every muscle gathered strength, ready to explode into action at any moment. From its throat came a low, rumbling growl. As the growl grew louder, its body began to lean forward, front legs bending and hind legs pushing off the ground, poised to leap. In that instant, the dog lunged at them with terrifying speed. Its body traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing violently into its target. Seeing the zombie dog charging toward them, Luo Xiao swung his axe at its head. He had expected the blow to land, but the dog merely twisted its hindquarters, dodging the attack with ease. Before Luo Xiao could react, the dog hurtled toward his thigh. Just as he braced for a bite, a large broadsword flew straight in and embedded itself in the ground before his leg. The zombie dog, unable to stop in time, crashed into it. Seizing the opening, Luo Xiao raised his axe and brought it down hard on the zombie dog beneath him. Before the creature could react, half its skull was cleaved off, and it collapsed to the ground motionless. Luo Xiao turned to Su Jia. "Thanks for that." Su Jia ignored him, simply pulling out her broadsword and standing by. After confirming the room was safe, Luo Xiao reached into the zombie dog's brain and pulled out a pale, yellow spirit crystal. The moment he saw its color, even he was taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be a second-tier spirit crystal, their first of its kind. Not every second-tier mutated zombie yielded a second-tier crystal. Quality varied, and the better the quality, the higher the growth potential. A zombie with a second-tier spirit crystal had a growth ceiling of tier 5. Just like the mutated zombie they had killed at the service station. Though it was tier 2, its spirit crystal was only tier 1, meaning its maximum potential was around tier 3, with a rare few reaching tier 4. Time was precious, so Luo Xiao pocketed the crystal immediately. Luo Xiao first had everyone pick a suitable weapon. Once they were all armed, he said, "Let's move supplies upstairs first." Take everything usable. Work in pairs, one on guard, one moving. Fatty and I are a pair, Brother Bin and Sister Jia you're together. Without a word, they began hauling supplies into the hall. This haul was a bountiful one, enough to last them a long time. After an hour of back and forth, none of them felt tired, instead they were all quite pleased. When the last crate of ammunition was carried up by the fat man and stacked with the rest, they gazed at the mountain of weapons with a profound sense of accomplishment. By the way, Sister Jia, I just remembered something. Do you know where the prison kitchen is? He had been so focused on the weapons that he had forgotten about it. Given the number of people in the prison, the food stockpile must be substantial. Since they had the truck, they might as well take it all. Don't bother with food. The cafeteria isn't in this building, it's next to the main one. Besides, this truck can't take much more. Whether we can even get out is still a question. She had a point. There was no need to wander through the zombie horde for food. Their supplies could last a few more days, so it wasn't worth the risk. He was already content with this haul of weapons and ammunition. Just then the fat man looked at the pile of arms, then at the heavy truck. Boss, how exactly are we loading this? The fat man's soul-searching question brought everyone to a halt. Indeed, the heavy truck only had the driver's cab door and a rear cargo door. Were they supposed to load from the back? A wave of frustration swept through them all. After all that effort and risk to secure the weapons, they might not even be able to take them. Brother Ben, can you use explosives to blow just one hole? Not too big, just enough to fit the supplies through. I refuse to believe all this work was for nothing. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Sun Bin pondered for a moment. I can only try. We have two types of explosives, grenades and C4. Grenades are too weak and C4 is too powerful. Besides, if I use too much and it reaches the fuel tank, the whole truck could blow up. The consequences would be disastrous. After listening to Sun Bin, Luo Xiao lost some of his earlier drive. After all, the fuel tank was still on the truck. One wrong move and the vehicle would explode, taking them with it. While Luo Xiao hesitated, Su Jia said, enough talk. Just blow it. You men are always so indecisive. Then let's do it. Brother Bin, you're up. Luo Xiao steeled himself. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Every endeavor carried risk. Sun Bin hung a grenade in the middle of the truck's cargo compartment, then turned to glance at the others, confirming they had each found cover. He immediately pulled the pin and dashed to the side. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire building, rattling everyone's ears. As they rose, some were digging at their ears while others slapped at them. They hadn't expected the grenade to be so loud indoors. The building's reverberations amplified the blast several times over. Watching the smoke dissipate, the explosion had only created a hole the size of a fist. Seeing that this method was viable, at least proving that a grenade could penetrate the heavy truck's steel plate, it was just a matter of several attempts. And so they continued, grenade after grenade detonating. Each explosion was an ordeal for them, terrified that one wrong move might ignite the fuel tank. After using 7 or 8 grenades, they finally blasted a hole about 50 centimeters in the steel. Seeing the opening was large enough to fit something through, Luo Xiao quickly stopped Sun Bin. Been good, that's enough. But Sun Bin, as if deaf, directly hung a grenade at the edge of the hole. Luo Xiao hurried over and snatched the grenade away just before Sun Bin could pull the pin. Luo Xiao made an okay gesture at Sun Bin. Though Sun Bin couldn't hear, he instantly understood and returned the gesture. Luo Xiao didn't bother speaking to them, assuming they were all deaf now. His own head was buzzing, nothing but a ringing sound drowning out everything else. He pointed at the weapons on the ground, then at the large hole. Everyone nodded. Luo Xiao was the first to crawl through the hole, receiving the weapons passed in by the others and arranging them neatly. Before long, the heavy truck was half filled. Only after ensuring not a single bullet was left did they sit down to rest. After a while, their ears gradually returned to normal. We've rested enough. Let me assign tasks. Bin Gu and I will be in the cargo compartment. Jia Jia, you'll drive. Fatty, protect Jia Jia. With no objections, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin entered the cargo compartment, moving a heavy machine gun to the hole. Sun Bin draped ammunition belts over himself like a Schwarzenegger incarnate. As Fatty opened the driver's door, zombies immediately lunged at him. Fortunately, he was prepared, thrusting his long blade into the zombie's head. After clearing the cab, he stared at the shattered windshield, knowing a tough battle lay ahead. Outside the passenger window, zombies pressed against the door, clawing and scratching. Hearing the noise, they snarled at it. What are you spacing out for? Su Jia's rifle had already opened fire, blocking the zombies surging through the windshield toward the cab. Hearing Su Jia's furious shout from behind, Fatty quickly raised his gun and helped clear the zombies on the hood. Soon those that had climbed onto the hood were eliminated, and the rest were shot down before they could reach it. Su Jia grabbed the cab's intercom. Boss, how's it over there? We're all set here. Ready when you are. Su Jia started the truck, shifted into drive, and the vehicle slowly moved forward, crushing zombies under its wheels as it crept away from the detention building. As soon as one side of the truck was exposed, countless zombies charged at Luo Xiao and the others. Sun Bin, already in position, pulled the trigger. Zombies at the opening fell endlessly, but those behind trampled over the corpses to keep advancing. Luo Xiao used his rifle to focus on the machine gun's blind spots, just keeping them at bay. Their progress was excruciatingly slow. The corpses on the ground and the constant thuds against the truck's sides prevented it from gaining speed. Su Jia had to weave in and spattern just as when they arrived. Inching forward bit by bit, Fatty used grenades to clear the way or were stuck. Su Jia's roar came from beside him. Fatty didn't hesitate, pulling a grenade from his chest and tossing it straight ahead. A boom cleared a 5-6-meter vacuum zone in front of the truck. Su Jia seized the moment, flooring the accelerator, but they only advanced a few meters before being surrounded again by the regathered zombies. Frustrated, she grabbed her rifle and unloaded a volley at the obstructing horde. Then she tossed the gun aside and edged forward a bit more. Fatty followed suit, alternating between grenades and gunfire. This indeed sped up their advance, but ammunition was depleting too quickly. A loud bang came from the front of the truck. As Fatty was flung forward, Su Jia grabbed his clothes and yanked him back. Otherwise, he would have been zombie chow. Startled, Fatty quickly buckled his seatbelt. Su Jia pressed the accelerator harder, but the truck only roared without moving forward. Thinking she had hit something, she shifted into reverse, and the truck backed up smoothly. But when she tried going forward in a different direction, it still wouldn't budge. Just then the intercom crackled with Luo Xiao's anxious voice. Su Jia quickly replied, "No big issue. Something stuck. We'll fix it soon." It was her first time encountering this. She turned to Fatty, "Toss a grenade right in front of the hood." Hearing this, Fatty was stunned, disbelief written on his face. "Jia, are you sure? That close? The blast will wreck the front end. Stop wasting time. Something's jammed under the hood. Hurry up." Fatty steeled himself, pulled a grenade, and threw it toward the front of the truck. A massive explosion followed, mingled with the roar of some zombie. Su Jia seized the opportunity, stomping the accelerator to the floor. The heavy truck jolted violently. In the cargo compartment, Luo Xiao and the others had been firing non-stop since they started. The barrel of Sun Bin's machine gun was glowing red. Luo Xiao quickly pulled a bottle of Waha purified water from his backpack and poured it over the barrel, watching the scorching metal surface instantly covered in a layer of white steam. One bottle of water barely lasted a minute before the barrel started glowing again. Luo Xiao was about to pour more, but Sun Bin stopped him. "This gun can hold on. Don't worry about it." Throughout the journey, they had lost count of the zombies they killed, only knowing that under the machine gun's firepower they fell in droves. The two were working frantically, never pausing, their triggers never released. Suddenly, they felt the truck stop. They exchanged a glance, sensing trouble. Luo Xiao immediately grabbed the intercom. Jia, what's happening over there? Why did we stop?" Luo Xiao shouted anxiously. Only after hearing Su Jia's voice did he let out a long breath. Amidst an explosion, the truck began to move slow as an old woman, but far better than being outside. Su Jia, seeing the gate just tens of meters away, kept pressing the accelerator. In the cargo hold, Luo Xiao watched the guard tower receding into the distance and estimated they would soon break out. "Boss, zombie dogs." Sun Bin's shocked voice suddenly rang out. Luo Xiao immediately followed the trajectory of Sun Bin's bullets and saw 5 zombie dogs breaking through the heavy machine gun's fire net, charging towards them at full speed. Sun Bin's heavy machine gun kept spraying at them, but they dodged with agility, though the slower ones met their doom, instantly blasted into 2 halves. By the time the zombie dogs reached them, only 2 had been killed. At the critical moment, Sun Bin's heavy machine gun ran out of ammo. "Boss, cover me while I reload." As Sun Bin changed the belt, 3 zombie dogs seized the gap, pushing through Luo Xiao's rifle fire. Though Luo Xiao fought desperately, his rifle's bullets were limited. After emptying 1 magazine, he killed only 1 while the remaining 2 squeezed in. Outside, an endless tide of zombies pressed forward, trying to enter. "Boss, he'll block the entrance, he'll leave the inside to you." With that, he pulled the bolt of the heavy machine gun and pulled the trigger. Point-blank fire turned the opening into a mess of shredded flesh and gore. Luo Xiao stood behind Sun Bin, drawing 2 axes from his waist, warily eyeing the zombie dogs on either side. It was rare for him to use twin axes, usually 1 was enough. This time he had to give his all, unable to retreat a single step. His brothers were behind him. The 2 zombie dogs, 1 left 1 right, reached Luo Xiao in the blink of an eye. Luo Xiao seized the moment, kicking the right dog away. As the left dog lunged for his leg, he swung his axe down. The zombie dog leaped back, dodging the fatal blow. Before Luo Xiao could catch his breath, the right dog was upon him again, its claws swiping at him. Luo Xiao barely avoided it with a sideways roll, though his pant leg was torn. The dog then pursued, leaping straight for his head. Watching the approaching dog, Luo Xiao fixed his gaze on it, timing his move perfectly. He swung his axe fiercely, aiming for its head. The axe embedded deep into its skull. Before Luo Xiao could pull it free, he saw the other dog preparing to ambush Sun Bin from behind. Luo Xiao lunged, grabbing the zombie dog's tail just before it could strike. Feeling a chill at his neck, Sun Bin glanced back at the fight and froze. The zombie dog's razor-sharp fangs were mere inches from his throat, another inch, and he'd be dead. The zombie dog, its prey so close yet just out of reach, snarled at Sun Bin, saliva dripping continuously. Terrified, Sun Bin quickly pushed the heavy machine gun forward a few steps. The dog, feeling the searing pain in its tail, turned to glare viciously at Luo Xiao. It looked like a furious wolf king. Luo Xiao paid its rage no heed, gripping its tail tightly and smashing it against the truck's steel panels. He slammed it against the truck, then the ground, never letting go the cargo hold, echoing with thuds. Meanwhile, with Su Jia and Fatty's coordination, they finally broke out of the prison. The zombie horde chased after them, but most were stuck at the gate. The ones that followed were left far behind. Though zombies still emerged from the streets, compared to the horde, this was paradise. The moment they left the prison, Su Jia floored the accelerator. Now at 40 miles per hour, they didn't need to worry about zombies ahead. Just ram them, and it was done. Fatty slumped into the passenger seat, savoring a rare moment of rest after the battle. Exhausted, he soon began to snore, and Su Jia didn't disturb him. Only she knew how hard he had worked. Spotting their temporary vehicle hideout, Su Jia slowed down, keeping the noise low to avoid attracting zombies. Parking the truck, they went to the side of the cargo hold and witnessed a spectacular scene. Sunbin sat by the heavy machine gun smoking and watching Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao, holding a zombie dog by its tail, kept swinging and smashing it tirelessly. The dog in his hands was a mangled mess, its head shattered into countless pieces. Su Jia couldn't bear it. Boss, that's enough. Its head's gone. Luo Xiao stopped looking at the dog. Its head had vanished. He tossed the corpse aside. He finally realized, hey, we made it out. So focused was he that he hadn't noticed their escape. The others rolled their eyes. Sunbin opened the truck's door, and they became movers again, loading their usual weapons onto the pickup. But they were stumped by the remaining supplies. They had wanted to take everything, but the big truck was now undrivable. Where to store the goods became a problem. Forget it, leave it here. We'll find another vehicle tomorrow. Let's eat first. After a day of intense fighting, they were ravenous. They found a random room above the truck, each holding a few Snickers bars, a pack of instant noodles, and a bottle of water. Supplies were scarce, so they had to ration. Fatty gnawed on his noodles. Boss, how much farther do we have to go? We've only been out a few days and haven't even left T-City yet. I reckon 2 days, and we'll be out of T-City. We'll scavenge for supplies along the way. The food they had wasn't enough to fill them, just enough to stave off hunger. Luo Xiao pulled out 4 second-tier spirit crystals from his pocket and placed them on the table. Today's haul, for second-tier spirit crystals. 1 was killed in the guard tower, 3 in the cargo hold, 2 others remained in the zombie horde, their fate unknown. Su Jia picked up a crystal, examining it closely. So this is what you call a spirit crystal? She asked curiously. Fatty explained, Jia, this is good stuff. It can enhance the body. Not like in those novels where you get superpowers, but it genuinely boosts physical strength. As he spoke, Fatty pocketed his own crystal. Seeing everyone had one, Luo Xiao took the remaining crystal. Though first-tier crystals were useless to him, these second-tier ones were exactly what he needed. Luo Xiao said while eating, I'm on watch duty today. After you finish eating, take the spirit crystals early and get some rest. By the way, the second-tier ones are much stronger than the first tier. Luo Xiao kindly reminded them. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, Sunbin didn't react much, but a close look at Fatty revealed his hands were beginning to tremble. After eating, Fatty wore a tragic expression as if heading to his doom. He and Sunbin each found a room and closed the doors. Su Jia, noticing Fatty's strange look, asked, does this thing have any side effects? So far, no side effects have appeared. Find a room and take it too. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jia tossed the spirit crystal directly into her mouth. Luo Xiao watched her, smiled without a word, and simply gave her a thumbs up. Su Jia was puzzled, but soon she understood why Luo Xiao had smiled so smugly. The spirit crystal began transforming within her body, and the pain gradually intensified. She could endure the initial ache, but she hadn't expected it to hurt so much. Before long, she was drenched in sweat, curling up on the sofa. She gripped the sofa tightly with both hands, tearing the leather to reveal the sponge beneath. Yet even then, Su Jia didn't let out a single scream. It showed how resilient this woman was. Luo Xiao walked over and poured a bottle of mineral water over her head to ease her pain. Half an hour later, Su Jia was panting heavily on the sofa, her hands still trembling uncontrollably. She slowly came to, looked at Luo Xiao sitting beside her, then glanced at herself and quickly covered her chest. Seeing her reaction, Luo Xiao rolled his eyes and tossed the mineral water bottle to her. She caught it and downed the entire contents in one gulp. How do you feel? Painful, very painful. I think even childbirth couldn't hurt this much. Sunbin and Fatty, who had just left their rooms, burst out laughing at Su Jia's words. Su Jia hurled the empty bottle at Fatty. If it doesn't hurt, why are you leaning against the wall? Fatty tried to defend himself. It's not the pain. Do you think a little pain like this could faze me yet? I'm just sweating a lot, a bit dehydrated. He turned to Luo Xiao. Boss, give me some water quick. Luo Xiao took bottles from the water case beside him and tossed one to each of them. Wipe yourselves down. Look at the state of you. The 3 took the water, grabbed some cloth, and went into their rooms. When they emerged, Fatty and the others hadn't changed much, but Su Jia was now wearing a pair of ultra-short denim shorts and a tight, white tank top, perfectly accentuating her figure. Fatty nearly got a nosebleed from the sight. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before. Sis Jia, I really haven't seen a beauty like you. Hearing Fatty's words, Su Jia shot him a glare. Where did you get those clothes? From the wardrobe in the room. I saw them there and just changed. Fatty wanted to test his improvement with Sun Bin, but Luo Xiao stopped him. What time is it? Get some rest instead. We've all had a long day. None of them argued. They were truly exhausted. After a day of fighting and the knight's spirit crystal transformation, even an iron body would give out without rest. The three went to their rooms to sleep. Luo Xiao, however, sat on the living room sofa and pulled out his second-tier spirit crystal. I really miss this feeling. It's been so long since I last experienced it. He tossed the crystal into his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored the transformation. His cells, like a parched riverbed, eagerly welcomed this rare nectar, soon merging seamlessly with it. Having undergone countless transformations, Luo Xiao was long accustomed to this level of pain. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes, feeling the surge in his power. He estimated that he still needed about 2 more second-tier early-stage crystals to break through to the third-tier mid-stage. It seemed the path to greater strength was still long. He quickly wiped himself down. The transformation expelled many impurities, and the resulting stench was unbearable even for him. Once everything was tidied, Luo Xiao glanced at his watch. It was past 11 at night. He lit a cigarette, walked to the window, and gazed out at the dimly lit street. Early the next morning, Su Jia woke up first. She stepped out of her room and saw Luo Xiao peering through the car window at something outside. Hearing her, he turned to look at her. He checked his watch. It was only 6:30. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Can't. It's a habit. I wake up at this hour. As she spoke, Su Jia noticed Luo Xiao was staring at the zombies downstairs again. She walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong, boss?" "I've noticed that since last night the zombies have become unusually active, constantly moving toward us. Maybe I'm imagining things." Su Jia also looked outside. There were only about 7 or 8 zombies wandering below. "I don't see much activity. It's pretty remote here, but 7 or 8 zombies is normal, right?" Hearing her, he thought maybe he was being overly suspicious. "Boss, you should get some shut-eye. They'll keep watch." Luo Xiao didn't overthink it. He walked to the sofa and fell asleep immediately. At 10 in the morning, Sun Bin and Fatty reluctantly opened their eyes. Fatty rubbed his bleary eyes and asked, "Sis Jia, where's the boss?" Su Jia nodded toward the sofa. They saw Luo Xiao sleeping soundly on the sofa, clutching his gun. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes and checked his watch. It was already 10 in the morning. "Let's eat something, then follow the plan. Find a car and scavenge for supplies." Fatty fetched food from the car. This time he gave each of them a can of beef and 2 sausages. They all stared at their food, then at Fatty. Sun Bin asked, "Fatty, did the pain drive you crazy last night? Or are we not planning to survive much longer?" Fatty looked exasperated. "What are you saying? You'd rather have instant noodles. We all worked so hard yesterday, I thought we deserved a little treat." Luo Xiao didn't say much. They hadn't eaten well in days, and some meat would be a nice change. Seeing the two staring at him without moving, he said, "What are you waiting for? Eat up. Looking at me won't help. The logistics chief said we can eat, so why stare at me?" With that, Luo Xiao opened his beef can and began eating. Smelling the meat, the two swallowed their saliva, and without further hesitation opened their cans and dug in. Su Jia swore this was the most delicious meal she had had since the apocalypse broke out. Before, she never knew where her next meal would come from. Since arriving here, being able to eat instant noodles and chocolate every day already made her content. She never imagined she'd get to eat meat again. This was the most extravagant and finest meal they had enjoyed since emerging. Everyone ate with gusto, and Fatty even scraped the inside of the can again. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Luo Xiao said, "Get ready. We're heading out to find a vehicle and supplies. Bin, stay behind today, and keep an eye on the weapons in the truck." Sun Bin, who was inspecting the firearms, heard this and protested, "Boss, why don't I go with you? Let Fatty stay and watch." "No, you stay. I'm not comfortable leaving Fatty to watch, and he needs more combat experience." Seeing Luo Xiao's insistence, Sun Bin relented, knowing Luo Xiao was right. He was the best man for the job. "All right, boss. Stay safe." Luo Xiao pulled a city map from his bag and studied it intently. Fatty asked in surprise, "Boss, where did you get a map?" Without looking up, Luo Xiao replied, "Wasn't it hanging on the wall when we entered? There was also a map of China." Fatty looked toward the wall by the door and saw another map with a small patch of bare wall beside it. Though the map was small, the key points were clearly marked. Fatty quickly took it down, folded it carefully, and stowed it in his backpack. Pointing to the map on the table, Luo Xiao said, "We're going here today." They followed his finger and saw the marked location: Yongjun Supermarket, a large national chain. It had high demand for supplies and a substantial warehouse stock. Su Jia looked at the surrounding residential buildings and said, "But won't there be too many zombies nearby?" "Can't be helped. Places with fewer zombies were already looted clean. We have to take the risk. Besides, the supermarket has a parking lot underneath. We can check there for a suitable vehicle. And it's not too far from here. If something happens, we can get to either place quickly, and the walkie-talkies will keep us informed." Hearing Luo Xiao's reasoning, everyone nodded in agreement. They couldn't afford to lose the big picture for small gains. Supplies could be obtained with some risk, but weapons were a life-or-death gamble with no guarantee. They knew which was more important. Since there are no objections, let's move out. Su Jia drove this time, with Luo Xiao in the passenger seat and Fatty in the truck bed. After last time's lesson, Fatty insisted on bringing a riot shield, saying it should stay in the car. No one understood at first, but after he recounted his ordeal they got it. Sometimes a shield was more useful than other weapons. After all, using a pot lid as a shield was probably Fatty's unique specialty. Sunbin stood by the upstairs window, carefully observing the scene below. His rifle was within reach, ready for any emergency. Luo Xiao and the others drove slowly toward their destination. Su Jia noticed the zombies on both sides of the street before they were spotted were all heading in the direction they had come from. Su Jia turned her head and said, "Boss, have you noticed? These zombies seem different somehow." But she couldn't quite pinpoint the difference. Luo Xiao, who had been lost in thought, immediately became alert and studied the zombies outside the window carefully. He noticed that all the zombies were moving in the direction they had come from. Normally zombies wandered aimlessly, but these seemed to have a purpose. This was unusual. "Been good of you, copy. Copy, what's up, boss? The zombies on our side are all heading your way. Stay safe and report anything." "Roger." After hearing Luo Xiao's warning, Sun Bin raised his binoculars and saw scattered zombies steadily approaching. Slowly they gathered until the entire street was packed with a dense crowd of zombies. Realizing the severity, Sun Bin tried to call Luo Xiao on the walkie-talkie, but there was no response. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the others arrived at the supermarket without incident. Su Jia drove directly into the underground parking lot. As they got out, they dealt with a few zombies drawn by the noise. Looking at the dim garage, all three became vigilant. This wasn't like outside where they could fight face-to-face. Here they had to watch for zombies that might suddenly lunge from behind a car. If that happened, it would be a close-quarters fight, and a slow reaction meant joining their ranks. They parked at the stairwell. The supermarket had no power, so the freight elevator was useless. They'd have to take the stairs. After getting out, the three held their guns and Fatty handed out flashlights from his bag. They switched on the lights and surveyed their surroundings. The word was silence. Dead silence with no light or sound except their flashlights. "Stick together. Let's find a vehicle." They began searching the garage, but most cars were sedans. There was no sign of a truck. "Boss, this garage is huge. Searching together will take forever. How about we split up?" Fatty's suggestion was echoed by Su Jia as time was short. Luo Xiao agreed. 3 together was inefficient. "Alright, stay safe. Call out if anything happens." Each went to a different area to search. Soon Su Jia's voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Boss, I found one. Come take a look." Luo Xiao immediately headed toward her. A minute later, Su Jia appeared in the beam of Luo Xiao's flashlight. Beside her was a white truck, likely a delivery vehicle for the supermarket. Luo Xiao opened the cargo door. It was empty but spacious. He turned and asked, "How's the truck? Does it run?" "It's fine. I already tested it." "Where's Fatty? Why isn't he here yet?" Luo Xiao had been there for a while, but hadn't seen Fatty. Su Jia then realized. They exchanged glances. Luo Xiao said anxiously, "Damn, Fatty's in trouble." Which area was he searching? "He went to Sector D over there." Following Su Jia's pointing finger, they rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Fatty was searching Sector D when he spotted a faint light at a corner. He quickly turned off his flashlight. He crept toward the light, gun ready. Hiding behind a car, he saw a 6-man team, all in black, fully armed. They were loading supplies into a vehicle. One of them said, "Boss, why did they send our team to haul this stuff? And for so few points? They're treating us like beggars." The man grew increasingly agitated, even cursing. The others also voiced their discontent. "Shut up. You think I wanted this mission, but it's from above. Do I dare disobey? And this stuff has to be delivered on time. You all know what the organization will do to us if we fail." Hearing this, the others fell silent, heads down. "Get back to work. Once we restock, we move out." Just then, Su Jia's voice came over Fatty's walkie-talkie. The fat man was startled, realizing his mistake. Sure enough, the instant the sound escaped, several figures simultaneously raised their rifles and encircled his hiding spot. Without even a chance to resist, the fat man was thoroughly beaten before he could even land a single move. 2 men then forced him to squat on the ground, pinning him down. This shocked the fat man profoundly. He had consumed a 2nd-grade spirit crystal the night before, elevating his strength to roughly mid-2nd grade, yet he couldn't even retaliate against these people. The leader of the black-clad men kicked the fat man and asked coldly, "What are you thinking? Spit it out. What are you doing here?" The fat man put on a fawning expression. "Boss, I was just looking for some food. I heard a noise and thought it was a zombie, so I came to check. I barely arrived when you gentlemen caught me." The black-clad man toyed with the fat man's walkie-talkie. "You have teammates, don't you?" Yes, boss. I do have teammates. They're upstairs scavenging for food while I was sent down to find a vehicle." Just then another black-clad man reminded, "Boss, we're running out of time." The leader immediately discarded the walkie-talkie, drew his pistol, and aimed it directly at the fat man's forehead. The fat man had already resigned himself to his fate, slowly closing his eyes. His own curiosity had proven fatal. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, someone beside him intervened. The leader looked at him in confusion. "Boss, he's just a rookie. No need to kill him." Besides, a gunshot would only attract zombies and cause trouble. Even if he overheard our conversation, what could he do with his meager strength? Hearing their exchange, the fat man clung to this last shred of hope. He pleaded anxiously, "I didn't hear a thing. I was captured the moment I arrived." The black-clad leader glanced at the fat man and nodded to a companion. The man understood immediately and delivered a precise chop to the fat man's neck. In the instant before losing consciousness, the fat man noticed a black skull tattoo on the arm of the man who struck him. The group casually tossed him aside, then drove off toward the exit. By the time Luo Xiao and Su Jia arrived, the black-clad men were long gone. The fat man lay motionless beside an old car, his fate uncertain. Luo Xiao rushed over and lifted the fat man. He exhaled in relief upon finding a heartbeat, no external injuries, and only unconsciousness. Pressing the fat man's philtrum, he soon regained consciousness. Seeing Luo Xiao and Su Jia, he asked, "Boss, did you see a group of men in black clothes?" Su Jia looked around. There was nothing but cars, not even a zombie. When both shook their heads, the fat man's taut nerves finally relaxed. "Boss, can you help me up?" "What's wrong, fatty?" "Nothing, boss. Just a bit weak in the knees." "Oh, fatty, you're getting soft." Su Jia's sarcastic voice chimed in. "What do you know? Try having a gun pointed at your head." Hearing that the fat man had a gun to his head, Luo Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. With a hint of anger, he asked, "Fatty, what happened? How did you pass out?" "Boss, it's a long story. Let's focus on the task first." The fat man knew Luo Xiao's temperament. If he told him, Luo Xiao would surely seek revenge on his behalf. But he didn't think Luo Xiao could match those black-clad men. He would tell them when the time was right. Luo Xiao stared intently at the fat man, making him uncomfortable. All right, I'll confess. I got beaten up by a group of survivors." The fat man pretended to be embarrassed. Su Jia remarked, "See, I told you to practice more, but you wouldn't. Now you got your just desserts." Luo Xiao asked in a low voice, "Where are they?" "They seem to be in a hurry. They wanted to kill me, but someone in their group stopped them, saying killing me might attract zombies. Then they knocked me out and drove off." The fat man spread his hands. "As for where they went, I have no idea." Luo Xiao scrutinized the fat man and noticed he still had all his equipment. This indicated the group was no ordinary bunch. They clearly had no interest in his belongings. Moreover, he knew the fat man's strength. Though unremarkable, it wasn't something anyone could easily overpower. Since the fat man didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force him. "By the way, boss, did you find a car?" "Found it long ago, no thanks to you." He walked away without looking back. The fat man scrambled to his feet and chased after him. "Wait for me, boss." The three inspected the small truck and found everything functional except for the low fuel level. They pulled a hose from one of the cars and handed it to the fat man. Understanding the task, he siphoned fuel from each tank, taking nearly an hour to fill both the truck and the pickup with 2 large bottles left over. "Let's go check the supermarket upstairs to see if anything's left." The trio climbed 2 flights of stairs. The fat man shone his flashlight through the fire door, carefully surveying the interior. Edible items were scarce. Most had rotted or gone bad, likely taken by the group that had beaten him. "Let's take a look inside." Luo Xiao figured since they were already here, they shouldn't leave empty-handed. They had to find some food. As they walked through the aisles, zombie corpses lay scattered on the floor, their black blood pooling. Clearly recent kills. Stepping over the bodies, they continued their search. The smell in the fresh food section was unbearable, a stench of rotten meat and decay. "Boss, for supplies, skip the fresh section. Head to the canned goods. Those last longer." The fat man knew all the ins and outs of scavenging. When they reached the canned goods section, the meat cans were nearly gone, with only a few scattered left. Most were fruit cans, probably overlooked by the previous group. None of them complained that beggars couldn't be choosers. Luo Xiao stood guard while Su Jia and the fat man unzipped their backpacks and began loading up. As he packed, the fat man muttered, "I can tell those guys were professionals. They only took the good stuff and left everything else." I noticed the chocolate section was completely cleared out. Looking at their backpacks, each was only half full. Luo Xiao said, "Let's keep searching." He couldn't go back with so little. It wouldn't last them a few days. "Boss, follow me. Let's check the storage room." Hopefully they didn't clean it out completely. The fat man led them through a maze of aisles. Soon they found a door in a corner that matched the wall color so perfectly it was nearly invisible without careful inspection. "Boss, this is the warehouse." The fat man pulled the door open and a zombie in a supermarket uniform immediately lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, Luo Xiao reacted swiftly. Before the zombie could bite, he delivered a powerful kick to its head, sending it flying. It landed motionless on the floor. The moment they saw the zombie, the three of them felt hopeful. After all the zombies outside had been cleared, and only this warehouse still had them. At least it meant no one had been here. The three shone their flashlights around the warehouse where the goods were neatly sorted into boxes, each labeled and stacked in order. "Boss, we've hit the jackpot. Now's not the time to say that. Let's check first if there are any more zombies in the warehouse." They split up to inspect the warehouse and eventually found 3 more zombies, likely cargo handlers, still wearing their work uniforms. "Boss, come quick, I've found something good." From one side of the warehouse came Fatty's excited shout. As the two approached, Fatty held up a can of beef and pointed at several boxes. These boxes are all beef cans, and those over there are other types of canned food. Seeing the row of cans, Fatty couldn't stop grinning. Luo Xiao also showed a rare smile. Leave them here for now. Let's see if there's anything else. Fortunately, everything was sorted and labeled on the boxes. Their inspection went quickly. As long as something was edible and not spoiled, they set it aside together. Soon the entrance was piled high with beef cans, instant noodles, bottled water, sausages, and spiced eggs. Anything edible they took without hesitation. Seeing enough supplies, Luo Xiao quickly called them to stop. We've got enough. Time to pull out. No way, boss, we've only checked half. There's still plenty more. This won't even fill the truck. Hearing Fatty's words, Luo Xiao said, what about the weapons back home? At the mention of weapons, Fatty realized they needed to leave about half the truck space for them. Seeing Fatty's miserly look, Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. All right, we have enough to eat. Let's start moving. We've wasted enough time here. They began hauling boxes one by one down to the underground garage. On the last trip, Fatty lagged behind sneakily, doing who knows what. All they knew was that when he returned, his backpack was stuffed full. When asked what it was, he said it was just food. Luo Xiao didn't press him. After confirming everything was loaded, he led the way in the pickup truck, while Su Jia and Fatty followed in the small truck. As they emerged from the garage, the zombies on the street all turned to stare at them. This shocked Luo Xiao and the others, wondering why so many zombies had appeared, a stark contrast to when they arrived. Now the entire street was packed, an endless sea of zombies. Luo Xiao immediately turned the car into a side road. Seeing the zombies, Luo Xiao knew the way back was blocked. They had to detour around the horde. The zombies kept gathering, and Luo Xiao's pickup truck was nearly crushed. Thankfully, it was reinforced with steel plates, but the zombies' impacts gradually slowed the vehicle. Seeing this wouldn't work, he said, Jia, take the lead. Su Jia understood and floored the accelerator, overtaking Luo Xiao's pickup. Fatty in the front truck rolled down the window, slightly firing at the zombies ahead. But the zombies were endless, and they estimated there were tens of thousands on the road. Jia turned right into the alley. Hearing the walkie-talkie, Su Jia cranked the steering wheel hard right, drifting to send the zombies flying, then smoothly entered the alley. The alley had few zombies, but it was narrow, barely allowing the small truck through. Watching the pursuing zombies in the rearview mirror, Su Jia kept accelerating. She charged ahead, recklessly smashing through the alley's stalls and flower displays. She only slowed down for abandoned cars, knowing a collision here would mean abandoning everything and fleeing on foot. Zombies occasionally ran out from the alley's houses, crashing into the two vehicles. After 5 or 6 minutes, they finally burst out of the alley. Once out, seeing no zombies on the main road, Su Jia sped forward. Luo Xiao followed closely behind. Puzzled by the empty main road, Luo Xiao wondered why all the zombies had gathered elsewhere, leaving this area untouched. Then Su Jia's voice came over the walkie-talkie, boss, what now? Take a detour back the way we came. Let's head home first. A sense of unease crept into Luo Xiao's heart. Was something major about to happen? Then Sun Bin's anxious voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Boss, don't come back yet. My building is surrounded by zombies. Sun Bin's voice was filled with urgency. Sun Bin was now alone in the stairwell, knife in hand, with over a dozen bodies at his feet. Zombies kept charging up from below. After they left, a horde of zombies had gathered downstairs, growing larger, while Sun Bin watched from above. But somehow some zombies, unable to squeeze through the streets, began burrowing into the nearby buildings and houses. Watching more zombies pile up at the door, relentlessly banging against it, Sun Bin didn't dare stay inside. The door wouldn't hold, and fearing being trapped, he fought his way out and held the stairwell entrance. As a last resort, he could retreat to the rooftop. He killed each one that came up, not daring to use his gun, knowing the sound would summon the tens of thousands outside to tear him apart. He had made up his mind: if the stairwell fell, head to the rooftop. If that fell too, rather jump off the building than become a zombie. Bin, what's your situation? Luo Xiao shouted anxiously into the walkie-talkie. Sun Bin replied calmly, zombies as far as the eye can see. Your vehicles can't get in. Don't do anything stupid. Right now, anyone who comes will die. No matter how many, it's useless. They'll just be lost. Luo Xiao forced himself to calm down, knowing panic wouldn't solve anything. Brother, do you trust me? Boss, I trust you completely. But the problem is no one can help now. Sun Bin's voice came back, tinged with a roar. If you trust me, stay alive. Don't do anything rash. I swear I'll bring you back, I swear. Luo Xiao ground out through clenched teeth. Fatty Jia, you heard us. Find a safe place and lie low. I'm going to save Bin. Su Jia grabbed the walkie-talkie. What, boss, you're ditching us? Or do you think Fatty and I aren't worthy of being your brothers? Or are we dead weight? Or cowards? A barrage of questions left Luo Xiao speechless. Fatty took the walkie-talkie from Su Jia. Boss, Bin is not just your brother, he's ours too. He saved me so many times. Finally, I have a chance to save him. He'll have to thank me big time. Luo Xiao's low growl came through the walkie-talkie. Then let's do it together, rescue brother Bin. On the other end, Sun Bin listened to their conversation, his eyes already reddened. What had he done to deserve such loyal brothers? He knew persuasion was futile. Even if he died right now, they would still come. Brother Bin, report your exact situation. Luo Xiao asked anxiously. Sun Bin immediately described his surroundings in detail. According to his intelligence, the zombies were mainly concentrated on the road they had taken and several adjacent main streets. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies, some had already spread to the residential buildings and skyscrapers on both sides. Though the scattered zombies were not a massive horde, they were still a considerable force. Easily hundreds, and according to Brother Bin, among them lurked quite a few mutated ones. Everyone think of a plan. At this moment, Luo Xiao had no solution himself and had to rely on the group. After all, even 3 cobblers could outshine 1 zhuge liang. Then Su Jia spoke up. Boss, ill drive and lure the zombies away while you rescue the people. Luo Xiao rejected directly. No, how can you lure away tens of thousands of zombies? You won't even make it to his building before being blocked. For a moment, silence fell over the walkie-talkie. Oh, everyone was racking their brains for a solution. Fatty closed his eyes, tugging at his hair incessantly. After a brief, quiet, Sun Bin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. I have an idea. If I remember correctly, several skyscrapers are connected behind my building. The outermost one should be off the zombies' path. You can get there first. Brother Bin, if that's the case, it's at least 2 main streets away. How do you cross without the zombies spotting you? Fatty hit the crux of the issue. With a rope, they'll climb across using the buildings as foundations and the rope as a bridge. That's the only way. The ground is impossible. Even a tank couldn't get through. Anyone who tries dies. As they hesitated, Luo Xiao's voice rang out. It's settled. He said grimly, there's no other choice and time is running out. Everyone knew this was the best option, but the risk was immense. One mistake could lead to total annihilation. Luo Xiao growled, stop dawdling. Every minute wasted puts Brother Bin in more danger. Get to the location now. For his sworn brother, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Su Jia floored the accelerator, ignoring obstacles and zombies on the road, crashing through everything in their path. 5 or 6 minutes later, with a screeching halt, they stopped before a skyscraper. After clearing the few zombies at the entrance, the 3 dashed into the building. From the 7th floor window, they could see the 7th floor of the opposite building. They had to throw a rope across, and then another to Sun Bin's building. Fatty, is the rope long enough? Fatty gauged the distance between the 2 buildings. Don't worry, boss, more than enough. Fortunately, Fatty always carried essential gear in his bag, otherwise finding a rope would have been impossible. With the rope issue settled, the greatest challenge now was holding their ground and retreating. Looking at the dense sea of zombies below, Luo Xiao knew that once the glass shattered, the undead would flood in from adjacent streets. The ensuing battle would be brutal. He turned to Su Jia and Fatty, speaking calmly. You 2 guard the first line. Hold it, or none of us will make it back. They understood the gravity of the situation and simply nodded without a word. Fatty divided the rope into 2 parts and handed them to Luo Xiao. Boss, make sure you bring Brother Bin back. Luo Xiao replied with solemn determination, I will. With that, Luo Xiao tied one end of the rope to his axe and eyed the window across the way. He hurled the axe toward the opposite window. The shattering glass drew the attention of the zombies below, all of whom looked up at Luo Xiao's position. Meanwhile, Su Jia and Fatty had already taken their positions at the stairwell, each gripping a blade ready for action. As zombies surged upward, the 2 exchanged a glance and charged into battle, slashing without mercy. Their mission today was to fight to the death. No matter how many came, the enemy would only pass over their corpses. Knowing time was critical, Luo Xiao confirmed the rope was secure and could bear his weight. He then hung upside down on the rope and began crawling hand over foot toward the other side, careful not to rush lest the rope's anchor slip. The main street was about 30 meters wide, and it took Luo Xiao a minute to cross, his best effort. Once on the other side, he quickly secured the rope and rushed to the opposite room. Through the window, he spotted Sun Bin struggling to hold the rooftop. Without delay, Luo Xiao tied the freed axe to the rope again. With a loud roar, he hurled the axe with all his might towards Sun Bin's rooftop. Seeing it land, Luo Xiao immediately sprinted toward the stairwell. Now it was his turn to fight. This time, he didn't draw his other axe, but pulled out a long blade from his back, one he hadn't used in ages. Luo Xiao heard the pounding footsteps of zombies growing louder from below. Soon the leading zombie spotted him and charged even more frenziedly. Luo Xiao thrust his blade straight into its head. The sharp tang sword pierced through to the middle of the blade. He yanked it out and kicked the zombie away, sending it tumbling down the stairs. On Sun Bin's side, hearing Luo Xiao's roar, he kicked a zombie away, sending it crashing into several others. Seizing the moment, Sun Bin turned and ran. He dashed to the balcony edge, picked up the axe, and quickly wound the rope around a pre-identified anchor point. Without looking back, he grabbed the rope and began climbing. He had barely crawled a meter when the zombies reached the edge. The front ones, unable to stop, plunged straight down. Some were pushed off by those behind. A horde of zombies stood on the rooftop, howling at Sun Bin. Though utterly exhausted, he gritted his teeth and kept climbing. A single thought drove him faster. Every second faster meant less danger for his brothers. Soon he reached the opposite side and slipped through the window, hearing the incessant roars of zombies in the hallway. Sun Bin quickly drew his blade and ran toward Luo Xiao. Seeing him approach, Luo Xiao urged, "What are you doing here? I can hold them off. You go first." "No, you go first. They'll cover the rear." Before Sun Bin could finish, Luo Xiao pulled him back. "Do you want to get them killed? Go help them now. They can't hold out much longer." Hearing Luo Xiao's roar, Sun Bin finally regained some rationality. As Luo Xiao said, Fatty and Su Jia needed his support more urgently. Seeing Sun Bin still hesitating, Luo Xiao kicked him. "Get the hell out of here. Move it." This was Luo Xiao's first time speaking to Sun Bin in such a manner, but was there any other way to say it? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Sun Bin did not hesitate and ran towards the room across the hall. Listening to the sound of Sun Bin leaving, Luo Xiao no longer held back his strength. Gripping the Tang Hung knife, he made bold strikes in the corridor. The staircase was already piled high with the corpses of zombies layer upon layer. Suddenly, Luo Xiao's heart tightened. He stepped back in an instant and saw a mutated cat appearing where he had just stood. At this moment, its sharp claws were embedded exactly where he had been standing. Its claws dug firmly into the cement corridor, glinting like blades and radiating a chilling light. Its eyes were glowing a seductive blood red. The zombie cat, having missed its strike, quickly leaped after Luo Xiao, moving swiftly and accurately through the air. It extended its sharp claws, lunging at Luo Xiao, while opening its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth. Luo Xiao did not dare to be careless, positioning his long knife horizontally across his chest in a defensive stance. Seeing the zombie cat right before him, Luo Xiao slashed towards it. However, it nimbly dodged in midair and leaped to the side. It did not attack, but crouched nearby, staring intently at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao knew this creature was waiting for the right moment to deliver a lethal strike. Seeing that it was not attacking, Luo Xiao did not provoke it. After all, the current threat was not just it. Blocking the zombies in front of him was his primary task. While slaying zombies, Luo Xiao was also painstakingly dodging the zombie cat's sneak attacks. Whenever it saw Luo Xiao preoccupied, it would occasionally strike at him. This cat never approached Heaton. If a strike failed, it would retreat to the side, waiting for the right moment to attack suddenly. Luo Xiao was now multitasking, needing to fend off the approaching zombies, while also avoiding the zombie cat's ambush. This left Luo Xiao with a headache. Meanwhile, since Luo Xiao left, Fatty and Su Jia had already engaged in battle with the zombies. The overwhelming number of zombies forced Fatty and Su Jia to continuously retreat. However, both Fatty and Su Jia fought valiantly, pushing the zombies back. The two of them stood side by side, firmly blocking the staircase. Fortunately, a corridor could only accommodate 2 to 3 people, so even though there were many zombies, they only faced a few at a time, but they could not withstand the relentless waves of zombies. Though only a few minutes passed, their arms were now sore from the constant slashing. Yet both continued to grit their teeth and hold on. In these few minutes, Fatty and Su Jia had already slain 3 mutated zombies along with countless others, which now piled up in the corridor. They had encountered danger several times, but through their cooperation, they managed to avoid being consumed by the zombies. Fatty kept swinging his knife at the zombies below, while saying, "Why haven't they come back yet? If you can't hold on, then hold on anyway. As long as the boss hasn't returned, we need to hold this position firmly. Damn, Fatty, be a man and hold on." Su Jia roared, also nearing her limit, but she could not stop. If she did, it would all be over. At this moment, Fatty's vision was already blurry and sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. His body instinctively leaned forward, but was swiftly pulled back by the quick-witted Su Jia. While fighting, Su Jia said, "Fatty, you rest in the back for a bit." Fatty did not argue, directly sitting down behind Su Jia. His face was pale, drenched in sweat. Fatty groggily pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and gulped it down. After finishing the bottle, Fatty felt much clearer, and his condition was not as poor as before. Seeing Su Jia blocking the corridor alone, he struggled to use his long knife to support himself and stand up. One hand gripped the long railing of the stairs, the other wielded the knife, swinging it continuously. He no longer had the extra strength to aim for the zombies' heads. He could only hope that by swinging his knife continuously, he could relieve some pressure from Su Jia. Just as the two were stubbornly holding on, Sun Bin managed to climb over. Sun Bin picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Boss, I've arrived." After saying that, he pulled out his long knife and charged into the corridor to join the battle. Just with a glance, he could see that Fatty was already at his limit, so he told him to rest in the back. Then he took over Fatty's position, occasionally checking on Su Jia during the fight. At this moment, the corpse of the zombie cat lay at Luo Xiao's feet, and the entire corner of the corridor was piled up with zombies. This meant that any zombies trying to come up had to climb over the pile of corpses. In this brief moment, Luo Xiao slashed down the zombie cat. Hearing Sun Bin's voice from the walkie-talkie, Luo Xiao immediately turned around without hesitation. He quickly rushed to the room, locked the door behind him, and climbed towards the rope at the window, using both hands and feet. The pursuing zombies slammed against the door, roaring incessantly. By the time a horde of zombies managed to break down the door, Luo Xiao had already climbed halfway out. The zombies could only helplessly roar at the window. Looking down, Luo Xiao shuddered at the sight of the zombies below, clawing and gnashing their teeth. If he fell, it would truly be a death sentence. He quickened his movements, scrambling towards the opposite side. He was climbing back faster than he had come, and in no time Luo Xiao tumbled over the window. Seeing Fatty sitting on the ground, he wondered what was wrong. What's wrong with Fatty? Fatty, looking exhausted, waved his hand weakly, indicating he was fine, and pointed towards Su Jia. Only then did Luo Xiao notice the two battling in the corridor. He saw that Su Jia was already at her limit. If it weren't for Sun Bin supporting her, she would have likely been dragged down by the zombies. Luo Xiao hurriedly rushed over to switch places with Su Jia. Fatty, can you both still move? Fatty struggled to prop himself up with his knife, while Su Jia leaned against the wall, slowly standing up. Looking at the situation, if they did not leave, everyone would be exhausted here. Prepare to charge down. Luo Xiao shouted while continuously swinging his knife, and Sun Bin's speed also began to slow down. Luo Xiao took the lead, maximizing the sharpness of the Tang Hung knife. As long as he encountered a zombie, the worst that would happen was a severed arm or leg. At this point, Luo Xiao could no longer concern himself with aiming for the zombies' heads. He just wanted to push forward quickly, leaving the finishing blows to those behind. Under Luo Xiao's relentless charge, they finally reached the lobby on the first floor. Looking at the sea of zombies outside, Luo Xiao shouted, "Use firearms. If we don't use them now, there won't be another chance." After saying this, he pulled out a grenade from his chest, removed the safety pin, and threw it forward. With a loud explosion, a 2-meter-wide area was cleared. Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, the others immediately swung their automatic rifles to the front, having already loaded their bullets ready at all times. The sound of 4 automatic rifles echoed through several streets. All the zombies stopped in their tracks, turning to look at the source of the noise before instantly rushing towards them. Alongside the sounds of the automatic rifles, grenade explosions could be heard intermittently. The group formed a triangular formation, stepping over the corpses of zombies as they advanced. They could see their pickup truck and cargo vehicle ahead. Watching the zombies continuously encroaching, they urged themselves on. After all, they had not brought much ammunition with them, and no one expected such an unexpected situation to arise. Just before their ammunition ran out, they finally reached the vehicles. Luo Xiao opened the car door, letting Fatty and Su Jia get in first while he and Sun Bin provided cover from the rear. Seeing the two successfully start the cargo truck, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin immediately jumped into the pickup. To cover the two, Fatty continuously shot at the zombies beside the pickup truck from the window. The roar of the engine echoed as the pickup slowly started moving. The fat man kept firing at the front of the truck, clearing the zombies that crowded around, while Sun Bin dealt with those on the right side, thus alleviating some of the pressure. When the two of them ran out of bullets, they took the ammunition from the driver as well, and finally used the last grenades they had left to clear a path. After all the firearm ammunition was expended, the two of them seated in the passenger seats wielded knives, continuously slashing at the zombies charging from both sides. After more than 10 minutes of arduous progress, the truck was the first to break through the encirclement, with the pickup following closely behind. Sun Bin looked at the zombies in the rearview mirror, then slumped down in the passenger seat, the knife dropping from his hand. He didn't want to move anymore, he just wanted to get a good sleep. Soon the sound of Sun Bin's snoring came from the passenger seat. Luo Xiao looked at him, but didn't wake him up. This was the first time he had seen Sun Bin so exhausted. Luo Xiao murmured softly, "Get a good sleep. It's all over." After driving for over 10 minutes, they had already left the range of the zombie horde. The two vehicles then found a relatively safe 6-story building with a park behind it, allowing for a quick retreat if needed. Luo Xiao patted the still sleeping Sun Bin. "Brother Bin, wake up, we've arrived." Sun Bin opened his eyes with difficulty, slapping his face repeatedly with both hands to try and wake himself up, but the fatigue on his face was still obvious. Dragging their weary bodies, they entered the building. Seeing the door locked, Luo Xiao pulled out the axe from his waist and started chopping at the door handle. Soon the lock cylinder was exposed. He pried it open and finally got into the room. Once inside, they threw their backpacks on the floor and each found a spot to lie down. Luo Xiao was also extremely tired now, as the continuous fighting had left his whole body aching. But seeing the others asleep, he forced himself to stay awake, moving cabinets and other furniture to block the door, taking protective measures to ensure everyone's safety. Only then did he find a room, lie down on the bed, and fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Luo Xiao woke up, he found Su Jia already up, tinkering with various bottles and jars on the side. Su Jia saw Luo Xiao awake. Luo Xiao rubbed his still sore arm and replied, "Emma, what are you up to?" "Nothing much, just making breakfast for you all." Luo Xiao walked over and looked at the breakfast Su Jia had prepared. Canned beef neatly arranged on a plate, a few slices of spam, and 2 braised eggs on the side. It looked quite exquisite and immediately whetted his appetite. Taking a plate of breakfast from Su Jia, Luo Xiao carried it to the living room. The third to wake up was Sun Bin, who saw Luo Xiao eating heartily. He rubbed his growling stomach and asked, "Boss, where did you get all this?" Without looking up, Luo Xiao pointed his finger towards the kitchen. When Sun Bin reached the kitchen, he found Su Jia busy arranging things. Su Jia saw Sun Bin and asked, "Want a serving?" Sun Bin nodded, and took the breakfast handed to him. He sat opposite Luo Xiao and began to wolf it down. Perhaps their commotion was too loud, and it woke up the fat man. Rubbing his eyes, the fat man said, "What are you two sneaking a bite of?" Just then Su Jia walked over with a plate in each hand. She placed one in front of him. When the fat man saw what was on the plate, he forgot about appearances and started eating immediately. Compared to the three of them, Su Jia was more reserved, eating slowly with a fork. Jia Jia, is there more? He couldn't help it, he hadn't had breakfast like this in a long time. Luo Xiao finished first, but after eating he felt as if there was nothing in his stomach. "No more, I only made this much for each person." Luo Xiao disappointedly placed his empty plate on the table. After everyone had almost finished eating, Luo Xiao said, "Let's rest here for the entire day today. After the zombie horde passes, we'll go back and take a look." After all their weapons and ammunition were still over there. The situation had been urgent, and there was no way to take them along. "By the way, Brother Bin, how did you end up trapped inside yesterday? And why didn't you tell us beforehand?" Luo Xiao voiced his confusion. Based on his understanding of Sun Bin, he shouldn't have been trapped in that building. Sun Bin recalled, "After you left yesterday, I could still contact you at first that time when you called me. Then I was by the window observing the zombies' movements. But in just a few minutes zombies surrounded me from all directions. By the time I reacted it was already too late to escape. Then I tried to call you guys, but you didn't respond. Then as I saw more and more zombies starting to spread into the residential buildings, for some reason every zombie that came up seemed to know I was inside, constantly banging on the door. Afraid of being trapped, I went to the stairwell thinking I could retreat to the rooftop, if necessary." Listening to Sun Bin, Luo Xiao recalled that they had been in the underground garage at that time. "We were probably in the underground garage, then the signal must have been blocked. We only managed to contact you again when we came out." At this moment the fat man spoke up with a guilty look, his voice low. "I might know why the zombies knew you were inside." Everyone looked at him. The fat man said quietly, "I threw out the trash bags from the day before yesterday's food at the door when I left. Maybe the zombies detected the human scent from that." Luo Xiao felt frustrated with the fat man for making such a careless mistake. Zombies are extremely sensitive to smell. If the zombies hadn't known Sun Bin was in the room, he could have just hidden inside until the horde passed, and everything would have been fine. Why did they have to take such a huge risk? The fat man knew he was in the wrong and kept his head down, silent. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Sun Bin quickly tried to smooth things over. "Boss, how many supplies did you guys manage to scavenge?" "Thanks to the fat man, we found nearly half a truckload of supplies. All right, let's take this chance to get some good rest. We don't know how long the zombie horde will last. I'm going to observe it." After all the weapons in the heavy truck had to be retrieved. They couldn't take them by force, so they had to wait for the horde to pass. With that, Luo Xiao drove the pickup out. Stopping 2 streets away from the horde, he parked the car, ran to the rooftop of a tall building, took out his binoculars, and carefully observed the movements of the zombie horde. Through his binoculars, Luo Xiao estimated there were no fewer than 50,000 zombies. What they had seen earlier was just the tip of the iceberg. All the zombies were pushing northward in unison. Luo Xiao stared intently at the northern horizon, but aside from zombies, he found nothing unusual. However, he noticed a strange phenomenon. Previously mutated zombies had territorial instincts and wouldn't allow lower-level zombies into their domain. But there were quite a few mutated zombies within the horde, yet they all acted like ordinary zombies packed tightly together. And so Luo Xiao observed from the rooftop for the entire morning. Until Luo Xiao's stomach grumbled, he slowly descended the stairs. After a morning of observation, he had gained various insights. When Luo Xiao stepped outside, he heard 3 people laughing and chatting joyfully. He did not want to disturb his brother's rare moment of relaxation. It had been a long time since they sat down to chat like this. So he leaned against the wall in the corridor, listening to the cheerful voices inside. The chubby one looked at Su Jia and said, "Sister Jia, tell us about your experiences. Did you have a boyfriend before?" Hearing this, the chubby one continued, "Yes, I had a few." The chubby one and Sun Bin perked up at this, clearly intrigued. This revelation piqued their curiosity, and even Luo Xiao, who was leaning against the wall, was all ears. Seeing their reaction made Su Jia a bit uncomfortable. "Well, not that many," she replied. "I had a total of 2 boyfriends. The first one was a classmate from high school. At that time I was not like I am now. I was recognized as the school beauty with stunning looks and a perfect figure. Back then I weighed only about 90 pounds. With my long legs, I don't know how many men I must have captivated. Initially I had no intention of dating. I just wanted to study hard in high school and get into a good university. But you know how it is. In puberty, everyone goes through a rebellious phase. I was no exception, and I ended up getting together with a rather handsome classmate from school. Just as she was getting into it, the chubby one suddenly interjected, "Did you date well?" Su Jia leaned on her hand, reminiscing. "During school, he would buy me breakfast every day and accompany me to and from school. And so we gradually got together." When Su Jia paused, the chubby one quickly urged, "And then? What happened next?" "We dated for about a year. Until one summer vacation in my second year of high school, I accidentally discovered that he was getting really close to my best friend. During one meeting, I secretly checked his phone and found out they were already flirting behind my back, and I was blissfully unaware. Confronting him with the phone, I ended up being questioned instead. He asked me why I was looking through his phone, saying that it's normal for a guy to make a mistake. He said something so disgusting that I couldn't help but slap him and kick him before I walked away. Well done. That's my sister Jia. That's how you should handle such people. They deserve a good kick, the chubby one said more and more excitedly, even gesturing with his legs. Sister Jia, keep going. The second one was after I got into university when I met him at a fighting club. He was the head of the fighting department. At that time, he was a prominent figure at the school, handsome and wealthy, and he could fight, providing a certain sense of security to women. I was dragged by my dorm mate to learn fighting, but she was just trying to get closer to him. To help my best friend's lifelong happiness, I did my best to assist her. After a month, I was utterly exhausted, yet he didn't even glance at her. My best friend ended up crying every day, and I had to comfort her. My friend wanted to arrange a meeting to cut off her hopes. He did show up, but the outcome was a bit dramatic. He surprisingly said he liked me, claiming that during this month he realized I was a different kind of girl, listing my many virtues while my best friend had none. As you might guess, my best friend and I became enemies. Then I ended up with another suitor who followed me around like a persistent shadow. After this incident, she targeted me and everything. She kept saying I stole her boyfriend. Finally, I couldn't hold back any longer. To annoy her, I agreed to date him. Hey, can you blame me? I was initially doing it for her. The two onlookers merely nodded. They didn't dare express their opinions. If they said something unsatisfactory, they risked severe backlash. As I spent more time with him, I realized he was actually quite nice and considerate. Thus, we spent 2 years together filled with memories all over campus. However, during a campus fighting challenge organized with another school, he was struck hard on the head and ultimately succumbed to his injuries. In the end, he died in my arms. Although the person who struck him was expelled from school and it was deemed an accident during a campus competition, it could not be considered a crime. After being expelled, I heard, he started fighting in underground matches. At that moment, I vowed to become stronger and seek revenge for him. I also wanted to defeat him in the ring. After completing my studies, I trained tirelessly, pushing myself and seeking out people to teach me fighting skills. As my strength improved, I participated in numerous competitions. I was knocked down again and again, but I stood back up each time. Finally, on the day before the apocalyptic outbreak, I went to an underground boxing match, specifically demanding to fight him. I had already resigned myself to spend the rest of my life in prison. On the ring, I saw him, just as arrogant as years ago, and he recognized me. In that moment, I unleashed all the grievances, resentment, pain, and sorrow I had accumulated over the years upon him. In the end, I won, returning to him all the hurt he had inflicted upon me. Then I was imprisoned, and shortly after the apocalypse erupted, turning everyone in the underground boxing venue into zombies. For several days, no one brought me food, so I pried open the door and escaped. Once outside, I discovered that everyone in the underground boxing arena had turned into zombies. I hid along the way, and when I couldn't hide anymore, I fought back and finally managed to escape. Frantically, I rushed home, but when I arrived, everyone in my family had turned into zombies. In the end, I had no choice but to put them to rest myself. After that, I stayed at home. When supplies ran low, I would venture out to search, but soon it became increasingly difficult to find resources. Then I joined a small team of other survivors. After that, you encountered me. After hearing all this, everyone fell silent. They never expected the usually carefree Su Jia to have such a tragic story. Even after such experiences, she remained unbroken. So the lesson is never provoke a woman in this life. As everyone was at a loss on how to comfort her, a sudden cuckoo echoed from the corridor outside the room. Instinctively, the three of them grabbed their weapons, aiming intently at the door. Luo Xiao stepped in with his hands raised, an awkward grin on his face. Don't shoot, it's us, it's us. Recognizing him, they lowered their guard and put down their arms. Boss, how long have you been back? Got anything to eat? Give me some. Luo Xiao quickly changed the subject, not wanting anyone to know he had been eavesdropping for a while. Having lain on the rooftop watching all morning, his stomach was growling with hunger. Fatty pulled out 2 cans from his bag and tossed them to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He opened the cans and started eating right away. The 3 of them just watched him devour the food with relish. In no time, the 2 cans were completely empty. Boss, any findings on your end? After observing all morning, I did notice something. All the zombies are heading north. I reckon either something is attracting them that way, or there's a big one leading them. Boss, do you think there might be some treasure? That's how it usually goes in novels. Should we follow the horde and take a look? I'd like to live a few more years. If it were just regular zombies, fine, but look at how many first and second tier mutated zombies are in that horde. We'd be lucky to even escape from them. Boss, we don't have a choice. Sunbin then spoke up. Boss, come take a look at the map. Pointing at the map on the table, he said, this is the current position of the zombie horde. They're heading straight north, exactly the same route as ours. And this road is the only way out of the city. If we want to leave the city, we either wait until the horde has passed, or we get ahead of them. But no one knows how far the horde stretches. The other option is to go back the way we came and take a huge detour. Fatty chimed in, bro Bin, if that's the case, what if the horde never leaves? That's the only road. Wouldn't that mean no one can get through? Luo Xiao said that's the worst case scenario. So we must take the weapons from over there then follow the horde north. My initial plan is to wait for the horde to pass, grab those weapons, then trail behind them and see what happens. If the zombies really are as Fatty described, we'll have to fight our way through. As for going back the way we came, not only would it be extremely dangerous through the sea of flowers, but the detour alone would take an extra month. They simply didn't have that kind of time to waste. For the next few days, they took turns in pairs to keep watch on the zombie horde, monitoring its movements. On the third day at 10 in the morning, Sun Bin came running back, panting heavily. The horde has passed. There's not a single zombie left there now. Hearing this, everyone broke into joyful smiles. Finally, it was over. They had been so idle these past few days they were practically moldy. Every day was just sleeping and eating, with the remaining time spent chatting. They immediately packed up their belongings, and within 2 minutes, everything was ready. Finally, we can move. If I stayed still any longer, I feel like I wouldn't even be able to outrun a zombie. You can say that again. Just going out to see the zombies lifts my spirits. Fatty was chatting with Sun Bin on the side. Overhearing their conversation, Luo Xiao scolded with a laugh, you guys just don't know when you're well off. How many people would envy this life right now? And here you are complaining about it. Boss, it's not that we don't want the good life. It's just that we understand the need to be prepared for danger in times of peace. This is the apocalypse now. We can save the good life for later. First, we need to focus on surviving the present. Hearing Fatty's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Su Jia teased Fatty, since when did you become so wise? Brother, Fatty has always been this wise, you just never noticed. Fine, you're the wise one. Su Jia gave in, defeated by Fatty's shamelessness, knowing he would just keep bragging about himself. Alright, enough fooling around. Let's go. The four of them in 2 vehicles drove towards their destination. Boss, I want to talk to you. Sure, go ahead. Boss, do you think the refuge fortress is really safe? Turning an entire city into a fortress? With that kind of massive project, do you think it could be built so soon after the outbreak? Luo Xiao pondered for a moment and said, for now, at least it's safe. And China is not as weak as you think. It's only in times of crisis that its unity truly shines. Especially the soldiers. Whenever the nation and its people need them, they will charge forward without hesitation, standing before countless others, shielding them from myriad calamities. Boss, you know about the Yinwu fortress, right? Yeah, a bit. Among the 4 fortresses in China, it ranks 3rd in strength, which is 2nd from the bottom. Of course, the ranking isn't based on population, but on factors like the number of mercenaries and soldiers inside the fortress, as well as weapons and supplies. So our team is still 1 person short of the entry requirement. No rush. Outside the fortress, there will be plenty who don't meet the standard. We can find someone there if we need to. If there are so many, why don't they just team up with anyone? Team up. Do you think the mercenary-style entry requirement is for nothing? Every squad has to go on a mission every so often. Complete the mission to earn points, and use those points to get what you want. As for mission failure, either you bring back crucial intel, or you stay outside and never get in. Sounds appealing, at least you can get a good night's sleep. The 2 chatted away, and before long they arrived at the building. The road was completely clear without a single zombie in sight. Seeing the heavy truck ravaged by zombies, Luo Xiao felt a pang of heartache. That truck had practically saved their lives back then. Fatty, go check the weapons and equipment. Fatty climbed in through the cargo hole. Boss, everything's still here, but it's a bit of a mess. Looks like some zombies got in. When Luo Xiao climbed in, he realized just how messy a bit of a mess really was. Bullets were scattered all over the floor, different calibers, all mixed together. Robin, keep watch outside. Sister Jia, come in. Once Su Jia was inside, he said, let's get to work. No standing around. With that, Luo Xiao plopped down on the floor of the truck, picked up a box from the ground, and began placing bullets back into it one by one. The other 2 immediately followed suit, handling each round with extreme care. They sorted each bullet by type and caliber, and after filling a box, they would double-check it. When it came to weapons, they dared not be careless. A mistake in this area could be fatal at a critical moment. It took them 2 hours to organize all the bullets on the floor, repacking them into neat boxes. Then they once again transformed into movers, tirelessly loading everything onto the small truck. Once everything was ready, the 4 of them set off northward in 2 vehicles. They drove slowly, trailing far behind the zombies. Watching zombies sporadically rush out from houses on both sides, continuously joining the horde, swelling its ranks. They didn't break away from the horde until nightfall, finding a nearby shelter. That night was eerily quiet, devoid of the zombies' howls. The sudden silence left them restless, unable to sleep soundly, unaccustomed to the tranquility. The next day, except for Luo Xiao, the other 3 emerged with dark circles under their eyes, faces etched with exhaustion. After a simple meal, they resumed their journey. After a night's rest, the zombies had traveled far ahead. It wasn't until noon that they spotted the horde again. Along the way, they also encountered some survivor squads. The closer they got to the city's edge, the more survivors they met. Sun Bin sat in the passenger seat, constantly studying the map of Sea City. Boss, we should be able to leave Sea City in about another day. Luo Xiao listened to Sun Bin's words, then gazed at the endless horde before him. Whether we can get out remains uncertain. The horde scale is growing increasingly massive. Sunbin also lamented, indeed. I wonder what these zombies are gathering for. There must be at least hundreds of thousands now. And they're still increasing. Let's not overthink it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way step by step. As dusk approached, the horde ahead suddenly halted, as if in a dormant state, heads bowed and motionless. This abrupt behavior baffled everyone. Such strange actions from the zombies were unprecedented not only for them, but also for the other survivors. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Luo Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Jia, find a tall building to use as our temporary shelter for tonight. Roger. Luo Xiao followed Su Jia's car, and soon they stopped beneath a building about a kilometer from the horde. Luo Xiao observed the 2 to 3 dozen cars parked below, a motley assortment of every make and model. Wow, quite a lively scene. In this apocalypse, Sun Bin hadn't seen such a gathering since the Flower Sea. Boss, this is the closest and safest spot to the horde. But I didn't expect so many people. No matter, this building is big enough for all. The 4 of them got out, drawing the scrutiny of those in the building and guarding the cars. The moment Su Jia stepped out, lewd remarks and catcalls erupted from all around, a barrage of crude language. Some even boldly hurled verbal insults directly at her. A scrawny monkey-like man with a lecherous look leaned against a car and called out to Su Jia, Hey beauty, you free tonight? Want Big Brother to keep you company? Hearing this, Su Jia hurled the dagger from her waist at him. Few saw what flew through the air, they only noticed Su Jia's motion. A scream pierced the air. Everyone turned to the scrawny man and gasped. A dagger about 20 centimeters long was now lodged in his groin. The man writhed on the ground in agony, his screams drawing everyone's attention. A group rushed out of the building and hurried over to him. The leader demanded angrily, Show Ho, what happened? Lying on the ground, Show Ho raised a blood-soaked hand and pointed at Su Jia. The leader turned to Su Jia. The moment he saw her, he understood the situation. But since his subordinate had been hurt, as the boss, he had to seek compensation. Seeing they were only 4 against his dozen men, he figured they wouldn't dare resist. He handed Show Ho to a lackey and led his group to surround Luo Xiao and his team. The leader confronted Su Jia aggressively. Was it you who hurt my brother? Su Jia, unperturbed, replied nonchalantly. Yeah, it was me. What are you going to do about it? Is that your answer? As the 2 faced off, Luo Xiao interjected. Hey, you over there, are you forgetting about us? Hearing Luo Xiao, the leader finally turned to him. Had Luo Xiao not spoken, he might have been overlooked. A lackey approached Luo Xiao and sneered. And who are you? Who asked for your opinion? Luo Xiao glanced at Sun Bin and Fatty, then smiled. In a flash, he grabbed the lackey's head and twisted it clockwise. Before the lackey could react, his head was turned 90 degrees. Everyone, including their leader, was stunned that Luo Xiao would strike while surrounded. Luo Xiao dropped the corpse to the ground and looked at the leader. Can we talk now? Staring at the body, the leader roared. You're asking for death. His squad instantly drew their weapons, eyeing the 4 with deadly vigilance. In contrast, Luo Xiao and his team remained utterly relaxed, going about their business as Fatty and Sun Bin even chatted idly. Just as both sides were about to clash, a burly man walked over to Luo Xiao. May I ask who the squad leader is? Luo Xiao stepped forward calmly. I am. What is it? The man said flatly. Brother Xiao invites you to a meeting upstairs at 7 tonight. After speaking to Luo Xiao, he turned to the leader. Brother Xiao says that's enough. Don't make things ugly for everyone. With that, he walked away, ignoring the leader's dark expression. Kid, I'll remember you. Watching the leader retreat with his men, Fatty asked, Boss, what's their game? What tricks can they pull? They just know this Brother Xiao, and he's someone they can't afford to offend. As for the meeting tonight, it's probably about how to get out. Though some strong factions might use it to expand their power. Luo Xiao had attended many such meetings before and knew the ins and outs. Let's go. It's 2 hours till 7. Fatty, stay and watch the supplies. Contact us on the walkie-talkie if anything happens. Fatty patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. Nothing will go missing. The 3 of them headed up and found an empty room. Everyone still here was no novice. They were all seasoned survivors who knew who to provoke and who to avoid. The 3 of them observed the zombie horde through the window. Su Jia pointed to one side and said, Boss, that's the only exit now on the north side. Following her gaze, they saw a highway toll station, now utterly dilapidated. The entire toll plaza was densely packed with zombies, all standing motionless. Sun Bin turned to Su Jia and asked, Besides this highway, are there any other ways out of the city? Su Jia thought for a moment and replied, No. There might be small paths, but where they lead I have no idea. Just then Luo Xiao's voice came through. Have you ever wondered one thing? Why are all these zombies gathered here? And they just happen to be blocking this one and only exit. Su Jia then said, Boss, are you saying someone brought these zombies here to block us? Humans don't have that kind of power. At that moment, Sun Bin seemed to realize something. Boss, are you talking about the Zombie King? Aside from it, I can't think of anything else that could control such a massive horde. Boss, is it the same one we encountered before? I don't know. Probably not. The number it can control must be at least hundreds of thousands. Only a 7th-tier zombie could do that. It seems there's always been a big one hiding in this city. This city is getting more and more interesting. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had already passed. Luo Xiao and Sun Bin arrived at the 7th floor as promised, where someone was already waiting for them at the stairway entrance. They were led into a meeting room which was packed with people, at least several hundred, far more than they had initially estimated. The entrance of Luo Xiao and Sun Bin instantly silenced the noisy room. Just moments ago, they had been the center of attention, and everyone had witnessed Luo Xiao's decisive and ruthless methods. Ignoring the stares, the two found an empty spot and sat down. The room, which had fallen silent, erupted into noise again as soon as they were seated. "Boss, is this how meetings are run?" Luo Xiao turned to him and said, "In the apocalypse, everyone's a roughneck. Did you expect them to act like men in suits and ties?" Sun Bin nodded. "True." Suddenly a booming voice rang out, "Everyone quiet." A tall, burly, middle-aged man with a crew cut walked slowly to the podium, surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Everyone turned to look. When they recognized the man, they all stood up. Many tried to flatter him and get closer, but were blocked by the 4 men behind him. Luo Xiao and Sun Bin, sitting in the corner, were different. "Boss, who's that? Quite the entrance." "How would I know? I've seen him as many times as you have." They chatted idly. Luo Xiao noticed that out of the hundreds of seats, about 20 people hadn't stood up. Those were the ones worth noting. They were usually very strong, as only true strength allowed one to defy such authority. At the podium, the crew-cut man slowly sat down. Looking at the crowd, he said calmly, "Let's begin. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Xiaoda, but many call me Brother Xiao. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to leave the city. The zombie horde opposite us numbers in the hundreds of thousands. None of us alone or in small groups can break through. So we must unite. Only together is there hope. We need to unify command to maximize our strength." Luo Xiao knew exactly what he was leading up to. It was the same old story. They needed a leader, and he thought he was just the man for the job. Sure enough, as Luo Xiao had anticipated, Brother Xiao on the stage continued. "To lead everyone out, I think we should elect a temporary leader. With so many squads, we can't be a disorganized mess. If we go in scattered, none of us will come out. As for the leader, let's put it to a vote." As soon as he finished, voices from the crowd unanimously called for him to take the position. Why even vote? If Brother Xiao isn't fit to be leader, who is? Exactly. If Brother Xiao isn't worthy, no one is. I'd be the first to object. Right, right, right. The flatterers praised him endlessly, much to his delight. A small minority watched silently, seeing through it all, but saying nothing. Everyone had their own agenda. They knew they were being used as pawns, but they were doing the same. It was all mutual exploitation. Yet, as Xiaoda had said, with so many people, a leader was necessary. If everyone fought on their own, they'd be doomed. Since you all have faith in me, I will not let you down. I will do my utmost to lead everyone out safely. Let's end today's meeting here. Tomorrow morning, all squad leaders meet here again to discuss the plan. Just as Luo Xiao and Sun Bin stepped out of the meeting room, a hand landed on Luo Xiao's shoulder. In an instant, Luo Xiao grabbed the wrist and flipped the figure over his shoulder, slamming it hard onto the ground. Just as Luo Xiao was about to deliver a killing blow, the figure cried out, Wait, it's me. Black Wolf, leader of the Black Fiend Mercenary Corps." Recognizing him, Luo Xiao released his grip. Black Wolf rubbed his wrist and said, "Underworld King, you're quite ruthless." Luo Xiao stared at him. "If I didn't know you, you'd be a corpse by now. You're such a bore. By the way, what do you think of this Brother Xiao? What's there to think? I see him with my eyes. I mean his strength and his squads. What's your take?" "Brother Xiao's pretty strong. I'd say a bit stronger than you. But his squad's about on par with yours." Hearing this, Black Wolf's face darkened. "And compared to your side? No comparison." With that, Luo Xiao turned and left with Sun Bin without looking back. Watching Luo Xiao disappear down the corridor, Black Wolf wondered which side Luo Xiao meant by no comparison. Just then, 2 of his underlings started bickering behind him. "You lost. Hand it over." "When did I lose? He just got thrown, not beaten up." "You're cheating." "I am not." The 2 argued like a pair of clowns. Black Wolf turned and roared, "What are you 2 doing?" "Boss, Little Wolf lost a bet and won't pay up." "What bet?" "Captain, I'm reporting Grey Wolf. We bet on what would happen when you went to see the Underworld King. I bet nothing would happen. Grey Wolf, bet you'd get beaten up for sure." The more Black Wolf listened, the angrier he got. He kicked them both, furious that while he, the leader, was getting humiliated, these 2 idiots were betting on whether he'd get hit. Returning to their temporary resting place, the 3 of them made do with a simple meal in the room. After eating, Sun Bin went down to relieve Fatty. Until the next day, the zombie horde remained utterly still, staying in place, as if they were ancient soldiers awaiting their general's inspection. Early in the morning, Luo Xiao was summoned to the meeting room. There weren't many people present, fewer than 100 in total. Luo Xiao casually found an empty corner. No sooner had he sat down than Black Wolf scurried over. Sitting beside him, Black Wolf asked, "Underworld King, what did you mean by that last remark yesterday?" Luo Xiao merely shot him a glare and ignored him. Black Wolf wisely shut his mouth. The meeting room was considerably quieter this time, as all those present were squad leaders who valued their dignity over boisterous chatter. After Brother Xiao took his seat, everyone wondered what method he had to break through the hundreds of thousands of zombies and successfully leave the city. Brother Xiao spoke up. To be honest, I don't have a brilliant plan either. The approach our squad discussed is a bit crude, but I think it has a fair chance of working. Someone from the audience spoke up. Brother Xiao, if you have a plan, why not share it with us? Brother Xiao looked embarrassed. It's not much of a plan, really. We use explosives to clear a path, collect gasoline or bombs, and blast a way out. Everyone fell into deep thought, weighing the feasibility of the idea. Another squad leader suggested, what if we split into groups, lure the zombies out bit by bit, and then eliminate them? His idea was immediately shot down. With so few people, clearing them one by one would take forever. What about using heavy trucks to pave the way? That wouldn't work either. They'd never break through the horde. In the end, they even brought up digging a tunnel. After a whole morning of discussion, none of the results were satisfactory. Brother Xiao's original proposal still seemed the best. Luo Xiao, who had been dozing off in the audience, was nudged awake by Black Wolf. Underworld King, what do you think is the best approach in this situation? Luo Xiao replied nonchalantly, fire attack, obviously. With such a massive horde, a fire attack would take tons of gasoline. Are you stupid? What's our goal? To get out of the city. Exactly. Who said you have to burn the entire horde? Black Wolf caught on instantly. You mean we use fire to isolate the horde, and then just clear the zombies on the road? Luo Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond, turning his head away and going back to sleep. In truth, the idea had been inspired by Brother Xiao's suggestion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of it. A loud bang jolted Luo Xiao's ears, nearly making him kick Black Wolf in anger. Black Wolf slammed the table and bellowed, everyone shut up. I've got a plan that'll work. With all eyes on him, Black Wolf said smugly, my plan is to use fire to separate the road leading out of the city from the horde, so we only need to clear the zombies on the road. Everyone's eyes lit up at his idea. It seemed feasible. Then Brother Xiao on stage asked, do you know how long the road out of the city is? And how much gasoline would need? And how to pour the gasoline along both sides of the road? A barrage of questions left Black Wolf bewildered. Everyone looked at him expecting answers. With his wits, he couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly turned to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao ignored him. Why should he help when Black Wolf had stuck his neck out to show off, only to shoot himself in the foot? Seeing Luo Xiao wouldn't help, and with others pressing him, Black Wolf leaned in and whispered, 100 rounds. Luo Xiao shook his head. 200. Another shake. Gritting his teeth, Black Wolf said 300 and no more. Luo Xiao held up 4 fingers. Deal. Black Wolf felt like crying. He had wanted to show off, but instead he ended up losing 400 rounds of ammunition. Black Wolf urged, come on, what's the plan? Isn't it simple? Someone here must know how to fly a drone, right? That solves all the problems, doesn't it? Black Wolf slapped his forehead in frustration. How had he not thought of such a simple solution? He shouted, what's the rush? It's easy. Just use a drone and everything's solved. Exactly. A light bulb went off for everyone, and they started asking which squad had a drone. A young squad leader in the corner, who looked like a student, raised his hand. Hummingbird. My squad has 2 large drones. We can fly them, but each squad must give us 50 rounds and a gun. The drones are our lifeline. Using them to spray gasoline will ruin them, so asking for compensation isn't unreasonable, right? Everyone thought it over and agreed. After all, he was offering his means of survival, and 50 rounds per squad was no big deal. Once everyone consented, he continued, scouting and marking the route for the gasoline is no problem, but the amount of gasoline depends on the road length. Everyone chimed in, saying they'd handle the gasoline. There were plenty of abandoned cars in the city center. It would just take some time to collect. They talked for nearly another hour before finalizing the plan. Each squad was assigned tasks. Most would search for gasoline, while Hummingbird's squad focused on repairing the drones. Every squad collecting gasoline had a quota. If they didn't deliver the required amount by afternoon, they'd be kicked out of the alliance. When Luo Xiao returned to their quarters, the others had already eaten lunch and Fatty was snoring loudly on the sofa. Sunbin asked, boss, how did it go? Not bad. The plan is set. We'll use fire. Luo Xiao explained the approach and Sunbin nodded in approval. It was the only feasible option for now. They just had to wait for the distance to be measured. Boss, did you come up with this plan? Who do you think came up with it? Sunbin gave him a thumbs up. He had asked on a whim, never expecting that his boss had indeed devised it. Everyone assembled at the parking spot downstairs. Fatty and Su Jia were still in the dark about the situation. Luo Xiao briefed them on the contents of today's meeting and the mission ahead. Fatty, with a look of sudden realization, said, no wonder all the teams rushed out in such a hurry. They were searching for gasoline. So where should we go? Fatty chimed in. Obviously we head where there are plenty of cars. Parking lots, residential areas, they'll do. Su Jia teased Fatty. Fatty, your brain's working pretty well lately. Even a simple problem like this you can figure out. Fatty puffed up with pride. Of course, who do you think I am? Everyone chuckled in response, saying nothing, but the meaning was clear. Luo Xiao smiled. Let's go, brother Fatty. We're off. They drove around the city center visiting several residential areas, but other teams were already there, so they refrained from competing. Fatty grumbled incessantly along the way. Boss, why are these people so fast? Everywhere we go, someone's already there. After an hour of searching, they finally found a medium-sized residential area that hadn't been touched. They parked at the exit of the underground garage, leaving Su Jia to guard the car, while Luo Xiao led Sun Bin and Fatty into the garage. Every car in the garage was covered in a thick layer of dust, stripped of their former luster, replaced by decay and desolation. They pried open the hood of a random car, cut 3 soft tubes, and handed one to each of the 2. Then they split up to search for gasoline vehicle by vehicle. Most of the gasoline had already been drained, leaving only a few cars with any fuel, forcing them to inspect every single one. Fortunately, all the zombies had joined the horde, allowing them to work without worry, speeding up the process considerably. 2 hours later, Fatty sat on the ground, rinsing his mouth with bottled water. He said to Luo Xiao, "Boss, look at me. My cheeks are sucked in. I can't suck anymore." The same was true for Luo Xiao. After 2 straight hours of sucking, even speaking made his cheeks ache, and his mouth reeked of gasoline. But seeing over 40 neatly arranged bottles of gasoline in the truck bed gave them some reassurance. At least today's quota was met. Luo Xiao patted both on the shoulders, signaling them to get in the car. When they returned to the building, many had already come back, carrying bottles of gasoline in front of the entrance. Everyone without exception had cheeks swollen as if stung by bees. Su Jia couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Seeing Su Jia's exaggerated reaction, Fatty said, "Don't laugh. Try it yourself next time, and you'll know how it feels." A designated person was in charge of inspection. The task assigned was that each team member, regardless of team size, had to hand in 10 bottles of gasoline. This way it didn't favor larger teams, a rule that Luo Xiao found quite satisfactory. Most teams managed to meet the quota, except for those with terrible luck like theirs at first, where everywhere they went was already taken, wasting time just finding an empty spot. At 7 in the evening, after everyone returned, they began handing over gasoline and bullets. The team leaders then held another meeting. This time Hummingbird stood at the front and said, "Everyone, we've scouted the roads leading out of the city and have some bad news. The road we need to clear is about 4 kilometers long, with an additional kilometer outside the city. And the gasoline spill only lasts half an hour, with the fire burning for just 5 minutes. The team leaders below began discussing. "Captain Hummingbird, do you mean we need to burn a 5-kilometer fire break with gasoline?" "No, not 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Don't forget the fire break must be inside the horde, and it's bidirectional." Someone else spoke up. 5 minutes isn't enough. That means we'd have to cover 1 kilometer per minute while also clearing the zombies inside the fire break. There's no way we can make it in time. Hummingbird replied, "We can solve that. He'll use a truck loaded with gasoline. As the convoy moves, it'll create the fire break. The problem now is having enough gasoline. And because we also need to clear zombies, timing is tricky. Once the gasoline runs out, I don't need to tell you what will happen." Brother Xiao, standing on the stage, called out. A tall, thin man rushed in. "How much gasoline did we collect today?" "Boss, it's all handed in. About 10,000 bottles in total." That was quite a haul. At 10 bottles per person, that meant nearly 1,000 people were here. Brother Xiao looked at Hummingbird. "Brother, is this enough?" "As long as there are no special circumstances, it should be." Hearing that it was enough, everyone's face lit up. They didn't want to go through that ordeal again. It was tougher than fighting zombies. "How are the preparations for the road clearing team?" "We found a steamroller and a bulldozer. With everything ready, the only thing left was to assign formation positions." This part was the liveliest, as no one wanted to be on the outer edge. In the end, they had to draw lots to decide. Luo Xiao's luck was surprisingly good. He drew an inner position, while Black Wolf looked as if he was about to cry. "Underworld, how about you stand behind us?" Luo Xiao knew what he was up to, given the high risk of this operation. He had been wondering how to repay Black Wolf's favor, and this worked out perfectly. After all, standing behind someone was no different. "Sure, no problem." Seeing Luo Xiao's quick agreement, Black Wolf broke into a smile. "All right, I'll take off now. I need to go back and make arrangements. See you tomorrow morning." With that, Black Wolf hurried away. In the bedroom, Luo Xiao explained the breakout procedure and precautions for the next day to the others, ensuring no unexpected issues would arise. "Tomorrow, Sister Jia and Brother Bin will drive. Fatty and I will be in the passenger seats. Fatty, you're on the heavy machine gun. Get everything ready. Also, if things get out of control, we can break away from the convoy. Remember, our safety comes first." Everyone nodded. All personnel had gathered, and each team stood at their designated positions. The oil trucks and the Hummingbird team were surrounded on all sides. Ahead was a road roller and a bulldozer clearing the path. A large convoy advanced towards the horde of corpses. Along the way, the Fatty and the Little Wolf from the Black Shady Mercenary Group were chatting excitedly, sharing a feeling of camaraderie. Separated by vehicles, the two chatted more and more, almost ready to become sworn brothers. Shortly after, the entire convoy stopped 200 meters away from the horde. Under everyone's watchful eyes, 2 drones flew towards the horde, one on each side of the main road. Upon reaching the designated position, the drones opened a hatch beneath their bodies, and gasoline rained down continuously. The zombies below, doused in gasoline, became frenzied, attacking the surrounding zombies. At that moment, the roar of the hummingbird echoed through the convoy. Let's go. In an instant, the entire convoy revved their engines, the deafening roar awakening the nearest zombies, which rushed towards the convoy with a howl. At the forefront, Brother Xiao pulled out 2 gasoline lighters from his pocket and threw them towards the gasoline along the sides of the main road. In an instant, 2 fire dragons spread forward. Before long, the flames stretched about 200 meters, completely isolating the main road. The zombies that reacted rushed out from within, while those outside were trapped behind the firewall, howling continuously. The drones overhead flew back and forth, ensuring that the firewall on both sides of the road would not extinguish. Originally expected to last 5 minutes, the firewall unexpectedly extinguished in just 3. As the convoy penetrated deeper into the horde, the zombies outside became increasingly agitated, with many charging towards the convoy engulfed in flames. Of course, this was only a minority. The result was often that those who rushed into the firewall were shot down immediately. At this time, the teams no longer held back, bringing out all kinds of weapons. The battle at the forefront was even more brutal and straightforward. 2 heavy vehicles pushed straight through, crushing the continuously charging zombies beneath their massive iron wheels. Zombies and earth melded into one. Where the 2 vehicles passed was like a hell on earth, with various zombie entrails and body parts scattered across the entire main road. The surrounding area was filled with foul odors. The smell of blood mixed with the scent of burning corpses was so overwhelming that even Luo Xiao had to cover his nose with his hand. Those with weaker mental fortitude, overwhelmed by the scene and the smells, immediately vomited. It wasn't that they had never experienced such brutal battles, but under the dual torment, it was simply beyond what ordinary people could endure. After the first wave of gasoline extinguished, they had only advanced less than 500 meters. It wasn't that they couldn't move quickly, but they had to remain within the firewall. If they stepped outside, they would be torn apart by the fierce zombies in an instant. The journey in these few minutes was exceptionally arduous, moving only inch by inch. The 2 drones were still a bit overwhelmed, barely able to keep up with both sides of the convoy. As for the front and back, they could only pile up people. The front was somewhat manageable. As long as they moved slower than the speed of the firewall, they could push through, but the back was the most desperate. The firewall at the back extinguished first, causing zombies to surge from behind. The sounds of various gunfire and explosions constantly echoed from the rear of the convoy, occasionally accompanied by human screams. Fatty, in the bed of the pickup truck, was more aware of the situation outside than anyone else. Boss, the Black Wolves have already opened fire. Luo Xiao squinted, pondering something, then picked up the radio and asked, Fatty, what's the situation outside now? Boss, the situation isn't optimistic, especially at the back. The sides are fine for now. What's happening at the back? There are 3 teams at the back, but now only 2 are left. 1 team has gone to support from inside. They probably can't hold out for long if their equipment isn't very good. Most have only pistols, and there are hardly any automatic rifles. Fatty, don't engage yet. Wait until it's our turn to attack. Conserve ammo for now. Don't worry, boss, I know what to do. Fatty was in agony in the truck bed, enduring the heat of the firewall. A sweat poured down like rain. Many were getting increasingly irritable due to the heat. It became a matter of who provoked whom. It wasn't just the people who were hot. Even the vehicles were burning hot. The teams on the periphery were now fighting with their bare bodies, rapidly depleting their water supplies. No one expected such a problem to arise. The sun hung high in the sky, indicating that it was noon, and they had been on the road for 3 hours. The zombies behind were continuously breaking through the firepower blockade of the teams and charging into the convoy, biting anyone in sight. Fatty in the truck bed had no choice but to withstand the heat wave, while carefully observing the surroundings, occasionally firing a shot. After 3 hours, they had advanced less than halfway, illustrating how slow their progress was. As for the other 7 teams, had already been lost at the back. There was no way out. The main road was only so wide, and once the team in front was gone, they could only step up to take their place, otherwise it would be death. At that moment, Brother Xiao at the front shouted, Hummingbird, speed up, otherwise we will all be left here. Hummingbird, shirtless, roared back, Don't rush me, I'm already speeding up. You think I don't want to go faster? There are only 2 drones. Also, we're almost halfway through the gasoline. His words were like throwing a stone into a tranquil lake. Someone asked, How much longer can we hold on? At most until 9 in the evening. The gasoline will run out by then. At this point, Brother Xiao said, Don't release gasoline too close together, conserve some. Release a little every so often to create openings in the firewall. As long as they aren't too big, we can still hold on. Since the spokesperson had said so, Hummingbird had no choice but to comply. Now he released gasoline every 50 meters, leaving a 2-meter gap, which made the zombies rush towards the openings as if they had found a vent. In no time, the pressure on both sides of the teams increased dramatically and casualties began to rise. However, their speed of advancement had indeed increased significantly, and by dusk they could already see the Welcome to City C billboard. A roar erupted from the right side of Luo Xiao and the others. Luo Xiao turned to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a massive mutated zombie charging forward, undeterred by the firepower of the Black Wolves. The black wolf, holding an automatic rifle, wore a fierce expression, completely unafraid. He shouted, "Come on. Whoever is scared is a grandson." However, the power of the automatic rifle only left white marks on the mutated creature, failing to penetrate its skin. As the mutated zombie drew closer, the team members on both sides wanted to help, but they simply couldn't spare the hands. The zombie approached Black Wolf just as he ran out of bullets, and Black Wolf stared at it, while the zombie raised its sharp claws and struck fiercely towards his head. "Boss, dodge! Boss!" The little wolf and the gray wolf shouted repeatedly. Just as the black wolf was about to perish under the mutated zombie's iron claws, a tremendous sound erupted from behind them. The mutated zombie's raised right hand was sent flying, the immense impact staggering it back a few steps. Everyone turned to look, only to see the fat man holding a cigarette with a heavy machine gun in hand, billowing smoke. He shouted, "Wolf brother, our boss said he would repay the favor." As he spoke, he kept pulling the trigger, sweeping at the mutated zombie from a distance of about 10 meters. In no time, the mutated zombie was shot to pieces, dead beyond recovery. The fat man's heavy machine gun did not cease fire with the demise of the mutated zombie. Instead, it quickly helped clear the surrounding zombies. Taking advantage of this brief respite, the Black Xiao team quickly regrouped and replenished their stamina, having fought continuously for several hours. The black wolf gulped down some water and said, "Pluto, we remember your great kindness." The fat man finished a belt of ammunition and finally ceased fire, leaving the rest to their own devices. The sky had turned completely dark and the convoy had already exited the city with only a few hundred meters left. They just needed to get out within 2 hours, and it would be no problem. As of now, many of the outer teams were already out of ammunition, relying only on machetes and clubs to fend off the approaching zombies. At this moment, less than half of the original convoy remained, meaning that within just one day, 500 people had been left behind. In the end, Luo Xiao and his group joined the defense team. There was no choice. The Black Xiao members had long run out of bullets, and if they didn't help, casualties were inevitable. As time went on, the gaps left behind grew larger, necessitating more people for defense. Everyone pulled out their last reserves of various weapons, and rocket launchers were brought out, and for a moment, the firepower managed to block the zombies firmly outside the gaps. While continuously shooting at the zombies outside, Luo Xiao said, "Fat man, send a box of ammunition and a box of grenades to Black Xiao." The fat man directly called out to the little wolf engaged in close combat on the side, "Hey little wolf, I've got something good for you." The people next to little wolf immediately understood and quickly incorporated his defense line into their own. The fat man took a box of bullets and grenades from the truck and tossed it directly to the little wolf. Upon opening it, little wolf's face lit up with joy. Without a word, he quickly removed the safety from 2 grenades and threw them forward. 2 massive explosions resounded, allowing the Black Xiao members to finally catch their breath. Everyone turned to look at little wolf, then at the items in his hands. In an instant, they realized that Black Xiao owed a significant debt of gratitude this time. Little wolf quickly loaded several magazines and immediately tossed some to a few people. With the aid of firearms, they felt much more at ease, no longer in the dire situation they had been in earlier. Just as everything seemed to be developing positively, an accident occurred. The entire convoy collided together, and all the vehicles came to a standstill. "What's going on?" The black wolf's loud voice boomed out. Luo Xiao immediately leaned out of the car window to closely observe what had happened ahead. He saw a strangely formed female zombie currently gnawing on the driver of a road roller. Perhaps sensing the numerous gazes, the female zombie slowly lifted her head and looked at the entire convoy. A massive roar erupted that made everyone's eardrums throb painfully. When everyone got a clear look at its appearance, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The female zombie's long hair draped down to her waist, while beneath her 6 long legs that resembled spider legs could hardly be called legs. They were slim and elongated, just like those of a spider. Thin and sharp, the roof of the car beneath her was like tofu, easily crushed under her weight. When Luo Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils. "Boss, what is this thing?" "I've never seen anything like it," the fat man asked with curiosity. Luo Xiao felt conflicted inside, already contemplating whether to flee if it felt impossible to fight. "This is a 5th-tier predator specifically fond of eating humans." "Damn, so fierce." The fat man hadn't expected that this zombie, despite its small size and peculiar appearance, was actually a 5th tier. Luo Xiao's words shocked them greatly. They usually only encountered 1st and 2nd-tier zombies, had never seen a 3rd-tier, let alone this suddenly appearing 5th tier. It's like you play a 3 and your opponent plays a royal flush. At this moment, Sunbin said, "Boss, what do you think? Should we slip away?" Even Sunbin knew that facing a 5th tier meant they could just run. Wait a minute, there are still many people ahead. They weren't the first to take hits, and he couldn't just leave. "Fat man, prepare a block of C4 and throw it to me." Listening to Luo Xiao's words, the fat man replied, "Boss, you're not thinking of blowing it up, are you? Am I crazy? Whoever goes up is just sending themselves to their doom. I'm just keeping it as a precaution. What if it comes in handy?" The 2 sides continued to stall like this, but the survivors couldn't afford to wait, as they were running low on gasoline. Continuing to stall would mean death. Xiao Gu raised his automatic rifle and opened fire at the predator. However, the predator didn't even flinch, allowing the bullets to hit it and spark up without leaving a mark on its skin aside from ruining its clothes. Xiao Gu at the very front was astonished. He hadn't expected this bizarre zombie to be impervious even to automatic rifle bullets. After all, automatic rifles could inflict some damage on ordinary second-tier zombies. Not knowing what Xiao Gu said to the person next to him, he handed Xiao Gu a long tube. When Sun Bin saw what it was, he exclaimed, "What the hell, an anti-tank rocket launcher? Is this thing really powerful, Brother Bin? This thing is for taking down tanks. Do you think it's not powerful?" Just the fact that Sun Bin said it was for tanks indicated how formidable it was. Xiao Gu aimed at the predator and fired a long flame trailed behind the shell. Boom! A wave of terrifying heat swept over, sending the nearby zombies flying away from the shockwave. The center of the explosion was enveloped in dust. From within the dust, an angry roar echoed. Roar as the dust settled. The predator's 2 legs had already been blasted to bits, now dripping with black blood. It turned out that after sensing danger, the predator immediately went into a defensive state, shielding its 4 legs in front of itself, which is how it managed to survive. Although it paid the price of losing 2 legs, this was its first time suffering such severe injuries. Meanwhile, the humans were at a loss upon seeing that this zombie could even withstand an anti-tank rocket launcher. Xiao Gu also hadn't anticipated that this zombie was so strong. Based on his original estimates, this zombie would at most be a 3rd tier. A single shell should have obliterated it. But instead it lost 2 legs yet remained as vigorous as ever. The predator approached step by step, while Xiao Gu and the others kept retreating. Xiao Gu shouted towards the back. While stepping back, everyone opened fire. "What are you waiting for? If it comes closer, well, all be dead." Everyone reacted and hurried to stop the predator's advance. However, the bullets hitting it had no effect at all. They didn't even slow its pace. At this moment, Luo Xiao had a bold thought. As the saying goes, the timid starve while the bold thrive. A 5th-tier predator's spirit crystal could elevate his own strength to mid-4th tier. The more he thought about it, the more tempted Luo Xiao became, but battling 2 tiers above left him uncertain even if it was severely injured. "Let's wait until they exhaust themselves, then he'll act." He turned to the fat man and said, "Fatty, suppress it with heavy machine gun fire." "Got it, boss, just watch me." After saying this, the fat man adjusted the heavy machine gun in his hands, aiming at the advancing predator dozens of meters away. He pulled the trigger, and a massive fire serpent erupted, continuously engulfing the predator. Although the bullets didn't penetrate its flesh, the tremendous impact of the heavy machine gun forced the predator to stumble back. Roar! The enraged predator roared at the crowd. Behind it, a horde of zombies surged forward, charging towards the group. Everyone fired continuously. While they could resist the zombies for a short time, it was not a long-term solution, as they could not afford to prolong the fight. Without the defenses of a road roller or bulldozer, they couldn't advance even a step. Everyone felt disheartened. After struggling to get this far, they now found themselves in a deadlock. One by one, they let out unwilling roars, venting their frustrations. "Fatty, give me the C4. Luo Xiao made up his mind. He had to take down the predator, not for any other reason, but for the spirit crystal. This 5th-tier spirit crystal, if missed, who knows when he would encounter another. So he wanted to give it a shot. "Boss, are you really going for it? You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. This 5th-tier spirit crystal is mine." Seeing Luo Xiao's determination, the fat man said no more and tossed the C4 to Luo Xiao. At this moment, Sun Bin walked over and said, "Boss, just go for it. We'll take care of the rest." Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Wolf saw a few people whispering and quickly left the battlefield to ask, "What's going on, guys? Are you preparing to run? Remember to take me with you when you flee." "Run? We're going to chop it up." Black Wolf was shocked. "What the hell, Ming Wang? Are you crazy? That's a 5th-tier zombie. Regular attacks are useless. We can't even break its defense. How can we chop it up? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Saying this, Luo Xiao stepped forward, and Sun Bin and the others also took out their weapons and followed behind. Black Wolf looked at their backs and muttered, "What a bunch of lunatics. But it seems we have no other choice. If you want to go crazy, you'll join you for a madness." He shouted, "Black Xiao, bring 2 who aren't afraid of death, and follow me." By the time Luo Xiao and the others appeared at the front, no one knew what they were planning. They all drew out long knives, pointing them forward. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 4 shouted in unison, lined up, and charged forward. Seeing this, the people behind stopped firing, fearing they might hit their own. Xiao Gu stood at the front and shouted, "Whose people are those? Get them back, they're going to their deaths." Everyone exchanged glances, bewildered. At this moment, Black Wolf also appeared at the front and turned to say, "What the hell are you waiting for? You guys are just being cowards. The zombies aren't giving us a chance to live, and you still hesitate. I can't afford to lose face like this." After saying this, Black Wolf led his men into battle without a moment's hesitation, leaving a group of people stunned in place. His words struck them like a heavy hammer on their hearts. Indeed, the zombies offered no escape, but what were they still afraid of? With death on both sides, they might as well die gloriously. Many people, determined, took out their weapons and stepped forward, continuously joining the fray. As Luo Xiao made contact with the zombies, the fat man and others felt immense pressure from all directions. 1 minute later, the fat man and Su Jia were unable to advance at all, while Sun Bin was beside Luo Xiao, constantly clearing the zombies on his side. "Boss, it's up to you from here." Looking at the few surrounded by zombies, Luo Xiao didn't return to save them. He knew their strength could hold for a few minutes. His goal was clear, aimed directly at the predator. The biggest threat was it, as long as it lived, none of them could survive. Luo Xiao wielded dual axes, continuously chopping left and right. With each swing, he felled a zombie. Luo Xiao himself didn't know how many he had killed at this moment. He was covered in black blood, embodying a hellish reaper. He didn't know how far he was from the predator. All he knew was that he was surrounded by a dense mass of zombies. Meanwhile, with the addition of Black Wolf and others, the pressure on Sun Bin and the others drastically reduced as they looked at the densely packed crowd behind Black Wolf. Sun Bin asked, "What did you do to them? Why are they all so fearless, like they've been injected with adrenaline?" Black Wolf laughed while continuously slashing at the surrounding zombies. "I didn't say much. I just called them cowards and that was it." "So what's the plan?" Sun Bin replied, without turning his head. "Full force to hold off the zombies, relieve pressure on the boss. Once he deals with the predator, we'll move up in the lead vehicle. Alright, it'll take people to clear the lead vehicle. Once you're done over there, let me know immediately, so I can start and clear the way for you." Black Wolf shouted to those behind, "Bring some who aren't afraid of death, and follow me." Instantly, about 20 people broke away from the battle and charged towards the lead vehicle. With the reinforcements, they advanced forward, but after fighting for a long time aside from a field of corpses, they hadn't seen Luo Xiao at all, and didn't know how deep he had gone. However, now that the arrow was on the bowstring, they had no choice but to shoot, and they could only keep killing. The battle was incredibly fierce, and the scales of victory slowly tilted towards the opposing side. Although the human survivors fought fiercely, the zombies were endless. Watching their companions fall one after another, dragged into the horde, despairing screams echoed all around. Many people once caught or bitten by zombies would pull the pin on a grenade because they would rather die with a bang than become one of those ghastly creatures. Out of the initial 200 who charged in, fewer than 100 remained, suffering over half losses. The battle was undeniably brutal, especially considering that these losses were all experienced elites. Just as everyone was on the verge of collapsing, a huge explosion sounded not far away, followed by a massive shockwave that sent both the zombies and humans in the front flying. A few minutes earlier, Luo Xiao had finally reached the predator. The predator stood atop an abandoned car, silently gazing at the human before it. It had noticed this human approaching it for quite some time. Though its intelligence was limited, it understood the futility of marching towards certain death. With a roar, the predator drove back the other zombies and leaped to within 10 meters of Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao stood still, a double axe in hand, his eyes locked on the predator. This was his first time fighting across 2 cultivation tiers. Though he had never attempted it, he knew well the chasm between the 3rd and 5th tiers. He dared not be careless. He had to remain highly vigilant. One misstep, and he would capsize in a ditch. The predator struck first, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Luo Xiao quickly crossed his axes to block the attack. The moment they clashed, a tremendous force surged through the axes and into his body. The impact sent him stumbling back several steps, each leaving a deep footprint in the asphalt. This was the terror of a 5th-tier predator. The predator, perhaps surprised that Luo Xiao had survived its blow unscathed, had expected to cleave him in two. In that moment of hesitation, Luo Xiao charged forward with his axes, swinging one at its leg. By the time it reacted, the blade had already struck. A thin wound opened on its leg, oozing beads of blood. Seizing the advantage, Luo Xiao swung his other axe upward in a diagonal slash. He aimed to maximize the damage, but he had underestimated a 5th-tier zombie. The predator dodged with a sidestep. Seeing his attack miss, Luo Xiao did not linger. He rolled away to create distance. The predator, looking at the wound on its leg, flew into a rage. It let out a furious roar at Luo Xiao and charged at him with blinding speed. Before Luo Xiao could react, a fist slammed into his stomach. He was sent flying. Luo Xiao lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance, but the enraged predator cared not. It rushed to his side and kicked him in the flank, sending him tumbling again. Midair, Luo Xiao could not hold back a mouthful of blood. The gap was not small. This was a one-sided massacre. After 2 strikes, the predator assumed Luo Xiao was dead and slowly approached. But the moment it drew near, Luo Xiao sprang up and hurled his axe at its head. Just as Luo Xiao thought he had succeeded, the predator extended its right hand and with incredible speed deflected the axe, flying toward its face. Even Luo Xiao was at a loss. He had traded 2 injuries for 1 attack, and it had dealt no damage. Now his internal organs felt as if they had shifted, and the pain was unbearable. He drew his long blade and tucked his remaining axe into his waist. With his eyes fixed on the predator, Luo Xiao let out a roar. Kill! He raised his blade and charged once more. The predator watched him come, made no extra move, and simply kicked forward. Luo Xiao flew back even faster than he had advanced. Having grown tired of the game, the predator walked to Luo Xiao's side and looked down at the motionless human. It raised a leg and drove it down toward his back. With a scream, the searing pain jolted Luo Xiao back to consciousness. The predator flung him off its leg and turned to leave. But after only a few steps, the human it had deemed harmless slowly rose to his feet. Luo Xiao's hair was disheveled, blood pouring from the gaping hole in his chest. His bloodshot eyes gave him an eerie, almost demonic appearance, as if he had fallen into a berserk state. A sinister smile curled on his lips. "I'm not dead yet," he rasped. For the first time, the predator instinctively stepped back. This was the first time in its sentient existence that it had encountered such a situation. But the pride of a fifth-tier zombie suppressed its fear. It shrieked at Luo Xiao and charged at him with terrifying speed, its claws aimed at his face. Luo Xiao instantly raised his blade and slashed at its claws. After the strike, a wound as wide as a thumb appeared on the predator's arm. Had it not withdrawn quickly, the entire arm would have been severed. With a roar, the two clashed again. Luo Xiao abandoned all defense, adopting a desperate life-for lifestyle. The predator, relying on its sturdy body, attacked without guarding, intent on finishing the human quickly. As if by mutual agreement, they exchanged blows relentlessly, each taking and giving damage. After several minutes, they had clashed over 100 times. Both were on their last legs. Luo Xiao's body bore over a dozen wounds, one near his heart, nearly piercing through many cuts deep enough to reveal bone. He had become a figure of blood, and his tang blade was reduced to half. The predator was not much better. One arm was severed at the shoulder, its body covered in sword wounds. It was left with only 2 legs, or rather 2.5, as one was half-cut and useless. It had also lost an eye and a trait of injuries. The piercing wound near Luo Xiao's heart had come from that exchange. They stood facing each other, and the berserk Luo Xiao laughed at the predator. "In the end, I win." With a wild laugh, he puzzled the predator, which thought its own condition was far better. As the predator hesitated, Luo Xiao pulled a remote from his clothes. The moment the predator saw the remote, a sense of crisis flooded its mind, greater than when it had been hit by an anti-tank rocket launcher. Luo Xiao pressed the button with a smile. A massive explosion erupted on the predator, reducing it to countless fragments before it could even scream. The shockwave hurled Luo Xiao through the air. In that instant, he grabbed a nearby zombie and used it as a shield. When the shockwave subsided, a crater over 10 meters wide marked the center of the battlefield. Within 50 meters of the crater, not a single living thing remained. Luo Xiao tossed aside the zombie and struggled to rise, his vision blurry. He staggered to the center, frantically searching the ground. Just before losing consciousness, his hand closed around a purple spirit crystal. With his last ounce of strength, he placed it in his mouth, and darkness slowly claimed his sight. Upon hearing the thunderous explosion, the few who immediately reacted charged recklessly toward the blast's epicenter, as if their lives depended on it. Ignoring the zombies knocked to the ground along the way, the others, though bewildered as to why the trio was rushing madly toward the explosion, followed them, without hesitation, pressing forward relentlessly. Finally, the group reached a vacuum zone where the entire road had been blasted beyond recognition. Shredded zombie flesh mingled with rubble scattered everywhere, while Luo Xiao lay beside the explosion crater, drenched in blood, his condition unknown. The few rushed over immediately, determined to carry him away before the zombies could react. When they lifted Luo Xiao, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. His body was covered in wounds of all kinds, with 2 penetrating injuries, and blood still trickled from the corners of his eyes. While everyone remained in shock, Sun Bin felt Luo Xiao's neck and detected a faint pulse. He bellowed, "Get him back quickly. He's still alive." Upon hearing Sun Bin's words, Fatty immediately scooped up Luo Xiao and sprinted back frantically. The others flanked him on both sides, constantly fending off zombie attacks. Soon they reached the convoy. Fatty shouted loudly, "Is there a doctor? Someone come quickly." At that moment, a young child walked over from behind, a cleaver in hand, and his body splattered with zombie blood, likely one of those who had charged out with them. He stammered, "My family practices traditional Chinese medicine. Oh, I know a bit about healing. I'm not sure if I can help." Fatty grabbed his hand and said, "It's fine as long as you know medicine. If you can save my boss, we'll do anything you ask. I can only try. He's too badly injured. There was one thing he dared not say: someone in this condition should have died long ago. Please save him." Fatty begged with a pleading voice over and over. Su Jia kicked him aside and roared, "Fatty, calm down. Go wait over there." Taking a deep breath, Su Jia turned to the child and asked, "Do you need my help? Help me strip off his clothes and clean up the blood." Su Jia's hands trembled as she fought back, tears peeling off Luo Xiao's clothes piece by piece. Then she took mineral water from her backpack and tirelessly wiped his body with gauze. Meanwhile, back at the convoy, Sun Bin quickly told Black Wolf that the predator had been dealt with so the 2 lead vehicles could move. Black Wolf wasted no time upon hearing the order, jumping onto the steamroller, shifting gears, and driving off. With the lead vehicles moving again, the pressure on the rear convoy instantly eased, and the entire column began to advance slowly. Of those who had followed them through the zombie horde, only a few dozen survived. Each face bore grief, as many relatives, friends, and comrades had fallen in this battle. As they passed by, seeing their brothers turned into zombies, they couldn't help but ask others to put them out of their misery. Some squads went out together only to have one return or none at all. At 8:30 p.m., the entire convoy finally broke free of the zombie horde just before running out of fuel. Seeing the world outside, some wept into their hands while others fell to their knees in the vehicle sobbing. Over 1,000 had entered, but fewer than 200 emerged. The convoy headed north and stopped on an open field to rest. Everyone hadn't eaten all day and had fought tirelessly, so they desperately needed replenishment. They wolfed down their food, but their eyes were fixed on the pickup truck in the convoy. Only now did they realize that the formidable man in the pickup had slain the fifth-tier predator, giving them a chance to escape alive. He was the savior of them all. Without him killing the fifth-tier zombie blocking their path, they would have all become zombies themselves. Su Jia assisted by tossing out blood-soaked gauze while Fatty and Sun Bin anxiously stood guard beside the pickup, clutching various medical kits. At their feet lay a carpet of cigarette butts they could only smoke to ease their anxiety. After hours of rescue efforts, Luo Xiao's breathing had stabilized. The two exchanged relieved smiles and let out a long sigh. When they opened the door, Fatty and Sun Bin immediately rushed over. "Sister Jia, how's the boss?" Su Jia ignored him, simply telling him to ask the doctor. The young boy then approached and said, "Nothing serious now, his breathing is steady. It just depends on when he wakes up. I've only stitched up his external wounds. For internal injuries, Hell need medicine and slow recovery. As for when Hell wake up, that's up to him." Hearing that Luo Xiao was safe, everyone cheered joyfully. Then Black Wolf shouted, "Hades! Hades!" The crowd joined in chanting Hades. Hades. In that moment, Luo Xiao's code name was officially established. Everyone spontaneously offered various medicines from their own squads, perhaps the only way they could help their savior. Beside the pickup, Fatty, tears streaming down his face, held the boy's hand and expressed endless gratitude, nearly kneeling. In the end, he thanked him in a manly way. As the saying goes between men, nothing can't be solved with a cigarette. Despite his young age, the boy's smoking habit was even stronger than Fatty and his group. Watching the boy light one cigarette after another, depleting his pack, Fatty wanted to slap himself. Sunbin walked over and said, regretting it now. "Who told you to promise him you'd cover his cigarettes from now on? But I didn't know this kid had such a huge addiction. By the way, Brother Bin, what did they say at the meeting you just attended?" "What else? Some want to go solo, others want to stick together. Either way, the destination is the same. So what did you choose, together or alone?" "I chose to stick together. With the boss condition, someone needs to watch over him. If we go alone, the three of us can't manage." Fatty thought it over and agreed. Going solo would mean 2 people just for the vehicles, leaving him to handle any emergencies. "Anyway, let's wait until the boss wakes up to decide." As the two chatted enthusiastically, Su Jia walked over with 2 bottles of beer, tossing one each to Fatty and Sun Bin. Fatty looked at the beer and said, "Why does this look so familiar?" Su Jia snatched it back. "If you don't want to give it back." Fatty grabbed it, bit off the cap with his teeth, and took a big gulp, letting out a beer-scented burp. Then Su Jia spoke up, "I need to tell you guys something." "What is it?" Fatty and Sun Bin exchanged puzzled looks. Usually Su Jia just said things outright without asking their opinion. Su Jia rolled her eyes and said, "It's about that kid. All his teammates died in the zombie horde, he's the only one left. Do you have any ideas?" Normally this would be the boss call, but given the situation, Though he's young, he dared to charge into the horde with us, which shows he's no coward. Plus, he knows medicine. That's the key. Think about it, if someone else gets hurt like the boss next time, and there's no one with medical skills nearby, what would happen? Sun Bin bowed his head in thought, then took a deep breath, and said, "Call him over. Some things need his consent." Before long, Su Jia approached, leading the child by the hand. Sun Bin looked at the child and asked, "Has Su Jia told you everything?" The child nodded. "She has already explained it to me. I am willing to join." "Good. From now on, you are the 5th member of our team. I have nothing else to say, but you must remember one thing: we live and die together, sharing weal and woe." The child silently etched those words into his heart. "Speak up. What is your name, where are you from, and what can you do?" "My name is Lin. I just turned 18 this year. My family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations. I know some Chinese and Western medicine, and I have learned basic suturing from my family. I am from S City. Everyone else in my family is dead, only I remain." Sun Bin nodded as he listened, then pointed toward the vehicle. "That is our leader, Luo Xiao. His code name is Hades." He then pointed at the stout man. "His name is Wang Chong. We all call him Fatty." Turning to the woman, he added, "I don't need to introduce her. She has probably already told you everything. As for me, I am Sun Bin. They all like to call me Brother Bin, and you can do the same." With each introduction, Sun Bin made Lin dutifully repeated the name as a greeting. When Fatty heard Lin call him Brother Fatty, he was overjoyed. Having always been the junior in the team, he now felt he had finally come into his own, gaining a subordinate of his own. Fatty thumped his chest and declared, "If you ever need help, just call on Brother Fatty. I've got your back." "Thank you, Brother Fatty." Su Jia handed a bottle of beer to Lin. "Little Lin, can you handle this?" Without hesitation, Lin took the bottle, put it to his lips, and drained it in one go. The others broke into applause. That night, they all drank themselves into a stupor except for Sun Bin, who remained as steady as ever. In the end, he had to drag the other three back into the vehicle one by one. Su Jia in particular became wild with drink. One moment she wanted to dance, the next she was rolling on the ground. Sun Bin was utterly exasperated and swore he would never let a woman drink again. It was far too terrifying. After finally managing to get the three into the car, Sun Bin took a moment to walk over to the pickup truck. Through the window, he saw Luo Xiao's pale face, checked that his breathing was steady, and he was unharmed, then climbed into the truck bed, found a comfortable spot, and drifted into a light sleep. The next morning, Fatty and Shui Lin limped out of the vehicle, their faces bruised and swollen. They looked utterly aggrieved, like wronged little brides. Seeing their miserable state, Sun Bin asked, "Did you two go sneaking off last night? How did you end up looking like this?" "Brother Bin, don't even mention it. From now on, never let Sister Jia drink. It's too terrifying." Shui Lin, standing beside Fatty, nodded in heartfelt agreement. Sun Bin had a rough idea of what had happened, but wanted to confirm. "Don't tell me Sister Jia did this to you." "Who else? She was like a madwoman. One moment she wanted to box, the next she was hacking at zombies. She pinned us down and just pummeled us. You know how strong she is. We were drunk and had no strength to fight back, so this is the result. By the way, Brother Bin, how did we end up in the same car as Sister Jia last night?" Sun Bin avoided their gaze. "I don't know. I was drunk too, and my head still hurts." He rubbed his temples as if to emphasize the point. "Come to think of it, my head still aches too. Little Lin, check on the boss condition." "All right, Brother Fatty." With that, Shui Lin climbed into the pickup and began examining Luo Xiao, while Sun Bin and Fatty watched from the side. When he finished, he frowned deeply and remained silent. Fatty grew anxious and urged him, "Say something. How is the boss?" Shui Lin frowned. "I can't say for sure, but the boss body is acting strangely. Many superficial wounds have already scabbed over, and even the flesh in the penetrating wounds has closed up. The healing is far too fast." Only Sun Bin understood what it meant for such severe wounds to scab over in just a single day. He spoke gravely to Shui Lin. "What you saw today, don't mention it to anyone. And you too, Fatty." Fatty was bewildered. He turned to Shui Lin and asked, "Little Lin, what did Brother Bin say not to mention?" "The boss recovery. Isn't it better for the boss to recover faster? Why does that need to be kept secret? Just listen to Brother Bin." Unable to make sense of it, Fatty decided not to dwell on the matter. "Little Lin, come with Brother Fatty to check the supplies." The entire morning, Fatty and Shui Lin inventoried all their remaining supplies and ammunition. Sun Bin looked at the list of supplies and felt a headache coming on. The ammunition they had just acquired had already been halved in just a few days. They had barely left S City, having traveled less than half the distance, yet their supplies and ammunition were already running low. "By the way, Fatty, how is the Black Fiend crew doing?" "What can I say? They're worse off than us. They've run out of ammunition completely, though they still have plenty of supplies." Just then, as if summoned by mention, Black Wolf approached them with a conflicted expression. Behind him, a group of people urged him to hurry. He stopped before Sun Bin and said, "I came to ask for a favor. We need to borrow some ammunition. I promise we'll pay you back double." "Oh, do you have a plan?" "Yes. There's an abandoned military factory nearby. We want to try our luck there. As you know, without firearms, the risk is much higher. That's why we're asking to borrow some. We don't have much ammunition left either." Hearing this, Black Wolf's face fell with disappointment. After all, after the zombie horde, almost every team had been left with next to nothing. Just as Black Wolf was about to turn and leave, he heard Sun Bin's voice. "Fatty, give them 2 cases of bullets and 1 case of grenades." Black Wolf stared at Sun Bin in shock. He hadn't expected Sun Bin to lend them anything, let alone so much. "What are you looking at me for? Not enough." No, it's more than enough." He quickly called his men to take the ammunition from Fatty. As he watched Black Wolf walk away, Fatty asked, "Brother Bin, didn't we already repay the favor?" "What?" "If it weren't for him yesterday, the boss and the rest of us might not have made it back. Giving them this ammunition is the least we can do." Fatty thought about it and realized it was true. If Black Wolf hadn't rallied everyone to help, they might have perished in that battle. He saw the entire convoy beginning to stir into action. Sun Bin bellowed, "Time to move out." Hearing his voice, the others returned to their vehicles. This time, Sun Bin drove the pickup, Su Jia drove the truck, while Fatty and Shui Lin refused to ride with Su Jia at all costs. The two ended up crammed together in the pickup's bed. A massive convoy of dozens of vehicles rumbled northward in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the Black Fiend Mercenary Corps broke away from the main group, driving 3 vehicles westward on their own. The main force advanced majestically along the national highway. Y City, being more economically developed than S City, also boasted a larger population. Discarded vehicles of all kinds lined both sides of the road. Occasionally, a curious zombie would emerge, darting out to gaze at the swiftly passing convoy. Apart from the roar of their vehicles, the only sound on the entire highway was the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, bringing an immense sense of tranquility to the soul. Fatty and Shui Lin reclined in the truck bed, savoring this rare spectacle. The scorching summer heat of the south imbued the very air with humidity. Having been out in the open all morning, the two men felt their entire bodies sticky and uncomfortable. Fatty lay in the truck bed with his eyes closed, a stalk of dog's tail grass dangling from his lips. Xiao Linzi, he said, wouldn't it be wonderful to take a hot shower right now? As if he were already luxuriating in a warm bath. Shui Lin, resting his head on his hands beside him, replied, I'm not holding out for a hot shower. Just being able to wipe myself down would be more than enough. Indeed, in this apocalypse, even the simple act of wiping one's body was a great fortune. 3 days later, the entire convoy was about to enter the urban area of Y City. The main force first set up camp outside the city to rest and reorganize. Sun Bin looked at Shui Lin, who was examining Luo Xiao, and asked, How is the boss? When will he wake up? Shui Lin shook his head. I don't know. His superficial injuries are almost healed. Now there are just 2 deep puncture wounds left. They'll probably need another 2 days. The entire team was astounded. Luo Xiao's regenerative ability was incredible. Wounds that went down to the bone had healed completely in just a few days. Who would believe such a thing? Sun Bin sighed beside him. Alas, if the boss doesn't wake up soon, we'll have to postpone entering the city. Brother Bin, wouldn't it be fine to just bring the boss along? Better to be safe. What if something unexpected happens? We know better than anyone how dangerous the city can be. It wasn't until noon the next day that the main force set out. Sun Bin and his group, however, stayed behind. Their supplies were more than sufficient. There was no rush. To be safe, they decided to wait for Luo Xiao to wake up before proceeding. Su Jia stayed in the vehicle watching over Luo Xiao, while the other 3 had gone out early. Their stated purpose was to increase their strength. By dusk, Su Jia finally saw them return. Looking at the bruises and welts covering the 3 of them, she had no idea what they had been up to. Did you go looking for a fight? Looks more like you went to improve your ability to take a beating. They didn't deny it, and indeed they had taken quite a few hits. Fatty pulled a pouch from his pocket. Opening it revealed a collection of 1st and 2nd tier spirit crystals, with even a single 3rd tier one at the very bottom. Here, this is our spoils for today, 7 1st tier, 4 2nd tier, and 1 3rd tier. Su Jia exclaimed in shock. I can believe you killed 1st and 2nd tier ones, but a 3rd tier. Just the 3 of you. You'd be the ones getting killed more like. Who said we had to kill it? Getting this 3rd tier one was as easy as picking it up. When we found it, it was already on its last legs. So we just helped it along. After Fatty finished, Sun Bin spoke again, his voice grave. The situation in Y City is complicated. There are far more mutant zombies. Basically 1 out of every 100 is a mutant. Fortunately, most of them are only 1st tier. I think that until the boss wakes up, all of us should focus on improving our strength. Su Jia and I will take turns leading you 2 out to hunt zombies. No one objected. After all, Su Jia and Sun Bin were the strongest here. Having one lead each group was the safest arrangement. After some discussion, they decided to prioritize Sun Bin and Su Jia, pushing them to 3rd tier as quickly as possible. Only then could the team's overall combat power increase faster. Thus, the 2 2nd tier and the single 3rd tier spirit crystals were given to Sun Bin. 2 2nd tier crystals went to Su Jia, and the remaining 7 were split between Fatty and Shui Lin. After the distribution, except for Su Jia, the other 3 found an empty space and began their painful journey. Sun Bin first used the 2 2nd tier spirit crystals to push his power to the critical point of late 2nd tier, then consumed the 3rd tier one. The moment the 3rd tier crystal entered his body, the reaction was far more intense than with the 2nd tier ones. The process of body transformation was much more violent, but of course the increase in power was also enormous. Soon Sun Bin was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain. Su Jia, remembering Luo Xiao's method from before, kept pouring bottled water over his head. Perhaps stimulated by the cold water, Sun Bin's breathing became less labored, and the pained expression on his face gradually eased. On the other side, Fatty had mentally prepared himself for the pain. But after consuming his crystal, he felt nothing at all. Shui Lin, on the other hand, after eating 2 1st tier spirit crystals, broke through to early 2nd tier. Further consumption had no effect. They were like candy to him. They finally concluded that consuming lower tier crystals while at a higher tier was useless. One could only benefit from crystals of the same or higher tier. Since it was useless, the 2 of them simply stored the remaining 1st tier crystals and sat quietly watching Sun Bin. Sister Jia, how long has Brother Bin been at it? Xiao Linzi finished 2 already, and he's still not done. It's been over an hour. Breaking through to 3rd tier probably just takes longer. Half an hour later, Sun Bin wearily opened his eyes. He took the bottled water Su Jia handed him, drank it all in one gulp, and let out a long breath. Only then did he start to feel much better. Fatty ran over. Brother Bin, how do you feel? Sun Bin clenched his fist, feeling the strength in his hand. I feel pretty good. Killing an early 3rd tier should be no problem. I can probably hold my own against a mid 3rd tier. But against a late 3rd tier, I'd have to run. He turned to Su Jia. You go ahead too. He'll stand guard here. Su Jia just nodded and climbed into the truck. When she emerged again, 40 minutes had passed. Except for Fatty, everyone had improved to some degree, significantly bolstering the team's overall strength. Alright, let's all get some rest early. The next few days won't be easy. Early the next morning before dawn, Sun Bin roused Fatty and Shui Lin. After a quick meal, the three set out again. As before, they found a large building parking the car at its base. This allowed for a quick escape if something went wrong, while keeping the vehicle in sight. The three of them stood by a window, each watching a different direction. They now looked down on first-tier zombies, setting their sights on second and third-tier ones. Shui Lin pointed at a 6-story building. "Brother Ben, there's one over there." Following Shui Lin's pointing finger, the two saw a zombie dog covered in golden fur feasting on a zombie's abdomen. "Brother Ben, it's that thing again. What do we do?" "What else?" "Spirit crystals delivered to our doorstep. We'd be fools to refuse." The three went downstairs, directly hopped into their truck, and sped straight toward the small building. On the 5th-floor corridor, the three pressed tightly against the wall, listening to the incessant tearing sounds from the 6th floor. Sun Bin made a silencing gesture to the others and pointed upstairs. The two nodded in understanding. Clinging to the wall, they crept slowly upward, afraid to make the slightest noise. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they saw the zombie dog tearing voraciously at the zombie's belly, utterly oblivious to their presence. Sun Bin immediately raised his rifle, aiming at the head of the zombie dog that was devouring its meal with gusto. Just as he lined up the shot, the zombie dog abruptly stopped eating, lifted its head, and twitched its nose incessantly. Then it bared its teeth toward the stairwell where Sun Bin and the others were hiding, its tail standing straight up as it let out a continuous low growl. Realizing they had been discovered, Sun Bin and his companions pulled the triggers without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a torrent of automatic rifle fire upon it. The moment they fired, the zombie dog leaped behind the corpse of a zombie for cover. They advanced while firing, closing the distance. When they were nearly upon it, the beast could no longer hold back. Seizing the brief pause for a magazine, it lunged straight at them. Seeing the charging zombie dog, Sun Bin drew his long blade and strode forward to meet it. He swung his blade down with all his might toward the zombie dog's head, but the creature was alert and leaped sideways to evade. The blade whistled through the air, slicing off only a few strands of its fur. After dodging, the zombie dog did not attack immediately, merely lowering its head and emitting continuous growls. Sun Bin gave it no chance to catch its breath, relentlessly pursuing and slashing. Finally, the zombie dog was caught off guard for a split second, and Sun Bin severed its entire hind leg cleanly at the joint. At last, it could only lie on the ground, baring its teeth at Sun Bin and the others. Sun Bin walked over and ended it with a single stroke of his blade, then cracked open its skull and dug out the spirit crystal within. Seeing how quickly Sun Bin had dispatched it, Fatty remarked with admiration, "Brother Bin, now that you've increased your strength, your efficiency is something else. Yesterday, the three of us had to put in real effort to kill a second-tier one. Now you can handle it alone with ease." "Enough flattery. Let's keep searching. There's still plenty of time." So the three drove their truck, weaving through the outskirts of the city, targeting any lone mutated zombie that crossed their path. In just one morning, they harvested 6 second-tier spirit crystals. Most were slain by Sun Bin alone. Only when they encountered weaker ones did he let Fatty and Shui Lin handle them, to give the two some real combat experience. The three sat in the truck, munching on dry noodles while scanning with binoculars. "Fatty, you two take the lead this afternoon. He'll provide backup. Don't worry, Brother Bin. The two of us can handle second-tier zombies no problem. By the way, Brother Bin, have you noticed the zombies are getting stronger? Before we mostly ran into first-tier ones. Now in just a short time, sometimes 2 or 3 mutated zombies appear, even in a single housing complex." Sun Bin replied with a worried expression. "It seems humans aren't the only ones getting stronger, the zombies are evolving too. So we need to hurry up and boost our own strength. Don't let the apocalypse leave us behind. Come on, let's get back to work. There shouldn't be any more around here. Let's move to another spot." And so the three continued to hunt second-tier zombies on the outskirts of the city. Whenever they encountered a horde, they turned and left without engaging. Night fell, and the zombies grew more active than during the day, flooding the streets and alleys in a relentless search for prey. At that moment, the trio was driving back toward their temporary camp. Bang! A dark, shapeless mass slammed into the windshield, startling Sun Bin, who had been focused intently on driving. Hearing the noise, the other two looked at the object on the windshield. After staring for a while, Fatty said, "It's just a sparrow. I thought it was something serious." Bang! Another impact. They looked and saw the same thing again. "Damn, is this never going to end? A collective suicide pact," Fatty said angrily. Sun Bin pulled the truck over and studied the scene carefully from the driver's seat. He saw black blood from the dead bird streaming down the glass. His pupils contracted as he shouted, "Fatty, that bird is mutated. Roll up the windows now. Everyone stay alert." Fatty didn't dare hesitate and immediately rolled up his window. Just as it closed, a zombie sparrow slammed into the glass, splattering black blood everywhere. Sun Bin immediately started the engine and accelerated. Fatty grabbed a flashlight and shone it through the windshield at the sky. He bellowed, "Holy shit. Brother Bin, floor it. The sky is full of them." In the heavens, countless zombie sparrows formed a flock, circling endlessly in the air. Upon closer inspection, these sparrows were different from the ones they knew. They had blood-red eyes and a pair of sharp, menacing claws. Some of the zombie sparrows even had shreds of flesh or the entrails of some creature dangling from their beaks. The sight sent chills down their spines. They never imagined that sparrows would turn carnivorous after mutation. The zombie sparrows kept crashing into the truck, utterly fearless like moths diving into a flame one after another. Before long, the entire vehicle was smeared with their black blood and feathers flew everywhere. Sunbin stared at the cracks spreading across the windshield. This won't work. Think of something fast. Fatty said anxiously, can we use fire? Xuelin rubbed his hands nervously as well. Fire could work, but where the hell are we supposed to get fire now? We can't exactly drive into the woods and set the whole forest ablaze, can we? Listening to the two jokers, Sunbin roared in frustration. This is no time for jokes. Can you two come up with something useful? Just then Xuelin noticed that the zombie sparrows weren't just attacking them. They were also going after the zombies on the roadside. The sparrows would swoop past a zombie, and their claws or beaks would tear away a chunk of flesh. The zombies were helpless, only able to flail their arms in a futile attempt to drive them off. Watching this, Xuelin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Brother Ben, I know how to get rid of the sparrows. Look at the zombies on both sides of the road. They're also targets. Going by animal instinct, these sparrows are hunting. Once they've eaten their fill, they'll fly away. Hearing this, Sunbin executed a sharp drift, spinning the truck around. He floored the accelerator and sped toward the city center. But no matter how fast the truck went, it couldn't outpace the birds. The vehicle echoed with the grating screech of the sparrow's claws scraping against the metal roof, punctuated by the occasional thud of a bird smashing into the windshield. Seeing the windshield on the verge of shattering, Sunbin yelled in desperation, think of something quick. Find something to reinforce the glass. The two frantically searched the cab for anything that could be used to brace it. But after ransacking the entire cabin, they found nothing useful. Fatty shouted, forget it. Come give me a hand. Fatty pulled out his long blade and sliced the seat in two. Each of them grabbed half of the seat and pressed it firmly against the windshield to hold it in place. Thus the three of them leaned against their seats and managed to hold out until they reached the outskirts of the city. Sunbin ceaselessly searched for zombies within the city, now deliberately plunging into areas where they were most densely clustered. Fortunately, as long as there were zombies, they could divert some of the zombie crows. By now the number had dwindled significantly from the initial swarm, but at least several hundred still hovered overhead, relentlessly following them and launching intermittent attacks. It was terrifying to imagine that once the glass shattered, they would swarm in and devour the three down to the last bone. As they watched the glass begin to crack and peel away, everyone's hearts tightened with dread. Bingu, if it comes to it, let's hide in a room. At this rate, we'll end up feeding these beasts. The fat man's words held truth. The windshield could barely withstand the assault any longer. Spotting a residential complex by the roadside, Sunbin drove straight in. At the sound of the vehicle, zombies immediately surged out from the buildings in an endless stream. Yet before they could charge far, the zombie crows descended upon them in a frenzy. In no time, a single zombie was torn apart, devoured until nothing remained but a skeleton. The three swallowed hard at the sight. Sunbin managed to keep his composure, but the fat man and Xuelin were so terrified that their legs trembled and their speech faltered. With a voice tinged with tears, Xuelin asked, Bingu, what do we do now? Sunbin replied in a low tone, wait. Then he kept honking the horn, drawing more zombies out with the sound. Soon zombies and zombie crows mingled together. Though the noise attracted the zombies, it also inadvertently directed the distant zombie crows toward their location. The horde of zombies and zombie crows grew larger, and before long it seemed all the zombies in the complex had arrived, no fewer than 700 or 800. Above, the zombie crows blotted out the sky, countless in number. They kept attacking the zombies, and the zombies, preoccupied with the crows' assault, had no time to bother the three. The two sides clashed fiercely, with zombie crows snatched up by zombies and devoured in a single bite. Meanwhile, zombies were left battered and torn under the sharp claws of the crows. Sensing the moment was ripe, Sunbin roared, now, charge and don't look back. Survival now rested on fate. Sunbin flung open the door and dashed out his automatic rifle, firing, without pause, spitting tongues of flame at the enemies around him. The fat man and Xuelin followed closely behind, cutting down the zombies and crows that charged at them. The trio crossed the flower beds, retreating from the heart of the battlefield to its periphery. As they neared the entrance of a residential building, Xuelin cried out in panic, I'm out of ammo. Seeing his distress, the fat man quickly snapped, out of ammo. So what, you stop fighting? The fat man almost cursed him. This was no time for hesitation. Emptying his last magazine, he swung his rifle like a club, desperately driving back the zombie crows surging toward them. Xuelin followed suit, but the two were soon entangled by the crows, unable to break free as they were surrounded on all sides. Sunbin had just reached the building's entrance when he noticed the silence behind him. Turning around, he saw the two men frantically swinging their rifles to fend off the crows. Without hesitation, Sunbin opened fire behind the fat man and Xuelin. His marksmanship was impeccable. Each shot found its mark, and he fired so rapidly that single shots seemed to blur into automatic bursts. Soon piles of crow corpses lay around the two. Sunbin shouted, "Hurry up, you two. I'm almost out of bullets too." The two men abandoned all caution and ran, but the crows weren't about to let their prey slip away so easily. The crows converged from every direction. The fat man and Shui Lin tossed aside their guns and backpacks to lighten their load and run faster, then pulled their shirts over their heads for protection. Sunbin kept firing to cover their retreat. Just as his last bullet was spent, the two burst through the entrance, and Sunbin immediately slammed the door shut. A relentless thumping echoed against the door, a grim reminder of what would have happened if they had been even a step slower. The two collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Bracing his body against the door, Sunbin looked at them with concern. "Are you two all right?" The fat man raised a hand weakly and waved, signaling he was fine. They both turned to Shui Lin, who was lying on the ground convulsing. Startled, the fat man scrambled away from him. After watching him twitch for a while with no change, Sunbin gestured for the fat man to check on him. Steeling himself, the fat man approached and nudged Shui Lin with his foot. Shui Lin struggled to turn over and looked up at them. The moment they saw his face, they understood why he had been convulsing. He was crying. The fat man was so exasperated he wanted to kick him, but recalling the harrowing moment they had just survived, he realized he too had thought they were doomed. In the end, he held back and instead grabbed Shui Lin by the shoulder and pulled him up. Scolding him, he said, "You're a grown man crying like this. Aren't you ashamed?" Shui Lin, though no longer sobbing, still hiccuped as he said, "Pangu, I just saw my great-grandmother. She said she wanted us to come keep her company." Hearing this, the fat man gave him a swift kick. "Damn it, if you want to go ahead. I'm not done living yet." Just then Sunbin yelled from the door, "Can you two come help me? I can't hold it much longer." Only then did they notice the door. It had been pushed open nearly 2 fingers width by the zombies outside. Panicked, they rushed over and pressed their weight against it. Meanwhile, Su Jia paced anxiously outside the vehicle. It was already 9 o'clock and they had agreed to return by 7 in the evening. Over 2 hours had passed, and there was still no sign of them. But she couldn't leave now. A Luo Xiao still needed watching. All she could do was wait in anguish, praying for their safety. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks, falling upon the faces of the three. Sunbin jolted awake, immediately slapping his own face to rouse himself. They had been holding the door all night, and at some point they had fallen asleep. If a zombie had emerged from inside, they would have been dead before they even knew it. The thought of the consequences sent a chill down Sunbin's spine. He couldn't believe he had made such a rookie mistake. The sound of his slaps woke the other two. Rubbing his sore eyes, Shui Lin asked, "Bingu, what's the situation now?" Sunbin peered through the gap in the door and froze in shock. He swore it was the most horrifying thing he had ever seen in his life, bar none. Seeing Sunbin's silence, the fat man pressed, "Bingu, what's going on? Did the zombies and crows leave?" Sunbin opened the door and said, "See for yourselves." What met their eyes was a field of corpses, precisely piles of bones. Skeletons and zombie sparrows were heaped together, carpeting the entire garden beneath, which lay pools of black blood. They finally understood the meaning of rivers of blood and mountains of bones. Ugh, ugh. The two of them leaned against the unit door and began to vomit, even bringing up the canned food they had eaten the day before, until nothing more would come up, and only then did they slowly straighten. But seeing the scene before them, their hearts trembled with fear. The fatty swallowed and said, "There must be several thousand corpses here." No one answered his question because no one knew how many. It was simply uncountable. It was evident how brutal the battle between the zombies and zombie sparrows had been last night. Both sides fought without fear of death, and the final result was likely a victory for the zombie sparrows, declaring an end to the conflict. All the zombies became their spoils, devoured as food. Just as the three were lamenting the ferocity of last night's battle, Shui Lin suddenly pointed at the remains and said, "Look over there." Following his finger, they saw a second-grade spirit crystal lying quietly among the bones. "There's one there too." The joy of harvesting spirit crystals dispelled their fear of the corpses. The three tirelessly searched through the remains. Before long, they had found 6 or 7 second-grade spirit crystals among the bones, including one that was mid-3rd grade. An hour later, they had scoured the entire garden. Sunbin looked at the fatty and Shui Lin, who were still buried in the remains, and said, "That's enough. Let's go." Hearing Sunbin's words, the two reluctantly emerged from the pile of bones. "Let's go. Rest well today, and we'll continue tomorrow." On the way back, the fatty clutched all the spirit crystals in his hands, as if afraid they might get chipped or scratched. "Bingo, wouldn't it be great if we could pick up this many spirit crystals every day, eh?" Sunbin rolled his eyes at the fatty and said, "Every day? Have you forgotten how you nearly lost your life last night?" Recalling the danger of the previous night, the fatty still trembled. He certainly didn't want to repeat. "Then forget it. Compared to my life, I think my own dog's life is more important." Shui Lin nodded in agreement. He had almost gone to meet his ancestors last night, who just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. By the time they neared the temporary camp, it was almost noon. Su Jia had stayed awake all night, sitting on the roof of the car, staring fixedly at the intersection where they had departed. She had already decided that when they returned, she would give each of them a good beating. Yet she also hoped they would come back immediately return to her side. Now she was alone again, sitting on the car roof in loneliness and despair, just as she was wallowing in sorrow. The roar of an engine sounded in the distance, growing closer. Su Jia stood up joyfully. Seeing the familiar truck, she smiled with delight. She quickly ran down to the intersection to greet them. Seeing the three of them safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. She rushed forward and gave Sun Bin a big hug. When it was the fatty's turn, he stepped back a few paces. Su Jia's behavior seemed odd, since they hadn't returned all night. Shouldn't she have just hit them directly, as was her habit? Jia, there's no need for a hug. We're back safe and sound, aren't we? Su Jia squinted her eyes and said, What fatty are you rejecting me? The fatty said sheepishly, How would I dare? You're dearer to me than my own sister. Su Jia spread her arms and said, Hug or not, it's your choice. Helplessly, the fatty slowly opened his arms, his right foot already taking half a step back. He was ready to bolt the moment anything seemed off. Ever since Su Jia had beaten him the first time, he had been traumatized. Su Jia slowly embraced the fatty. At that moment he thought, could I have misjudged her? But the next moment he knew he was wrong. Su Jia slowly tightened her arms, squeezing the fatty until he could barely breathe, his face turning red. The fatty gasped and patted Su Jia's back, frantically signaling that he couldn't breathe. But Su Jia had no intention of letting him off so easily. Just as the fatty was about to give out, she suddenly released him. The fatty bent over, coughing and gasping for air. Su Jia pretended to be surprised and said, Fatty, are you okay? The fatty coughed and waved his hand. As soon as he withdrew his hand, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself twice. As he expected, Su Jia stepped forward with one foot, grabbed his right arm in an instant, leaned back, and swung him up into the air. With a textbook shoulder throw, she slammed the fatty hard onto the ground. This time the fatty had learned his lesson. Though it hurt, he held his breath and lay motionless on the ground. Su Jia didn't even glance at the fatty on the ground, but turned to Shui Lin with a smile. Little Lin, come here, let your sister hug you. Seeing Su Jia's smiling face, Shui Lin shuddered violently. Forcing a smile uglier than tears, he said to Su Jia, Jia'll pass. I'm going to check on the boss now. With that, he immediately ran to the pickup truck to examine Luo Xiao. After seeing the fatty's miserable state, there was no way ahead. Let Su Jia hug him. If she did the same to him, his frail body wouldn't be able to take it. Seeing Shui Lin flee in panic, Sun Bin couldn't help but laugh. Su Jia glared at him fiercely and said, What are you laughing at? Want a turn? Sun Bin waved his hand awkwardly. No need. They'll go check on the boss. Shui Lin, who was examining Luo Xiao, heard the footsteps behind him and jumped, his hand trembling. He slowly turned around, and upon seeing it was Sun Bin, let out a long sigh of relief. Bin Ge, why are you here? Sun Bin said sternly, What are you looking at? Focus on checking the boss. After Shui Lin's examination, he confirmed that Luo Xiao was out of danger and would wake up in time. When the two got out of the car, Su Jia was nowhere to be seen. Shui Lin hurried over to the fatty, crouched down, and said, Fat Ge, stop pretending. Jia is gone. Hearing this, the fatty cautiously raised his head, surveyed the surroundings, and only after confirming Su Jia was not there did he slowly get up. The fatty looked at Shui Lin and said, You sure know how to dodge, don't you? Shui Lin scratched his head and chuckled, All thanks to you, Fat Ge. If you hadn't sacrificed yourself for the team, I wouldn't have gotten away so easily. Regardless of whether it was correct, flattery came first. That was a lesson his teacher had taught him. This trick seemed to work especially well on the fatty, never failing. At noon, the group sat on the grass having a simple lunch. They recounted the thrilling events of the previous night to Su Jia, and Fatty pulled out a handful of spirit crystals he had. He ingratiatingly handed a third-tier spirit crystal to Su Jia. Sister Jia, look, I saved the best for you. Then Fatty gave most of the second-tier spirit crystals to Shui Lin. Since Fatty himself was stuck at the late second-tier, ordinary second-tier crystals no longer offered much improvement. Shui Lin, who had just reached the second tier, needed a large number of second-tier spirit crystals to enhance his strength. Shui Ning did not stand on ceremony either. Taking the crystals, she found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. She casually picked one from the pile of spirit crystals and put it into her mouth. Meanwhile, Su Jia took the third-tier crystal and walked straight toward the truck. Half an hour later, Shui Lin opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. He tried to stand several times, but failed, finally looking helplessly at Fatty. Fatty, can you come help me up? My legs feel weak. Fatty, familiar with the sensation after consuming a spirit crystal, went over and helped him to his feet. Lin, you're really out of shape. Already like this at the mid-second tier. What about later? Shui Lin said weakly. Fatty, let me rest a moment. Before long, Su Jia emerged from the truck, and the others kept staring at her. Noticing their gazes, she touched her face and asked, Is there a flower on my face? Why are you all looking at me like that? Fatty quickly flattered her. Sister Jia, you've become even more beautiful. Your skin is fairer. Oof, do I need you to tell me? The transformation brought by spirit crystals affected every aspect of the body. This was why even as she gained power, her skin became more delicate and refined. A trade-off she gladly embraced, for beauty was a pursuit for which women would endure any pain. By the way, how is the boss doing? He should wake up soon. His external injuries have healed, and even the penetrating wounds have scabbed over. They had originally planned to spend the next few days hunting mutated zombies to strengthen themselves. But unexpectedly, just 2 days out, they had reaped such a bountiful harvest. 2 of them had leaped to the 3rd tier. Fatty was at the late 2nd tier, and only Lin remained at the mid-2nd tier, though the remaining 2nd tier crystals were enough to push him to the late stage. Then Sun Bin said, "Let's stay put for the next couple of days and consolidate our strength. 2nd tier zombies are useless to us now, and 3rd tier ones are too rare to rely on." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 2 3rd tier crystals they had were acquired by sheer luck. In the past 2 days, they hadn't encountered a single intact 3rd tier zombie. Inside the pickup truck, Luo Xiao slowly opened his eyes to the sight of a white canopy. He tried to sit up, but found his arms too weak to support him, so he lay back down in the passenger seat. Listening to the chatter outside, he gathered that they had broken through the zombie horde and escaped. He had no idea where they were now, and it seemed a newcomer had joined the team. Luo Xiao raised his arm with difficulty and knocked on the window. The 4 people chatting outside instantly turned alert at the sound. They rushed over, and Su Jia opened the door to find Luo Xiao looking at them. Seeing that he had awakened, everyone broke into smiles. Luo Xiao chuckled and scolded, "What are you all standing there for? Help me up. Lying here is killing me." Together they helped him out of the truck. Feeling the summer heat and the cool breeze, Luo Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. His body felt much lighter. After lying still for so long, his joints were stiff and uncooperative. With Fatty and Su Jia supporting him, his limbs gradually loosened up. Soon he could walk on his own, though Lin repeatedly warned him not to engage in strenuous activity. Once his body was sufficiently limber, they sat in a circle on the ground. "How long have I been unconscious?" "Boss, it's been 3 days. We were so worried." Luo Xiao hadn't expected to be out for 3 days. He had thought it would be only 1. "Boss, don't do that again. It was too dangerous," Su Jia said with concern. Hearing her, Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I was too impulsive." Looking back, he realized his recklessness had not only put himself in danger, but also his brothers. They had been lucky this time, but luck wouldn't always be on their side. Then Sun Bin asked curiously, "Boss, how did you take down that predator?" Luo Xiao tried to recall, but he himself didn't know how he had killed it. He only remembered that something had gone wrong with his body, a vague memory of becoming extremely violent, as if a different soul had taken over. Unable to explain it himself, he simply said, "I used C4 and blew it up." Though he made it sound easy, the injuries on his body when they found him told a story of a brutal battle. Luo Xiao then looked at Lin and asked, "By the way, who's this kid?" Lin quickly stood up and said, "Boss, him Lin, the new member." Luo Xiao said nothing but smiled and nodded at him. Su Jia added, "Boss, he saved your life. We owe him a lot. His teammates all died in the horde, and he knows medicine, so we brought him in." Luo Xiao patted her on the shoulder. He didn't blame them. He trusted their judgment. Smiling, Luo Xiao extended his right hand to Lin, who wiped his own hand on his clothes before excitedly shaking it. At that moment, Lin truly became one of them. Everyone smiled from the heart. After 3 days, they had grown accustomed to having the young man around. Then Sun Bin recounted everything that had happened while Luo Xiao was unconscious. Luo Xiao nodded approvingly. Sometimes Sun Bin thought of things more thoroughly than he did. Just as they were deep in conversation, a loud growl came from Luo Xiao's stomach. He rubbed his head awkwardly and said, "I haven't eaten in days. I'm a bit hungry. Fatty, got anything to eat?" Yes. Fatty hurried to the truck and rummaged through it for a while. Before Luo Xiao lay an array of rare post-apocalyptic delicacies, canned beef, braised egg sausages. The sight made Lin salivate uncontrollably. Though he wasn't hungry, the abundance of food was irresistible. The fat guy directly slapped Lin on the head. "What are you gawking at, kid? This is for the boss. He needs the nutrition now, as you yourself said." "Fatty, what do you think you're doing?" After reprimanding Fatty, he tossed a can of beef to Lin. "Eat up. You're still growing." Lin placed the canned beef back. "Boss, I'm not hungry. We've already eaten." Luo Xiao shot a fierce glare at Fatty. Watching Luo Xiao feast voraciously, the others stood by in silence. "Why are you all staring at me? Go about your business." Having an audience while he ate made Luo Xiao uneasy, unsure whether to continue or stop. Half an hour later, he finally finished his meal. Gathering everyone, he announced, "I plan to go solo and not chase after the main group. Given the dangers in Y City far more perilous than S City, a larger group only invites trouble. We can move freely without constraints." The others concurred. They had intended to go solo initially, but due to Luo Xiao's injury, they opted to stay with the group. "By the way, we should use this time to strengthen ourselves. The fortress will surely be teeming with formidable experts." Fatty then spoke up, "Boss, take a look at our strength." Rising, he displayed his power before Luo Xiao. Fatty, you've reached the late 2nd stage." Fatty grinned, rubbing his head, surprised. "Boss, it's not just me. Everyone's improved. Brother Bin and Sister Jia have even broken through to the early 3rd stage, and Xiao Lin is already at the mid-2nd stage." Fatty's words genuinely stunned Luo Xiao. "What have you all been up to? Advancing so quickly?" Recalling his own near-death struggle to reach the early 4th stage, he felt a pang of envy yet heartfelt joy for his companions. Sun Bin then asked, "Boss, what's your actual level now?" This was a question everyone harbored as Luo Xiao had never disclosed his true strength. Seeing their curiosity, he answered, "Just 1 stage higher than Brother Bin and Sister Jia." "Whoa, 1 stage higher. That means early 4th stage." Luo Xiao's revelation shook them profoundly. They had privately assumed he was around the mid-3rd stage, never imagining he had reached the 4th. Observing their astonishment, he explained, "I was at the mid-3rd stage before. Reaching the 4th only came after killing a predator and consuming its spirit crystal." This explanation restored their equilibrium, knowing that his current power came from fighting 2 stages above his own, nearly costing him his life. "Enough about me. Tell me how you all advanced so fast in 3 days. Sun Bin said, "While you were unconscious, we couldn't move easily, so we decided to wait for you to wake before setting out. But staying idle was dull, so I took them out to hone our skills. We hunted lone mutant zombies on the city outskirts. Not for spirit crystals, but to sharpen their combat techniques. The 2 3rd-stage crystals were pure luck, gifted to us. One came from a half-dead, severely wounded 3rd-stage zombie we found on our way back. We finished it off together. The other was killed by mutated sparrows, and its crystal fell to us. Mutated sparrows can kill a 3rd-stage zombie." Luo Xiao exclaimed in surprise, aware of the formidable strength of 3rd-stage zombies. "Boss, you haven't seen how terrifying those zombie sparrows are. They devoured thousands of zombies, leaving only bones. If we hadn't hidden quickly, you'd never have seen us again." Oh, and Xiao Lin was so scared he cried, and even claimed to have seen his great-grandmother. Luo Xiao and Su Jia found Fatty's tale dubious, so they turned to Sun Bin, who never exaggerated. Sun Bin nodded. Though small and individually weak, they overwhelm with sheer numbers. The sky blackened with them. One scratch from their claws tears away a chunk of flesh. And those zombie sparrows only eat flesh, not spirit crystals. So we got lucky in the end. Luo Xiao finally understood how they had obtained 2 3rd-stage spirit crystals. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. "By the way, boss, we noticed zombies are evolving faster. 1st-stage mutants used to be rare, now though not everywhere one appears, in every few hundred. 2nd-stage ones are common, and 3rd-stage depends on luck." "I see. At this rate, the fastest evolution is around the 3rd stage, followed by the 2nd. Except for a few exceptional zombies like the 5th-stage predator we encountered before. It seems zombies evolve faster than humans. Most people are still groping in the 2nd stage, with only a lucky few reaching the 3rd. Fatty then asked, "Boss, do you think there could be 5th-stage or higher zombies from much earlier?" Luo Xiao pondered. "Probably not, unless they had many high-level spirit crystals. But you know how rare those are." Noticing Fatty's distraction, he asked, "Fatty, why the sudden question?" "Nothing, boss. Just curious." "Oh, Fatty, I forgot to ask. How much supplies and weapons do we have left?" Fatty pulled out his notebook. 5 boxes of bullets, 5 heavy machine gun belts, 3 boxes of grenades, 1 box of C4, and some firearms. As for food, plenty enough for about 10 days. Hearing Fatty's report, Luo Xiao realized how depleted their resources were. The weapons they'd acquired less than a week ago were nearly exhausted. Sun Bin added, "We've faced too many situations, couldn't conserve. Plus, right after the zombie tied, the Black Fiend Mercenary Corps borrowed several boxes of ammo from us. They didn't follow the main group. No, they split off immediately, saying they'd restock ammo and borrowed some from us." Early the next morning, everyone began packing their belongings, preparing to set off. 2 vehicles traveled along the road, as Luo Xiao gazed out the window, contemplating his plans for the future. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing much. Since we're almost at the stronghold, we haven't decided on our mercenary group's name yet, and your code names are still undecided." "Is that all? We can brainstorm the group's name together." He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Hey, Race, the thing, the boss wants everyone to think of a name for our mercenary group." On the other end, Fatty and the others erupted into excitement upon hearing this, their minds racing with ideas. Before a minute had passed, Fatty grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "I've got one, Apocalypse Hunters. What do you think? Or how about God's Mercenaries? Well, just be the ones sending you to meet your maker." "I've got one too, Fierce Tiger Mercenaries. It symbolizes us being as ferocious as tigers." Luo Xiao listened in the car as Fatty and Sun Bin's suggestions grew increasingly absurd. He ignored them both and asked, "Jia, do you have any good names?" Su Jia pondered while driving, then picked up the walkie-talkie after a moment. "Since your code name is Hades, why don't we call it Hell's Mercenaries or Blood Butcher Mercenaries?" Everyone fell into deep thought at Su Jia's words. Then Fatty said, "I think Hell's Mercenaries sounds good." But Shui Lin offered a different opinion. "I prefer Blood Butcher Mercenaries. Blood Butcher Mercenaries suits the apocalypse better. At the very least, it lets people know we're not to be trifled with." Luo Xiao couldn't help but nod at Shui Lin's words. "All right, let's settle it with a vote. Those in favor of Hell's Mercenaries say so on the walkie-talkie." "I agree," Fatty replied eagerly as soon as Luo Xiao finished speaking. He waited for a long time, but only heard his own voice, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Fine. He'll go with everyone else. Blood Butcher Mercenaries it is. The name's acceptable. Seeing that everyone, including Fatty, had no objections, Luo Xiao declared, then it's settled. From now on, we'll be known as the Blood Butcher Mercenaries. Now think about your own code names. Boss, I've had mine ready for a while. He'll go by Nether Shadow. Sounds pretty domineering, doesn't it? Fatty looked smug, having started brainstorming his code name ever since Luo Xiao announced his own. Finally, he had come up with something that felt both high-end and impressive. Just then Su Jia teased, Fatty, I think wild boar suits you perfectly. Jia, you can't say that. I've already lost a lot of weight, and am not as fat as a pig. Plus I'm smarter than one. Fatty's words amused everyone, and they all teased him about changing his code name. But Fatty stuck to his guns, refusing to change no matter what, even boasting about becoming the King of Darkness. Seeing his insistence, the others relented. Xuelin, meanwhile, chose a code name no one expected. Woodpecker. As he explained, a woodpecker can both help a tree by removing pests and drain it of its vitality. Much like his own role, he could heal the sick and injured, yet also send people or zombies to their demise. His words left the group speechless, but the code name fit his duties perfectly. Next came Su Jia. Before she could speak, Fatty jumped in. Jia, I've thought of one for you too. Rose. What do you think? A thorny rose that draws blood from anyone who touches it. Su Jia's face darkened as she glared at Fatty. If you're tired of living, I can help you with that. From now on, keep your mouth shut, or you know what will happen. Fatty shuddered in fear, and quickly mimed zipping his lips with his right hand. He dared not provoke Su Jia now. The beating he took yesterday still haunted him. Call me Lycoris, also known as the spider lily, a flower of death that grows in hell. What about you, Bingo? Have you decided? Sunbin said, I have a suggestion, though I'm not sure if it'll work. Your choices are all over the place, each with its own reasoning and symbolism. But since we're a team, I think we should pick something cohesive. It'll be easier to remember. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and motioned for him to continue. Since our group is called Hell's Mercenaries, and the boss goes by Hades, I'll take Yen Luo. Fatty can be Judge Su Jia, can be Meng Pua, and Xiao Lin can be Wu Chang. What do you all think? That's great. Fatty clapped his hands. We're a unit, and our code names form a unified theme. I'm all for it. 2 hands and 2 feet up. The others chimed in with agreement. Finally, Luo Xiao made the call. Then it's settled. From now on, we use these code names publicly, but we can call each other whatever we like privately. And so they chatted as they traveled, filling the otherwise monotonous journey with laughter and joy. Before they knew it, the sun hung high overhead. They found a street with few zombies and casually parked the vehicles to the side. Inside a building, the group ate a simple meal, then picked up binoculars to carefully survey the surroundings. Boss, what are you looking at? Su Jia walked up beside Luo Xiao and mimicked his gaze, but all she saw were towering buildings, abandoned cars on the streets, and zombies wandering aimlessly. Luo Xiao pointed to a distant street. Look over there. Su Jia followed his gaze and noticed that the street was far more crowded with zombies than others, including a higher number of mutated ones. Boss, why is that? Zombies clustering is normal, but mutated zombies have territorial instincts. For them to gather like this is unusual. Luo Xiao's reminder made Su Jia realize the oddity. So, boss, should we take a detour? Yes, we must. That route is too risky. We could easily get trapped. We'll have to find another way around. Your car will take the lead. When you get close to that street, remember to veer off in time and take the main road beside it. Su Jia nodded. Anything else? If not, I'll head off. Luo Xiao noticed that since morning, Su Jia had been keeping her hand on her stomach whenever she wasn't busy. Jia, is your stomach bothering you? Want Xiao Lin to get you some medicine? In response, Su Jia shot him a cold glare. As she turned to leave, she seemed to hesitate, struggling internally before stopping in her tracks. Luo Xiao asked with confusion, what's wrong? Is there something else? Su Jia's face flushed bright red as she stammered, her voice so soft that Luo Xiao couldn't make out a single word. Jia, can you speak up? The zombies outside can't hear us. It's nothing. They'll go now. Su Jia fled, her face still crimson, as she turned and ran off. Luo Xiao was left utterly bewildered. What was going on with Jia? Just as they were about to set off, Su Jia suddenly said, Boss, I want to go to the nearest supermarket. Luo Xiao asked in confusion, why go to the supermarket? Don't we have all the supplies we need? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Su Jia blushed and said, I have something to do. Since Su Jia insisted, he had to say, well, stop and check if we pass a supermarket on the way. According to the route plan that afternoon, they should be able to reach the central urban area before dark. But as soon as they set off, Luo Xiao noticed a strange phenomenon. The zombies by the roadside seemed particularly fixated on Su Jia's truck. Whenever they passed by, the zombies would charge at it recklessly, while they didn't even glance at Luo Xiao's vehicle. Jia, did you put something in your truck? Luo Xiao's sudden question left the three in the truck bewildered. Boss, we didn't put anything special. It's just supplies and stuff. What's going on? Haven't you noticed the zombies on both sides are particularly interested in your truck? They've been chasing your truck all along. Hearing this, all three looked to both sides. Indeed, as Luo Xiao said, the zombies that usually ignored them were now chasing their truck, and only theirs. The zombies didn't even spare a glance at Luo Xiao's vehicle as it passed by. So the problem must lie with them, or their truck. The three searched frantically inside the vehicle, but after a long while they found nothing unusual except for supplies and weapons. Fatty picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Boss, we've searched everywhere. There's nothing special in the truck besides supplies and weapons." Everyone was puzzled. Everything was fine in the morning after lunch, and a rest. Why were the zombies only chasing them? Fatty and Sun Bin, unwilling to give up, continued searching the truck, occasionally pulling out an item to tease the zombies and see their reaction. In the end, no matter what they held up, the zombies showed no interest. "Boss, we've tried everything in the truck, and the zombies aren't interested." Sun Bin then spoke up, "That's strange. Could someone have secretly placed something under the truck that attracts zombies? But that shouldn't be possible. I kept an eye on the truck during lunch, and I didn't see anyone." Just as everyone was baffled, Su Jia's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, maybe I know why." "Why?" The three men asked in unison, all equally clueless after racking their brains. Su Jia, who was driving, blushed so deeply it seemed like blood might drip. "Don't ask. Just find a supermarket soon, and it'll be resolved." The others exchanged glances. Finding a supermarket would solve the problem. Fatty leaned towards Su Jia, curious as a child. "Jia, tell me why. How will going to the supermarket help?" Hearing Fatty's words, even the usually composed Su Jia couldn't help but twitch her lips. She roared, "Fatty, say one more word and I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Seeing Su Jia's fury, Fatty quickly hid behind Shui Lin, using him as a shield. Fine, I won't ask. No need to get so angry." The atmosphere in the truck was dead silent. Shui Lin sat in the middle, not daring to move or even breathe, loudly fearing he'd bring disaster upon himself. Fatty, however, propped his head up with a thoughtful expression. What exactly he was pondering, only he knew. Just then Shui Lin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, there's a small supermarket ahead. Jia said she'll go in alone and wants us to wait in the truck." That wouldn't do. How could they let her go in alone? Fatty and Xiao Linzi stay to watch the truck. "Bin go, and I will go with her. Call us immediately if anything happens." "Got it, boss." Just as Su Jia parked the truck at the supermarket entrance, and before she could get out, a crowd of zombies pressed against the door. Su Jia kicked the door open with force, sending the zombies outside flying backward. Seizing the moment, she grabbed her large chopper and began hacking at the charging zombies relentlessly. In the truck, Fatty and Shui Lin watched Su Jia fight outside. "Fat Ga, have you noticed Jia is especially irritable today?" Fatty nodded in agreement, having experienced it firsthand. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin, who had just gotten out of their vehicle, were stunned. The zombies completely ignored them and charged straight at Su Jia. Then came Su Jia's roaring voice. "What are you two staring at? Get over here and help." They snapped out of it, drew their weapons, and helped Su Jia clear the zombies. After a long struggle, the zombies only increased in number, pouring in from high-rises and residential areas. "Stop fighting. Get into the supermarket." The three fought while retreating. "Jia, go in and get what you need. Well, block the door." Su Jia wasted no time, pushed open the door, and frantically searched the shelves. After scanning several rows, she finally found what she was looking for on the last shelf. In her hand was a pack of Space 7 sanitary pads. She glanced around to make sure no one, or no zombie, was watching, and since she couldn't afford to wait, she used them immediately. Luo Xiao and the others held the door for a while, but the zombies kept gathering. Even Fatty and Shui Lin had gotten out of the truck to join the fight. Noticing no movement from Su Jia since she entered, Luo Xiao shouted, "Jia, are you almost done? Almost stop rushing me." Hearing Su Jia's voice, Luo Xiao felt relieved. The silence had made him worry something had happened. Soon Su Jia emerged carrying a large black plastic bag. "Let's go. I'm done." They fought their way back to the vehicles, but when they finally reached them, most of the zombies were surging toward the supermarket. Only a few were still chasing them. After they scrambled back into their trucks and sped off, Luo Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. Jia, what did you put in the supermarket that the zombies liked so much? And what was that bag you grabbed? So mysterious. Faced with Luo Xiao's two questions, Su Jia didn't know how to answer. "Nothing much. Just some daily necessities in the bag." Just then, Fatty, quick as a flash, snatched a pack from the black bag and immediately hid behind Shui Lin. By the time Su Jia realized what Fatty was up to, it was too late. Fatty stared at the packaging, reading aloud, Space 7. In that moment, the air in both vehicles went dead silent. Fatty turned his head stiffly to look at Su Jia. Her face was dark, her eyes fixed on him with murderous intent. Fatty swallowed hard at the sight of her darkening expression. The others could already imagine what was in store for him. Fatty was such a clueless guy. Truly, if you don't court death, you won't die. The truck suddenly screeched to a halt, then the entire vehicle shuddered violently as agonizing screams intermittently emanated from within. This lasted for a full half-hour before finally subsiding, after which the truck slowly started moving again. During this time, no one dared to urge or intervene. Su Jia was now a powder keg, anyone who touched her would explode. Just then Lin quietly pulled out a walkie-talkie and said, "Boss, the fat guy is still alive, barely breathing. Don't worry." Hearing Lin's words, Luo Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fat guy just had to provoke a woman of all people. Now the truth was finally clear. What exactly was attracting the zombies? The answer was self-evident. Alright, enough messing around. We're about to enter the central city. Everyone stay alert. Suddenly, dense gunfire and the sound of grenades erupted, followed by a tremendous roar emanating from within the central city. Roar. Hearing the sound, Luo Xiao's brow furrowed deeply, a knot tightening in his chest. Sun Bin in the passenger seat observed ahead and said, "Boss, there seems to be a battle up ahead, but that sound. Just as you think, it's probably the roar of a zombie." Sun Bin's eyes widened in shock. A roar that could travel this far and even pierce through gunfire. How terrifying must it be? Luo Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie. "Jia, stop at the building ahead. We're not entering the central city tonight. Let's observe first." This feeling unsettled him, so he decided to play it safe. On the rooftop of the building, several people used binoculars to observe the situation in the central city. "Boss, look over there." Following Lin's pointing finger, they saw thick black smoke billowing in the distance, punctuated by sporadic gunfire and explosions. Sun Bin frowned. "They're retreating, and it's chaotic." Just from the sound of the gunfire, it was clear this wasn't an offensive charge, but rather a desperate escape. Random shots fired behind them in panic. They pressed their binoculars tightly to their eyes, staring fixedly at the direction of the sounds, but aside from the smoke, they could see nothing, all blocked by towering skyscrapers. Their gazes turned to Luo Xiao, waiting for his command. "Stay here. He'll go check it out." He was the strongest among them. If anything went wrong, he could still retreat unscathed. No one objected. Downstairs, Luo Xiao was about to take the pickup truck when Sun Bin stopped him. "Boss, take the motorcycle." He gestured for the fat guy to open the truck's cargo hold and wheel out the long-cherished motorcycle. Without a word, Luo Xiao mounted it and sped off toward the direction of the gunfire. 5 minutes later, Luo Xiao lay prone on a building's rooftop, watching a group not far away retreating as they fought. Behind them was a zombie roughly 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in blood-red muscles, as if its skin had been flayed, with 2 sharp bone spurs extending from its back. Automatic rifle bullets struck its body, but left not even a white mark. Luo Xiao stared at the zombie in shock. It seemed to sense him and turned its gaze his way. Luo Xiao quickly pulled back. He was stunned. He was at least 600 or 700 meters away, and it still detected him. He hadn't expected the mutant zombie's perception to be so acute. When Luo Xiao peered out again, the mutant zombie had already caught up with the group. It grabbed the last runner in its hand and tore him in two, spilling entrails everywhere. The sight was utterly shocking. For a moment, everyone forgot to fire, and some collapsed to the ground in terror. The leading man, gripping his rifle, roared incessantly as he charged toward the zombie, firing as he ran. The mutant zombie casually grabbed a discarded car and hurled it at him. By the time he reacted and leaped aside, it was too late. Though he saved his life, his legs were pinned firmly under the vehicle. Blood gushed from his mouth as he coughed violently, yet he didn't utter a single scream. Instead, he kept reaching out, trying to grab a weapon lying not far away, but his trapped legs made it impossible. The mutant zombie approached him slowly, step by step. It loomed over the man on the ground and stomped his outstretched hand into the earth. The pain of shattered bones forced a scream from the man. Meanwhile, his teammates scattered in all directions, desperate not to be the slowest, wishing they had more legs to run faster. Watching this, Luo Xiao felt only pity and regret for the man. This was the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. When you're thriving, people flock around you. When you fall, they flee faster than anyone. The man showed no fear or hesitation in the face of death, but when he saw none of his teammates lift a hand to help, all of them running away, he let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. He had been fooling himself, thinking they were brothers. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. The mutant zombie, losing interest in the fleeing crowd, stomped down hard on the man's head, which burst like a watermelon. Having dealt with the man beneath its foot, the mutant zombie chased after the fleeing group at astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, it caught up with those who had run hundreds of meters ahead. The last runner didn't even have time to react before feeling a chill at his neck, then a dizzying spin. In his final moment, he saw the mutant zombie standing behind his own body. Those ahead sensed something and glanced back, then ran with all their might. They were no match. The gap was far too vast. The mutant zombie relentlessly pursued. Anyone caught didn't survive a single exchange. Watching from a distance, Luo Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. This zombie was far stronger than the 5th tier ones he had encountered. He estimated it was at least 7th tier or higher. Moreover, he had never seen such a zombie before. Its abilities were absurdly powerful. Within a minute, the entire squad was slaughtered, leaving no intact bodies, all dismembered in gruesome deaths. The mutant zombie, now standing among the corpses, suddenly turned its head toward Luo Xiao's position and charged at him at full speed. Seeing this, Luo Xiao abandoned all pretense of stealth, sprang up, and bolted downstairs. Without a moment's pause, he mounted the motorcycle and sped away without looking back. After covering some distance, Luo Xiao thought he was safe and slowed down, stealing a glance behind him. To his horror, the mutant zombie was still chasing him. Terrified, Luo Xiao floored the throttle, but the zombie clung to him like a stubborn burr, matching his speed no matter how fast he went. It felt as though the zombie was toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. Luo Xiao could only keep accelerating while weaving through zombies and obstacles on the road. The mutant zombie, however, simply bulldozed through everything in its path, relying on its sheer size and strength. Even so, its speed wasn't much slower than Luo Xiao's. Thus, one fled while the other pursued. Luo Xiao, leveraging the motorcycle's maneuverability and flexibility, wove through the alleys and streets of the central district. The mutated zombie behind him showed no sign of slowing or giving up, chasing Luo Xiao across the city. Were it not for the obstacles and lesser zombies he used to impede its speed, Luo Xiao felt he would have been caught within half a minute. Because of this, he managed to maintain a distance of about 50 meters from the mutated zombie. This chase lasted for hours, and now the entire city was shrouded in darkness. Luo Xiao turned on his headlights, daring not to slow down, as the sounds behind him confirmed the behemoth was still in pursuit. Meanwhile, the group inside the building waited anxiously. When night fell and Luo Xiao had not returned, they went out to search, first heading to the site of the daytime gunfight. Upon arrival, they found only a field of corpses, their deaths gruesome. Yet Luo Xiao's body was not among them, indicating he was still alive. The group quickly returned to their temporary shelter to await his return. Hours passed, and by their calculations, Luo Xiao should have returned long ago. Given Luo Xiao's prowess, they couldn't imagine any entity capable of detaining him. Even if another fifth-tier zombie appeared, his motorcycle's agility would ensure a safe escape. At a loss, they could only wait, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, a tremendous roar pierced the darkness, echoing throughout the central district. Everyone in the central district heard the roar and peered from their windows toward its source. Sun Bin and the others quickly grabbed binoculars to observe, but all was pitch black, revealing nothing. Fatty said, "Then should we go check it out? What if it's the boss?" Sun Bin shook his head. If the boss is in a fight, it would only be a hindrance. Better to wait quietly here. Fatty's eyes reddened, his voice low. But what if it is him? What if he needs help now? Are we just going to sit here? Fatty, I know you're worried, but fretting won't help. We have to wait. Look outside. What can you see? This city is huge. Where would you even look? Sun Bin roared back in frustration. Fatty was anxious, and so was he, but sending them out now would be irresponsible for their safety. The best course was to wait for the boss to return safely. Just as Fatty was about to argue further, Su Jia quietly approached him, and before he could react, delivered a swift chop to his neck. Fatty collapsed instantly. Shui Lin, quick on his feet, caught him and laid him on the sofa. Honestly, what's all the fuss about? Su Jia grumbled as she sat down. Sun Bin looked at Fatty with concern, but Shui Lin shook his head. It's fine. Sister Jiao was careful. Hell, just sleep it off. Hearing this, Sun Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He stood by the window, lit a cigarette, and smoked in solitude. Shui Lin approached him. Then give me one too. Fatty's just worried about the boss. He wasn't really arguing with you. Don't take it to heart. Sun Bin shook his head. I know. Don't worry. It's fine. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao was cursing under his breath. Ever since the creature roared, its speed had increased significantly, closing the distance to 20 meters in just a few minutes. Terrified, Luo Xiao accelerated, but riding at night was perilous. He had to focus entirely on the road. One mistake, and he would meet his end tonight. He was grateful that Sun Bin and the others had filled his motorcycle's gas tank before he left. Glancing at the gauge, which still showed plenty of fuel, his anxious heart eased slightly. The mutated zombie chased relentlessly, but unable to catch up, it could only roar in frustration behind Luo Xiao. That night, the entire central district was stirred into chaos. Other mutated zombies repeatedly blocked his path, but Luo Xiao easily evaded them, only for them to become the pursuing zombies' punching bags. They were torn to shreds and hurled at Luo Xiao. Along the way, countless zombies met this fate. Any that ventured near were instantly obliterated, whether first tier, second tier, or even third tier. At one point, a fourth-tier zombie, emboldened by some unknown courage, leaped from a broken window, nearly crashing onto Luo Xiao. He narrowly dodged. Before the escaped prey could flee further, it was lifted off the ground by the mutated zombie, hoisted high, and hurled like a cannonball. It grazed past Luo Xiao, flew into a building, and was embedded deep into the wall, dead, without ever understanding its fate. Witnessing this, Luo Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. This fourth-tier zombie was toyed with as if it were nothing, a true butcher. That night, the mutated zombie terrorized every zombie in the central district into silence, forcing them to cower in hiding. The chase between the man and the monster lasted until dawn, when the rising sun cast its light upon them. Luo Xiao slowed down, drained from a night of high-speed riding. The mutated zombie, too, was exhausted from the relentless pursuit, no longer as ferocious as before. The mutated zombie halted, staring at Luo Xiao on his motorcycle, and roared in fury. Through the rearview mirror, Luo Xiao saw it stop and flipped it off without looking back. Enraged, it pounded the ground with fists the size of a human head, helplessly watching Luo Xiao ride away into the distance. Without the mutated zombie in pursuit, Luo Xiao slowed down. He had no idea where in the central district he was wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. By afternoon, after much circling and consulting city maps along the streets, Luo Xiao finally found their hideout. As he arrived downstairs, the group inside, hearing the noise, came down to greet him. Fatty, seeing Luo Xiao's weary face, asked, "Boss, what happened?" "Nothing much. Just chased by a mutated zombie all night. Shook it off this morning." "Oh, and Lin, could you fill up the motorcycle's tank?" Without a word, Shui Lin and Sun Bin lifted the bike into the truck, secured it, and retrieved the leftover gasoline from their last supply. Seeing the fuel gauge already in the red, Shui Lin couldn't help asking, "Boss, were you really driving all night while being chased by a zombie?" He remembered they had filled the tank before he left. Luo Xiao waved his hand, unwilling to speak. All he wanted now was a good meal and a long, restful sleep. Luo Xiao slept straight through until the following morning, the most restful slumber he had enjoyed since the apocalypse began. Unbeknownst to him, however, the entire central district had erupted into chaos after he had fallen asleep. The undead and survivors clashed in relentless large-scale battles. Bewildered survivors could not fathom what had possessed the zombies today. They charged at any human they encountered with reckless abandon. Moreover, on every battlefield a towering mutant zombie loomed, a veritable meat grinder. Whether human or zombie, any creature it set its sights upon was left without a single intact corpse. After a dozen mercenary groups had been decimated, the remaining ones finally sensed something amiss. It seemed as though the zombies were deliberately encircling the survivors. With no choice but to retreat, they grudgingly withdrew from the central district, unable to overpower the onslaught. Miraculously, Luo Xiao and his team's temporary shelter remained untouched. Sun Bin and the others had stayed awake all night, observing the turmoil in the central district where gunfire and explosions echoed from every direction. The chaos persisted throughout the night, only gradually subsiding at dawn. By the time Luo Xiao awoke, calm had been restored, though thick plumes of black smoke still billowed from various parts of the city. Luo Xiao inhaled deeply upon waking, but before he could exhale, his brow furrowed. "Who's burning something?" he asked. The others simply shook their heads and gestured toward the window. Only then did Luo Xiao notice the black smoke rising across the entire central district. "What happened?" he asked, bewildered. Sun Bin spoke up. "We don't know. Last night the central district was in an uproar, gunfire and explosions everywhere like a zombie riot." Luo Xiao couldn't help but wonder if that creature from last night was responsible. A pang of unease struck him. He felt certain that the butcher had been searching for him, triggering the previous night's events. Noticing his expression, Shui Lin asked, "Boss, this wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it?" "Maybe it does," Luo Xiao replied. Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, he recounted his encounter from the previous day. The others were dumbfounded. Their boss, a man who could fight a fifth-tier zombie to a standstill, had been chased relentlessly. They had seen the sight and knew how terrifying the zombie was, but they hadn't imagined it was so formidable that even he could only flee. No wonder he hadn't returned the night before last. They assumed he had been too afraid to come back. But only Luo Xiao knew the truth. He hadn't dared to return. He had been chased so far that he got lost and wandered aimlessly for half a day. Seeing the dark circles under their eyes, he quickly changed the subject. "You stayed up all night, didn't you? Get some rest." They didn't argue, exhausted as they were. Each found a spot and soon fell asleep. Luo Xiao gazed out the window, a heavy weight pressing on his heart. He feared that zombie might track them down. If it did, he could escape, but what about his brothers? He wrestled with the decision: risk crossing the central district or lead everyone out of the city and bypass City entirely. In the end, he decided to take the team out of the city and take a detour. After all, knowingly charging into a losing battle was sheer stupidity. Although the central district was vast, and they might not encounter the zombie, Luo Xiao dared not gamble. Losing the bet would cost the entire team their lives. By afternoon, everyone had woken up. They gathered in the living room, and Luo Xiao shared his plan, seeking their input. As silence fell, Sun Bin said, "I agree with the boss. Safety comes first, and we're not short on time. Brother Bin, time isn't the issue, but taking a detour will add at least 7 or 8 days to our journey. Our supplies and ammunition can't last that long," Fatty countered. Fatty, ever the logistics manager, was first to think of supplies and ammo. Then Luo Xiao spoke. "We'll take the detour. The risk of cutting through is too great." With his final word, Fatty dropped the argument. As they discussed their escape route, a massive horde of mutant zombies gathered in a park within the central district. The horde was dense, no fewer than 10,000 strong. Most were first or second tier, but there were no fewer than 200 third-tier mutants, and leading the front lines were 12 bizarrely shaped fourth-tier zombies. All the zombies stood in perfect formation, not daring to make a sound, lest they provoke the one at the top. At the head, the butcher gazed upon the zombie army and let out a series of strange roars, his throat emitting sounds of varying lengths and rhythms. Perhaps this was the zombie's unique form of communication. The butcher's message was roughly this: seal off the district and kill every survivor. As he roared, he brandished his claws symbolically. The zombies retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind only trampled grass. Just as Luo Xiao and his team finished their discussion, a collective roar of zombies echoed from outside the window. Perplexed, they rushed to the windows. The streets below were filled with zombies that had appeared from nowhere. "Boss, did they find you?" Fatty asked uncertainly. "Probably not. If they had, the butcher would have come straight for us," Luo Xiao replied. "Boss, look. These zombies are all moving outward instead of staying put in the central district. And aren't there way too many mutants?" Sun Bin noted with concern. Hearing Sun Bin's words, the others observed more closely and found he was right. What are they up to? Fatty wondered aloud. Even if they were looking for the boss, why head toward the outskirts? They continued watching and noticed that except for the area right below their building, every road was packed with zombies in groups. Some groups numbered in the dozens, others in the hundreds, or even thousands. Though not as overwhelming as the previous tide, the danger was far greater. Among these zombies were many mutants far more perilous than ordinary ones. "Boss, what do we do?" Sun Bin asked uneasily. He felt something was off. Zombies didn't gather without reason. "Stay put for now. It's impossible to move out there." Fatty Shaolin sneaked down later and bring up more ammunition. Luo Xiao wanted to be prepared for any contingency. While Fatty and Xuelin went for ammo, Luo Xiao took Sun Bin and Su Jia to the rooftop. Looking out over the empty rooftop, Luo Xiao said, "Let's scout for viable escape routes." The three of them surveyed their surroundings, searching for any means or method to facilitate their escape. After a long discussion among the last few people, no good solution was found. They thought of the previous time, but there were no tall buildings around the building and the distance was too far. It simply wouldn't work. "Let's go. We have to head down first," Luo Xiao said helplessly. He intended to find a safe escape route, but now they had no way out. If anything happens, they can only hold their ground. Seeing a few people return, the chubby guy hurriedly got up and said, "Boss, we've moved everything up." Looking at the pile of ammunition, Luo Xiao signaled that everyone should be ready for battle at any moment. The others remained silent, busying themselves with their tasks. Xuelin and the chubby guy were continuously pressing bullets. Su Jia was cleaning her gun, while Sun Bin was busy polishing his long knife. The entire Y City was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. All the survivor teams were watching cautiously. No one knew what had happened, only that the zombies throughout the city had become active. Some survivor teams tried to leave the city immediately, but they hadn't gone far before being surrounded and killed by zombies coming from all directions. Anyone who attempted to flee did not survive. The survivors dared not act recklessly. For 2 whole days, gunfire could be heard from both the city center and the outskirts, but each battle erupted quickly and ended just as fast. As soon as a weaker team was discovered by zombies, they were swiftly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the stronger teams felt like rats crossing the street, living in hiding over these 2 days. Some hid in the sewers, some in basements, but most took refuge on rooftops. Although Luo Xiao and his group were not discovered, they also hid on the rooftops during the day and only went down to sleep at night. However, even while sleeping, someone was always on guard. They did not want to wake up surrounded by zombies. The few of them sat bored on the rooftop chatting. They had already spent 2 days up there, and no one knew when the zombie army below would leave. The sun slowly set, and the night quietly descended. Tonight was particularly dark with not a trace of moonlight. Luo Xiao stood on the rooftop, feeling the gentle breeze brushing against his body and the damp air. The wind grew stronger, and soon the air was filled with the scent of soil. The chubby guy kept complaining about the sudden change in weather. "Stop complaining, it should be raining soon." Luo Xiao could already sense the moisture in the strong wind. Indeed, not long after he spoke, a flash of lightning tore through the dark night sky, illuminating the entire city. Following that was a roar reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber, shaking the heart. The deafening rumble echoed across the land, as if showcasing the power and majesty of nature to the world. Next came the tears of the heavens, an endless torrent of raindrops pouring down madly, submerging the entire city in a misty haze. The strong wind and heavy rain intertwined, constantly pounding on the rooftops and the ground, producing a crisp sound. The sudden summer downpour caught everyone off guard, arriving without warning. The sudden weather forced everyone to hurriedly move their weapons and ammunition to the hallway. By the time they finished, they were already soaked through. Looking at each other's disheveled appearances, everyone laughed. This heavy rain also swept away the burdensome mood that had weighed on them for the past few days. Looking at the rain curtain formed by the downpour outside, they wondered when it would stop. "Let's go down first." After all, after getting soaked in summer rain, not many people could stand the discomfort. Luo Xiao took the lead, carrying 2 boxes of ammunition down, and the others followed suit, grabbing ammunition and supplies. They casually found a room near the rooftop and put their things down. Just as they were about to take off their clothes, the chubby guy looked at Su Jia and said, "Sister Jia, what are you doing here?" "We're taking off our clothes." The others cast him a blank stare, while Su Jia looked at the chubby guy wickedly and said, "What do you want to take off your pants in front of me?" During their exchange, Luo Xiao and the others had already taken off their shirts. They looked at the chubby guy, who appeared utterly astonished. At this moment, Sun Bin jokingly said, It's not like we asked you to take off your pants. Oh, we're just taking off our shirts. Why are you acting like a woman? Who wants to see your flabby body? Ignoring the others, Luo Xiao went straight to the bathroom, grabbed 2 basins, and took the soap that had been in the bathroom for who knows how long, placing the basin under the eaves before stripping down completely. His well-built body had smooth lines with developed back muscles and no excess fat. Standing in the storm, he seemed like a snow pine on a high mountain still standing tall. Just as Luo Xiao was enjoying this rare moment of leisure, Sun Bin and the other 2 rushed over with basins in hand, taking off their pants as they ran. Shaolin, come scrub my back. I haven't scrubbed it in months, the chubby guy said while leaning against the wall in the rain. Sun Bin, scrubbing his body, chimed in, what do you want the boss to throw the soap on the ground for you? The chubby guy grinned wickedly, saying, don't throw it on the ground, oh, just throw it to me. Seeing his smile, Xuelin shivered with fright and quickly grabbed his things, running over to Luo Xiao's side. Anyone who could see the rooftop at this moment would find the absurd scene of 4 grown men bathing in the rain completely naked. In no time, they were all bare-chested, with one carrying a tool filled with water, placing it in the bathroom. Sister Jiao, we're done. You can go wash up first while we keep watch. Su Jia didn't waste words, putting down her gear and heading into the bathroom. After their showers, the few of them lay on the sofa, feeling relaxed all over. The chubby guy sighed. If only I could shower like this every day, how wonderful that would be. It would be perfect if the water were hot. Just imagine it, having any water to wash with is good enough. It's been months, and this is the first rain we've had. Do you want it to rain every day? Although Luo Xiao wished he could shower every day, summer storms come quickly and leave just as fast. Typically, they wouldn't last for several days. By the way, let's collect some water later. Oh, we don't have much left, so we should save what we can. The groundwater and tap water are not safe to drink, as no one knows if the water source has been contaminated. Even well water could be tainted by the blood of zombies. Only rainwater that has not been polluted is safe to drink. After Luo Xiao finished giving orders, Sun Bin went to the door, bare-shouldered and armed to keep watch. Luo Xiao stood by the window, peering through the rain veil at the vague figures of zombies below, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. Watching the zombies struggling through the storm, they had no concept of the weather. That night, there were no zombie roars, only the howling wind and the sound of heavy rain hitting the windows and the ground. After their showers, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. The next morning, the torrential rain still pounded down outside. A person half asleep cracked open their bleary eyes, their first instinct to glance out the window. Seeing the downpour continuing unabated, they burrowed back under the covers and slipped once more into the realm of dreams. This relentless storm persisted for 3 days without showing any signs of abating. Instead, it seemed to grow fiercer. The city's drainage systems, clogged and unattended, had led to waterlogging in many areas, perfectly illustrating the saying, sightseeing the sea in the city. In places where water had gathered, it was now perhaps a meter deep. Gazing out at the pouring rain, several people lounged and sprawled about listlessly. Initially, they could have slept the whole day away, but after 3 consecutive days of slumber, they grew restless. No matter how they tried, sleep eluded them. Humans, how fickle they are. Just like during a holiday, the first few days are blissful, but as time drags on, one yearns for work. And when working, one wishes for a holiday again. Fatty, sprawled on the sofa, reminded them, boss, what are we gonna do? This rain doesn't look like it'll stop anytime soon, and our supplies won't last much longer. They had originally planned to leave the city in a few days, but plans never keep pace with change. Between the earlier zombie anomalies and the 3-day storm, 5 days had already slipped by. By their initial schedule, they should have been nearing the fortress by now. Boss, I know how we can get out, Xuelin suddenly exclaimed from his seat by the window. Luo Xiao and the others turned to face him. Let's hear it. Boss, can you make out the zombies down there? Or if you shout, would they be able to hear you? Xuelin asked. Fatty looked at him as if he were an idiot. In this downpour, you'd be lucky to spot a shadow. And shouting, even if you screamed your lungs out, it wouldn't be louder than the wind outside. The others suddenly widened their eyes. Of course, why hadn't they thought of that? In this storm, not only were their own sight and sound hindered, but the zombies were blind and deaf too. They could easily slip away unnoticed in the tempest. Their reactions startled Fatty. What's with all the fuss? They exchanged knowing smiles. Sun Bin clapped Fatty on the shoulder. The good times are over, my friend. It's back to the grind. Fatty looked utterly bewildered. Get ready. Pack up your things. We're leaving. Hearing Luo Xiao's command, Fatty blurted out, boss, are you crazy? How can we leave in this torrential rain? Everyone simply smiled and went to gather their belongings. Only Fatty was left bewildered on the sofa until Xuelin came over and explained it to him, and he finally caught on. Once everyone was ready, they each wore simple raincoats made from plastic bags. They had no intention of getting soaked the moment they stepped outside. Carrying supplies and weapons, they crept downstairs and slipped into their vehicles without alerting a single zombie. It all went so smoothly it felt unreal. In his car, Luo Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie. He'll take point. Follow me and watch out for puddles. Copy that, boss. Behind him was the truck driver Su Jia with Fatty and Xuelin as passengers. The truck's front seat could barely squeeze in 3 people. The cars started their engines roaring, a sound so muffled by the storm that it barely carried 10 meters. Before zombies in that radius could react, they were already driving away. They passed by zombies as if they were invisible. The morning's journey was unusually smooth. Though they drove slowly, they faced no zombie attacks. In just one morning, they covered the distance they usually managed in a day. According to Luo Xiao's plan, they would cross the central district by tomorrow morning at the latest and be out of City Y by nightfall. But Luo Xiao had no intention of stopping for the night. He wanted to push through and escape City Y in one go, taking advantage of the storm. Who knew how long it would last? Every extra mile counted. Everything seemed to be going well, but as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. What they feared most came to pass. In the afternoon, as they crossed the river bridge, the rain was so heavy that even the windshield wipers couldn't keep up. Visibility was severely compromised, and Luo Xiao accidentally plowed into a zombie by the roadside. As luck would have it, it was a 4th-rank mutant zombie. The impact from the pickup truck merely sent it stumbling back a few steps, leaving it unharmed. Realizing what had hit it, the zombie roared at the pickup and then charged ferociously. The violent collision sent both occupants of the pickup slamming against the interior. When Luo Xiao recovered, he saw a massive figure bending down, arms outstretched. Its enormous palms slammed hard against the pickup's side doors, leaving deep handprints in the metal. Su Jia and the others, seeing the trouble, immediately accelerated to the side. Fatty and the others raised their guns and opened fire at the mutant zombie. The bullets pinging off its body quickly drew its attention. It dropped the pickup and, swinging its 2 long arms that reached its knees, charged towards Su Jia's group. As it released the vehicle, Luo Xiao and Sun Bin scrambled out. Seeing the charging zombie, Su Jia tossed her rifle onto the seat and drew her own weapon from behind her back. She leaped out of the truck and swung a vicious slash at the zombie. Though Su Jia was at the 3rd rank and possessed immense strength, she was no match for a 4th-rank opponent. When her blade met the zombie's arms, it felt like striking steel. The tiger's mouth of her weapon hand split open. Before Su Jia could react, the zombie used its long arm like a pole, sweeping it fiercely across her shoulder. The blow sent her, along with her blade, flying into the side of the truck with a sickening thud. Seeing this, Fatty and Xuelin went berserk. They screamed and fired continuously, trying to draw the creature's attention. But the mutant zombie seemed fixated on Su Jia. It strode toward her, picked up her unconscious body with one hand, and stared at it with its massive head. Just as it was about to make its next move, it felt the weight in its hand suddenly lighten. Su Jia slowly slid to the ground. It tried to lift its arm to pick her up again, but realized its entire forearm had been cleanly severed at the elbow. The cut was perfectly smooth. Seeing the 2 figures who had appeared on either side of it, the mutant zombie finally reacted, roaring at them in fury. In an instant, it flew into a rage. In the span of a breath, it was beside Sun Bin, a few meters away, swinging both arms inward from either side. Seeing the arms hurtling toward him, Sun Bin dared not meet them head-on. He ducked to dodge, but the zombie's right leg whipped out like a scourge. With no time to react, Sun Bin could only raise his long blade before his chest as the massive leg grew larger in his vision. With a resounding thud, Sun Bin was hurled away like a cannonball, a stream of blood spraying from his mouth before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Xuelin glanced at the scene but paid it no heed, continuing to focus on his own task. While the zombie had attacked Sun Bin, he had seized the opportunity to approach the unconscious Su Jia. Seeing Su Jia unconscious, Xuelin dared not delay and quickly examined her. He discovered that her internal organs were damaged and her right hand, which had held the blade, was completely dislocated. Before he could reset her arm, he witnessed the earlier scene. The fat man had just drawn his long blade when he heard Luo Xiao's roar, "Fatty, save him." Luo Xiao, gripping the only axe, clashed with the mutated zombie. They exchanged blows, locked in a fierce stalemate. The fat man rushed to Sun Bin's side, finding him unconscious. At a loss, he hesitated, unsure where to begin. He bellowed, "Xiao Lin, brother Bin's out cold. What do I do?" Xuelin shouted back, without turning, "Pinch his philtrum right under his nose. Press hard. If he wakes, he'll be fine." Following Xuelin's instructions, he pinched Sun Bin's philtrum firmly. Slowly, Sun Bin's eyes fluttered open. With a weak voice, Sun Bin asked how things were, but the rain was so loud the fat man couldn't hear him. He leaned in and shouted, "What did you say?" Sun Bin repeated himself. This time the fat man understood. "Brother Bin, don't talk. The boss has it handled. I'm carrying you to the truck." Without waiting for Sun Bin's protest, he hoisted him onto his back and ran toward the truck. By the time he arrived, Su Jia had regained consciousness but couldn't move. Sun Bin said loudly, "Fatty, take off Brother Bin's bulletproof vest first. I need to check if his bones are broken." As they removed the vest, both were stunned. A deep dent was embedded in the steel plate. Xuelin wasted no time examining the struck area. His entire chest was a massive bruise of purple and blue. Xuelin then checked Sun Bin and found their injuries were similar. Both had damaged internal organs, though Sun Bin's condition was slightly better than Su Jia's. On a whim, Sun Bin had worn a bulletproof vest today, and the kick had landed squarely on it. The vest absorbed most of the force, yet he still fell unconscious. Sunbin said weakly, "Don't worry about us. Help the boss." Ignoring him, they each took one person and carried them into the truck, with such severe injuries leaving them in the pouring rain risked a dangerous cold. After settling Sunbin, and Su Jia the fat man was about to leave when Sunbin grabbed his hand. Sensing he had something to say, the fat man leaned close. Sunbin whispered hoarsely, "Get the sniper rifle from the cargo hold. It can help the boss." The fat man suddenly remembered the rifle still stored there. He hurried to the cargo hold, rummaging frantically until he found the long case in a corner. Caressing it, he murmured, "There you are." He quickly assembled it, following the manual, only to find no bullets. "Shaolin, get in here and help." When Xuelin entered, he saw the fat man digging through a pile of ammunition. "Fatty, what do you need?" "Find me a small box of bullets." Soon Xuelin held up a metal case. "Fatty, is this it?" "Yeah, that's it." He snatched the box from Xuelin, poured out the bullets, loaded them one by one, then climbed onto the truck roof with the sniper rifle. Through the scope, he clearly saw Luo Xiao in combat. The fat man pulled the bolt chambered around and carefully aimed at the zombie. The moment they separated before the zombie could react, the fat man decisively pulled the trigger. A searing pain shot through his body, forcing him to press his face against the truck roof, gritting his teeth. The agony left him unable to see if his shot had hit. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao, also a fourth stage, found that zombies of the same rank were far tougher than humans. Thick-skinned and resilient, they fought on unless struck a fatal blow. Relying on his agility, Luo Xiao left a trail of wounds on the zombie, but none were significant. But he couldn't afford to be hit. Su Jia and Sun Bin were prime examples. Though only a stage apart, the gap was insurmountable. They remained locked in combat. Though Luo Xiao had the upper hand, the longer it dragged on, the worse it was for them. Just as Luo Xiao prepared to trade a blow for a blow, the mutated zombie's neck exploded. Stunned, Luo Xiao froze, then a deafening gunshot rang out from the side. Luo Xiao looked over and saw the fat man lying on the truck roof, still holding a smoking rifle. As Luo Xiao approached and recognized the sniper rifle, he remembered they had found one in the S-City prison but never used it. He had forgotten about it. He hadn't expected the rifle to be so powerful, capable of killing a fourth-stage zombie in one shot. The sight stunned not only Luo Xiao, but also Xuelin. "Shaolin, did I hit it?" the fat man shouted from the truck roof. "Fatty, you got it. It's done." Hearing it was over, the fat man breathed a sigh of relief. If he had missed, he couldn't endure another shot. "Then come up and help me down." The fat man cried out in pain. Hearing his voice, Xuelin snapped out of his shock. He quickly climbed onto the roof and saw the fat man clutching his shoulder. Turning him over, he saw his pained expression. "Fatty, what's wrong?" The fat man just pointed at his shoulder. Xuelin pulled open his shirt and saw the swollen arm. He knew, another dislocation. "Fatty, don't worry. It's just a dislocation." He helped the fat man down from the roof. Luo Xiao looked at the three injured people at a loss for words. Together with Xuelin, he helped the injured into the truck. "Boss, what now?" Luo Xiao was the only one who could drive, and he didn't know how. Luo Xiao pondered. "First, dig out the spirit crystal. He'll think of something." He had planned to leave the city tonight, but that seemed impossible now. The chubby man, his arm in a sling, walked over to Luo Xiao and said, "Boss, you're thinking of staying here for a while before moving on." "In our current state, we can't go any further." "Boss, I suggest we keep moving." Luo Xiao looked puzzled, not understanding why the chubby man would suggest continuing. "Boss, think about it. We have no idea how much longer this storm will last. Once it stops, getting out won't be this easy. As for our injuries," Xiao Linzi said, "they're nothing serious. With proper rest, we'll recover in a few days. This is a golden opportunity, and it won't come again. If we stay here, we'll struggle to leave later, and our supplies won't last that long." Luo Xiao pondered the situation. Just as the chubby man had said, this chance was a one-time thing. It seemed they would have to abandon one vehicle. "Go wait in the truck. He'll move the supplies." With that, Luo Xiao walked to the pickup, packing all the useful items into the cargo truck. The only heavy machine gun was welded to the truck bed, impossible to take along. Luo Xiao could only cover it with a piece of tarp. He thought to himself that perhaps someday he'd have a chance to retrieve this old companion. As for Sun Bin and Xuelin, they were helped into the cargo compartment, and Luo Xiao arranged for Xuelin to look after them. "Bear with it for now. Xiao Linzi, call me if anything comes up." "Don't worry, boss, I've got it covered." The chubby man sat in the passenger seat, holding an automatic rifle. "What? Can you still shoot with your arm like that?" The chubby man rolled his eyes. "Boss, it's just a dislocated shoulder, not a lost limb. I can't use my right hand, but I can still pull the trigger with my left. Having a weapon in hand just puts my mind at ease." It made sense. In this apocalypse, being unarmed was truly terrifying. They resumed their journey. Perhaps because of the fourth-tier mutant zombie, the entire Cross River Bridge was devoid of other zombies, otherwise they would have swarmed earlier. The chubby man gazed out the window. Due to the storm, the river churned violently like a boiling volcano. Their truck, compared to the surging waters, was utterly insignificant, like an ant before them. Suddenly, the chubby man spotted a massive black shadow in the river, dozens of meters tall. "Boss, what's that?" At his exclamation, Luo Xiao glanced toward the river while driving. The heavy rain obscured the view, revealing only a blurry silhouette, a colossal black figure utterly still. Nothing. Probably just some large debris swept away by the flood. The chubby man stared at the mountain-like black shadow. Was that really all it was? As the chubby man looked away, two enormous crimson eyes suddenly emerged from the shadowy mass watching the departing truck. The creature slowly sank into the river, vanishing without a trace moments later. Soon they crossed the bridge and zombies along the roadside grew more numerous. Though Luo Xiao tried his best to avoid them, collisions were inevitable. This further slowed their already sluggish pace. After 2 grueling hours, the truck finally lurched out of the city center. Once outside, the road conditions improved dramatically and Luo Xiao picked up speed. Although many zombies lined the route, most failed to react before Luo Xiao and his group had already sped away. After a day of relentless effort, the chubby man in the passenger seat had fallen asleep. Luo Xiao, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion, forced himself to keep driving. He slapped himself hard across the face, using the pain to stay alert. The sharp sounds startled the chubby man awake. He asked groggily, "Boss, how much longer till we're out?" "Almost there. About another hour or so. Finally we can get out of this godforsaken place." The chubby man stretched. "Boss, what do you think we'll do once we get to the fortress?" "What else?" "Well, join as a mercenary group. Help with defense, go on missions, rescue hostages, that sort of thing." "Ah, we still have to go on missions. Then what's the point? It's not every day. At least there you can get a good night's sleep without worrying about food or clothing. And don't forget, this is the apocalypse. If we don't hurry up and get stronger, well, just be feeding the zombies out there." Sigh. When will this ever end? Back then I thought the apocalypse would be all fun and games. Now thinking about it, it's just laughable. Every day is filled with fear and uncertainty, not to mention all the risks. The chubby man sighed, realizing how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Watching the chubby man's lament, Luo Xiao just smiled. The guy had grown a lot during this time. Though he sometimes seemed unreliable, he always stepped up when trouble struck. As they chatted, the walkie-talkie crackled with Shui Lin's anxious voice. "Boss, something big is coming up from behind. It looks like that blood butcher you described." Luo Xiao had left the cargo door open to keep them from feeling too confined. At the sound, his drowsiness vanished. Through the rearview mirror, he saw a towering blood-red figure charging toward them. "How long has it been chasing us? Why tell me now?" Luo Xiao asked urgently. It just burst out from a side street. Cold sweat broke out on Luo Xiao's forehead. They were almost out of the city, yet it had still found them. Luo Xiao pressed the accelerator while racking his brain for a solution. The chubby man, seeing the blood butcher for the first time, found that direct experience was far more impactful than hearsay. The three-material blood-red figure made the 4th-tier zombie from this afternoon look like a mere underling, not even worthy of being called a brother. Braving the storm, it charged toward them, tossing aside abandoned cars as if they were mere toys. When the chubby man saw the blood butcher grab a small car and prepare to hurl it, he shouted, "Holy shit. Boss, watch out. It's throwing a car." An abandoned car arced perfectly over the truck, crashing heavily onto the road ahead. Luo Xiao swerved frantically, just barely grazing it as the vehicle scraped past with a screech of metal. Watching the blood butcher close in, the chubby man cried, "Boss, it's getting closer." Suddenly gunfire erupted from the cargo compartment. The reason was obvious. Shui Lin, seeing the blood butcher draw near, grabbed his weapon and fired relentlessly. But it had no effect, not even slowing the creature down. At that moment, Sun Bin, lying in the corner, struggled to sit up. Gazing at the blood butcher, he seemed to make a momentous decision. From an iron box beside him, he pulled out blocks of C4 and began binding them together. Sun Bin weighed the C4 in his hand, estimating it to be about 2 kilograms. He thought to himself that it should be enough, considering a single kilogram could level a 5-story building. With 2 kilograms, blowing up a zombie would be a cinch. As he turned around, he found Su Jia staring at him. Sun Bin smiled and said, "From now on you'll have to walk your own path." "Have you made up your mind?" Su Jia asked calmly. Sun Bin didn't reply, only nodded. "Can't you not go?" Sun Bin gazed at the approaching butcher and said, "If it catches up, well, I'll die." Meeting Su Jia's eyes, he continued, "Don't even think about going yourself. You're more injured than I am, you'd never make it to its side." Su Jia's eyes reddened, her hands clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, staining her hands with blood, yet she didn't even notice. As the deputy captain and the eldest in the team, it was his duty and he was honor-bound to do this. "All right, little Su, from now on you all can witness the wonders of this apocalypse for me. Tell the boss to live well for me, all of you must survive." Sun Bin struggled to his feet and moved to the rear of the truck, waiting for the right moment. Su Jia watched his tall silhouette, tears streaming silently down her face before she closed her eyes. Sun Bin fixed his gaze on the butcher, already planning how to attach the C4 to it. "Brother Bin, why are you up front? Get to the back, it's dangerous there," Shui Lin urged upon seeing Sun Bin sitting at the rear. "Little Lin, learn more from the boss and Sister Jia in the future. ITLL only benefit you, not harm you. As for Fatty, well, better not follow his lead." Shui Lin kept firing, vaguely aware that Sun Bin was saying something, but he couldn't hear a word. Up front, Luo Xiao was constantly dodging obstacles thrown by the butcher. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the distance closing rapidly, and at this rate, they'd be caught in minutes. His heart racing, he pressed the accelerator relentlessly. Boss, there's a bridge. Head for the bridge. Fatty shouted. Y City, where two major rivers of Hua converge, was known as the City of Bridges, making river-spanning bridges a common sight. Fatty, you mean to blow the bridge? Exactly, that's the only way to shake it off. Luo Xiao roared. No, that would take a massive amount of explosives, and we're too close to it to get clear. Once it explodes, we'll be caught in the blast. As the two were at a loss, Sun Bin's weak voice came through the walkie-talkie. Boss, head onto the bridge. I have a plan. Hearing this, Luo Xiao didn't hesitate. If Sun Bin said he had a way, then he truly did. Luo Xiao trusted him unconditionally and drove straight onto the bridge. As the truck rolled onto the structure, Sun Bin picked up the walkie-talkie again. Boss, take care of them. Fatty, listen to the boss. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. In the cab, both men widened their eyes as a grim realization dawned on them. Luo Xiao abandoned the steering wheel and grabbed the walkie-talkie, shouting, Sun Bin, don't you dare do anything stupid. What are you trying to prove? I said I'd get everyone out safely. Boss, you know the situation as well as I do. If that butcher catches up, who among us will survive? If it catches up, we'll hold it off. Luo Xiao bellowed. Boss, you can't stop it. You know its strength better than anyone. Finally, Luo Xiao's voice cracked with tears. Please, Brother Bin, just wait a little longer. They'll get everyone out. Luo Xiao gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he fought to hold back his tears. Sun Bin saw the butcher closing in now, less than 5 meters from the truck's tail. He knew the time had come. Boss, on this parting road, may you fear not the future, nor dwell on the past. Farewell, and take care. Xuelin, grab him. Luo Xiao roared. But Xuelin had already been knocked out by Sun Bin's surprise attack. Fatty flung open the door, scrambling to climb to the back. Yet after his words, Sun Bin leaped with the C4U, colliding head-on with the butcher. He pressed the explosive against its belly. The butcher paid no heed to Sun Bin as he jumped, merely swatting him off its stomach and tossing him away. The moment Sun Bin was flung off, he pressed the detonator. A deafening blast erupted the bridge deck, collapsing as a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Fatty, who had just opened the door, froze at the explosion behind him, staring fixedly at the rear. Su Jia had watched the entire scene, witnessing her comrade's sacrifice while she stood powerless. Luo Xiao saw the explosion in the rearview mirror, tears streaming down his cheeks. He floored the accelerator, desperate to escape this place as quickly as possible. Sun Bin had already sacrificed himself. Luo Xiao couldn't bear to lose anyone else. Though the truck sped up, it was still caught in the blast's aftermath. The massive shockwave sent the truck flying, tumbling through the air 5 or 6 times before crashing to a halt at the edge of the bridge. Luo Xiao awoke the next morning, his eyes bleary. Seeing Fatty still unconscious, he shouted repeatedly, Fatty, Fatty. Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, Fatty slowly came to. Are you okay, Fatty? Fatty moved a bit and said, Boss, I'm fine. Go check on the others. Assured, Luo Xiao kicked open the door and crawled out. The bridge surface was littered with rubble and wrecked vehicles. Gazing into the distance, the once intact bridge was now split into a gaping chasm, dozens of meters wide. Part of it had collapsed from the blast, part washed away by the flood. Feeling the unstable bridge beneath him, Luo Xiao wasted no time. He opened the truck's cargo hold to find Su Jia and Xuelin huddled in a corner. He scrambled inside, pinching Xuelin's philtrum and shouting loudly. Soon Xuelin's eyes fluttered open. Seeing Luo Xiao, he asked, Boss, why are you back here? How, why is the truck stopped? Never mind that. Can you move? With Luo Xiao's help, Xuelin tested his limbs and confirmed he was unharmed. Go get Fatty out of the front and hurry. Hearing the urgency in Luo Xiao's voice, Xuelin understood the gravity of the situation and dashed out. The scene before him stunned him momentarily, but he quickly snapped out of it and ran to the passenger side. After a tremendous effort, he managed to drag Fatty out of the seat. Luo Xiao arrived, carrying Su Jia on his back. Seeing the two still on the ground, he yelled, Move. The bridge is collapsing. Sensing the tremor beneath the bridge, Xuelin and Fatso immediately rose to their feet, dashing after Luo Xiao toward the opposite bank. No sooner had they run a short distance than the crumbling bridge was overwhelmed by the floodwaters, collapsing section by section from the center outward. Witnessing this, the group exerted every ounce of their strength, charging desperately toward the shore. Just as the bridge was entirely swept away, Luo Xiao and the others reached the far bank. Staring at the bridge, completely swallowed by the raging flood, an indescribable sorrow weighed upon their hearts. They found a temporary resting spot near the bridge and sat in a circle. By then, Su Jia had awakened, and she slumped weakly against the sofa. All four sat in dejection, exchanging no words. Suddenly, Luo Xiao stood up, yanked Xuelin to his feet, and fixed his bloodshot eyes on him. Why didn't you stop him? I told you to take good care of them. Is this how you keep your word? Luo Xiao's hoarse voice roared at Xuelin. Xuelin hung his head in shame, unable to meet Luo Xiao's gaze. Faced with the accusation, he had no defense. He had failed to protect Brother Bin, who had instead made the ultimate sacrifice. Xuelin kept his head low as tears streamed down his cheeks. Luo Xiao, seeing him weep uncontrollably, shoved him away. Say something, he bellowed. Su Jia, who had been standing by, finally snapped. Enough. What's the point of all this arguing? Does any of this matter now? From the moment we joined, we all knew this day might come. Well, now you can't face it. And don't blame Xiao Linzi. Brother Bin knocked him out before they even got on the bridge. Brother Bin was determined to sacrifice himself. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. He told us to live on for him, to make sure we all survive. At least I know he left with a smile. By the time Su Jia finished, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Luo Xiao collapsed to the ground, slowly closing his eyes. Fatso sat to the side, smoking in silence. Perhaps no one here had a closer bond with Sun Bin than he did. They had been together since the apocalypse began, weathering dozens of dangers, large and small, and escaping each one by a hair's breadth. Just that afternoon, they had been laughing and chatting. Now he was gone in an instant. His mind replayed Sun Bin's parting words. Wiping his tears, Fatso stood and walked over to Shui Lin, helping him up. You okay, Xiao Linzi? Shui Lin merely shook his head, indicating he was fine. Seeing the others in despair, Fatso said, What's this? Brother Bin is gone. Are we supposed to stop living? Let's eat. I haven't had a bite all day, and I'm starving. He pulled various food items from his backpack and laid them on the table, ignoring the others as he began to eat on his own. Su Jia struggled to stand, and Shui Lin quickly moved to support her as she walked to the table. She picked up a can of beef and pushed it toward Shui Lin, her tone brooking no refusal. Eat. Shui Lin looked at the canned beef, then at Luo Xiao, who was still slumped on the floor. Taking the can, he approached Luo Xiao. Boss here. Luo Xiao looked up at the boy who had just come of age, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He took the can and said, Sorry, I was too worked up just now. It's okay, boss. I do bear responsibility. I didn't take good care of Brother Bin. Luo Xiao stood up and patted his shoulder. Forget it. Let's not dwell on this. Come, let's eat. The meal ended in a heavy silence. Afterward, each found a room and retreated to rest. But rest was merely a pretense. None of them could sleep. Luo Xiao stood by the living room window, staring through the torrential rain at the bridge demolished by the flood. Since the explosion, Sun Bin and the butcher had vanished without a trace. He had no idea whether Sun Bin was alive or dead, though the chance of survival was infinitesimally slim, next to none. Even if he had somehow lived through the blast, how could he withstand the ferocious floodwaters? Moreover, if he had been strong enough, he wouldn't have needed a brother to sacrifice his life to save them. It all came down to insufficient strength. He had already decided that from now on the entire team would accelerate their growth. He couldn't bear to see this tragedy repeat itself. As for Fatso, he sat on the edge of the bed reminiscing about their shared memories. All the joy, the long nights of conversation, and finally Sun Bin's last words to him. Don't worry, Brother Bin. We'll all live on, and we'll see the wonders of this apocalypse for you. On the other side, Su Jia lay in bed replaying her final conversation with Sun Bin. Some things are both a duty and an obligation. Sometimes someone has to step up and make the sacrifice. Shui Lin sat on his bed, hugging his knees and sobbing quietly. After all, he was still just a child. He had held back during the meal, only daring to let his emotions show when he was alone. In his eyes, Sun Bin was like a father, always protecting him, teaching him how to survive in the apocalypse, and passing on every skill he knew. Whenever danger arose, Sun Bin would stand before them, silently shielding them. Brother Bin, don't worry, Shui Lin murmured. I'll learn well from Boss and the others. I'll live on, and I'll fulfill your wish. In that moment, Shui Lin grew more mature and understanding than ever before. Throughout that day and night, no one left their rooms except to use the bathroom, and no one spoke a word. It wasn't until the next day before dawn that the sound of the storm outside could be heard once more. Luo Xiao knocked on each of their doors, calling them to get up. Once everyone had gathered, Luo Xiao said, We're about a kilometer from the exit of Y City. I plan to go on foot and look for any usable vehicles along the way. He turned to Su Jia. How are you feeling? I'm fine. A day of rest has done me good. Fatso, what about your hand? Fatso flexed his arm. No major issues. It still hurts a bit, but it won't slow me down. Luo Xiao nodded. Then it's settled. Everyone check your remaining supplies and ammunition. They emptied their backpacks. Food was nearly gone and ammunition was scarce. Seeing that the supplies would barely last the four of them a day with fewer than 100 rounds of ammunition, Luo Xiao handed the 2 remaining automatic rifles to Fatso and Su Jia. Neither protested, as both were unfit for strenuous activity but could still handle firearms. Luo Xiao and Shui Lin packed all the supplies into their own backpacks to speed up their pace. They found some transparent plastic bags in the room and fashioned them into makeshift raincoats. Looking at the group, now ready to move, Luo Xiao said, Let's go. The 4 figures in the storm seemed enveloped in a moist sheen. Their makeshift raincoats clung tightly to their bodies, rainwater tracing the curves of their forms, leaving streaks in its wake. Their hair soaked and plastered to their foreheads occasionally released droplets that slid down their cheeks, merging with the rain. They hurried along in silence, casting wary glances around them, and soon vanished at the end of the street. Time rewound to the moment of the bomb's detonation. Sun Bin, sent flying by the butcher, was just clearing the bridge when he pressed the controller's switch. The colossal explosion and shockwave from the sea hurled him dozens of meters away, plunging him into the raging floodwaters, his fate unknown. Amidst the tumultuous flood, a fishing boat braved the waves, forging ahead stubbornly through the violent currents. It resembled a solitary leaf tossed about in the surging monstrous swells. The vessel was sometimes hurled high by the waves, then dragged deep into the water, each rise and fall a heart-stopping ordeal. Yet the boatman held the helm steady, his gaze firm and profound, as if he could see through the raging flood to find a path forward. A man in black stood at the bow, letting the rain fall upon him, his hands gripping the gunwale tightly. No matter how the small boat pitched, he remained motionless. Just then a slender man emerged from the cabin, clutching the railing as he made his way to the bow, a bottle of mineral water in hand. "Boss, feeling any better?" Hearing this, the man's already pale face was instantly beaded with cold sweat. A wave of intense nausea struck, and he could no longer control himself, leaning over the gunwale to vomit. Each heave was accompanied by trembling and a pained expression. His stomach churned violently, a torrent of sour liquid spewing from his mouth. Finally, after a period of torment, his vomiting subsided. Exhausted, he sat on the gunwale, closed his eyes, and let the boat carry him onward. The man sitting on the gunwale was none other than He Lang, the leader of He Xia. Xiao Lang handed him the bottle of water, this time wisely keeping silent. He Lang took the water with difficulty, first rinsing his mouth, then downing the rest. Only then did his stomach feel somewhat better. Inside the cabin, the others laughed heartily at their leader's predicament. Their fearless boss, who feared nothing, was actually afraid of boats. After leaving S City, they had split from the main group to search for weapons. After several skirmishes, they found some arms and ammunition, then headed north. Upon reaching Y City, they discovered a zombie riot had tightly besieged the entire area. Gunshots and explosions occasionally echoed from within the city. They surmised that the zombies' unusual behavior indicated something major had happened inside. So they stayed outside the city, observing and pondering how to cross Y City. But before they could devise a plan, a torrential rainstorm struck, lasting for days with no sign of letting up. As the group grew bored, a robust, dark-skinned man named Shui Lang came up with an idea: take a boat. The rivers in Y City ran north-south, and by following the current, they could cross the city in just half a day. Yet looking at the pouring rain outside, his face showed concern. He Lang kicked him. "Why didn't you think of this sooner? You had to wait for a downpour. We've wasted so many days. And now with this flood, what do we do?" Shui Lang replied aggrievedly, "Boss, can you blame me? It's not like I ordered the rain to come." "Enough. Stop making excuses. Just tell me your plan." He Lang waved his hand impatiently. Shui Lang pondered for a moment. "Boss, I don't recommend setting out now. You've seen how fierce the flood is outside. One wrong move, and our whole team ends up as fish food. Don't give me that nonsense. You know how much we've eaten these past few days. How long can our remaining supplies last? Just tell me, can you get us all across or not?" "Boss, think carefully. I grew up as a fisherman, but I haven't piloted a boat in over a decade. What are you afraid of? We the passengers aren't scared. It's settled. We'll find a boat along the riverbank." That afternoon, the group drove along the river searching. Most of the boats they found had been wrecked by the flood. Fortunately, it was a shipping channel, and after a few hours they discovered a surviving fishing boat at a dock. Shui Lang boarded to inspect it, confirming the engine could start, and there was enough fuel to cross Y City. Seeing the boat was fine, He Lang called everyone to load their belongings. After everything was loaded, everyone was drenched. In the cabin, they all stripped off their shirts, huddling together bare-chested. Shui Lang fiddled with the controls, and soon the fishing boat's engine sputtered to life. Thick black smoke billowed from the stern. Shui Lang turned the helm, and the boat slowly pulled away from the dock amidst the storm. As soon as they entered the channel, the violent flood slammed against the hull, causing the entire vessel to rock violently, making the people in the cabin miserable. But despite the raging waves, Shui Lang held the helm firmly, soon straightening the bow, which eased the situation somewhat. From initial excitement, everyone fell into a sullen silence. A massive wave struck, lifting the fishing boat high before crashing it heavily back into the water. They endured the ordeal, not knowing when it would end. Some began to turn pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Just then a violent explosion echoed not far ahead. They emerged from the cabin to look, but saw nothing except mist and surging floodwaters. After sailing a while, they reached the bridge, only to find it completely collapsed and in ruins. They stared in shock. Destroying such a bridge would require an immense amount of explosives. What kind of danger would necessitate blowing up a bridge? After all, explosives were scarce in the apocalypse. As they marveled, the fishing boat slowly sailed past, heading into the distance. Soon the ruined bridge behind them was shrouded in mist, barely visible as a dark silhouette. Snapping back to reality, they saw He Lang still slumped over the bow, having vomited even bile. After a long while, he recovered, gripping the gunwale and swallowing hard, fighting the urge to let stomach acid rise again. Thus unfolded the scene at the beginning. After the fishing boat sped for several minutes, Black Wolf still lay slumped at the bow, his face pallid and spiritless. The moment he lifted his head amid the raging floodwaters, he spotted what appeared to be a person clinging to a tree trunk tossed high by the torrent before crashing back down. Black Wolf paid it no mind at first, assuming it was just a zombie swept away by the flood. Just then Little Wolf's voice rang out, "Boss, look at that. I've got a feeling it looks like a person." Hearing Little Wolf's words, Black Wolf looked again, studying it closely. Suddenly his eyes widened. Holy shit. Looks like it really is. As the log drifted closer, the two found it increasingly familiar. Don't I see that guy from the Pluto squad? Black Wolf muttered in confusion. But something doesn't add up. With Pluto's strength, someone who could take on a fifth-tier zombie, there's no way he'd abandon his own teammate. Boss, now that you mention it, I'm starting to think it does look like him. Black Wolf spun around and shouted toward the cabin. Water Wolf, steer over there. Whether it's him or not, let's get him on board first and see. Hearing the urgency in their leader's voice, Water Wolf dared not delay and quickly maneuvered the boat toward the log. Those inside the cabin, upon hearing their leader's shout, immediately grabbed their guns and rushed out bare-chested. Boss, what's going on? Hurry, bring that fishing net over. Gray Wolf handed the net directly to Black Wolf. What are you giving it to me for? I don't know how to use it. Who among you knows how? Hurry up. Boss, I used to fish with a net when I was a kid. Does that count? Just get him aboard quick. Black Wolf pointed at the person on the log in the water. Only then did the others notice him. Boss, isn't that just a corpse? Why bother hauling it up? Everyone looked at Black Wolf in confusion. Little Wolf beside him said, "Don't you think he looks familiar?" At his words, they indeed found the face increasingly recognizable. Stop your damn chattering and save him first. Black Wolf was nearly furious. If they kept gossiping, even a living man would be dead by now. Hearing Black Wolf's roar, the man dared not delay. Standing at the bow, he gripped the fishing net, his gaze sharp on the floating body. With a swing of his body, he cast the net toward the target. The net traced a graceful arc through the air, then slowly unfurled like a blooming flower, drifting down to envelop the corpse and the log. The immense force of the flood instantly pulled the net taut. Seeing this, others rushed to help. Soon they hauled it aboard. When they turned the body over, they finally saw the face. A cry rose from the crowd. Isn't this the big guy from Pluto's squad? Holy crap, it really is him. Black Wolf pushed them aside and began pressing on his chest without pause. Gray Wolf remarked from the side, "Boss, he's already like this. Is it really necessary?" Black Wolf turned and glared at him fiercely. Did they ever say it wasn't necessary when they saved us? All of you remember this black fiend repays kindness without fail. You all know how much we owe them. With that, Black Wolf began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Sun Bin, alternating with chest compressions. This continued for half an hour with no sign of change. They also tried turning Sun Bin upside down and shaking him, but aside from water trickling from the corner of his mouth, there was no other reaction. Just as Black Wolf was about to give up, Sun Bin's right index finger twitched faintly. No one noticed this subtle movement. Boss, what do we do? Black Wolf panted heavily. Carry him into the cabin first. Several of them worked together to lift Sun Bin inside and lay him aside. Looking at Sun Bin lying flat, Black Wolf felt an indescribable melancholy. Just days ago, they had been borrowing ammunition from him, and now they met again like this. Gray Wolf spoke up. Boss, what's the plan from here? Take him with us for now. When we reach the fortress, we'll see if any of his people are still alive. If not, we'll take care of things. He wondered what they had encountered. How could such a powerful squad end up like this? On the other side, Luo Xiao and his group trudged slowly through the streets under the heavy rain. Whenever they encountered zombies, they dealt with those they could and detoured around the ones they couldn't. Over the past few hours, they had visited several supermarkets along the way, only to find them disappointing. All edible items had long been cleared out, leaving nothing but useless or rotten goods. They also checked the cars along the road, but none were usable. All were wrecks. They had considered searching the underground parking lots of residential complexes, only to find the garages flooded with water cars submerged. In the end, they had no choice but to leave in frustration. In the end, a journey of just 1 kilometer took the 4 of them half a day in the rain, with only a simple bite to eat along the way. As the towering buildings around them gradually dwindled and the fields on either side of the road grew more abundant, Luo Xiao realized they had likely left the city. After walking a bit further, they spotted a huge billboard that read, "Leave the city's bustle behind, seek inner peace and tranquility." Reading the slogan, the group was filled with deep emotion. Where then was their own peace and tranquility? The farther they went, the fewer zombies they encountered. They continued north along the national highway. Boss, there's a small town up ahead. Want to check it out? The resources of a small town were something they would have scorned to scavenge before, but now all their hopes rested on it. Let's go take a look. Standing on the balcony of a 2-story building in the town, Luo Xiao carefully surveyed the entire area. The so-called town was no different from a village, just houses packed together. There were no tall buildings, mostly individual courtyards with an occasional 2-story villa. Apart from a few wandering zombies, the streets were devoid of any living creature. After confirming there was no major danger, Luo Xiao turned to the others. "I'll go see if I can find some food. You all stay here." With that, he took the empty backpack from Fatty and without waiting for anyone to object leaped down from the second floor. He quickly dashed into a nearby courtyard which was overgrown with weeds up to his shins, a clear sign that the place had long been abandoned. Bursting through the door, he confirmed there were no zombies and began rummaging through cabinets and the kitchen. After searching for a while, he found nothing edible, only rotten moldy items. Reluctantly, he moved on to the next house. As soon as he entered the yard of the next house, Luo Xiao spotted several cabbages growing in the vegetable patch. Though they looked tempting, he dared not take them. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a skeleton lying among the vegetables, already reduced to white bones. For a full 2 hours, Luo Xiao scoured the entire town only to find a dozen preserved eggs under a bed in one house and a pile of potatoes in a cellar. Luo Xiao packed them all into his backpack without leaving a single one. A small town yielded only these gains. By the time he returned, dusk had already fallen. Seeing Luo Xiao's heavy backpack and the plastic bag in his hand, everyone knew the boss hadn't returned empty-handed. Luo Xiao handed the bag to Fatty and emptied the potatoes from his backpack. When they saw the backpack full of potatoes, everyone was stunned. "Boss, where did you get so many potatoes?" "Found them in a cellar of a house," Luo Xiao said as he sorted them out. "With this backpack of potatoes, it should be enough to sustain them until they reach the fortress." Fatty stared at the potatoes, thinking back to when they stored their supplies. Why hadn't they thought of this? Potatoes could last 2 months in a ventilated place. They had all forgotten the taste of vegetables. Except for the first few days after the apocalypse began, they hadn't eaten any vegetables since. Just as everyone was rejoicing, Shui Lin's voice rang out. "By the way, how are we going to eat these potatoes now?" Fatty blurted out, "Stir-fry, boil, fry, braise. Anyway works, right?" "But bro, Fatty, do we have seasonings and tools? Isn't there a kitchen?" Su Jia couldn't take it anymore and slapped Fatty. "Are you stupid? Don't you need to wash the pots and dishes? We don't even have enough water for ourselves to drink." As everyone debated how to eat, Luo Xiao walked straight to the balcony, dismantled wooden chairs and other items, piled them up, and soon a blazing fire roared on the balcony. "Damn, boss, are you trying to burn the house down?" Fatty's startled cry came. "Panic not, it'll be fine in a moment. Besides, it's not your house, so why the fuss?" Fatty then came to his senses and chuckled, "Sorry, instinct, just instinct." When the fire had burned down sufficiently, Luo Xiao took a few potatoes and threw them directly into the flames, covering them with glowing embers. "Boss, what are you doing? Why throw good potatoes into the fire?" Shui Lin anxiously grabbed a broom to retrieve them, but Su Jia snatched it away. "Just watch closely." Shui Lin looked at her in confusion. About half an hour later, Luo Xiao pulled the potatoes out of the fire. Their skins had turned a golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma, a blend of earth and flame that made mouths water. Shui Lin stared at the brown potato in his hand. "Sis Jia, it's burnt like this. How do we eat it?" Su Jia just rolled her eyes, split the potato in two. Though the outside was charred, the inside revealed a golden yellow potato that emitted a tempting fragrance. Unfazed by the dirt, Su Jia began eating it heartily in big bites. Seeing Su Jia savoring it with relish, Shui Lin followed suit. After the first bite, he couldn't stop. The four of them had a simple meal of roasted potatoes that evening. Without any seasoning, yet they ate with extraordinary joy. "Boss, you know I haven't eaten potatoes like this in decades. Back when I was a kid, a bunch of village kids often ate them this way. What nostalgia." Shui Lin had never imagined potatoes could be eaten like this. It was his first time, and the taste was surprisingly wonderful. They all wolfed down the food, and soon the potatoes on the ground were devoured. Fatty let out a burp. "Haven't eaten this satisfyingly in ages." He noticed Luo Xiao studying a map and asked, "Boss, how much farther to the fortress?" Without looking up, Luo Xiao replied, "Not far, maybe about 10 kilometers. We'll arrive before noon tomorrow." This map was discovered by chance yesterday while they were looting a supermarket. It was the only worthwhile find. "Boss, we don't meet the entry conditions now. What should we do?" Su Jia asked worriedly. After all, the requirement to enter the fortress was at least 5 people in the form of a mercenary group, but they were only 4, one short. "Never mind, let's try first. If not, we'll find someone outside the fortress and get in first. Eat up and sleep early. We have to travel again tomorrow." The next day, just after dawn, they set off again toward the fortress. On the road, zombies gradually diminished, sometimes only appearing after long stretches. In the last 5 kilometers, cars occasionally drove by on the road, all fully armed squads, their eyes mocking as they looked at the group. This infuriated Fatty. What are they so smug about? If we hadn't lost our supplies, I wouldn't even want their crappy gear for free. Hearing Fatty's complaints, no one responded. They just trudged on in silence. Luo Xiao noticed that the closer they got to the fortress, the more survivors there were, and zombies were rarely seen. Likely cleared out. Survivors weren't only entering the city, many fully armed squads were also leaving for unknown reasons. Near noon, Su Jia, walking ahead, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Shui Lin, walking behind with his head down, bumped straight into her. "Sis Jia, why aren't you moving?" he asked in confusion. Su Jia didn't answer, just nodded ahead. The others came up beside her and looked forward. A magnificent wall appeared before their eyes. Dozens of meters high, it coiled like a giant dragon stretching for countless kilometers with no end in sight. The wall's silhouette was starkly outlined under the sunlight, which bathed it in a golden glow, enhancing its solemnity and majesty, making it appear even more robust and solid. Seeing this, everyone was awestruck. They never imagined a city could achieve such a feat, erecting such a formidable wall in such a short time. Damn, this is truly epic. Fatty couldn't find the words. As they drew closer, they saw fully armed soldiers patrolling in staggered shifts on the wall. Heavy machine guns were mounted everywhere, and not far off, snipers lay prone with their rifles, a sight that struck straight to the heart. Gazing at this scene, they all swallowed hard. From a distance, they had only marveled at the wall's grandeur. Now at its base, they were awed by its military might. Following the road to the wall's base, they saw soldiers on duty at the city gate and walked toward them. As they approached, one of them, who looked like an officer, said sternly, "Halt. State your business." Luo Xiao stepped forward directly. "We wish to enter the city. May I ask what procedures are required?" The officer surveyed the group before him. They were all quite young, including a child and a woman. Curious, he asked, "Let me ask, where do you come from?" "City S. We traveled all the way here," Luo Xiao replied expressionlessly. Hearing that they were from City S, the officer cast them a few more glances. City S was no short distance away. It spanned 2 cities over. "Where is your vehicle?" "We lost it in the central district of City Y." Upon hearing this, the officer was greatly astonished. "You crossed through the center of City Y?" he asked incredulously. Luo Xiao nodded. The surrounding soldiers, upon hearing this, began to whisper among themselves, casting appraising looks at the group. Fatty and the others were puzzled as to why the soldiers reacted so strongly to their having traversed City Y's urban center. The officer noticed Fatty's reaction and chuckled. "You wouldn't know it, but there are 2 places in City Y you must avoid: the city center and one other location that isn't fixed. We've been clearing the surrounding zombies, but precisely because of those 2 places we haven't been able to clear City Y yet. However, I reckon ITLL happens soon." At this point, Su Jia spoke up. "You mean the central district because of that mutated zombie above tier 5, right?" She then described the appearance of the butcher. The officer's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that the zombie had been taken down by these 4 unassuming individuals before him. He looked at Luo Xiao gravely and asked, "Is what you said true?" "I don't know if it's dead, but even if it isn't, it's as good as crippled. 2 kilograms of C4 strapped to its body and detonated. Do you think it could survive?" "Please wait a moment. They'll go report this to our squadron leader." With that, he hurriedly ran toward the guard booth. Not long after, he came running back. "Follow me." He then led them to a military jeep and drove toward the city gates. Inside the vehicle, the group curiously observed the world beyond the walls. They noticed the walls were constructed in 3 layers, each spaced about 100 meters apart. Upon entering the first layer, they saw several newly arrived survivor squads undergoing inspections to check for infection. The officer directly led them to the officer on duty there and whispered something in his ear. The latter then appraised Luo Xiao and his companions with a peculiar gaze, exchanging not a single word with them. Other survivor squads waiting in line also took note of their situation, but none spoke up. They merely murmured under their breath. Another batch of people with connections. Though discontent simmered among them, none dared to voice it. They knew that entry into the city was at the discretion of the authorities. Having risked their lives to get this far, they had no recourse if their own impulsiveness barred them from entering. The officer instructed a nearby soldier, "Take them for examination first. Be thorough." The soldier nodded. Approaching Luo Xiao and the others, he said, "Follow me." Luo Xiao and his companions followed the soldier, who cut straight to the front of the line, pushed open a door, and led them inside. Beyond the entrance lay a dim corridor. Outside each office stood 2 fully armed soldiers, their rifles held at attention, standing ramrod straight. The soldier led them to a room and knocked. "Report." "Enter," came a man's voice from within. The soldier opened the door to reveal a bespectacled man deeply engrossed in the documents before him. Without interrupting, the soldier stood by with Luo Xiao and the others waiting. Finally, the bespectacled man set down his papers and scrutinized the group. Curious, he asked the soldier, "All of them?" "Yes, Dr. Jean." The soldier nodded. "All right, the men stay. Take the woman to Director Lee." The soldier nodded again. "You come with me. The rest of you stay." The soldier turned to leave, but stopped at the door when he noticed Su Jia hadn't moved. "Dr. Zhang said to Luo Xiao, "Rest assured, go with him. This is just a routine medical checkup, albeit a strict one. It's not convenient for her to be here. Director Lee over there is a woman." Hearing this, Luo Xiao nodded to Su Jia. After they left, Dr. Zhang pulled 3 forms from his drawer and asked them to fill them out. The trio examined the fields on the form. Unlike standard forms, it didn't ask for basic information. Instead, it requested details such as mercenary group, name, code names, members, any special substances, consumed physical discomfort, or other abnormalities. The list was extensive. As they filled it out, they exchanged knowing glances, understanding the implications. Before long, they had completed it. Dr. Zhang looked over their forms. The entries were similar, but he noticed something intriguing. He regarded them and remarked, "Your code names are quite interesting." Luo Xiao didn't reply, merely offering a faint smile and a nod. Dr. Zhang stood up. "All right, follow me." He led the way out into the corridor and said to Luo Xiao and the others, "Hand over your backpacks, weapons, and the like to them. They need to check for any contraband. Don't worry, your belongings won't go missing." Without a word, Luo Xiao stripped off his weapons and backpack, handing them over to two soldiers. Fatty and the other man quickly followed suit. Their compliance was swift because they were virtually destitute. Their packs contained only a few potatoes and several dozen rounds of ammunition. Even if the items were lost, they wouldn't have cared much. They followed Dr. Zhang to the end of the corridor, where he opened a door to reveal several large machines. "Come now, strip down and stand under each machine one by one." With that, he went into the adjacent room and observed them through a pane of glass. Except for Luo Xiao, Fatty and Lin were somewhat bashful. They stripped down to their underwear and hesitated. By the time Luo Xiao had finished with the first machine, they were still dawdling in their shorts. Luo Xiao walked over and said, "There are no women here. What's there to be shy about? Back when we showered on the rooftop, you weren't this embarrassed." "Boss, that was different. Back then it was just us. Now there's an outsider," he said, glancing toward Dr. Zhang behind the glass. Luo Xiao was at a loss for words. "Hurry up," he ordered. Finally, under Luo Xiao's intimidating glare, the two reluctantly shed their remaining garments. They took turns standing before the machines. At the control panel, Dr. Zhang watched the various data streaming across his computer screen, utterly astonished. Looking at the several people who were dressed and ready, Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses and said, "You are fine now. Just wait here for your companions, and you can leave." Without caring about the others, he picked up the report on the table and began to read it. The three waited in the corridor for about 10 minutes when a middle-aged woman in a white coat appeared, bringing Su Jia out from another room. The middle-aged woman scanned the few people before her like a scanner, continuously surveying them, making the chubby man and Lin feel uncomfortable, prompting them to move behind Luo Xiao. At this moment, the soldier who had brought them over approached and said, "Director Li, if there's nothing else, shall I take them over now?" "Sure, you all go ahead." He smiled and watched them leave. As soon as they exited the medical examination door, the chubby man said, "Sister Jia, that director didn't do anything to you, did she?" Why did it feel like her smile was rather creepy? No. She was cold as ice when I entered, but after the examination it was as if she had become a different person. What they didn't know was that after they left, Director Li and Dr. Zhang had placed their medical reports together, occasionally expressing surprise as they looked at the reports. Director Li looked at Dr. Zhang and asked, "Should we report this situation?" Dr. Zhang pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's not report it yet. Wait for the results from Old Sun's side. We'll confirm before taking action." Director Li nodded, and the two began to discuss further. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the others were led by the soldier onto a vehicle entering the third city wall. As before, a squad of soldiers was on duty here. An officer approached the jeep, looking at the group without saying a word, simply waving his hand behind him, prompting the soldiers beside him to remove the roadblocks. The jeep drove forward until it stopped at the corner of the third wall. Before them stood a peculiar building resembling a house made of container boxes, yet not exactly a house. They couldn't figure out what it was for, but the security here was even stricter than at the city gate. Every 5 steps a post, every 10 steps a lookout. It was well guarded around the entire structure. The chubby man patted the soldier in front and asked, "Brother, what is this place? Why is it so strict?" "This is the biochemical department. Everyone entering the city must come here for blood tests, and only after confirming there are no abnormalities can they enter the fortress." "I see. So it's just a place for blood tests. Why is the security so tight then?" "What you may not know is that it's not the materials inside that are important, but the people within." Old Sun is said to have been a professor receiving special allowances from the Huagua government before the apocalypse. Just the special allowances from Huagua indicate that this Old Sun is quite remarkable. There are few nationwide who could enjoy such special honors. "So why are we here? Just for a simple blood draw?" the chubby man asked in confusion. The soldier thought for a moment and replied, "It seems there are also various extreme tests for the body." "So you mean we're being treated like lab rats?" the chubby man complained. "Not exactly. These are mandatory procedures for anyone wanting to enter the city." Luo Xiao looked at the building ahead and said, "Let's go." Under the soldier's guidance, after passing through layers of checks by the guards, the group finally entered the work area. Upon entering the hall, they saw numerous people busily working, shuttling back and forth with documents, and not a single person spoke. Led by the soldier, they arrived at an office. Upon entering, they saw a large transparent glass wall. Through the glass, they discovered a huge space where a muscular man was striking a punching bag with various instruments attached to him, while the electronic screen behind him displayed new data corresponding to his punches. They guessed he was undergoing a strength test. Beside him sat a strange person, head bowed, with long hair obscuring his face, making it hard to see what he looked like. He held a black scabbard in his hands, quietly sitting on a bench. The chubby man whispered, "Is that person asleep?" Just as he spoke, the soldier shook his head at him and made a silencing gesture. The The chubby man immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Luo Xiao was also staring at him as if he had some impression of this person but couldn't remember. An old man with gray hair was sitting in front of a computer carefully observing the data on the screen. The soldier did not disturb him, simply standing quietly to the side. After about 10 minutes, the old man picked up the microphone and said to inside, "All right, it's done." He then turned to Luo Xiao and the others, saying, "You all can prepare now. Once he finishes testing, it will be your turn." The soldier nodded and led Luo Xiao and the others to the adjacent glass room. They sat on benches quietly watching the strange man before them. They watched as the strange man placed the scabbard behind him and, following instructions, put various instruments on his head, limbs, and heart. Then he began to run rapidly on a treadmill, which was somewhat different from what they were used to. They couldn't quite tell what was different about it. At this moment, the soldier said, "This is not the treadmill we usually use. It's one made by the research team inside the fortress. It can reach a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour and adjusts according to the runner's speed to test their speed limit." Hearing this, the group was amazed at how advanced the research team was to create such a device. As the strange man continued to accelerate, the numbers on the display changed rapidly. When he reached his peak speed, he maintained it for about 10 seconds before slowing down. The big screen displayed speed 70, burst 30, endurance 24, strength 33. Following this were more tests, and after 20 minutes of high-intensity testing, the man seemed as if nothing had happened. This left the group in awe. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't have handled it so easily. After the man left, the soldier looked at them and asked who goes first. The chubby man volunteered, "I'll go first." He then walked to the treadmill, put on the various instruments, and began his speed test. The others watched the big screen with curiosity, eager to see what the chubby man's limit speed would be. Soon the speed test results came out, and they naturally compared the chubby man's data with that of the strange man. In the end, the disparity was evident. The chubby man's results were simply incomparable, and he lost miserably. The big screen displayed speed 34, burst 17, endurance 11, strength 18. The stout man stared at the data on the large screen, his face etched with disbelief. While on the treadmill, he had felt he was moving quite fast, yet the final figures were inexplicably low. He turned to the soldier and asked, "Is this thing broken?" The soldier shot him a dismissive glance and replied, "The data from this machine has never been wrong." Everyone was shocked. They had anticipated a gap between the stout man's results and the strange man's, but they had never imagined it would be more than double. After all, the stout man was at the late stage of the second tier. Even a third-tier cultivator should not have such a vast disparity. Now they realized that the man's strength was likely at the late stage of the third tier. Indeed, within the fortress, experts were as numerous as clouds. Everyone who made it here was an elite, and none could be underestimated. In the subsequent tests, whether for reflexes, striking power, or raw strength, the stout man strained every sinew, determined to reclaim his confidence in these metrics. Yet the results were a resounding slap in the face. The stout man trudged over, utterly dejected. The soldier, seeing his crestfallen expression, said, "Your data ranks among the upper echelon of those who have entered the city in the past." Hearing this, the stout man felt a little better. Next came Lin, whose scores were even lower than the stout man's, as he had only recently advanced to the early stage of the second tier. His results were considered average, falling into the middle range. When it was Su Jia's turn, her body had mostly recovered after several days of rest, and all her metrics were commendable. However, when the strength data appeared, it stunned everyone. The screen displayed strength 35. Old Sun, standing outside the glass, was so startled that he shot to his feet, his eyes locked onto the data on the large screen. He immediately pulled up all of Su Jia's test results. He found that the other metrics were within the normal range for her stage, but the strength value was extraordinarily anomalous. For a moment, Old Sun could not fathom the reason behind this phenomenon. Such a thing had never occurred before. According to their current understanding, the data for each tier should fall within a fixed range, never exceeding the inherent power level. Yet today, Su Jia had shattered that concept. With the strength of an early third-tier cultivator, her power had reached the late third tier, and it was infinitely close to the fourth tier. It seemed the fortress had gained another prodigy. Since the fortress establishment, he had worked here, overseeing every entrant. He had seen prodigies before. He had even encountered 3 fourth-tier cultivators, but none had exhibited such a leap across 2 minor stages as Su Jia had. While he was still reeling from the shock, Luo Xiao had already donned the equipment and begun running on the treadmill. Seeing the speed displayed as 79, he deliberately slowed down, knowing that if he pushed to his limit, he could reach at least 85. The stout man clicked his tongue in admiration. "That's my boss. He crushes it every time." Little did he know the true significance of those numbers. At that moment, the soldier and Old Sun were rendered speechless by their astonishment. The previous contestant had already been extraordinary, and now they were greeted with another magnificent surprise. The stout man, noticing the soldier's stunned expression, asked smugly, "My boss is awesome, isn't he?" The soldier nodded instinctively. But their astonishment did not cease. Luo Xiao's data across all metrics was staggeringly high, and by then Old Sun and the soldier had grown numb to the shock. The stout man and his companions, however, found it only natural. After all this time, they had some understanding of their boss' capabilities. After Luo Xiao completed his tests, Old Sun in the control room held the data sheet in his hands, his amazement beyond words. Speed 79, explosive power 42, endurance 37, strength 46. This was the first time he had seen such figures from a newcomer. Even many squadron leaders on the fortress periphery could not achieve such results. Come, I'll take you to register. Old Sun, I can take them. You're busy here, no need to trouble yourself. Old Sun waved his hand and said, it's fine. Do you see anyone else here? With that, he led the group to a room in the office area, which housed various counters. Old Sun stopped at a counter marked with an emblem. The staff member inside, recognizing him, quickly rose to greet him. Old Sun smiled, nodded, and handed over the documents. The staff member looked at the data and began entering information into the computer. Codename Judge, gender male, strength, late, 2nd tier. Codename Meng, gender female, strength. The staff member paused, uncertain how to fill in Su Jia's strength field, so he turned to Old Sun. Just right, early 3rd tier. Old Sun said directly. Strength, early 3rd tier. After completing the entry, the staff member cast an extra glance at Su Jia. In this apocalypse, women who reached such a level of strength were exceedingly rare. Codename Wucheng, gender male, strength, early 2nd tier. Codename King of Hell, gender male, strength, early 4th tier. When he saw the strength field, he was also deeply shaken. The staff member flipped through the data and asked with confusion, there are only 4 of you. Old Sun then realized that indeed one person was missing. Surprised, he asked, why are you short 1 person? Luo Xiao replied directly, we originally had 5, but due to some circumstances the deputy leader is absent. Luo Xiao's words put Old Sun in a difficult position. According to regulations, entry into the city required a mercenary group of at least 5 members, a rule set by the highest authority. Old Sun asked tentatively, can they be allowed in first? The numbers can be made up later. What do you think? The staff member looked troubled. Old Sun, please don't put me in a bind. You know how strict the audits are now. If I'm caught, I'll be expelled from the fortress immediately. In the fortress, certain rules were absolutely inviolable. Even the slightest infraction was forbidden. Old Sun did not want such a formidable team to be barred from entry because of this. Wait here for a moment. I need to make a phone call. He hurried to the duty room, and through the glass they could see him nodding and speaking apologetically into the receiver. When he hung up and returned to the counter, the phone on the staff member's desk rang. He picked it up, immediately stood at attention, and repeatedly said, yes, 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 right away. Then he hung up. Luo Xiao and the others had no idea who was on the other end of the line, but the reactions of Old Sun and the staff member spoke volumes. Excuse me, what is the name of your mercenary group? Hell Mercenaries. The leader? Pluto. The deputy leader. Luo Xiao pondered for a moment, then asked, can the positions be changed later? Yes, you just need to bring the mercenary ID card and the leader to make the changes. Luo Xiao nodded and said, Deputy Leader Meng Pa. The staff members swiftly entered various information into the computer and soon printed out 4 forms for them to confirm and sign. After everyone had signed, the staff member opened the electronic screen at the window, which displayed a myriad of different patterns. Pick one. This will be the emblem for your mercenary group. These emblems are all custom designed, and none will be repeated. Upon hearing that they were to choose an emblem, the group's interest was piqued, and they began scrolling through the large screen in search of their favorites. Boss, I think this one works, said Fatty, pointing at an emblem featuring a bloodstained dagger. Just then the staff member's voice chimed in, a word of advice. You can each add 4 favorites and then narrow them down. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Fatty unhesitatingly selected his preferred design, while the others continued their search. There were over 1,000 patterns in total of every conceivable variety. Boss, I've made my choice too. Shuelin had chosen an emblem depicting 2 crossed axes with a long sword piercing down between them. Su Jia, on the other hand, selected a golden 5-clawed dragon pattern, which looked exceedingly majestic. Everyone's gaze turned to Luo Xiao. He had chosen a design that struck a chill into the heart at first glance. A skull on the left and a Kitagarba on the right. The image exuded an intense coldness. Seeing no objections, Luo Xiao said, I think it matches our mercenary group's name and our codenames perfectly, so we'll go with this. Kitagarba is the Lord of Hell who also governs life and death. So, does that mean our Hell Mercenaries represent Hell itself to control life and death? Shuelin exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing their words, even the nearby Old Sun and the staff member nodded in agreement. They all felt that Luo Xiao's chosen emblem was tailor-made for their team. They exchanged glances and unanimously selected Luo Xiao's design, then confirmed their choice. Ultimately, their mercenary group's emblem became the pattern of a skull on one side and Kitagarba on the other. The staff member transmitted the selected emblem to the manufacturing department. In less than 10 minutes, a person in blue work attire handed over 5 palm-sized red boxes to Luo Xiao and the others. The group gathered around, examining the armbands and badges in the boxes, feeling genuine joy from the depths of their hearts. All right, seen enough. There's one last step. Just as they were admiring the badges, Old Sun's voice broke and tinged with slight discomfort. Old Sun, what is this last step? Nothing too troublesome. Just a blood draw to run tests and complete your records. Fatty asked in confusion, what use are records in the apocalypse? Old Sun smiled and said, once inside the fortress, everyone will have a more comprehensive record system than before. For instance, if you commit some crime in the fortress and get wanted, we can pinpoint your identity through the fingerprints in the records. But its greatest value is saving your lives, as the fortress is currently researching a serum for the zombie virus. The serum is tailored to different blood types. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Fatty blurted out, so you mean if we get caught or bitten we won't turn into zombies? Theoretically, yes, but the serum is still under development and unstable. This isn't a secret. Everyone in the fortress knows. Once the serum is successfully developed, it can be exchanged for points. Old Sun explained unhurriedly. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the window marked blood sample collection. Inside was a young female nurse, not imposing in stature, dressed in a white uniform and wearing a mask. Old Sun handed over the materials to her. The nurse gave them a brief glance, then pulled out a stack of tubes for the blood samples from a drawer. She wrote their names on the tubes. Wu Chong, the nurse called out. Xuelin stepped forward, sat down at the window, and rolled up his right sleeve. But when the nurse produced the syringe for drawing blood, everyone's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Xuelin turned to Luo Xiao with a mournful look and asked, Boss, do I really have to do this? Luo Xiao ignored him and simply gave Fatty a meaningful glance. Fatty walked behind Xuelin, placed a hand on his shoulder, and spoke in a grave tone. Little Lin, steady yourself. Don't be afraid. It'll be over in a moment. You're an adult now. There are things you must learn to face. Xuelin replied with a sob. Brother Fatty, I'm terrified. I've never seen such a huge needle before. Ahem. Old Sun spoke up apologetically. Due to various reasons, we need to draw a bit more blood than usual, but it's still within the Buddhist tolerance. Despite Old Sun's reassurance, the needle looked as thick as one used for pigs, and anyone would be daunted. Can you hold me down? I'm afraid I might just run away. Fatty wrapped his arms tightly around Xuelin. Go ahead, nurse, I'm ready. Xuelin clenched his teeth and turned his head away. The nurse patted the artery in his wrist, then inserted the needle. Bright red blood spurted through the tube into the collection vial. She drew 5 full vials, then switched to 2 blood bags, one large, one small, and filled them completely before stopping. By now Xuelin's face was pale, and he was unsteady on his feet. Fatty quickly helped him to a bench to sit down. Next, Ming Pup. The nurse's voice came from the window. Su Jia showed no reaction, as she simply sat down at the window and extended her arm. After the draw, Su Jia stood up as if nothing had happened and moved aside. Women really have no concept of blood loss. All that blood, and she's perfectly fine, Fatty muttered under his breath. His reward was the cotton swab Su Jia threw directly at his face. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Next, Judge. Hearing the nurse's voice, Fatty immediately replied, right here, coming. Fatty watched the nurse preparing her equipment and said, Miss, how did you get so beautiful? You must be very gentle with your hands. Even though they're a bit rough, I can tell you're a meticulous lady. Fatty wore an expression that he thought made him look very charming. The nurse merely glanced at him before continuing her work. Once everything was ready, she took the fat man's hand and without a tap, drove the needle straight into his wrist. But after staring for a long while, he saw no blood spurt into the syringe. The fat man looked at the nurse with utter confusion. She calmly withdrew the needle and thrust it in again, yet still failed to hit the mark. The fat man couldn't help but complain. Beautiful lady, after all the praise I've showered on you, could you at least aim a bit more accurately? It hurts quite a lot. The third attempt finally struck the right spot. Watching the blood gush steadily into the syringe, the fat man felt an immense relief. At last she had hit the vein. When it was done, the nurse looked at him and said, if you don't know how to compliment, then don't bother. This scene drew hearty laughter from everyone. Elder son, look at her. I praised her so much, yet she treats me like this. Your service here is terribly poor. Elder son burst into laughter. If it were me, I'd have given you a few extra jabs too. Hearing this from Elder son, the fat man simply rolled his eyes at him. Before the nurse could call him, Luo Xiao sat directly by the window. Looking at him, the nurse asked, You're Hades, right? Luo Xiao nodded. Without any further words, the nurse inserted the needle and finished in no time. Once everyone was done, a staff member soon arrived carrying several small booklets and handed them to Old Sun. Elder Sun said directly, Your entry permits for the fortress have been issued. Take a look. Taking the documents from him, they saw the name of their mercenary group, their code names, and the group's rank. Elder Sun, did you make a mistake? Why is our mercenary group only rank? The fat man asked, puzzled, staring at the rank on the certificate. Elder Sun patiently explained, to reach crank, all team members must meet a certain strength level. In your group, only the leader and deputy leader qualify. You and Wu Chang have not, so the overall assessment is rank. This is already quite high among newcomers. Most mercenary groups are only a rank. In the future, once your overall strength meets the requirements, you can apply for a rank adjustment at the service hall. Oh, and one more thing. Within the fortress, the higher your mercenary groups rank, the more benefits you receive, and the higher the rewards for the missions you can take. You'll learn the specifics once you're inside. Listening to Elder Sun's explanations, they all nodded, having grasped the general idea. Elder Sun smiled and said, "All right, I have nothing more here. I wish you all a good long life." Hearing this, Luo Xiao and the others nodded to him before following the soldiers outside. The jeep drove straight toward the city gate. Upon arrival, the soldier let them off, saying, "I'll leave you here. Someone inside will be waiting to arrange the rest for you." With that, he saluted Luo Xiao and the others before driving back. As they watched him leave, a guard approached. "Hello, please hand me your documents." Luo Xiao and the others handed their documents to the inspecting guard. The guard took the documents, compared the photos with their faces, then used a device resembling a temperature scanner to scan each person's eyes. After confirming their identities, he saluted them and called out, "Let them pass." Watching the iron gate slowly open, the fat man said, "Boss, I feel like we're just being let out of prison." As the iron gate creaked open, Luo Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. Before his rebirth, he had never been to this place, having always stayed in other fortresses. He knew every fortress was different, and he wondered what this one would be like. The fully open gate was bathed in blinding sunlight, obscuring everything beyond. Luo Xiao strode directly out through the iron gate. As soon as he stepped out, a vast plaza sprawled before him, roughly the size of dozens of football fields. Every 100 meters a road led straight up to the city walls. Shuelin gazed at the enormous plaza and asked, "Boss, what's such a big plaza for?" "It's probably a buffer zone. If the zombies breach the walls, this will be the last line of defense. And the roads on both sides are likely for transporting weapons and supplies to the walls." As they marveled, a bus pulled up in front of them. The driver leaned out and asked, "Are you the Hell Mercenary Group?" Luo Xiao nodded, but before he could speak, the driver said, "That's right, get on. You're the last ones." With that, he opened the door and let them in. Once inside, they found the bus packed with people of all kinds, of motley and diverse crowd. The most striking were a group of monks in red robes, each holding an automatic rifle in one hand and prayer beads in the other, with what looked like an iron rod strapped to their backs in a backpack. This stunned everyone. The fat man thought to himself, have monks taken up automatic rifles to kill in this day and age? But he dared only to think it, not voice it. There were over 30 people on the bus, and from their attire one could roughly tell which ones belonged to which mercenary group. Luo Xiao noted that including them, there were probably 6 groups in total. After about half an hour, the bus stopped in a plaza. The driver said, "Everyone off. You've arrived." The passengers filed out one by one, revealing a plaza with no fewer than 1,000 people scattered in clusters, buzzing with noise like a bustling market. Around the plaza stood heavily armed soldiers, their eyes fixed on the crowd. Then a tall man in military uniform, his face grim, strode to the front. Without a megaphone, he bellowed silence. His voice was deep and resonant like a drumbeat, striking straight to the heart. Instantly, the 1,000-strong crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the administrator of District 3. You can call me Mad War or simply Captain. From now on, all of you will be assigned to District 3 and fall under my command. I don't care how well you fared outside. Here, everyone must obey orders. Of course, when there's no conflict, you're free to take on missions as you wish, just report them. But once battle erupts, anyone who disobeys orders will see their entire mercenary group eliminated. Oh, and a friendly reminder, the supervisors of District 3 are no pushovers. Most of them are stronger than you. So don't cross any lines, it won't end well for anyone. Alright, that's all I have to say. Next, we'll assign your quarters. When your group's name is called, follow the soldier in front of you. They'll take you to where you'll eat and sleep." By the time Luo Xiao and his companions arrived at their lodging, it was already nightfall. Before them stood what appeared to be a former apartment building, now converted into barracks for various mercenary groups. A soldier escorted them into the elevator, which ascended to the 7th floor before halting. Handing the keys to Luo Xiao, he said, "This is where your mercenary group will reside from now on. The mess hall is on the 2nd floor of the building across the way." The soldier pointed to the opposite building. "Of course, if you have the means, you're welcome to cook in your own apartment." At the mention of food, Fatty immediately inquired, "Hey buddy, let me ask, how's the grub around here?" "It's good and it's not good. Depends on how many credits you have. Everything here runs on a credit system. Credits are like money back in the day. If you've got credits, you can eat whatever you want. And what if you don't have credits? Well, you won't starve. White rice in the mess hall is free. But that perk is only for combat personnel. Non-combatants don't get free rice. By the way, behind the square just now is the activity hall. There's plenty of info you might find useful there. If you want to earn credits, check out the mission counter." Without waiting for further questions, he turned and walked away. Opening the door, they found a 4-bedroom, 1-living-room unit with a kitchen and bathroom spanning about 100 square meters. Such luxurious accommodations made everyone feel as though they had stepped into paradise. It was something they had never dared to dream of before, a clean, spacious house where safety was no longer a concern. Fatty plopped onto the sofa and sighed, "This really is heaven." Something I never even imagined before. Just then Su Jia walked over holding a small booklet. Don't be so pessimistic. Take a look at this. She tossed the booklet to Fatty. Fatty glanced at the cover, which read Encyclopedia of Mercenary Groups. Flipping to the first page, it stated that every newly formed mercenary group would receive 10 credits in their account linked to the QR code in the captain's credentials. The second page read monthly rent for all mercenary group apartments 100 credits. Water, electricity, and gas are charged separately. Deductions occur on the first of each month. Water 10 credits per ton. Electricity 1 credit per kilowatt. Gas 2 credits per cubic meter. Fatty stared at the utility rates and cried out, "This is highway robbery. Boss, this housing is way too expensive. What can we even do with just 10 credits? We can't even cover this month's rent. By the way, does anyone know what day it is today?" Fatty asked. Having lost track of time long ago, he had no sense of dates anymore. Su Jia glanced at the clock on the wall. Today is July 13th. We still have over 10 days before the deduction. Seeing Fatty's anxious expression, Luo Xiao said, "Relax. We just moved in today, so they won't charge us for a full month. Let's get our things sorted, then head out to explore and familiarize ourselves with the area." With that, Luo Xiao picked up his backpack and casually entered a room. He tossed his bag onto the floor. There wasn't much to organize. Everything seemed newly supplied: a bed with bedding, a large wardrobe, and nothing else. The bedroom felt incredibly spacious. For Luo Xiao, a bed was already more than enough. He asked for nothing more. Fatty burst through the door. "Boss, how's your room?" Luo Xiao simply stepped aside to let Fatty take a look. Seeing the bare room, Fatty grumbled, "Why is it the same everywhere? For such expensive rent, you'd think they'd at least furnish it better." Luo Xiao chuckled. "Be grateful. Having a bed to sleep soundly in is already a blessing." Fatty had to admit that the current conditions were far better than what they'd endured outside. "Fatty, did you check if there's hot water for a shower? I was the first one in the bathroom. It's the only thing I'm satisfied with. At least we can take a hot shower. But the water bill is kind of steep." "Worried about the water bill? Then take shorter showers and conserve water." Su Jia's voice came from behind Fatty. Once everyone had finished unpacking, Luo Xiao said, "All set. Let's go." After heading downstairs, they strolled along the streets. As soon as they stepped outside, Fatty dragged everyone straight to the mess hall. In his words, after 2 months of rough rations, today they had to eat something decent. After all, every family splurges on dumplings for New Year's. Unable to resist Fatty's persistence, the others followed along. But upon arriving at the mess hall, they found the vast space already packed with people. The long queue stretched almost out the door. Those already eating were mostly having plain white rice with pickled vegetables, yet they savored every bite. "Boss, isn't the white rice free? Why don't these people eat something better instead of pickled veggies?" A diner nearby looked up at Xuelin and said, "You'll find out soon enough." After waiting in line for ages, it was finally their turn. Fatty's mouth watered at the sight of braised pork, spare ribs, roast chicken, and pig head meat displayed at the counter. But one glance at the prices made his face darken. It was confirmed. This was braised pork they simply couldn't afford. Su Jia, standing behind him, urged him to hurry up. Fatty scanned the prices of various dishes repeatedly, then finally pointed at the pickled vegetables. "Give me some pickled veggies and a big bowl of white rice." The others behind him were surprised to hear Fatty ordering the same thing. Wasn't he the one who wanted a feast? Why was he settling for pickled vegetables and rice? When it was Su Jia's turn, she took one look at the prices and unhesitatingly chose the same as Fatty. This left Xuelin baffled. "I have to see for myself why you're all ordering pickled veggies." When his turn came, his eyes immediately locked onto the braised pork. He opened his mouth to order, "I'll take this," but stopped mid-sentence. Before he could finish, he saw the price. A single bowl of braised pork cost a whopping 5 credits. Their entire group had only 10 credits. Helpless Xuelin could only steal a few more glances at the braised pork before choosing the same pickled vegetables as the others, since it cost just 1 credit. Luo Xiao had observed everyone's reactions. When it was his turn, he looked at the prices and said directly, "I'll take 1 bowl of braised pork and a serving of pig head meat." The person behind Luo Xiao heard his order and blurted out, "Brother, are you throwing caution to the wind?" Luo Xiao ignored him, picked up his tray, and found his group. They were all hunched over, silently scarfing down pickled vegetables with rice. He sat down beside Fatty and placed the braised pork and pig head meat in the center of the table. Instantly, everyone who had been buried in their rice looked up, their eyes fixed on the meat, swallowing hard. Yet no one reached for their chopsticks. Luo Xiao smiled. "What's the matter? If you're not eating, I'll finish it myself." He picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, and savored it slowly. Seeing that they still just stared without moving, Luo Xiao picked up the dishes and divided the meat into their bowls. Only then did they start wolfing it down, completely oblivious to the envious gazes of those around them. That evening, they had the most satisfying meal since the apocalypse began. In the end, even the empty plates were used by Fatty to scoop up rice scraped, so clean they barely needed washing. After eating and drinking their fill, they leaned back in their chairs, patting their stomachs with looks of utter contentment. Fatty lay sprawled in his chair and said with difficulty, "This is the most delicious braised pork I've ever had in my life. This meal may have used up all our points, but it was totally worth it." At worst we can just come here every day for plain rice from now on. The others nodded in agreement. A meal of braised pork and pig head meat for 10 points was truly a steal. After they had rested enough and noticed it was already 9 o'clock, they helped each other out of the cafeteria. Staring at the dim lights lining the streets, they found themselves alone on the road, their shadows stretched long and straight by the glow. Fatty, holding his stomach with one hand, asked, "Boss, should we head back or do something else?" Luo Xiao thought for a moment. Since the activity hall would close in half an hour, he decided to check it out. Let's go to the activity hall. Consider it a post-meal stroll to help digestion. After crossing 2 streets, they entered a small square where a 3-story office building stood. Inside, aside from the staff on duty, only a few mercenary groups were milling about, seemingly up to something. Walking over to a signboard, they glanced at the simple instructions. First floor, General Service Hall. Second floor, Mercenary Service Hall. Third floor, Mercenary Mission Hall. Fortunately, the hall was not large, with only 5 or 6 service windows. There they learned that this area was actually on the outskirts of the city. Further inward lay the residential zones, and they would serve as the last line of defense. The 3 layers of walls were all guarded by military personnel, a measure to prevent infiltrators with ill intentions. The entire fortress was divided into 5 districts, each guarding one of the 4 directions, plus a reserve force. Their 3rd district was the reserve unit deployed wherever needed. When not on duty, they could take on missions, enjoying relative freedom. Here they also picked up many rumors. For instance, the administrator of each district was at least a 6th-rank powerhouse, if not stronger. Above them were the fortress chief and deputy commanders who managed all affairs of the stronghold, big or small. It was said that both had reached the astonishing 8th rank. They rarely intervened unless the fortress faced a life-or-death crisis. A squadron leader must be at least 5th rank, while a team leader needed to be 4th rank. Boss, it seems the military's strength far surpasses that of mercenary groups like ours. Su Jia couldn't help but remark. There's no way we can compare to a fully organized military force. Before they knew it, they had reached the 2nd floor, the Mercenary Service Hall, a place dedicated to serving mercenaries. Whether it was recruiting new members, canceling memberships, or other services, everything could be handled here. Their main purpose, however, was to head to the 3rd floor. After all, they were completely broke with not a single point to their name. If they didn't earn some points, soon they'd truly be reduced to eating plain rice. Entering the 3rd floor, they found the crowd growing denser. Groups of people swarmed around, constantly questioning the staff. Even at 9 in the evening, the place was bustling. Here one could not only accept missions, but also post them. An electronic screen in the hall displayed various tasks, rescuing people at designated locations, urgently needed medicines, and even missions to collect food and information. Boss, look at the last one. Fatty pointed at the final entry on the screen. Collection mission, urgently need intel on mutant zombies and other mutations. Points awarded based on the zombies' danger level. Su Jia said, Boss, should we ask about it? We've encountered quite a few mutant zombies. And does other mutations include mutated plants and animals? Let's go. We'll give it a try no matter what. Approaching the service window, the staff greeted them warmly. Hello, please show your mercenary group credentials. Luo Xiao handed over his documents. Hello, how may I assist you? Would like to inquire about submitting intel on mutant zombies. Please describe the zombie's characteristics, and we'll send it for evaluation to confirm its authenticity and danger level. A zombie dog mutated from a canine. It moves quickly, attacks with claws and mouth, and is around 2nd rank. Luo Xiao continued describing the zombie dog's traits as the staff member typed rapidly into the computer. Soon an image of the zombie dog appeared on the screen. I'm sorry, sir, but the zombie dog you described has already been submitted by someone else. Fatty interjected urgently. Then check this, a flesh corpse towering at least 2 meters covered in fat. Ordinary firearms can't even wound it. I'm sorry, sir, that zombie has also been reported. You might think of any particularly rare or bizarre ones. Hearing the staff member's words, Luo Xiao recalled something. A zombie that can control others from the 1st rank with extremely high intelligence. It's not strong itself, but its danger level depends on its power. The stronger it gets, the higher ranked zombies it can control. Crucially, it has growth potential. As the staff entered the information, the database showed no records. Please wait a moment, sir. We've submitted it to the evaluation team. They'll soon confirm the zombie's authenticity and danger level. In the meantime, do you have any other intel to share? Xuelin raised his hand. I have one. We once encountered a swarm of zombie sparrows mutated from birds. Individually, they're weak, less dangerous than ordinary zombies, but they're highly social. We don't know their exact numbers, but when we saw them, the sky was thick with them. In the end, even a 3rd-rank zombie was devoured clean. Their peculiarity is that they only eat flesh, not spirit crystals. As the staff typed, the computer again showed no records. Sir, we've uploaded your description to the evaluation team. Please wait a moment. Just as the staff finished speaking, Su Jia's voice rang out. Sea of flowers, corpse flowers. The sea is composed of corpse flowers spanning several kilometers. They likely formed from absorbing too much zombie blood. They have 2 attack methods: roots that move swiftly to ensnare targets, wrapping them in countless vines until they become nutrients, and pollen released when they bloom, which instantly knocks people unconscious. Corpse flowers target both humans and zombies alike. The staff stared at them in shock. 3 submissions in one go. Most teams were lucky to have even one. Seeing everyone else contribute, Fatty grew anxious. Predator, a 5th-rank zombie that loves hunting humans. It has 6 legs like a spider's. I'm sorry, sir, that one's already on record. Fatty said reluctantly. Butcher, a 6th rank or higher zombie located in the center of Y City. I'm sorry. Fatty's face fell. You guys take over. Whatever I say, it's already been taken. He'll just shut up. Luo Xiao and the others thought for a moment and realized that there indeed seemed to be no special zombies left. Just as they were about to speak, Su Jia's voice came through. There's one more. I encountered it in City Y as well. It's a 4th-tier mutated zombie. It has no special features except that its arms are particularly long, reaching about knee height, and it possesses immense strength and high defense. When mentioning this zombie, Su Jia gritted her teeth in hatred. It was the only zombie that had inflicted such severe injuries on her. As the staff recorded, it showed no records. After pondering for a while, the group realized they really couldn't think of anything else. Luo Xiao said to the staff, let's go with these 4 for now. Okay, please wait a moment. The evaluation team is assessing it, and the report will be out soon. After about 10 minutes, some staff members started to leave work while there was still no movement on their end. Ding ding. 2 notification sounds came from the computer, and the staff immediately opened their inbox. Sir, the information you provided has passed for 2 items. One is the zombie sparrow named according to your designation, which will earn you 100 points. The second is the 4th-tier mutated zombie, which will earn you 70 points. You need to name this one. Without thinking, Su Jia replied, let's call it the long-arm zombie based on its characteristics. Alright, we will publish information under this name shortly. The fat man then said, isn't there a mistake? The zombie sparrow is worth 100 points, while how can the 4th-tier mutated zombie only be 70 points? Sir, the evaluation team rates according to danger levels, which indicates that the 4th-tier zombie is not as dangerous as the zombie sparrow. Listening to the staff's words, the fat man thought for a moment. If they hadn't run fast and attracted the attention of over 1,000 zombies, they would have probably turned into a pile of bones by now. What about the other 2? Why haven't they come out yet? This time, even the staff didn't know how to respond. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Please wait a moment, we'll call to ask for you. The staff then picked up the phone and called the evaluation team. Hello, this is the task service window. May I ask about the 2 pieces of information I submitted earlier that haven't been responded to? What is the situation? Only to hear a busy sound on the other end of the phone. Please wait a moment. These 2 are a bit special, and we are currently processing them. After hanging up the phone, the staff smiled and said, I'm sorry, sir. Because the information you provided is a bit special, the evaluation team is speeding up the assessment. Please be patient. It's fine, we're not in a hurry. Almost around 10 o'clock, the staff's phone finally rang, and Luo Xiao and the others could only hear the staff repeatedly answering, yes, 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 okay. Just after the staff hung up the phone, the fat man impatiently asked what happened. The evaluation team has determined that the sea of flowers and the corpse flower can be counted as one, but due to its special nature, the evaluation team has given it 900 points while the corpse king is given 5,000 points. The staff exclaimed. It's worth noting that the highest points for zombie information within the fortress is only 3,000 points. Except for Luo Xiao, everyone else showed an expression of disbelief. Controlling zombies isn't that something that only high-tier zombies can do? Why can Luo Xiao's case fetch such a high score? Seeing everyone shocked, Luo Xiao said the control of the corpse king is not ordinary control. It commands zombies to do whatever it wishes, while high-tier zombies intimidate through authority, not true control. Moreover, the corpse king has a unique characteristic: it can grow without limits, meaning the higher its level, the more zombies it can control. After hearing Luo Xiao's explanation, everyone finally understood just how perverse the corpse king he mentioned truly was. The fat man thought about how they currently had over 6,000 points in their account and didn't know how to spend them. Just a while ago, they were still worried about the rent of 100 points. Boss, with so many points, how should we spend them? Luo Xiao thought for a moment and said, we definitely can't spend them recklessly. There are many areas where points are needed, not just for food and accommodation. Even for simple daily supplies and weapons and ammunition, points are required. Moreover, I feel they won't be cheap, so it's best to save some. By the time they got home, it was already close to 10 o'clock. They all comfortably took a hot shower and then lay on soft beds, a luxury they had never dared to dream of before. Just as they fell into a deep sleep, the phone in the living room kept ringing. Ding, ding, ding. Upon hearing the sound, Su Jia picked up the phone and a deep voice came through. Is this the Hell Mercenary Group? Yes, may I ask what the matter is? This is the Area 3 operations room. Please have your captain attend a meeting at the centralized conference room in Area 3 at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. No delays are allowed. After finishing, the caller hung up before Su Jia could respond. Originally, Su Jia wanted to wake Luo Xiao, but thought better of it and decided to wait until tomorrow. The next morning, Su Jia got up early as usual to exercise. Looking at the clock on the wall, it showed 7 o'clock, but there was no movement from the other 3 rooms. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A lazy voice came from Luo Xiao's room. Boss, it's me. I have something to report to you. Hearing Su Jia's voice, Luo Xiao slowly got out of bed. He looked at Su Jia and asked what's wrong. The operations room in Area 3 called last night asking you to go to the centralized conference room in Area 3 at 8 o'clock. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Luo Xiao looked up at the time and realized it was already past 7, so he hurriedly asked, where is the centralized conference room in Area 3? Su Jia shrugged, indicating she didn't know either. Can you check if it's written in the manual? I'll change my clothes first. Luo Xiao quickly closed the door and changed into his combat uniform. When he came out, Su Jia said, turn right when you go out and walk about a kilometer, you'll get there. Hearing this, Luo Xiao let out a sigh of relief, glad that it wasn't far from them, just a kilometer away. When Luo Xiao arrived, the entire conference room was already filled with people, leaving only a few scattered empty seats. He casually found one and sat down. At 8 o'clock sharp, the manager of Area 3, Quang Zhan, dressed in military attire, directly came to the podium, his gaze scanning the entire room like a machine. He calmly said, it seems some people do not take the words of the operations room seriously. He turned directly to a secretary-like person and asked, make a note of who hasn't shown up right. The points in their accounts will be directly cleared. Upon hearing this penalty, the crowd gasped in shock and murmurs filled the room. Quang Zhan directly picked up the microphone and said, you all need to understand the meaning behind the words operations room. A display of authority reduced all the team's points to 0, leaving them to subsist on plain white rice from then on. Alright, I won't waste words. Let me outline the combat mission. Since it's a collective operation, all weapons and ammunition will be provided by the fortress. Your task is to eliminate all mutated zombies in your designated area. As Rage issued the mission, nearby staff distributed A4 sheets to everyone. The papers in your hands contain the mission details and the sectors you're responsible for clearing. Each mercenary group that completes this mission will receive 300 points. Exceptional performance will earn additional bonus points. Now, do you have any questions? At that moment, the leader of a group beside Luo Xiao stood up and asked, I have a question. If we encounter a mutated zombie in our sector that we can't handle, can we retreat, or what should we do? This was a concern on everyone's mind, whether retreating would be considered desertion. Rage replied, our protocol for such situations is that each mercenary group will be equipped with a flare. If you face an insurmountable problem, fire the flare. Any nearby group that sees it must come to your aid unconditionally. Remember, it's mandatory. The man nodded and sat down. Then another person stood up. I want to ask, aside from the cleanup, do the supplies we scavenge belong to us or the fortress? Regarding that, any supplies you scavenge are yours to keep. Of course, you can also sell them to the fortress supply depot. They have a detailed list of useful materials that can be exchanged for points. However, you'll need to transport them yourselves. We only handle personnel transport, not cargo. Everyone found this system satisfactory, as no one would put in effort without gaining any benefits. Seeing no one else spoke, Rage said, since there are no more questions, go prepare. Gather downstairs in the dormitory area by 10 o'clock. Weapons and ammunition have already been delivered to your building. You can pick them up anytime. When Luo Xiao returned to the dormitory area, he saw 7 or 8 military transport vehicles parked downstairs, surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Upstairs, nearly every window had someone peering curiously at the scene below. Luo Xiao went home and Fatty returned from the balcony asking, Boss, what's going on down there? Why so many soldiers? And all those trucks? Seeing everyone present, Luo Xiao briefed them on the meeting. Boss, is it really the second day and we're already getting a mission? Shui Lin asked in confusion. Normally missions only came after some familiarization. And this operation is quite large. All mercenary groups in Zone 3 are mobilized along with numerous military units. The target is several counties under City Y. City YA. The three exclaimed almost simultaneously. Why so surprised? We're not going to the central urban area, just clearing the closer districts. Fatty patted his chest and said, that's a relief. As long as it's not the central area, everything else is manageable. After all, encountering 2 mutated zombies, they nearly wiped them out, leaving a lingering psychological shadow. Boss, one more thing. You mentioned the fortress provides weapons and ammo. Can we take as much as we want? Su Jia asked curiously. Not exactly. Each person and each group will be given a set amount of equipment based on headcount. Let's go. We'll pick up our gear downstairs. With that, Luo Xiao led the way out. When they reached the ground floor, long lines had formed in front of each truck. They had no choice but to join the shortest queue. Here Luo Xiao noticed that mercenary groups came in large, medium, and small sizes. Large groups had at least 20 members, medium groups at least 10, and small groups, typically 5 or 6. Luo Xiao's group of 4 was a unique exception, like a scorpion's droppings, rare and singular. When it was their turn to collect equipment, the soldier gestured for them to board the truck. Without hesitation, they climbed into the cargo hold, where Fatty's eyes lit up at the sight of a vast array of weapons neatly arranged. A nearby soldier reminded them, each person can take 300 rounds, 3 grenades, and 1 firearm. Each group is allowed only 1 heavy weapon. Hearing this, Fatty, who had been excited, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him. Despite the restrictions, they selected weapons that suited them. However, when it came to the heavy weapon, they were stumped on what to choose. Boss, how about a light machine gun? Xuelin suggested, noting its portability and firepower. Luo Xiao shook his head. If an automatic rifle can't solve it, a light machine gun won't help either. What about a rocket launcher? No good either. A rocket launcher works against second or third tier zombies, but its damage is limited against fourth or fifth tier ones, and it's single shot. Useless after that. Boss, look at that. Fatty pointed to a box at the top of the weapon rack. That should be a sniper rifle. I think it's a good choice. It's not very portable, but it won't hinder movement. One shot, one fourth tier zombie. A magazine holds at least 5 or 6 rounds. That's 5 or 6 fourth tier zombies. Su Jia took down the top box and opened it to reveal a high-precision sniper rifle alongside a magazine loaded with 5 armor-piercing rounds. Without a word, she slung it over her shoulder. Fatty eyed the sniper rifle on Su Jia's back, about to say something, but Luo Xiao patted his shoulder. You can't handle this thing. Remember what happened last time. Recalling how he nearly crippled himself with a single shot, Fatty abandoned the idea of taking it. After they were all equipped, the supervising soldier handed a list to Luo Xiao. Please sign here. Luo Xiao quickly compared the list, confirmed it was correct, and signed the group's name and his own alias, Pluto. Once geared up, they headed straight home. With about an hour until 10 o'clock, they unloaded the newly acquired equipment and inspected it carefully. Su Jia opened the long box and began assembling the rifle according to the manual. Soon a sleek, black, high-tech sniper rifle rested in her hands. Fatty and Xuelin stared at the weapon in her hands with envy. Anyone want to use it? Both shook their heads. They couldn't handle it. One mistake could be disastrous. Fatty chuckled. I'll stick with this. He pushed his automatic rifle forward slightly. Half an hour later, Luo Xiao and his team had gathered downstairs with their weapons. The entire square was densely packed, as nearly all mercenaries from the 3 districts had arrived. When they came down, the trucks loaded with weapons had been replaced with vehicles carrying supplies. Each person received 5 packs of individual self-eating rations and 3 bottles of mineral water, then found an open space to sit together, discussing the upcoming operation. Just as everyone was deep in conversation, several jeeps led the way, followed by an endless line of green trucks approaching from the distance. The jeeps came to a halt beneath the rostrum. Everyone knew the main figure had arrived and rose to their feet. Kuang Zhan appeared in his usual attire, the only difference being a black longsword strapped to his back with a red cord tied around the hilt. There were no superfluous words, no pre-battle rallying cry. Only a single sentence: wish you all return alive. Move out. With a wave of Kuang Zhan's hand, the mercenary groups nearest to the trucks boarded them. Smaller groups got 1 truck per mercenary band, while larger ones needed no more than 2 troop carriers. When it came to Luo Xiao's turn, a single troop carrier held only their 4 members, making it feel exceptionally spacious. The massive convoy drove out of the city, passing checkpoints where soldiers saluted and watched the departing vehicles. There were also newly arrived mercenary groups undergoing inspection who couldn't help but marvel at the grand procession. The convoy passed through 3 layers of high walls and drove onto the national highway. A buzzing sound came from the sky. Curious, Fatty looked up and exclaimed, "Look, armed helicopters." The others gazed upward as helicopters swept over the convoy. Holy crap, 47 armed helicopters. That's enough for a full-scale war, Xuelin marveled. It was his first time seeing such a devastating weapon up close. He had only ever seen them on TV before. Just then, Kuang Zhan's voice crackled through Luo Xiao's walkie-talkie. These helicopters are the vanguard. They'll conduct saturation fire coverage over the area we're responsible for clearing, then it's our turn. Mercenary groups that were worried felt instantly relieved. At least after the helicopters' bombardment, their task would be much easier. After 2 hours of driving, the convoy arrived at a small county town under Y City with a permanent population of just over 200,000. The convoy neatly parked in a suburban square. As they got off, they saw the city was already in chaos with smoke rising everywhere. Clearly, the armed helicopters had already cleared the ground. The military personnel were already in position. Behind them were some objects wrapped in canvas, their nature unknown. A comparison of the 2 sides' morale revealed an immediate disparity. They were a true regular army. Everyone stood in formation, motionless, upright, and spirited, exuding the aura of a battle-hardened force. On their side, people huddled in small groups, whispering to each other, not much better than a marketplace. Luo Xiao felt that if they were to fight the military, they probably couldn't hold out for even 10 minutes before being routed. Then Kuang Zhan stood on the hood of a jeep and shouted through a megaphone, "All units proceed according to the designated plan." As the order was given, the military swiftly moved into action. When the soldiers pulled back the canvas, everyone finally saw what was underneath. The king of land warfare. China's most advanced main battle tank. Holy shit. They've got these. Using these to fight zombies. Fatty blurted out in shock. "Boss, now I realize how crappy our gear is," they exclaimed in awe. No wonder the Chinese army was hailed as the world's finest ground force. The military's transport vehicles and tanks pushed forward along the surrounding roads. Let's go. The area we need to clear isn't close. When they reached their designated zone, they found that the mercenary group assigned to the adjacent street had also arrived. Unexpectedly, the mercenary group on their left was the same group of monks who had come with them. They were 9 in number, each dressed in their usual robes. On the right was a mercenary group they had never seen before, over a dozen members, the largest in the vicinity. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a crew cut around 30 years old, standing less than 1.7 meters tall. The leaders of the 3 mercenary groups briefly met. The monk extended his hand to shake Luo Xiao's, and the middle-aged man saying, "We are the Zeta mercenary group. I am the leader Jinkong." The middle-aged man also introduced himself. "We are the Dark Knight mercenary group. I am the leader Ing. We are the Hell mercenary group. I am the leader Hades." After a brief introduction, they tuned their walkie-talkies to the same channel so they could support each other in case of emergencies. After chatting for a while, they returned to their respective teams. "Boss, what did you guys talk about for so long?" Fatty asked curiously. Luo Xiao looked toward the monks and said, "They're the Zeta mercenary group, led by Jinkong. Over there is the Dark Knight mercenary group, led by Ing." Seeing that both mercenary groups had already entered their designated street sections, Luo Xiao added, "All right, let's get to work too." As soon as they entered the street, they found the ground riddled with craters. Numerous zombie corpses lay around with limbs and body parts scattered everywhere. Only a few scattered zombies still roamed the street. Seeing this, Fatty asked in confusion, "Boss, if it's already like this, why do they still need us to clear it?" Su Jia directly replied, "Our main task is to clear the zombies, but the real danger isn't on the street. It's inside the buildings on both sides. Otherwise, why do you think we need 2 days? Fatty looked at the endless high-rises and said, 2 days? Can the 4 of us really clear all this?" Luo Xiao ignored him and said directly, "Xiao Linzi, and I will take the left side. Sister Jia, you and Fatty take the right. We'll clear building by building, staying as aligned as possible so we can support each other if something happens." Su Jia, at the 3rd rank, leading Fatty, who was at the late 2nd rank, shouldn't be in danger unless they encountered a mid-tier zombie. After giving instructions, the group started clearing from the street entrance, each taking one side. Inside the building, Luo Xiao took the lead with Shui Lin behind him. The doors to the rooms were wide open and no one knew what lay inside. Luo Xiao and his team moved cautiously, trying to make as little noise as possible. Quickly scanning the surroundings and finding no movement, they checked each bedroom one by one. When Shui Lin opened the bathroom door, a stench of decay instantly filled the entire room. "What's wrong?" Luo Xiao rushed over and asked. Shui Lin shook his head. "Nothing, just a decomposed corpse." After verifying the entire room was free of zombies, the 2 retreated. Following the same procedure, they began searching room after room. For the entire morning, the 4 of them managed to search through 5 or 6 buildings. The chubby one said while eating, "Boss, I must say this individual self-heating food is quite good, convenient, and tasty. Indeed, this self-heating meal only requires a bit of water, and in a few minutes you can enjoy hot fried rice or other flavored dishes. Enough about food, let's think about how to complete the mission. At our current pace, we still have a long way to go," Luo Xiao said helplessly. After all, their numbers were too few. Even if they split into 2 teams, the workload would still be enormous. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the others shrugged their shoulders, indicating they had no solutions. After all, they had to check each building one by one, and some buildings required checking hundreds of rooms. Completing 5 or 6 buildings in one morning was already quite good. The chubby one directly suggested, "Boss, why not directly call for support? With just the 4 of us, we definitely can't keep up." Shui Lin thought for a moment and said, "Boss, I've realized that I can't contribute much by following you. How about this? Since you and Jia are the strongest here, you 2 can clear separately while Fatty and I form a team. This way it's like having 3 groups operating simultaneously, which should speed things up significantly." Luo Xiao looked at Fatty and Shui Lin and asked, "Can you 2 handle this?" After all, Fatty was only at the late stage of the 2nd tier, and although there were few above the 2nd tier, now it still posed a risk. "Don't worry, boss. If we encounter danger, we know how to run. Besides, you aren't far away. I promise if danger arises, we'll signal you immediately and not engage directly." Hearing Fatty's assurance, Su Jia also said, "Boss, let's do it this way. It's also a good opportunity for them to gain some experience." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao nodded. It truly was an opportunity for training. After finishing their meal, they divided into 3 groups and began clearing the buildings along the street. The afternoon proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Although they encountered more zombies than in the morning, their progress did not lag at all. Notably, while searching a room, Fatty and Shui Lin encountered a mutated cat on the windowsill. At first, Shui Lin thought it was a normal cat and was about to go over to pick it up when Fatty suddenly shot it. The shot hit the mutated cat, and the tremendous impact sent it flying. Fatty's sudden gunfire startled Shui Lin, who had his hands outstretched. Shui Lin looked at Fatty in confusion. Fatty simply held his gun, staring intently at the cat lying on the ground, only to see that the expected bloody scene did not unfold. Shui Lin then reacted and aimed his gun at the cat on the ground. The mutated cat twitched and slowly stood up, turning its head to reveal a rotting blood-red cat face slowly hissing at Fatty and Xuelin. As soon as Fatty and Xuelin saw the zombie cat, they immediately pulled the trigger, turning the zombie cat into a sieve before it could react. Looking at the zombie cat lying on the ground completely lifeless, Fatty walked over and used his dagger to extract the spirit crystal from its head. While doing so, he lectured Xuelin, "You have to be discerning even with compassion. Just like the situation earlier, a normal cat would have run away as soon as we entered. How could you think it was still a cat?" Xuelin learned a lesson. If it weren't for Fatty's quick reflexes, he could have been bitten. "I remember now, Fatty. Thank you for that earlier." Fatty waved his bloodied hand, reaching out to Xuelin and tossing him the bloody spirit crystal. "Let's go, there's still a lot of work to do." After saying this, he aimed his gun at the other bedrooms. Xuelin, still in the living room, heard footsteps outside and immediately tensed up, hastily warning, "Fatty, something's coming." Just as Fatty turned his head, he heard the rapid footsteps coming from the hallway. While they were still guessing, the zombies charged through the door. Xuelin quickly raised his gun to shoot, but was stopped by Fatty. Fatty drew his long knife and stabbed it directly into the zombie's head. He also reminded Xuelin not to use hot weapons, as that would only attract more zombies. Xuelin quickly blocked them outside the door. Fatty looked at the continuously incoming zombies and urged urgently. Xuelin realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately drew his weapon to join the fight. Due to Fatty's gunfire, it was likely that all the zombies on this floor were rushing towards them. With so many zombies, the two of them simply couldn't keep them at bay. "Xuelin, use your gun. They're already here anyway." Xuelin kicked a zombie in front of him away, quickly swung his automatic rifle to the front, and aimed at the zombies on both sides of Fatty. Under Xuelin's suppressive fire, Fatty finally had a chance to catch his breath. He also abandoned his long knife and switched to the rifle. Meanwhile, on the neighboring building, Luo Xiao heard the continuous gunfire from Fatty's side and quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to call out, "Fatty, what's going on over there?" "It's nothing, boss, just encountering a few more zombies." "Don't worry about us, we can handle it," Fatty said, while shooting, holding the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing Fatty say this, Luo Xiao stopped paying attention. On the other side of the street, Su Jia was swiftly cleaving the head of an elderly male zombie and kicked a female zombie away. She then threw her large cleaver at the downed female zombie's head, accurately embedding it into the ground. Looking at the 5 zombie corpses on the ground, it was clear that they were a family of 5. She had noticed one zombie upon entering, but didn't think much of it. Who knew that after resolving that 4 more had charged out from the other rooms, which is why it took a bit longer. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed from across the street. Su Jia murmured, "What are Fatty and the others doing? It's so noisy." Suddenly, Su Jia seemed to realize something. Such a loud commotion would not go unheard, and the zombies in the building must have heard it too. Sure enough, she heard footsteps continuously coming from the hallway. Su Jia quickly pulled out the cleaver stuck in the ground and ran out of the room. As soon as she reached the stairwell, she found that the zombies upstairs had heard the commotion and were rushing down. Fortunately, there were not too many, only 7 or 8. Seeing that the zombies noticed her, Su Jia chose to retreat. As the zombies surged into the house, she stood at the doorway, wielding her weapon, continuously slicing at the incoming zombies. However, the doorway was too small, and only a couple could squeeze in. The zombies in front were entirely pushed in by those behind. Before long, the entire entrance was piled high with zombie corpses. Su Jia kicked over the bodies that were pushing in and stepped out decisively. After the 2 fat men eliminated the zombies in the room, they watched the endless stream of zombies squeezing through the door. At this moment, a single automatic rifle would suffice to hold the position, as if the fat man had thought of something. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Boss, what do you think if I lure all the zombies from the surrounding buildings over here? Won't that speed things up for you?" As soon as the fat man spoke, Luo Xiao instantly understood his intention. It was indeed a good plan. At least after clearing one wave, they would only need a rough sweep. "Fat man, can you two hold out?" "Don't worry, boss. Well, guard the room. They can only come in one by one like sitting ducks." "All right, hold on for a while. They'll speed up with Sister Jia." Soon piles of zombie corpses accumulated outside the fat man's room, forcing others to crawl over the bodies to approach. Before long, the zombies grew scarce. Xuelin raised his gun for a long time without seeing any more. He couldn't help asking, "Fat brother, could they be gone?" The fat man looked at the mountain of corpses and thought they should be nearly cleared. "Let's go. They should be gone." As the two stepped out of the building, the entire street fell into an eerie silence with no wandering zombies in sight. The fat man picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Boss, how's your progress?" "Not bad. I've cleared both buildings in front and behind you." Su Jia's voice came through. "I'm doing okay too. I've cleared 1 building." In that short time, they had cleared 3 buildings, greatly accelerating their pace. "Boss, should we continue luring the zombies?" "All right, you two stay safe. Call us if anything happens." Hearing Luo Xiao's agreement, the fat man patted Xuelin and said, "Let's go. Our task is quite tough." The two quickly dashed toward a large building, randomly found a safe room on the 2nd floor, and after confirming it was secure, the fat man fired 2 shots out the window with a bang bang. Soon the entire floor trembled as if an earthquake had struck with footsteps echoing from the corridor. When the first zombie appeared at the door, Lin didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, landing a precise headshot. Then came the second, third. The two took turns firing, switching whenever one ran low on bullets. Thus zombie after zombie fell under their guns. It wasn't until dusk arrived and the sky darkened that they finally stopped. In just one afternoon, the two had nearly exhausted their ammunition. They gathered together as Luo Xiao recounted the afternoon's achievements. With the fat man and his partner luring zombies today, we made much faster progress. I cleared 11 buildings this afternoon, and Sister Jia cleared 8. Luo Xiao calculated, at this rate we should be done by tomorrow evening. As they ate, the fat man said, "Boss, can you spare us some bullets later? We're almost out." Luo Xiao pulled 200 rounds from his backpack and pushed them toward Lin. Lin accepted without hesitation, stashing them in his pack, leaving some to reload empty magazines. Su Jia also tossed 200 rounds to the fat man and said, "Fat man, use them sparingly. There's still another day." "Got it, Sister Jia. At such close range we can take them out one shot at a time, but there are just too many." Once the gunfire started, they all came running. If not for the narrow door, even with our guns we couldn't have handled them all. "All right, we're all tired today. Get some rest early. There's another day tomorrow," Luo Xiao reminded them. In the silent depths of the night, only a gentle breeze wafted through the window, leaving a tranquil beauty. In the quiet city, the occasional low growl of zombies echoed. Just as everyone was lost in dreams, the walkie-talkie beside Luo Xiao suddenly crackled to life. "This is Jinkong. I'm in trouble and need help." Jinkong's roar came through the walkie-talkie, accompanied by heavy gunfire. Hearing the noise, Luo Xiao immediately sat up and grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Monk Jinkong, what's your situation?" In his urgency, Luo Xiao didn't mind the form of address. 2 third-tier zombies, a bunch of second-tier ones, and a horde of regular ones. Jinkong roared. Ying's voice came through, "Hold on. I'm bringing people over right now." Luo Xiao also said, "Give me 5 minutes." He then dashed out of the room and shouted, "Assemble." Within 10 seconds of his command, everyone appeared before him. He'll make it brief. The nearby Days Mercenary Corps, also known as the Monk Mercenary Corps, is in trouble and asking for our help. Let's move out. Luo Xiao added a different name in case they didn't recognize it. As soon as he mentioned the Monk Mercenary Corps, everyone immediately understood. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the adjacent street, hearing dense gunfire from a nearby building. Luo Xiao directly ordered, "Sister Jiayu and Xiao Lin, go to the building across the street and find a good sniper position. If you spot any 3rd or 4th-tier zombies, open fire immediately and support them at all times." As soon as the order was given, the two turned and ran toward the building. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the fat man found a tall building and under the faint moonlight observed the entire structure. Seeing the dense swarm of zombies rushing into the building below, they had no idea how many were inside. "Monk, what's the situation inside?" "We're outside now. This is Hui Ming. Our leader is not here. We're trapped by the door and can't get out." "Where did your leader go?" Luo Xiao asked urgently. "He said he went out to take down the 3rd-tier zombie and avenge Hui Xian." Hearing this, Luo Xiao almost cursed. In such a situation, he still charged out. "We're all monks this fierce. What floor are you on?" "8th floor." He signaled the fat man to hand him their team's walkie-talkie. "Sister Jia, they're on the 8th and 9th floors. Their leader went out alone. See if you can spot him." Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, the two quickly searched for the best positions. Soon Lin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, we're in position." They were perfectly aligned with the moon, giving them a clear view of the opposite building. "Report the situation inside now. 8 people on the 8th floor. 2 are severely injured, unknown condition. The remaining 6 are holding the door." The muzzle flashes from their rifles clearly illuminated the interior. Their leader is on the 9th floor, locked in combat with a 3rd-tier zombie. Through the telescope, they saw Jinkong swinging his iron pot with such ferocity that he drove the 3rd-tier zombie back step by step. "How's it going?" "Boss, are you asking about Monk Jinkong or the zombie?" Luo Xiao was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Well, to put it simply, this 3rd-tier zombie doesn't even have a chance to fight back against Monk Jinkong." "Damn, is this monk that fierce?" The fat man, hearing this, wore an expression of utter disbelief. No one had anticipated that a seemingly gentle monk could overwhelm a 3rd-tier zombie, leaving it unable to retaliate. Luo Xiao observed the building and remarked, "Maybe he's a martial monk." Considering that martial monks in TV shows were always formidable fighters. Luo Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Who aiming well, draw some zombies away from below." Seized the chance to charge down. Calling out to Fatty, the two descended the stairs. On the street, amidst the throng of zombies, Luo Xiao pulled the pin from 2 grenades and hurled them into the crowd. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous explosions erupted, felling a large swath of zombies congested below the building. After the blast, the zombies snapped to attention and surged toward them. Luo Xiao and Fatty raised their guns and fired, the leading zombies collapsing instantly. They fought while retreating successfully, luring a considerable number of zombies. Fatty glanced back and said, "Boss, this isn't much use. We've only drawn a few away." Just as he spoke, two explosions louder than the grenades rang out, followed by intense gunfire. Hearing the shots, Luo Xiao knew Shadow and his team had arrived. Then Shadow's voice came through the walkie-talkie, "Leave the rest to us." A single thunderous gunshot pierced the dark night sky, eclipsing all other gunfire. Jin Kong had just forced back the third-tier zombie. Gripping his iron staff, he thrust it toward the zombie's body, but the creature didn't dodge, letting the staff pierce through as it drove its claws straight at Jin Kong's heart. Startled, Jin Kong couldn't withdraw his staff in time, watching the sharp claws loom larger before his eyes. Just as the claws were about to touch him, a flash of light streaked through the window, and the zombie's hands burst apart like melons. Then a gunshot like thunder echoed across the night sky. Seeing the zombie now handless, Jin Kong kicked it away and yanked the iron staff from its chest. The zombie crashed against the wall, its arms gone, and let out incessant roars. Jin Kong didn't idle, knowing well the principle of striking while the iron was hot. He swung the iron staff horizontally at the zombie's head. The creature instinctively raised its arms to block, forgetting its claws were gone. The staff grazed the severed stumps and smashed the zombie's entire skull, shattering it. The zombie lay dead beyond death on the ground. Jin Kong, unperturbed by the scattered shadows around, rummaged through them. Soon, under the moonlight, a third-tier spirit crystal gleamed in his hand. He stuffed it into his pocket, grabbed his iron staff, and charged down the stairs. When he reached the 8th floor, the corridor was piled with zombie corpses stretching downward. Hearing intense gunfire below, Jin Kong hurriedly stepped over the bodies and raced down. As Luo Xiao and Fatty kept firing at the pursuing zombies, Su Jia's voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Boss Monk, Jin Kong has dealt with the third-tier zombie and is heading to rejoin his team. Keep providing support from above." Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Su Jia adjusted her sniper rifle, scanning the 3 battlefields. Any mutated zombie above the 3rd tier that appeared would meet swift death. After observing, they only spotted scattered 1st and 2nd tier zombies, none advancing, as if waiting and watching for an opportunity. Su Jia suddenly recalled Luo Xiao's earlier mentioned days had said a group of mutated zombies was also fighting them. Everyone had been fixated on the zombie horde, and the 3rd tier zombie, forgetting this threat more dangerous than the horde, and one 3rd tier zombie had yet to appear. Su Jia immediately reported to Luo Xiao, "Boss, remember the mutated zombie group. None have shown up on any battlefield, and one 3rd tier zombie is still missing." Reminded, Luo Xiao grabbed the walkie-talkie on his chest. "Who aiming? Didn't your leader say a group of mutated zombies was also hunting you? 2 3rd-tier zombies in total." Amidst the chaos on the other end, a voice replied, "Yes, but after we entered the building, that mutated group and the 3rd-tier zombie vanished. Only one 3rd-tier zombie, and the horde fought us inside. Is something wrong? My people on the other side haven't spotted any mutated zombie group, just a few scattered ones nearby. The other 3rd-tier zombie is also untraceable." Shadow's voice came through, "Hades, have your people watch our rear, don't let us get surrounded. Are you worried a high-tier zombie is commanding? That's the only possibility. We know the habits of mutated zombies. To gather them, I can only think of that. And with the prey this close, do you think ITLL let us leave easily? Their sudden withdrawal likely means they're waiting for us." Luo Xiao directly called Su Jia. "Jia, watch our rear. We suspect a high-tier zombie is orchestrating an encirclement." "Got it, boss." Shadow's voice came again, "Forget that for now. Let's rescue the people first." Due to their numbers, Shadow's team had nearly eliminated the zombies they'd lured away, their bodies carpeting the street. Hearing gunfire from the other 2 fronts, Shadow split his team, one group under him to support Luo Xiao, the other led by the deputy to reinforce the Day's Mercenary Corps. They charged into the fray. The zombies, caught off guard by the sudden appearance behind them, fell under the relentless firepower. Luo Xiao and Fatty, hearing gunfire from behind the zombie horde, knew reinforcements had arrived. They stopped retreating and launched a countercharge, unleashing a torrent of bullets as if they cost nothing. About 10 minutes later, the street battle ended. Shadow's men and Fatty searched the heaps of corpses for surviving zombies, finishing off any they found without hesitation. "How's it going? Everyone all right?" Shadow asked as he approached. Hearing Shadow, Luo Xiao checked with Su Jia again, who reported no abnormalities. Both furrowed their brows. The sudden retreat of the mutated zombies surely had a reason. As the saying goes, unnatural events breed suspicion. Jia, keep observing. Report immediately if anything happens." "Understood." Staring at the zombie corpses on the ground, Luo Xiao felt as if he had forgotten something, yet he couldn't recall what it was. Fatty walked over to Luo Xiao and said, "Boss, none of the bodies on the ground are mutated zombies." Fatty had been hoping to scavenge some spirit crystals, but after searching for a long time, he found none. Reminded by Fatty, Luo Xiao immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. "Sister Jia, did you notice where the mutated zombies from the battlefield went?" "No, I've been observing your rear the whole time." Just as they were pondering where the mutated zombie swarm had gone, Jin Kong emerged from the shadows, bare-chested, holding a long iron rod, leading a group of people as they approached. Seeing Jin Kong covered in black blood, Luo Xiao asked directly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but two of our brothers are done for." Following his gaze, they saw two monks in red robes lying on stretchers, their entire right arms severed at the root. Another had thick bandages wrapped around his stomach, blood seeping through continuously. Ing looked at the scene and asked, "These two brothers?" Jing Kong gazed at them with concern. One was scratched on the arm by a zombie while covering our retreat during the mutated zombie swarm's pursuit. To prevent infection, we had to amputate his arm. The other was ambushed by a third-tier zombie. His stomach was pierced through. We don't know if he'll make it. So that's why you risked charging out to kill that third-tier zombie. Luo Xiao had been puzzled, as such reckless behavior was unlike Jing Kong, but now he understood the reason. "Forget about us. Thank you for coming to rescue us, otherwise we might not have made it out. If you ever need our help, just call." All members of the day's mercenary corps looked at them with gratitude. Luo Xiao voiced their confusion, and Jing Kong was equally bewildered, having no idea what was happening. As they speculated, a long, resonant sound pierced the night sky. Everyone looked up at the red signal flare lingering in the night sky. Just as they thought it was over, as if by agreement, flares were launched simultaneously from all over the city. What the hell? What's going on? Weren't signal flares only for unsolvable problems? Are these people just playing around? Fatty said in confusion. The three leaders exchanged glances, sensing trouble. Forget the situation. Once the signal flare goes off, we have to support. Let's go see what's happening, Ing said directly. After Jing Kong arranged for two members to escort the wounded back to the rear, the group rushed toward the nearest distress point. Gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the city as the group swiftly navigated the streets in the darkness. After crossing 3 streets without seeing a soul, they assumed everyone had gone to assist. Ing, leading the charge, had barely emerged from the street when he steadied himself and immediately aimed his gun to the right, opening fire rapidly. Seeing this, the others quickened their pace. As they burst out of the street, they were confronted by a shocking sight. All manner of grotesque, mutated zombies were charging toward them. Faced with hundreds of mutated zombies, everyone's scalps tingled. They all raised their guns and opened fire. Amidst the gunfire, Jing Kong suddenly shouted, "These are the mutated zombies that first chased us. The leader is a third-tier zombie." The combined firepower of nearly 20 of them only slowed the zombie horde. The only kills were a few first-tier and a handful of second-tier zombies. Seeing them draw closer, with some even climbing over the walls on both sides, Luo Xiao roared, "Let's go. We can't fight this." With that, he pulled Fatty and the others retreating while firing. Jing Kong shouted, "Everyone prepare grenades." With that, over 20 grenades were tossed into the zombie horde. A series of explosions rang out. Lower-tier, first-tier zombies were blown to pieces, while second-tier ones sustained varying degrees of injury. After throwing the grenades, the group turned and ran. After running for over 10 minutes, they arrived outside an abandoned factory. "Everyone stop!" Luo Xiao yelled. Hearing Luo Xiao shout, everyone halted and looked at him in confusion. Luo Xiao stared intently at the zombie horde, which kept snarling at them, but refused to cross the road. There's only one explanation for this. This territory belongs to a being stronger than them, so they dare not approach, Jing Kong observed. The others nodded, all on high alert as they scanned their surroundings, but found nothing. "Forget it for now. Let's go in and rest up," Luo Xiao said. The group entered the factory. One member from each mercenary corps stood guard around the perimeter, while the rest sat on the floor, some replenishing their energy, others reloading their magazines. Su Jia, while reloading, kept scanning the factory with her eyes. Fatty, noticing her distraction, asked, "Sister Jia, what are you looking at?" Su Jia frowned and said, "Fatty, do you smell blood?" Her words instantly made everyone stop what they were doing and look around warily. Upon closer sniffing, they could detect a faint odor of blood. Because the smell was so subtle, no one had noticed it earlier. Amidst the chaos of the zombie horde outside, Ing pointed toward the interior of the factory. "The smell is coming from over there. He'll take some people in to check it out. You wait here." He then beckoned 2 of his men, and they advanced cautiously toward the factory's depths, rifles at the ready. After inspection, they found it was an electronics factory specializing in computer parts. Just as the group was curiously looking around, a burst of intense gunfire erupted from inside, accompanied by the screams of people. Luo Xiao and the others immediately rushed into the factory. Soon they saw a member of the Shadow Knight lying motionless on the ground. Luo Xiao quickly knelt to examine him and found a penetrating wound straight through the heart, yet it didn't look like a zombie's doing. Beside the corpse, they also discovered an arm-thick hole in the ground, its purpose unknown. For a moment, Luo Xiao was baffled. Only by finding Ying could he learn what had happened. Seeing the Shadow Knight member without any signs of life, Luo Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. The Shadow Knight vice-captain, who had been at the rear, pushed through the crowd and saw his brother lying lifeless on the ground. Silently, he knelt beside him, clutching the corpse tightly in his arms. With a sorrowful voice, he said his name was Han. He was the youngest among us. We all treated him like a little brother. He was an orphan his whole life, suffered so much. Now he's finally at peace. The other Shadow Knight members had already reddened eyes. Luo Xiao went over and patted his shoulder. "Brother, my condolences." But for now the priority is to find your leader and the other brother. Listening to Luo Xiao's words, the deputy captain of the night squad stared intently at the dim factory building, propping Han's corpse against the wall before turning and charging into the darkness, with the rest of the night squad following closely behind. Jinkong watched as the night squad vanished into the darkness, then turned to Luo Xiao and asked, "What now, eh? What else can we do?" "Follow them. We can't let them get into trouble again." With that, the group set off after the night squad. After a short chase, they realized the factory was too vast, the rows of assembly lines and towering machines obscured their view, and they had no idea where the others had gone. Under the moonlight, they could only make out the various machinery by the windows, but the deeper recesses remained shrouded in mystery. Since entering, an eerie silence had enveloped them, broken only by their own voices. Jinkong declared, "This won't do. We're stumbling around like blind men, unable to see a thing. Erase the plan, well, search for the factory's backup power source while you continue the search. We must find them as soon as possible." Luo Xiao arranged. Jinkong nodded. "All right, stay safe." Luo Xiao, along with Fatty and the others, dashed straight out of the factory building. Seeing Luo Xiao leading them outside, Fatty asked in confusion, "Boss, if we're looking for the backup power, why are we running out?" Luo Xiao answered quickly, "Factory backup power is usually in the distribution room, which is typically located away from the work area to prevent potential hazards. So it's almost always installed outside the main building." Hearing this, the others finally understood the logic behind it. As soon as they exited the factory, Luo Xiao scanned the surroundings. Spotting a small building standing at a corner, he dashed over only to find it secured by a large padlock. He fired a shot at the lock, which clattered to the ground. Pushing the door open, he discovered it wasn't the distribution room, but an ordinary duty room. Turning to the others with urgency, he said, "Spread out and search. It's usually housed in a small room." Su Jia and Fatty followed the factory road, searching as they went. Just as they were nearing the end, the silhouette of a dark room appeared before them. Fatty, excited by the sight in the darkness, rushed forward, but was immediately pulled back by Su Jia. "What's wrong, Sister Jia? Let's go together." "Be careful," Su Jia said warily. They advanced cautiously step by step, but reached the door without encountering any danger. A blue and white sign hung on the door bearing the words, "Distribution Room." Su Jia signaled for Fatty to open the door while she aimed her rifle, keeping a vigilant watch. Fatty shot the lock and kicked the door open. They both trained their rifles on the interior, but it was pitch black. Fatty grumbled, "How are we supposed to find anything in this?" Su Jia had no better idea, so she said, "Forget it, just go in and feel around. If you find any buttons, press them all." They had no choice but to try their luck, hoping for the best. Though the distribution room was small, it was packed with various cabinets with dense wires strewn across the floor and dangling from the walls. As soon as Fatty entered, he tripped over something, nearly falling flat on his face. Kicking the dark object on the floor, he cursed, "Which idiot laid these wires? How did this pass inspection?" Every step he took, he stumbled, forcing him to shuffle along, without daring to lift his feet. "Are you done yet, Fatty?" Su Jia's voice came from outside. "Still looking, hold on." Fatty felt for the buttons inside the cabinet. One was noticeably larger than the others. Without a second thought, he pressed it, but after waiting a moment, nothing happened. So he moved on to the next cabinet. After checking 3 cabinets and pressing 6 buttons with no result, he was about to open another when a drop of liquid landed on his hair. Touching his head, he muttered, "What's that?" Looking up at the ceiling, he saw black thread-like things hanging there. Assuming they were wires, he paid them no mind and simply said to himself, "The waterproofing in this distribution room is terrible. It's even leaking." Groping in the dark, he finally found another button and pressed it. Instantly, the room hummed with the sound of machinery, and the ceiling lights flickered on and off before finally illuminating the entire distribution room. The moment the light flooded the room, Fatty froze in terror, unable to move. Outside, Su Jia saw the entire factory light up and called out, "Fatty, you did it." But there was no response. She looked inside and saw the distribution room covered, floor, walls, everything, with tentacle-like appendages. Fatty stood motionless amidst a tangle of blood-red tentacles. Horrified, Su Jia hesitated for a moment, then drew her blade ready to charge in. Just then Fatty turned his head and whispered to her, "Don't move." Su Jia slowly backed away. Once at a safe distance, she grabbed her walkie-talkie and said urgently, "We're on the south side. We've encountered a situation." Those few words sent a jolt of alarm through Luo Xiao and Xuelin. They sprinted south along the road. As they approached and saw Su Jia standing quietly by the roadside, she stopped them before they could reach her. Confused, they looked at Su Jia. She made a shushing gesture and beckoned them over. Pointing at the distribution room, she indicated they should see for themselves. They crept to the doorway and were also shocked by the sight. The tentacles filled the entire room, lying still as if in slumber. The tentacles extended deep into the ground with no sign of the main body. They had no idea where to even begin dealing with it. Going back to the beginning, Ying had entered with 2 brothers to scout, moving slowly and searching in the darkness. Suddenly Han felt as if he had tripped over something. At first he paid it no mind, thinking it was just a rope or something on the ground. But after taking 2 more steps, he felt something coil around his calf. Before he could see what it was, the thing tightened its grip and yanked him, dragging him into the darkness. Yi, who was closest, noticed the anomaly and lunged forward, grabbing hold of Han's arm. Han swiftly drew the dagger from his leg and slashed at the thing wrapped around him. The cut only seemed to enrage the tentacle. Instead of loosening, it squeezed tighter. More tentacles surged from the surrounding darkness. Han could only keep slashing with his dagger, while Yi clung desperately to him as he was dragged, unable to help. All Yi could do was shout, pinning his hopes on their captain. Ing had raised his gun the moment they made a commotion, but he couldn't see a thing. Firing blindly risked hitting his own men, so he drew his dagger instead and gave chase. Having just witnessed the two being dragged across the ground, Ing charged forward in fury. But before he could take 2 steps, the sound of several projectiles whistling through the air reached his ears. Thanks to his ample combat experience, he immediately rolled aside. Before he could even rise, he heard the sound of concrete shattering behind him. Before he could steady himself, 2 more projectiles came from above. Ing could only dodge to either side once more. The tentacles gave him no respite, relentlessly launching attacks at him. Meanwhile, after Han struck the tentacle around his leg 3 times with his blade, his foot finally broke free. The two quickly got to their feet. Just as they stood up, Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the wriggling tentacle, piercing his heart. After getting up, he kept using his dagger to fend off the surrounding tentacles. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Han standing there dumbfounded. He reached out and pulled him, shouting, "What are you staring at? Let's go." But as soon as he pulled Han, the latter collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a flicker of panic appeared in Yes's eyes. He quickly parried an incoming tentacle and cradled Han in his arms. Watching Han continuously spitting out blood, Yi frantically wiped the blood from his face with his hands. Han clutched Yes's hand tightly with his right hand, as if wanting to say something. But before he could utter a word, his eyes slowly closed and his hands fell limply to his sides. Seeing Han clutching his chest, Yi moved his hand away and discovered that his heart had been pierced at some point. Yi let out an enraged roar. "You will pay for my brother's life." This roar caused Ing, who was in the midst of battle, to stumble. Fortunately, he reacted quickly as a tentacle grazed past his shirt. "Oh!" Ing instantly flew into a rage, hacking wildly at the incoming tentacles. But the tentacles were surprisingly resilient. Even his full-force strikes couldn't sever a single one. Each time he landed a hit, the tentacle would retreat, only to be replaced by another. Meanwhile, consumed by rage, he drew his automatic rifle and charged into the darkness, firing at the tentacles around him. This was the gunfire Luo Xiao and his team had heard. In the brief moment, Yi was reloading, several tentacles coiled around his waist and limbs, wrapping him tightly before dragging him into the darkness. Witnessing this from not far away, Ing chased after them like a madman. But as if receiving a signal, the tentacles instantly retracted into the ground. Chasing for an unknown distance, Ing saw a large hole in the ground and jumped in without hesitation. When the backup generator kicked in, the entire factory was flooded with light. Looking at the factory, Jinkong immediately dispersed his men into a line, conducting a carpet search. Soon he found something. "Boss, they're over here." Hearing this, everyone gathered around. Several members of the Dark Knight squad, including the vice captain, were crouched at the edge of several holes, peering inside. Jinkong ran over and asked, "What's the situation?" The Dark Knight vice captain shook his head. "I'm not sure either. We just discovered these holes. Since we can't see anything inside, we didn't dare go down rashly." Jinkong walked to the edge of a hole, carefully examining it. He occasionally looked inside and threw stones into the depths. He concluded that the holes had been pushed open from beneath the ground and that the underground space was vast. As for what lay within, it was anyone's guess. Hearing Jinkong's analysis, the Dark Knight members immediately began preparing ropes to descend, but Jinkong stopped them. "Going down now without light is practically suicide if danger arises. Listen to me. First prepare torches, then wait for the King of Hell to descend with us. That way we'll have a better chance." In the end, the Dark Knight members followed Jinkong's advice and began searching for materials to make torches. In the power distribution room, just moments ago, the group was wondering how to get the fat man out. Suddenly, as if provoked, the tentacles began lashing out indiscriminately in all directions. The 3 at the entrance, with no time to consider anything else, drew their blades and charged in, hacking at the tentacles. The fat man was caught off guard and sent flying by a tentacle, crashing heavily into a cabinet. The moment the fat man was sent flying, the tentacles, like sharks drawn to blood, wrapped him into a cocoon in the blink of an eye and swiftly dragged him back into the hole. "Fatty!" the others shouted. They had no time to react before he was dragged into the hole. Having succeeded, the tentacles retreated like a tidal wave back into the hole in the ground. The room, once filled with writhing tendrils, now contained only a large hole. Luo Xiao ran over and stared into the dark abyss. Su Jiao was about to jump down when Luo Xiao grabbed her. "Make a torch first, or we'll be blind down there. How can we rescue anyone?" Hearing the need for a torch, Shui Lin immediately took off his shirt, removed the bullets and magazine from his automatic rifle, and tied the shirt to the rifle barrel. "Boss, the torch is ready." Shui Lin handed the makeshift torch to Luo Xiao. "Good thinking, Xiao Linzi." Luo Xiao praised Xuelin while using his dagger to pry the bullet tips off the cartridges, pouring the gunpowder onto the torch. He then took out the flint from the back of his dagger and scraped it vigorously against the blade. Soon the torch was lit. Luo Xiao, holding the torch, said, "Jia, tie a rope up top, so we don't get stuck down here." Su Jia pulled out a standard rope from her backpack, tying one end to the cabinet. After ensuring it was secure, she tied the rope around Luo Xiao and lowered him down first. Then the two of them slid down one after another. The vast pitch-black underground space was suffocating. Xuelin pointed at the ground. "Boss, look at the ground." A long scrape mark extended into the darkness. Luo Xiao tossed his rifle to Xuelin, gripped his axe in one hand and the torch in the other, and led the way along the mark. "Boss, look around." Su Jia pointed at the walls. The walls were riddled with holes of various sizes, some emitting faint light. Su Jia stood by the wall and peered through one of the holes. "Boss, it's the factory outside. Not sure if it's the same one we were in." "Never mind that now. Saving people comes first." They pursued for about 10 minutes until Luo Xiao stopped his foot, stepping into a pool of unknown liquid. The thick, unknown liquid on the ground gave off a pungent, fishy stench. Meanwhile, Jinkong and the others were in the maintenance room where they discovered several flashlights, still functional. And seeing that Luo Xiao and his team had yet to arrive, Jinkong picked up the walkie-talkie and began calling repeatedly. "Ming Wang, what is your status? Respond if you hear this." Only static crackled from the walkie-talkie. He tried several times. Each attempt yielded the same silence. Jinkong issued a decisive order: prepare to descend into the shaft. Ming Wang's team must have encountered trouble. We won't wait for them. He left 3 men on guard at the top, while the rest followed him downward. Once the arrangements were made, Jinkong led the way, descending swiftly along a pre-secured rope, others following closely behind. Upon reaching the cavern entrance, they realized the depths concealed an astonishing hidden world. Gazing upon the vast subterranean expanse, Jinkong murmured, "Perhaps the entire factory complex rests atop a hollowed-out underworld. What force, what entity, could carve out such an immense void?" Oi. The deputy captain of Yi wore a look of deep bewilderment. "Look here." Jinkong crouched low, examining the ground, every surface scarred with deep intersecting grooves. "Never mind what it is, follow the marks. That's our path." They advanced steadily along the trail of scratches, encountering no danger. After several minutes, a soft, rosy luminescence suddenly emerged ahead. Jinkong exchanged a sharp glance with Ye's deputy captain. Both raised their rifles and moved forward with tense vigilance. The light intensified with every step inward. Soon flashlights were no longer needed. When they finally reached the chamber's threshold, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. At its center stood an unknown plant, towering over 10 meters tall. From their vantage point, roughly 5 stories beneath ground level, they stood level only with its uppermost crown. It resembled a colossal unopened blossom, tightly sealed, radiating a gentle pink glow. At its base, a dense tangle of thick serpentine roots coiled like living architecture. Those roots alone occupied more than half the cavern's immense volume. The higher they rose, the thicker and more formidable they grew. "Look, what's that?" One of Ye's operatives pointed sharply at the side of the root mass and cried out in astonishment. All turned and saw hundreds of cocoon-like structures suspended midair, tightly wrapped in layered root fibers like chrysalises of some monstrous lepidopteran. After brief deliberation, the group unanimously resolved to descend and investigate. Securing the ropes firmly, they slid down one by one. Once at the base, they grasped the true scale of the plant, its sheer immensity dwarfing all prior estimation. Even its smallest roots exceeded the thickness of a human arm. Just as someone reached out to touch one. "Stop, don't touch it." From behind the gnarled roots emerged Ing, bruised and battered, livid contusions marring his skin, blood still glistening at the corner of his mouth. At the sight of Ing, every member of Yi broke into relieved smiles. "Boss, where's Yi?" asked Ye's deputy captain. Ing gazed upward, calm and unwavering, toward the hanging cocoons. Inside, as confusion rippled through the group, Ing addressed the towering bloom. "This thing is alive. We were ambushed by it. Han was killed by its roots. At first I thought they were tentacles, but now I see those are its roots, the very tendrils of this flower's calyx. It seized Yi. I pursued it here. For reasons unknown, it fell silent just moments ago." Hearing that this creature had slain Han, the members of Yi clenched their jaws, rage flaring in their eyes. Jinkong pointed upward at the swarm of cocoons. "So many. What lies within the others?" "I suspect stored sustenance." "Could they be people?" as someone gasped. Ing shook his head. "Not necessarily. They may be mutated zombies." Ye's deputy captain stared upward. "Boss, I'll ascend first and retrieve Yi. First identify which cocoon holds him, then act. When I arrived earlier, I opened one. Inside, a 3rd-tier mutated zombie." His words hung heavy. Gazing up at the suspended cocoons, the team found themselves paralyzed, without recourse. Jinkong pondered aloud. "Shall we open them one by one? With our combined strength, even a 3rd-tier mutant can be overcome." Ing shook his head. "And if we open a 4th tier, or worse, a 5th tier?" That question plunged the chamber into stunned silence. Suddenly, a sharp, whistling shriek tore through the air as something slammed violently beside Ing. All looked up to see Luo Xiao and his team peering down from a high aperture above, urgently signaling them to stay silent. Perched higher, Luo Xiao's vantage revealed far more. From above, he watched, horrified, as the onset tightly wrapped blossom began imperceptibly to unfurl. When he glimpsed what stirred within the opening petals, Luo Xiao's face drained of color. Without hesitation, he roared down, "Move! Rescue them now, then destroy it." His thunderous shout reverberated through the cavern, causing the entire root mass to shudder violently. The plant was awakening. No time remained. Ing launched himself upward, using a root as springboard, and landed deftly atop a cocoon. Drawing his long blade, he hacked furiously at the anchoring tendril. He knew well the root's unnatural resilience. Even at full strength, his blade could not sever it in a single strike. After 4 brutal blows, the cocoon plummeted to the floor. Others rushed forward, hacking relentlessly until it split open. Within lay a third-tier mutated zombie, still dazed, before it was hacked to pieces by the swarm of blades. Just as Ing prepared to strike another cocoon, the cavern trembled violently. The roots surged into motion. "Go, help them now." Luo Xiao sprinted forward, leapt high, and landed squarely upon a cocoon. Raising his axe, he did not strike the anchor, but instead carved a small aperture into the shell, just enough to glimpse its contents. Su Jia and Shui Lin mimicked his method, but with far less ease. Shui Lin labored for minutes while Luo Xiao opened 5, yet each additional hand lent vital momentum. Soon all joined the effort. Then Su Jia's voice rang out, "Found one." She struck the anchoring tendril with desperate force, 3 heavy blows before it finally gave way. Below, upon hearing her call, teammates stood ready. Moments later, an Yi operative shouted upward, "It's one of ours." Just as the group prepared to pause, they noticed Luo Xiao and his team still searching urgently. "Ming Wang, what else are you looking for?" Without glancing up, Luo Xiao replied, "One of ours is inside too." At those words, every hand resumed the search without hesitation. But the flower's calyx had already parted halfway, and all froze transfixed by what lay revealed within. There, nestled amid the unfolding petals, floated the serene, slumbering face of a woman, eyes closed, expression tranquil. Awe and disbelief gripped them. How? Why? Had a woman come to rest within this monstrous bloom? "Stop staring, search. If you don't, we all die here." Luo Xiao's furious roar shattered their trance. Timing-wise, this thing shouldn't have appeared at this moment. Luo Xiao had no idea what had gone wrong, causing a mutated species that should only emerge years later to appear right now. Or perhaps it was meant to appear now, and he simply didn't know. "Found it!" A shout came from a member of the Dark Knight on one of the cocoons. Hearing the voice, everyone halted their actions. Luo Xiao used his axe to sever the roots, encasing the stout man, revealing the unconscious figure within. He checked the pulse, finding him merely in a coma, which brought him some relief. The bud grew larger, its roots becoming more active. They sent cocoons one by one above the bud, then tightened relentlessly, black blood dripping through the gaps into the bud. Soon hundreds of cocoons became its nourishment, and spirit crystals were crushed and tossed in as well. The bud was now on the verge of full bloom. Seeing the spirit crystals, all of 3rd and 4th rank, everyone's faces twisted with reluctance. Given time, these could all have been theirs. As it absorbed the spirit crystals, the bud's blooming accelerated rapidly. Soon its interior was revealed, a girl-like figure curled up on the base with 2 arm-thick roots embedded in her back. She sat with eyes closed, a look of pure bliss on her face. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Luo Xiao shouted again, "Run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late." Hearing Luo Xiao's urgent cries, everyone began slowly retreating back the way they came. As they withdrew, the roots seemed to sense prey surrounding them from all directions in an instant and launching attacks. At that moment, everyone took their positions in silent agreement, encircling the 2 carrying the wounded. The 3 deputy commanders led the charge while Luo Xiao, Ing, and Jinkong held the rear, fending off the fierce root assaults. Facing the incoming roots, they raised their guns and fired, but the bullets had no effect. Eventually, they resorted to melee weapons, which, though causing little damage, at least kept the roots at bay. Even Luo Xiao, a 4th-rank powerhouse, could only sever smaller roots with his axe, while the others struggled to hold their ground. As the roots multiplied, the cave shook more violently, with debris occasionally falling. Luo Xiao, seeing the worsening situation, urgently called out, "Monk, go support the front. Can you 2 hold on? We have to, whether we can or not. Go now, or we'll all be finished here," Luo Xiao said anxiously. Jinkong didn't waste words, pulling out of the fight and rushing to the front. The pressure on Luo Xiao and Ing instantly doubled. Ing wielded a dagger in each hand, deflecting the attacking roots to the sides. At the front, Jinkong stripped off his monk's robe, revealing a muscular build. He pulled 2 iron rods from his pack and twisted them together. A staff nearly as tall as a man appeared in his hands. Jinkong roared, "Spread out, I'll take it." The 3 ahead, Su Jia, cleared a space in the center. Jinkong slammed the roots that surged through the gap into the ground. Soon he sealed the breach and charged forward, whirling his staff with such force that it left afterimages. The area within 2 meters of him seemed shielded. Any route that approached was smashed away. With Jin Kong leading the charge, their pace quickened. They formed a wedge formation and retreated swiftly. A sharp, inhuman shriek erupted behind them, sending chills down everyone's spine. The journey took minutes, but the retreat took a full 20 minutes. Seeing the large pit ahead, Jin Kong shouted, "Get up quickly." Together they tied the stout man and Yi to the rope and yelled, "Pull." Those above heard the call and hauled with all their might. After untying them, they threw the rope back down. Soon everyone was up except Luo Xiao and Ying. Seeing the frenzied roots, Ying shouted without looking back, "Hades, you go first. They'll cover you. You go. I'm stronger than you." As Ying was about to argue, Luo Xiao grabbed him by the shoulder and hurled him backward. Ying didn't insist further and climbed the rope quickly. Seeing everyone was up, Luo Xiao hurled all the grenades from his chest into the massive roots. Then he turned and ran. Above, Jin Kong felt the pull on the rope and yelled, "Pull hard." While Luo Xiao was still midair, a violent explosion erupted from the roots. The immense blast wave accelerated the collapse below, spreading from the factory building to the entire plant. Luo Xiao and his group sat in the distance, watching the rising sun, filled with profound emotion. Before them, the entire factory floor had sunk nearly 10 meters. By the time they escaped, the mutated zombie horde outside had vanished. Crackle, crackle, Hell Dark Knight Zeta, please respond. The walkie-talkies of all 3 crackled with a call simultaneously. Luo Xiao exchanged glances with the other 2, signaling them to reply. Ying mimicked Luo Xiao, and both looked at Jin Kong. "Why are you looking at me? They called you too." Ying walked over and patted his shoulder. "Just reply for all of us. We're together anyway." Jin Kong sighed helplessly and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Zeta here. What's your situation? Why no response all night?" Hearing this, Jin Kong snapped. "We were underground. How could there be any signal? By the way, the Hell and Dark Knight Mercenary Corps are with us too. Then why didn't they respond? Their walkie-talkies are broken." After saying that, Jin Kong switched off his walkie-talkie. Seeing the 2 grinning, he just spread his hands. Luo Xiao didn't believe the command center was unaware of the commotion here. Sure enough, 2 armed helicopters soon landed not far from them. 2 fully equipped combat squads emerged. The leading officer approached the group and asked, "Who is the commander?" No one answered until Jin Kong, unable to bear it, waved at him. The officer saluted him. "Hello, I'm Captain Wu, 2nd Company of the 3rd District City Defense Force. Captain Wu, I'm Jin Kong, commander of the Zeta Mercenary Corps." Pointing at Ying lying on the ground, he said, "This guy is the commander of the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps. And that one over there is the commander of the Hell Mercenary Corps. May I ask what happened here last night?" Jin Kong pointed at the collapsed ruins and said, "That is the answer you seek. There is a massive creature beneath it. Whether it is dead or not I cannot say, but it is certainly down there." Then Jin Kong recounted the events of the previous night, leaving the listener to believe or doubt as he pleased. "By the way, why did you summon us last night?" Jin Kong asked, utterly perplexed. "A special situation arose last night. A horde of mutated zombies led by a high-level zombie appeared. The Mercenary Corps and the City Defense Forces suffered heavy losses. In the end, we had no choice but to order a retreat. As for you, since we couldn't reach you all night, everyone assumed you had perished. Since you're all right, shall I arrange for someone to escort you back now?" Jin Kong nodded. "I do appreciate that. Aren't you leaving?" The captain shook his head, a look of keen interest on his face. "We're staying to investigate this massive creature you mentioned." "I must say I'm rather looking forward to it," the captain said with a smile. "Best of luck to you. I hope it's already dead." With that, the group boarded the helicopter one after another, watching the ground recede below. Down on the earth, the captain and his men were already scouring the ruins, searching for something. Inside the helicopter, the group chatted and laughed, their shared brush with death forging a newfound camaraderie. Luo Xiao sat across from Jin Kong, eyeing the iron rod on his back with curiosity. "Monk, what's that iron rod you're carrying?" Jin Kong pulled one out from his backpack and held it in his hand. Originally it was a wooden staff, but in this apocalypse wood is of little use, so we had it replaced. Considering its length would be inconvenient to carry, we made it into sections that can be joined together for easy transport." Hearing Jin Kong's explanation, the others finally understood its modular design. Su Jia had been puzzled before seeing him use a short rod above ground, yet a long one underground. Now the mystery was solved. Shortly after their helicopter departed, 2 squads of City Defense Forces began deploying various instruments, scanning the depths beneath the earth. "Captain, we found something." A soldier's scanner emitted a persistent beeping alarm. The squadron leader approached, eyeing the device with glee. "Dig it up. Let's see what it is." 2 soldiers took up entrenching shovels and dug relentlessly. After about half an hour, they unearthed a thick, sturdy root from amidst a pile of rubble. Had Jin Kong not forewarned them, they might have mistaken it for an ordinary tree root and discarded it. The captain placed his detector on the root, and the device immediately began to shriek incessantly. Staring at the root, he couldn't help but sigh. This damn apocalypse is utterly absurd. Even plants have mutated. Life for humanity is growing more arduous by the day. The captain placed the root in a transparent bag and ordered it to be sent to the command post immediately. Upon receiving the root, the command post promptly handed it over to the research team for study, while simultaneously dispatching an engineering unit to airlift directly to the site. Their objective was to extract everything from beneath the ruins before the high-level zombie could detect their presence. When the specimen arrived at the lab, the director of the research institute summoned everyone upon seeing the data. Even Elder Sun, who was inspecting the city walls, received the notice and rushed over along with the others. Elder Sun, do you know why we've been called in so suddenly? Dr. Lee asked, puzzled. Their primary duty was to ensure the safety of everyone entering the fortress and to maintain records, not to dabble in research. Yet for the first time, they were all ordered to the research institute. Elder Sun simply shook his head, indicating he had no idea either. We'll find out when we get there. Upon arriving at the lab, they found the entrance already crowded with people, most of them white-haired elders. These were the titans of their respective fields, now holding key positions within the fortress. Oh, isn't this old man's son? What brings you here? An elderly woman with graying hair and reading glasses teased him. Elder Sun looked up at her. And I thought it was someone. It's you, old lady, you. Why aren't you busy studying your animals? What are you doing here? Granny, you snorted coldly. At least that's better than you spending your days studying blood and muscles. Listening to their bickering, the others struggled to suppress their laughter. It was a rare treat to see Elder Sun bested. As they bantered, the doors to the research institute swung open. An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, walked out with difficulty. At the sight of him, the clamor instantly subsided, and even Granny Yu, who had been teasing Elder Sun, fell silent. Old Dean, may we ask why you've gathered us all here? The old Dean coughed twice and spoke in a hoarse voice. A root segment was sent in from the front lines today. Our preliminary investigation has only yielded a rough understanding. There's much we haven't figured out. That's why I've called you all here, to draw on your expertise and see if we can trace its origins. The data is in the conference room. Let's go take a look. With that, he walked slowly toward the meeting room, supported by an assistant. Everyone followed without a word of complaint. Once inside the conference room, the old dean opened the projection screen, revealing a container holding a single root segment. Come now, take a look at this. Examine it from your professional perspectives. The room instantly descended into chaos, voices clashing in heated debate, some turning red-faced and nearly coming to blows. After more than 10 minutes of argument, an elderly man stood up, adjusted his glasses, and said, "This appears to be a plant root. But based on my knowledge of botany, no root I know of grows to such a size. And judging by its position, this segment is certainly not the largest. As for what specific plant it is, that will require our analysis specialists to systematically examine its composition and structure before we can determine its identity." This answer was clearly not what the old dean wanted. He turned his gaze to the others. Elder Sun rose to his feet. "Old dean, from my professional standpoint, no root should secrete a black fluid. And why does the substance it exudes bear such a resemblance to zombie blood?" The old dean looked at Elder Sun and smiled. "That is its blood. As to why it resembles zombie blood, that remains a mystery to us." Elder Sun pondered for a moment before speaking. "Old dean, I would like to take a segment back for experimentation." Finally, the old director divided the entire root into as many as 7 or 8 portions and handed them over to experts from various fields, instructing them to focus their efforts on these samples. Meanwhile, in the command room, the administrator of District 3 was observing the entire collapsed area through the perspective provided by a drone. The entire area was a hive of activity, with over 100 workers from the engineering team toiling vigorously. For excavators were relentlessly digging into the ground. At the periphery of the collapsed zone, 5 military transport vehicles were parked with soldiers continuously loading packaged goods onto them. "Bad news, Captain." A communications soldier, tablet in hand, shouted before even reaching them. Huang Zhan stared at the electronic screen and said, "What's all this fuss about? How many times have I told you?" The soldier gasped for breath. "Captain, trouble. That high-level zombie is heading this way fast, according to the drone." The soldier reported everything in one breath. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhan, who had been as steady as a mountain, immediately stood up. "Where is it now?" "It's already at Mingwei Square, about 1 kilometer from the collapse zone." Huang Zhan roared. "Why report this only now? You're telling me it's just a kilometer away." He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and urgently ordered, "Old Wu, evacuate everyone immediately right now." "Yes, Captain." Squad leader Wu instantly began issuing rapid evacuation orders. In an instant, everyone in the collapse zone dropped their tools, jumped onto troop carriers, and turned around their machinery. The entire evacuation was swift and orderly. Within 5 minutes, the entire unit had fully withdrawn from the area. "Reporting, Captain. All our personnel have been evacuated from the collapse zone without a single loss. Please advise." Squad leader Wu reported from the passenger seat of a troop carrier. "Withdraw to the designated position first and await orders. I've sent you the coordinates." "Yes, Captain, received. Heading to the designated location now." Shortly after the engineering unit withdrew, a gigantic mutant zombie appeared in the collapse zone, lowering its head and sniffing the ground incessantly. It circled the collapsed area, sniffing back and forth as if searching for something. Soon, in a large pit dug by an excavator, it seemed to find what it was looking for. It leaped into the pit and began digging furiously with its massive claws. In the command room, Quang Zhan stared at the tablet where a red dot now appeared in the collapse zone. Quang Zhan turned to the technician beside him and asked, "Is there any way to transmit live footage from the scene?" "Reporting, Captain. High-level zombies emit a powerful unknown magnetic field that our current technology cannot overcome. So we can't transmit live footage, we can only track its location," the technician replied earnestly. Quang Zhan rolled his eyes and said, "You could have just said no instead of that long explanation." Then a military officer in uniform asked, "Captain, what about using a helicopter for aerial remote transmission? Would that work?" Quang Zhan looked at the technician, who said the deputy captain's idea is feasible, but the quality can't be guaranteed. Quang Zhan thought it over and decided not to take the risk. Losing an armed helicopter just to see what it was doing would not be worth it. If the helicopter stayed far away, nothing could be seen. If it got too close, it was dangerous. The technician asked cautiously, "Captain, what should we do now?" "Keep a close eye on it. Report its position to me immediately if there's any change. I need to know its location at all times." Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the others flew back to the fortress by helicopter, landing in the vast plaza of District 3. As everyone disembarked, fully armed soldiers immediately surrounded them. The leading soldier approached them and said, "All leaders, please cooperate with us to complete the security check. Thank you for your cooperation." He then saluted them. Without waiting for their consent, the surrounding soldiers began scanning everyone with instruments. After the scan, a group of soldiers in hazmat suits carrying large tanks approached. They sprayed everyone thoroughly. Luo Xiao and the others didn't know what it was, but the pungent smell suggested it was similar to disinfectant alcohol. After confirming everything was clear, the leading soldier looked at the two men being carried and said, "All right, thank you for your cooperation. You may leave now. I suggest you take your teammates to the mercenary hospital." They had never heard of the mercenary hospital before. Luo Xiao asked directly, "Excuse me, where is the mercenary hospital?" "It's right next to the mercenary service building." After speaking, the soldier turned and left with his men. Luo Xiao looked at the two others. "What are you two going to do?" "I need to go to the hospital to get you checked out." "I also need to go to the hospital. Our injured brothers should be there." "All right, let's go together then." On their first mission, the three mercenary squads had paid a heavy price: 1 dead, 2 injured, and 2 unconscious. Upon arriving at the mercenary hospital, they realized just how dire the situation was that squad leader Wu had described. Wounded were constantly being wheeled in, while others covered with white sheets were taken straight to the basement. Even the corridors of the inpatient building were filled with the injured. "You two go ahead and get them settled. They'll check the ICU," Jing Kong said expressionlessly. Watching him leave with his men, Luo Xiao and Ying took their people to the outpatient clinic, where doctors briefly examined the two. Seeing the doctor examining them remain silent for a long time, Luo Xiao asked anxiously, "Doctor, how are they?" "It's nothing serious. They just have a high concentration of carbon tetrachloride in their bodies." Ying asked awkwardly, "What is carbon tetrachloride?" The doctor adjusted his glasses and said, "Simply put, it's a colorless liquid. Inhaling high concentrations of carbon tetrachloride can cause acute poisoning, suppressing the central nervous system, leading to immediate unconsciousness, coma, and other symptoms." "So how long will they remain unconscious?" "It's hard to say. I've administered medication. It depends on how much they inhaled." "You don't need to wait here. Just take them back to rest. As you can see, we don't have any spare beds." So they carried the two back again. As they passed by the ICU, they saw a group of monks sitting on both sides of the corridor, chanting something continuously. Luo Xiao and Ying exchanged a glance, then quickly approached them and asked, "What's wrong with you all?" Jingkong stood up from the front, his palms pressed together, and said, "Jingjua has passed away. We were reciting the Earth Treasury Sutra." Luo Xiao guessed it was the monk whose stomach had been pierced, though he had never known his name. "My condolences. My condolences." Jingkong nodded and said, "This is his fate. Life brings such tribulations." His sudden cryptic demeanor made the two feel uneasy. After comforting the group, the two led their people away. "Hades, are monks always like this?" Luo Xiao asked in confusion. "Like what?" "You know, one way in daily life, another in battle, and yet another just now, eh?" "I've never been a monk, how would I know?" "You'll have to ask him. By the way, what do you plan to do with Brother Han's remains?" At the mention of Han, Ying, who had been joking, immediately turned serious. "He's now in the collapsed ruins. It's a fitting resting place." Luo Xiao looked at Ying. "You're more open-minded about it, unlike the monks." Ying spread his hands and said, "What else can we do? It's so deep underground we can't dig him out with just the few of us. Besides, even if we did, where could we bury him?" Luo Xiao thought for a moment. Perhaps, as Ying said, that was the best place for eternal rest. Soon they reached the dormitory building. The two groups parted ways, leaving each other's apartment phone numbers. At the collapse site, after more than 10 minutes of digging, a massive mutated zombie unearthed a root larger than a human head in its claws. It pulled at the root with its claws, straining to drag it out. Just then, the entire collapsed area began to tremble, and the root slipped free from its grasp. The mutated zombie reacted, seizing the root with both claws before it could fully retreat into the rubble, holding on tightly. But the root slowly slipped from its grip. With a roar, it bit down hard on the root. With a violent shudder, countless thick roots burst from the ground, shooting into the sky. Massive roots stood erect in the air, swaying back and forth. From a distance, the entire collapse zone appeared wrapped in roots. The mutated zombie stared dumbly at the countless giant roots before it. Before it could react, a massive root sent it flying, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. A furious roar echoed from the rubble. The thunderous roar traveled for several kilometers, heard clearly, even by Captain Wu, who was on standby in the distance. Hearing the colossal roar from the collapse zone, they grew curious about what could be drawing the monster there. The mutated zombie's roar brought it all rushing back to his mind. A beast 3 meters tall, powerfully built with armor, like a rhinoceros, impervious even to rocket fire from attack helicopters. Its sharp claws easily pierced an armored vehicle. Mercenary groups and city defense forces were like infants before it, slaughtered at will. They gave it a name. Titan. Captain Wu spoke into the radio. Battalion Commander, why has the Titan gone to the collapse zone? How should I know? Battalion Commander, do you think it's after something underground? The battalion commander, his face dark, leaned back in his chair. If that were true, things would get difficult. After a moment of thought, he said, Signalman, connect me to the Fortress High Command. Hello, Xiao Kuang, what is it? A calm voice came through the phone. Commander, I have something to report. There's a special situation in Sector 3. During a cleanup mission, several teams discovered 2 mutant species. One appears to be a high-level plant-type mutant now buried in the rubble, its fate unknown. The other is a high-level mutated zombie, currently in the ruins, likely targeting the plant mutant. The plant-type mutant holds immense research value for us. We know too little in this area. The Research Institute has also requested a large number of plant-type mutant fragments. As for their specific levels, the mutated zombie Titan is at least a 6th-tier zombie, while the plant mutant's level is unknown. The calm voice on the phone asked, did you engage it? No, by the time I arrived, it had already left. All right, you may withdraw. They'll have someone take over. With that, the call ended. Huang Zhan turned to his subordinate and instructed, notify all personnel in Sector 3 to withdraw immediately and return to the fortress. Shortly after the order was given, Captain Wu called. Captain, why the sudden order to retreat? It's from above. The commander will arrange a handover. Just follow orders. At the ruins, the Titan staggered out, seething with rage at the surrounding roots. With a roar, it launched a fierce attack on the roots. A single strike shattered those around it, and it pressed on toward distant ones. Roots surged from all directions, wrapping around its limbs, but the Titan ripped them off. The Titan's relentless assault seemed to provoke the entity underground. Thicker roots burst forth, shooting like spears toward the Titan. The immense force sent the Titan flying repeatedly, but it fought on like an indefatigable machine. It tore a thigh-thick root in two with one hand, then targeted the roots coiled around its waist. The Titan dug in its heels, gripped the root fiercely, and with a roar snapped it. But overwhelmed by roots attacking from every direction, the Titan couldn't clear them all. Soon it was trapped, its limbs tightly bound. Several massive roots shot from afar, slamming into its body, but finding them ineffective. More roots wrapped around it, and with its limbs immobilized, the Titan could only be dragged into the hole by the roots. Beneath the ruins, another vast space lay revealed. The little girl inside had already opened her eyes, seated upon a flower bud, gazing at the subterranean world with curiosity. Yet now her face was deathly pale, drained of all color, and her eyes were a blood red. Seated on the flower bud, she waved her arms, and the roots swayed in response, swiftly dragging the tightly wrapped Titan before her. Sensing the low, rumbling growls emanating from within, the little girl looked intrigued. She parted her hands, and the roots binding the Titan split apart, revealing its limbs, all restrained. The moment the Titan saw the girl's blood-red eyes, its frantic struggles turned to terror, and its body trembled instinctively. The little girl crooked her index finger, and the roots brought the Titan before her eyes. Yet it dared not meet her gaze, merely lowering its head as its body quaked incessantly. After studying the Titan for a while, she seemed to lose interest. She extended a delicate finger, piercing through the Titan's forehead bit by bit. The Titan struggled violently, but the tighter it fought, the more constricting the roots became. In its terror, it roared, as if begging for mercy. But the little girl paid no heed. The louder the Titan's roars, the harder she pushed. Soon her entire forearm had sunk into the Titan's skull. By now the Titan was devoid of life, held up before the girl by the roots. Gazing at the lifeless creature, she broke into a delighted smile, as if it were all a game to her. Her tiny hand churned within its skull, occasionally scooping out brain matter, discarding it, then plunging back in. After several repetitions, a vibrant spirit crystal streaked with black blood appeared in her small hand. At the sight of the crystal, she beamed with joy. Ignoring the blood, she popped it directly into her mouth. The surge of wild energy within made her face flush crimson, as if she were drunk. With a casual wave of her hand, the thickest roots tore the Titan apart, leaving only its torso behind. The instant the Titan perished back at the fortress, Rage received a message from the communications soldier. The report stated that the Titan's tracker had been motionless for some time, its status unknown. Rage simply said in a low voice, "I understand." The flower bud rapidly opened, and the little girl leaped inside. It closed just as quickly, all roots retracting beneath it, coiling layer upon layer. Then several sharp roots struck the earth repeatedly, each blow leaving a massive crater in the ground. With multiple roots attacking simultaneously, their speed rivaled that of a drilling machine. After each strike, the trailing roots packed the shattered rocks behind them. Before long, the entire flower bud vanished into the underground space. Shortly after it departed with the little girl, 3 armed helicopters landed at the edge of the collapsed area. A tall, burly, middle-aged man with a bare torso, a long blade strapped to his back, and a thick beard stepped off the aircraft. He surveyed the collapsed area with curiosity. Once everyone had disembarked, he turned to them and said, "Get to work quickly. I still need to go home and cook for your sister-in-law." Behind him stood over 50 men, all in identical black combat uniforms with long blades on their backs. Unlike other units, they carried no firearms. At his command, his men leaped into the 5-story deep collapse zone and spread out to search. Soon someone reported a discovery. When he arrived, the others had gathered around. Staring at the large holes in the ground, he ordered 2 men down each hole. With that, he jumped into the largest hole. Upon landing, he found himself in a vast underground chamber. Others who had descended through different holes also emerged around him. "Boss, all these holes are connected, and they were dug from below upwards." Hearing this report, he surveyed the space once more. At the center of the chamber lay a massive corpse, its limbs and head scattered around. Even he couldn't help but mutter at the gruesome sight. This mutant creature is terrifying. A 6th-rank mutant zombie known for its defense had been torn apart. Clearly the target was not only high-level, but also brutal. As he pondered, the man examining the Titan reported, "Boss, the spirit crystal is gone." Though disappointing, it was expected. Mutant creatures often devour each other's crystals. The vast underground space was fully visible, but nothing else was found. "Search for it. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to." It was a direct order from above. Then a voice called out, "Boss, I found something." A man pointed at the wall. "Boss, this wall was just built no more than half an hour ago." The bearded man stared at the wall and said in a low voice, "Blow it open." One of his men pulled a small, intricate C4 charge from his combat suit and pressed it against the wall. After a thunderous blast, he looked at the massive cloud of dust and asked, "You didn't collapse the place, did you?" The man shook his head. "Don't worry, boss. It was a directional blast." As the dust slowly cleared, a huge opening appeared in the earthen wall. The demolition expert checked the hole and said, "Boss, there's more inside. Should we continue?" "Blow it." Another explosion echoed, revealing yet another chamber. Before the demolition expert could speak, he said, "That's enough. Any more blasts, and well, all be buried alive. That's it. Prepare to retreat." He picked up the radio and said in a low voice, "Found the mutant zombie. It's dead, beyond dead. The spirit crystal's been taken. As for the plant-type mutant, we didn't see it. It must have burrowed away. All right, pull out." The bearded man hung up, boarded the helicopter with his men, and flew away. After 2 days of rest, Fatty finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he clamored for food like a pig. At the mess hall, he devoured 5 or 6 bowls of rice and 3 plates of braised pork. After that mission, all the mercenary squads had some points and life had improved. At least they no longer had to survive on plain rice and pickled vegetables every day. "This braised pork is still as delicious as ever," Fatty said with admiration as he ate. "By the way, boss, what exactly was that tentacle thing?" "That wasn't a tentacle, but the root of a mutated plant. It's a plant that absorbed a massive amount of zombie blood, causing it to mutate." Su Jia asked in confusion. "Boss, then why was there a little girl inside the flower bud?" "That little girl is its main body. As for why it gave birth to a human form, I don't know. There are many theories about this. The most credible one is that the virus from mutated zombies altered the plant's genetic sequence, giving it the potential to mutate. However, not every plant that absorbs a large amount of virus can mutate. The probability is incredibly small, almost negligible. Although their mutation chance is low, once they do mutate, they are extremely powerful and troublesome." Just as Luo Xiao was explaining, Ing approached with a group of people. The group exchanged greetings as they were somewhat acquainted. They placed their trays nearby and sat down. Ing looked at Fatty, who was eating voraciously, and said, "He's recovering quite quickly." Luo Xiao nodded. "How is your brother?" "He's fine, just not in as good shape as him. By the way, I have something for you." Ing took a small satellite phone from his pocket and handed it directly to Luo Xiao. "We exchanged for this satellite phone today. It's not restricted by region. I thought we could give one to you and one to the old monk. By the way, it's 500 points each. Don't forget to pay me back." Luo Xiao didn't ask where they got the points, since they had earned a lot from trading zombie intelligence. Seeing Luo Xiao so calm and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Aren't you curious how we got so many points?" Luo Xiao replied while eating, "What's there to be curious about? With your team's strength, how could you be short on points? If you say that, then there's nothing to talk about. To tell you the truth, I saw how busy you and the old monk were, so I went and traded the intelligence we gathered this time. Want to guess how many points we got? It shouldn't be more than 6,000. Whoa, how did you know? It was only 5,000 points. By the way, I've already had your share transferred to your mercenary group's account. Go check it when you have time." Looking at the fully armed group, Luo Xiao asked, "Are you heading out?" "Yeah, we took a mission to hunt 4 mutated third-tier zombies. We just need to bring back video proof. That'll get us 800 points, and the spirit crystals can boost our strength. It's a win-win. Besides, I've realized that our current strength is a bit insufficient. We need to step it up." Luo Xiao nodded. "You're giving us this not just in case you need to call for help, are you?" Ing smiled and said, "It's better to be prepared, isn't it? After all, you two are the only ones I can trust here. If something happens, you're the only ones who can help. All right, call us anytime if something comes up. But it won't be free. Half the reward isn't too much, is it?" Ing picked up his tray and stood up. "See you." Watching them leave, Su Jia said, "Boss, should we take a mission too?" "Yeah, after we finish eating, let's go to the mission hall and see if there's anything suitable for us. If there is, well, take it." During this time, aside from Lin, who had used the remaining spirit crystals to raise his strength to the intermediate second tier, everyone else's progress had stalled. It was time to consider their next move. Soon after everyone had eaten, they headed to the mission hall. The hall was packed with many people sitting in front of a large screen, watching the constantly scrolling missions, all selecting tasks that matched their mercenary group's strength. "Boss, what do you think about mission number 21? Hearing Lin's words, Luo Xiao looked at mission number 21. "Proceed to the 7th research center in our city, rescue the trapped researchers, and safely escort them back to the fortress. Reward 1200 points. Note there are 5 third-tier mutated zombies inside the research center. Please proceed with caution." Su Jia looked at the note and said worriedly, "Isn't this too dangerous? There are 5 third-tier zombies, and we don't know how many regular zombies there are, or how many people need to be transported. It's a full 2-day journey from here to our city. If there are too many people, the risk becomes enormous." Su Jia's concern was not unfounded. If there were too many people, there would be too many variables. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao decided to take the mission. He had already planned the main goal was the 5 third-tier zombies. As for rescuing people, if the number was within a manageable range, he wouldn't mind escorting them back. But if there were too many, he would rather abandon the mission than put his teammates in danger. After confirming, Lin took the mercenary group's card to the mission counter and accepted mission number 21. Lin handed the card back to Luo Xiao. "Boss, it's done. The staff said if we need supplies, we can go to the logistics supply department. They have not only food, but also various weapons. Let's go check it out. We need to stock up since this trip isn't short." Luo Xiao and the others had to ask around to find the logistics supply department. As soon as they reached the main gate, they were stopped by a guard. "May I help you?" "Hello, we're here to get supplies." The guard pointed to a small building nearby. "Go register over there first, and then someone will escort you in." As they stepped into the room, they heard indescribable sounds coming from inside. Su Jia's face flushed bright red at the sound, and she walked away in disgust. Fatty, however, was curious and pressed his face against the window to see what was happening. Lin stood there torn between walking away or joining Fatty to watch. "If you dare go, I'll cripple you," came Su Jia's threatening voice from afar. Hearing this, Lin immediately ran over. And because of Su Jia's shout, a scream came from inside the room. "Who's there?" An angry voice came from inside. A man with a bare upper body and a huge belly, even fatter than Fatty, stormed out wearing only a towel around his waist. Fatty looked at him with an awkward expression. "What are you doing?" the man shouted at Fatty. "Oh, we're here for supplies. The guard outside told us to find you." The man said irritably, "I'm busy right now." Fatty went over and grabbed his hand. "Come on, brother. With the vigor you just showed, you can't be that petty, can you?" Hearing this, the big man's angry expression softened considerably. "Are you kidding? Do I look like a petty person? Of course not, big brother definitely isn't petty." Fatty pulled him aside, and though it was unclear what they were saying, their occasional lecherous laughs made it obvious they weren't discussing anything wholesome. The big man patted Fatty on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, little brother. Your problem is my problem. He'll make sure everything is taken care of." Through the fat man's introduction, this man was named Zhang Su. Being the son of a certain high-ranking official, he had landed such a cushy job. Zhang Su and the fat man walked ahead chatting and laughing while Luo Xiao and the others could only follow behind them like bodyguards. When passing the sentries under Zhang Zu's lead, the group smoothly arrived at the logistics supply department. The entire department was actually a large factory converted into dozens of warehouses of various sizes. Before each warehouse stood fully armed sentries on rotating 24-hour duty along with 360-degree surveillance. "Brother Su, why didn't they salute you?" "You mean them? I'm not military personnel, so of course they don't salute me." "Then what are you now, Brother Su? What interested in your brother's profession?" Hee nothing gets past you, Brother Su. The fat man laughed awkwardly. Let me put it this way, I'm equivalent to what used to be called a civil servant, what you'd call an iron rice bowl. Damn, Brother Su, you're that awesome. The fat man deliberately raised his voice. Hearing this, Zhang Su instantly lifted his chin higher. Don't you know who your Brother Su is? The fat man looked troubled. Brother Su, since you're not in the same system, what about my matter? Zhang Su patted his chest. Brother, rest assured. Though they stand guard here, I'm the one who calls the shots on the supplies. They have no authority over it. The fat man showed an admiring expression. That's my Brother Su. We're here, this is the place. Zhang Su pointed at a door. On the door were written 5 large characters, Light Weapons Warehouse. After Zhang Su handed a badge from his waist to the sentry for inspection, the sentry opened the warehouse door. When the lights came on, everyone except Zhang Su stared wide-eyed. The entire warehouse was lined with shelves filled with all kinds of light weapons, automatic rifles, submachine guns, every type imaginable displayed in rows on the shelves. Each row of shelves held perhaps several thousand guns, and such rows stretched endlessly into the distance. The fat man stood dumbfounded. Brother Su, how many guns are there here? Are you asking about this warehouse or the entire logistics department of Sector 3? Just here, of course. Zhang Su said nonchalantly. This warehouse doesn't hold much, just about 300,000 light weapons. Hearing his words, everyone's faces twitched uncontrollably. Just 300,000. What about the entire fortress? I haven't counted the whole fortress, but roughly around 2 million, I'd say. Of course, that's just the stockpile. The inner city is also continuously manufacturing weapons. As for the exact number, even the logistics department director probably doesn't know. You'd better hurry and pick your weapons. Hearing this, each person dashed toward their preferred armaments. Luo Xiao still chose an automatic rifle, while Shui Lin picked a submachine gun, and Su Jia also took an automatic rifle. Each added standard gear, pistol, dagger, and grenades. When it came to the fat man, he walked over empty-handed. Brother Su, there's no gun here I like, he said, looking troubled. Zhang Su waved his hand grandly. No worries, I'll take you to see something good. He led the group deeper into the warehouse. Having already passed the heavy weapons depot, the fat man asked puzzledly, Brother Su, where are you taking us? Zhang Su gave a sly smile. You'll know soon enough. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, even Luo Xiao felt a spark of anticipation. What could be so remarkable that the logistics department head of Sector 3 would call it a good thing? Zhang Su led them to the innermost warehouse. Here we are, this is the place. Before the warehouse stood 4 men motionless at the door, 2 more than at other warehouses. The sign above was blank, bearing no inscription. Brother Su, what good stuff is in here? Zhang Su smiled. Go in and see for yourself. As soon as he stepped through the warehouse door, the fat man froze in place. Move it, fatty, what are you doing? Shui Lin urged from behind. The fat man suddenly sprinted into the warehouse. When the others entered, they found him hugging a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Fatty, stop fondling that. Carrying it will hinder your mobility, Luo Xiao reminded him. Then from behind Luo Xiao came Zhang Zu's voice. This thing isn't heavy, just a tad heavier than your automatic rifle. All the guns here are the latest from the equipment department, enhanced for bullet penetration and portability. Luo Xiao pondered Zhang Zu's words. This must not be cheap, right? Not expensive, just 5,000 credits for you. How much? The 4 exclaimed in unison. Brother Su, I treat you like a brother, and you're thinking of fleecing me. Looking at the astonished 4, Zhang Su said, this is still a favor price for you, little brother. The original price is 8,000 credits. And this 6-barreled Gatling can easily pierce 2nd-tier zombies and even inflict damage on 3rd-tier ones. Tell you what, I'll throw in 500 special bullets and a piece of news for free. What news? The fat man asked casually. News that will satisfy you all. The fat man couldn't decide on his own and looked to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao considered the weapon in the fat man's hands. If it really performed as Zhang Su claimed, though expensive, it was worth the price. All right, well, take it. Credits were fleeting, ensuring their safety was the top priority. Hearing Luo Xiao's agreement, Zhang Su pulled a card swiping machine from his pocket and smiled. I love dealing with straightforward folks like you. Your total is 7,327. Let's call it 7,500. Brother Su, how is it that you're charging more, not less? Would your brother Su ever let his own brothers suffer a loss? You still don't have supplies, right? He'll give you 2 boxes of military compressed rations and 20 bags of military self-heating meals. Pick your flavors. DLA. Luo Xiao nodded. These items alone were worth more than that extra 100+ credits. He handed his card over. After the payment was made, Luo Xiao asked Zhang Su, so can you tell us your news now? Zhang Su looked around and lowered his voice. I heard from my dad that new regulations for mercenaries are coming soon. One rule says you can exchange spirit crystals for credits. Apparently, 1 3rd-tier spirit crystal is worth 500 credits. That's it. What else? Then Shui Lin asked, how much is a 4th-tier spirit crystal worth? Others might have forgotten, but Shui Lin still had a 4th-tier spirit crystal he hadn't used. 2,000 credits each, that's the market price. If you have any, you must sell them to me. It'll offer 2,500 credits. That's nearly 500 above market. Xuelin shook his head and said, no, I was just asking. After watching Luo Xiao and his group walk away, Zhang Su couldn't help but jump up in excitement. I finally made a big sale. His excited voice echoed across the entire square. He couldn't wait to share the news with his office assistant. Back at their residence, Luo Xiao looked at Xuelin and asked, by the way, how many days is the mission deadline? 6 days including the round trip. The round trip takes about 4 days, so we only have 2 days to execute the mission. Luo Xiao nodded and said, then let's all rest well today. We'll set out early tomorrow morning. That night, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. It wasn't until the warm sunlight streamed onto the bed that Luo Xiao reluctantly opened his eyes. After washing up and dressing, he arrived in the living room to find everyone else already geared up and waiting for him. They went to the cafeteria together for a simple breakfast before heading to the car rental shop near the city gate. A new duty had emerged here, specifically searching for motorcycles, cars, trucks, and heavy lorries. Any vehicle that could run could be rented or returned here. Seeing the price tags on the cars, they could hardly believe it. The rent for a small car alone was 500 credits per week, while better ones were even more expensive. After much deliberation, their credits were only enough to rent 2 Wuling minivans. Excuse me, would like to rent these 2, Luo Xiao said, pointing at the pair of Wuling vans. Though they looked shabby, they were at least drivable, and the Wuling van was famously spacious. With a bit of squeezing, each could fit 8 or 9 people. Hello, these vans are 200 credits, each totaling 400. Please settle the payment over here. Under the guidance of the salesperson, they completed the rental procedures. Sigh, now we've fallen to driving Wuling vans. I still miss our pickup truck, Fatty said wistfully. Su Jiao looked at the van and remarked, this car may not be great, but in many aspects it's no worse than a pickup. Once inside, Fatty kept complaining about the lack of comfort and the bumpy ride. Luo Xiao smiled and said, let me show you why it's called a legendary vehicle. Luo Xiao accelerated, instantly shifting gears rapidly, and the Wuling van darted through the streets like the wind. The smooth manual shifting thrilled Luo Xiao. In the passenger seat, Fatty felt the increasing speed and gripped the handle above the window in terror. A few minutes later, Luo Xiao brought the van to a steady stop at the checkpoint beneath the city wall. Since mercenary groups had relative freedom to come and go, leaving the city wasn't too troublesome, and they passed through smoothly. But at the final wall, about a dozen mercenary groups were backed up with various cars parked on both sides. Fatty grabbed someone and asked, brother, what's going on? This last checkpoint is strict. They check if we're carrying any contraband out. They waited in line for a full half-hour before exiting the city. The scene was the same as before. New mercenary groups kept arriving. The cars kept moving along the road, passing small teams trudging along the roadside, some leaning on each other, others hobbling with crutches. Fatty wanted to give alms to the roadside people several times, but Luo Xiao stopped him. In the apocalypse, compassion was useless, only selfishness ensured survival. Half an hour later, beyond the fortress perimeter, zombies could occasionally be seen by the roadside. After months of summer, the zombies had become gaunt and slow-moving. Now, mutated zombies didn't just hunt humans. When hunger became unbearable, they would also prey on other zombies to temporarily stave off starvation. Mutated zombies had also begun devouring each other, but conversely their strength was growing. Following the map Fatty had taken from Zhang Su, they kept changing routes. By that afternoon, they had reached the outskirts of another city. Luo Xiao decided not to take a detour, but to drive straight through the city, since the primary objective was to enhance their strength, with the mission being secondary. If they encountered mutated zombies, as Zhang Su had mentioned, they wouldn't mind eliminating them on the spot. Free credits were not to be wasted. Along the way, Xuelin handled the first and second tier zombies, while only late second tier ones were left to Fatty. Luo Xiao and Su Jia didn't participate at all, merely watching quietly from the car. Just outside the city's outskirts, they could already see many zombies wandering aimlessly. In the entire morning, Xuelin and Fatty had killed nearly 7 second-tier zombies. After taking down a second-tier zombie, with Xuelin, Fatty lay sprawled in the passenger seat, looking exhausted. Boss, aren't there too many mutated zombies now? Yeah, quite a few more than before. They found a relatively safe spot in the suburbs to rest for the night. Luo Xiao and Su Jia were tired from driving all day, while Fatty and Xuelin had been fighting continuously and were also worn out. Xuelin was so exhausted he skipped dinner and went straight to bed. Fatty, you two get a good rest tonight. Jia and I will keep watch. Fatty ate while nodding. This was no time for modesty. After finishing his meal quickly, he was too lazy to take off his gear, simply tossed his backpack on the floor and lay down on the bed. Hearing the snoring start as soon as he entered the room, Su Jia said, "Isn't it a bit harsh to push them this hard? They're lacking combat experience. This is a good chance for them to improve. Practical experience is something they have to gain on their own. You should get some sleep too. They'll take the first watch and you'll take the second." Su Jia nodded and turned into the bedroom. Luo Xiao sat on the living room sofa listening to the zombies howling outside and murmured, "That's the sound." They had long since grown accustomed to it. On their first day in the fortress, the absence of zombie howls had made it hard for them to sleep. Now that they were out, they realized how familiar that sound was. The whole night, they slept exceptionally well, even better than in their apartment. Early the next morning, everyone got up. Fatty looked at Luo Xiao and said, "Boss, why don't we sleep as comfortably at home as we do out here?" Lin nodded in agreement. "We're just born to rough it. Meant to be outside, not inside. Enough talk, let's pack up and get moving." The small vehicle crawled slowly along the suburban road flanked by more wrecked cars than any city Luo Xiao and his group had ever visited. Occasionally a zombie would burst out from behind the abandoned vehicles howling at the departing car. Massive claw marks could be seen on the trees and wrecked cars by the roadside. Fatty stared at the enormous scratches on a tree and asked, "Boss, what do you think made those?" "What else could it be? Just some mutated zombie." "Boss, how big must that zombie be to have claws that size?" "Hard to say. We can't be unlucky enough to run into it every time, can we?" No sooner had Luo Xiao spoken than he regretted it. Given their luck, it wasn't entirely impossible. He could only hope his worry was unfounded. As they crept forward, Luo Xiao spotted a third-tier zombie by the roadside, tearing into an ordinary one. He picked up the walkie-talkie. "Sister Jia, there's a third-tier mutated zombie ahead. It's yours." Su Jia stopped the car right in the middle of the road. The mutated zombie, which had been feeding, lifted its head and stared at the woman stepping out of the vehicle. It instantly rose, dropping the arm it held, and let out a roar at Su Jia. Then it charged toward her at full speed. Su Jia slowly drew the long blade from her back, her demeanor utterly calm and composed. As the zombie closed in, she ducked low, evading its strike, then sprang up and slashed at its waist. Dark blood dripped from the wound. Enraged by the injury, the mutated zombie roared again and launched another attack. Facing its sharp claws, Su Jia chose not to dodge this time. Instead, she raised her blade and swung it at the claws, determined to test the limits of her own strength. She had fought daily, but apart from that one severe injury, she had never truly experienced a bloody battle. Watching Su Jia trade blows with the zombie, Fatty couldn't help worrying, "Boss, is it okay to let Sister Jia handle this alone?" Keeping his eyes on the fight, Luo Xiao replied, "Relax. Your Sister Jia is far tougher than you think. When she gets serious, even I have to step back. Both of you watch closely and learn some technique and experience." Su Jia overpowered the zombie in raw strength, forcing the third-tier creature to retreat step by step. After a heavy clash, she knocked it back. Before the zombie could roar again, Su Jia's blade came crashing down. The helpless creature raised its claws to block, but the long sword struck with such force that it split open its pitch-black claws. Instead of pressing the attack, Su Jia wore a smug expression and beckoned the staggered zombie with a curl of her finger. Steadying itself, the zombie was driven into a frenzy by the searing pain in its arm. Seeing Su Jia's arrogant look, it unleashed its ultimate form. Its back slowly began to split open. With each crack, it let out a low, agonized howl. Su Jia simply watched in silence. Before long, 4 whip-like appendages covered in barbs emerged from its back, dangling behind it. Su Jia eyed the blood-dripping whips and sneered. "I gave you a chance, and this is all you've got. You really don't know how to make the most of it." The zombie charged at her again, its claws striking, while the 4 whips lashed out from all directions like flexible limbs. Su Jia blocked the claws with her blade, kicked one whip aside, and spun to dodge another. But just as she steadied herself, the whips from both sides were already upon her. Unable to withdraw in time, she grabbed one whip with her left hand, but as she did, the right whip slammed into her back, sending her flying into a wrecked car by the roadside. The entire door crumpled inward. The zombie didn't stop after flinging Su Jia away. It immediately pursued. Fatty and Lin, watching from a distance, shouted anxiously, "Boss, save her." But Luo Xiao showed no panic. Instead, he said calmly, "Just watch. Don't worry about anything else. Remember this, never underestimate your enemy on the battlefield, even if they seem weaker than you." The zombie's 4 whips stabbed down hard at Su Jia. With a deafening crash, they pierced through the wrecked car, but Su Jia was nowhere to be seen. As the zombie looked around in confusion, a voice came from behind. "Are you looking for me?" It spun around just in time to see a flash of cold steel. But the zombie used its whips to lunge forward, barely dodging the blade that grazed its forehead. Undeterred, Su Jia spun her sword and thrust again. In that split second, the zombie had already pulled its whips free from the car. Ignoring Su Jia's blade, it sent all 4 whips hurtling toward her simultaneously. Su Jia hadn't expected the zombie to resort to a mutual destruction tactic. With no choice, she retracted her blade and slashed upward, deflecting 2 whips, but the other 2 were beyond her reach. She finally let go of her weapon, rolling backward to escape the whip's range. Half crouched on the ground, she glared at the zombie. A surge of rage welled up inside her, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Su Jia rose slowly, loosened her joints, and said, "Warm-up's over. Time to get serious." With that, she dashed toward the zombie. The creature lashed out with all 4 whips. Seizing the moment, Su Jia grabbed 2 whips and used her momentum to kick the others aside. Before the zombie could react, she was already in close quarters, driving her fist into its chest and sending it stumbling backward. As it retreated, Su Jia held onto the two whips, flipped her hand to produce a small sharp dagger, and slashed downward with force. One pitch-black whip fell to the ground. Just as she was about to toss the dagger to her right hand, the remaining whips yanked free from her grip. Blood streamed from her hands. Glancing at the retreating zombie and the severed whip on the ground, Su Jia ignored her wounds and charged again. Their battle had raged for over 10 minutes, during which Su Jia was sent flying 3 or 4 times. Now she knelt on one knee, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the zombie before her. The mutated zombie was in an even worse state. Of its 4 long whips, only 2 remained, and its body bore countless gashes inflicted by Su Jia. A pool of black blood had formed beneath its feet, and the zombie had lost its earlier ferocity, showing signs of fatigue. The 2 onlookers watching the gruesome fight couldn't bear to look at Luo Xiao. "This is her battle, no one can interfere," Luo Xiao said calmly. In truth, Su Jia was a fiercely independent girl at heart, who once she set her mind on something, no one could dissuade her. Moreover, Luo Xiao had his own plans. He intended to push Su Jia to her limits, enabling her to better absorb a 4th-tier spirit crystal. As they spoke, the mutated zombie let out a furious roar. Roar! It charged at Su Jia once more. She struggled to her feet, using her dagger as support. Her gaze met the charging zombie, without flinching, filled only with resolve. With a sudden burst of power from her legs, she rushed forward, her dagger clashing against the zombie's whips. The battle moved from the road into the adjacent field, kicking up massive clouds of dust. The relentless sounds of their fight drew distant zombies closer. Spotting over a dozen zombies approaching from afar, Luo Xiao kicked the fat man and said, "Get over there and work. Don't let them disturb your sister Jia." The fat man, looking disgruntled at the approaching horde, signaled Xuelin, and the 2 reluctantly headed toward the road ahead. They had been intently watching the battle, learning valuable combat techniques and experience from Su Jia's fierce fighting. Yet at this critical moment, a group of zombies interrupted their golden learning opportunity. Both were furious. Standing on the road with long blades in hand, they blocked the zombies' path. The zombies, like wild dogs spotting meat, lunged at them. Xuelin raised his blade at the leading zombie and brought it down with full force, cleaving half its skull. Not to be outdone, the fat man thrust his blade into a zombie's head, piercing it clean through. They aimed to finish quickly and return to their studies. Meanwhile, Su Jia's battle with the mutated zombie reached its climax. She sacrificed her own safety to sever the zombie's 2 whips, which now hung limp behind it, swinging absurdly. In disabling the whips, Su Jia's left arm also hung limp. She tried moving it several times, but a searing pain shot through it. She had no idea the extent of the damage, deciding to have Xuelin examine it after the fight. Her dagger had been knocked away during the skirmish. After a blow that sent the zombie reeling, they separated instantly. Su Jia's chest heaved as she gasped for breath. The zombie roared and charged again. With a low shout, she met its advance. Clenching her right fist, she punched at the zombie with all her might. The zombie, making no effort to defend, thrust its sharp claws toward her chest. Her fierce punch caved in the zombie's chest. Meanwhile, 3 gashes tore through her combat suit, revealing the bulletproof vest beneath, which bore 3 terrifying claw marks. After sending the zombie flying, Su Jia didn't spare a glance at her own chest. Instead, she pushed off with her legs and chased after it. Before the zombie could steady itself, her fist was already before its eyes. Unable to block, it took a heavy blow to the face. The zombie was sent crashing into an abandoned car by the roadside. Su Jia rushed over, kicked its neck, and rained blows on its head with her right hand. Watching from a distance, Luo Xiao clicked his tongue in amazement. I never knew she had such tenacity. Stunned by the earlier assault, the zombie was now pinned against the car, enduring a relentless barrage. When it tried to raise its arms to protect its head, its claws were beaten along with everything else. She gave it no chance to pull away, pounding blow after blow like a relentless downpour. Su Jia lost count of how many punches she threw. When she finally lacked the strength to continue, the zombie beneath her feet had long gone still. She lowered her foot and collapsed to the ground. Freed from her hold, the zombie slid down the wrecked car and sat motionless, its head lolling to one side, broken teeth stained with black blood spilling from its mouth. Luo Xiao approached as the battle ended. Seeing the zombie's gruesome state, his face twitched uncontrollably. Even he felt pity for the creature. Its head was battered beyond recognition, every tooth knocked out, and its sharp claws lay uselessly at its sides. Yet a faint heartbeat still pulsed in its chest. Luo Xiao shook his head and decided to grant it release. He wiped the blood from the 3rd-tier spirit crystal in his hand on the zombie's clothes, then tucked it into his pocket with satisfaction. As this battle concluded, the fat man and Xuelin finished theirs as well. Turning, they spotted the zombie slumped by the car. Whoa, Sister Jia, how did you finish so fast? Su Jia just rolled her eyes at him and leaned weakly against the Wuling van. Xiaolin, check your Sister Jia's arm. Hearing Luo Xiao's command, Xuelin hurried to Su Jia's side and asked worriedly, Sister Jia, where are you hurt? Su Jia pointed to her left arm. Can't exert any force, it hurts when I move. Xuelin took her arm, gently palpating from the wrist upward. When he reached the shoulder, he frowned. Luo Xiao asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Lin replied with a furrowed brow, "Nothing serious, just a dislocation. It seems it wasn't fully healed from last time, and the intense combat caused it to pop out again." He applied 2 plasters to her shoulder and advised, "Sister Jia, remember not to use your left arm for a week, or it might become prone to habitual dislocation." "What's habitual dislocation?" the fat man asked, puzzled. "It means it might dislocate every time you exert force." "Dislocate every time you exert force. That's essentially useless, isn't it?" No sooner had the fat man spoken than Luo Xiao's foot connected with his backside. Realizing his mistake, the fat man quickly explained to Su Jia, "Sister Jia, you know, I didn't mean it that way." Su Jia couldn't be bothered to respond to the fat man. She simply climbed into the passenger seat. For the remainder of the journey, Su Jia couldn't drive due to her injured hand, which put Luo Xiao in a difficult position. He pondered whether it would be sufficient to use just one vehicle, or if worst came to worst, simply abandon the mission. Before Luo Xiao could voice his thoughts, Fatty had already dashed over to the driver's seat. Watching Fatty in the passenger seat, Su Jia asked in confusion, "You know how to drive?" Fatty fiddled with various buttons as he replied, "I've always known how. It's just that the boss never let me drive." Su Jia turned to Luo Xiao, who shouted at Fatty, "Get out of the car. Don't mess around." Fatty retorted defiantly, "I really can drive. I'm just not very skilled." Hearing this, Su Jia said directly, "Boss, let him give it a try. He'll keep an eye on him, nothing will go wrong." Since Su Jia had spoken, Luo Xiao could only instruct Fatty to drive slowly. He had Fatty lead the way while he kept watch from behind. But after sitting in the driver's seat for ages, Luo Xiao saw no movement from the car ahead. "Boss, does Fatty really know how to drive?" "Getting it moving shouldn't be a problem, but whether it goes smoothly depends on your sister Jia." After a long wait, the car ahead finally started, but it was barely better than a novice at driving school, jerking forward with every move. Clanking sounds echoed occasionally, and then it would stall in the middle of the road. From behind, Luo Xiao knew the chaos Fatty could cause while driving, so he kept his distance. Inside the car ahead, Su Jia berated Fatty incessantly. "Release the handbrake, you idiot. You need to press the clutch first before you can shift gears. I told you pay attention to the speed, and then change gears." The journey was a series of starts and stops, and Fatty endured a barrage of scolding without daring to talk back. Yet under Su Jia's fierce tutelage, his driving skills improved rapidly, more effective than any crash course. With a loud bang, their car stalled again in the middle of the road. Su Jia kicked Fatty directly. "How many times do I have to tell you to match the speed with the gear? This is a manual transmission." Su Jia's face was filled with frustration. Just then, Luo Xiao's teasing voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Sister Jia, why did he stall again?" Su Jia roared back, "Shut up. I refuse to believe this." Seeing Fatty's terrified expression, she grew even angrier and yelled, "What are you staring at? Drive." Fatty looked like a wronged little wife, not daring to breathe too loudly. Throughout the trip, every mistake he made was met with either a scolding or a kick. In the car behind, Luo Xiao and Lin could sometimes hear Su Jia's furious shouts from ahead. Even Lin became unusually subdued in the back seat. Looking at Lin's relieved expression, Luo Xiao said, "Now you know what Fatty meant by knowing how to drive, don't you?" After crawling along for 2 hours, Fatty at least stopped stalling under the constant scolding, though his speed remained slow, and he frequently scraped against abandoned cars on the roadside. Apart from that, his driving was passable. In the leading car, Su Jia looked at Fatty and asked, "See that car ahead?" Fatty nodded and whispered, "I see it." "Hit it. Is that a good idea?" "Why, it's fine. Worst case, we all die together." "How nice." Hearing this, Fatty raised his voice, "No way." Su Jia bellowed, "If not, why don't you turn the steering wheel?" A moment later, she snapped, "Speed up, will you? Is there crap under the gas pedal? Can't you push it down?" Watching Fatty's flustered movements, Su Jia's blood pressure soared. Her face had been anything but normal since they got in the car. She grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Boss, let me drive instead. This fat bastard is driving me crazy. A dog would learn faster than him. I can't teach this anymore. Sister Jia, have some patience." Fatty's not bad at grasping things. A few more beatings, and he'll get it. Fatty felt grateful when he heard Luo Xiao defending him at first. But upon hearing the latter part, he suddenly felt that the world had no love left for him, and he had no attachment to it anymore. As they neared the main city, Luo Xiao worried that Fatty wouldn't handle sudden situations in time, so he moved his car to the front, letting Fatty follow behind. Amid Su Jia's angry shouts, the cars slowly entered the city. By then, Su Jia and Fatty knew their limits and stopped their bickering. One focused on driving, the other on giving directions. Luo Xiao kept a close watch on the office buildings and residential areas on both sides, the most dangerous spots in the city center. Gazing at the empty streets, Lin asked, "Boss, doesn't this seem a bit off?" "I'm not sure. Tell Fatty and the others to stay alert in case something happens." They drove for over 10 minutes, and the situation remained unchanged. Not a single zombie in sight. Confronted with this anomaly, no one knew what had happened. They decided to stop and rest, waiting to see what would unfold. Parking in front of a tall building, they cautiously ascended, But even after 5 floors they encountered no zombies. Once inside a room they meticulously checked every corner. Confirming it was safe they locked the door and finally relaxed. Each person pulled out a self-heating ration pack from their backpack, added water, and soon the living room was filled with a medley of aromas. After a simple meal, Luo Xiao stood by the window observing the streets below. For half an hour he saw not a single living creature on the road. Could there be a high-level zombie? Luo Xiao shook his head. Normally, even if a high-level zombie had called them away, there would be some signs. We've traveled several kilometers and seen nothing. Even Luo Xiao couldn't figure out what was happening. If you ask me, we should just keep moving. Don't overthink it. If danger comes, either run or fight. Thinking too much won't help, Fatty said casually while eating. After resting for an hour, Luo Xiao decided to continue. Dwelling on it wouldn't solve anything. Were they supposed to stay put if nothing happened for a whole day? It was better to take advantage of the zombie-free zone and cover as much ground as possible. As they reached the ground floor, Fatty looked at Shui Lin and said, "Little Lin, want to ride with me?" Hearing Fatty's invitation, Shui Lin shook his head vigorously and quickly slipped into the passenger seat of Luo Xiao's car. He'll stick with the boss car. Brother Fatty, you focus on learning from Sister Jia. Don't let her good intentions go to waste. Fatty glared at Shui Lin from the passenger seat. You ungrateful wretch. We promised to share hardships, but you abandoned me at the first sign of trouble. With that he flipped Shui Lin off. As soon as they got in the car, Su Jia wore a gloomy expression, staring ahead and ignoring the Fatty. In the central urban area, although there were no zombies around, the numerous abandoned cars on the streets significantly slowed down their speed. Fortunately, Luo Xiao was leading the way. Whenever they encountered too many cars, he would replan the route. In the evening, they found a safe place to rest. Although there were no zombies around for unknown reasons, they still needed to be cautious. After dinner, Shui Lin, holding a map, said, "Boss, at this speed, we won't reach city, or by tomorrow." Luo Xiao frowned tightly. Their speed was not slow, but they had wasted a lot of time constantly hunting zombies along the way. Let's push ourselves hard tomorrow and not worry about the zombies for now. Luo Xiao thought, as the intel indicated that there were several third-tier zombies in the task area, and there would likely be many second-tier ones as well, so there was no need to waste time on the way. Just as they had agreed and were preparing to rest, Su Jia called out Fatty. Fatty turned back looking confused as he asked Su Jia, "What's up, Jia?" Su Jia directly tossed him the spirit crystal in her hand, as Luo Xiao had given it to her after they had killed the zombies, allowing her to decide what to do with it. Looking at the third-tier spirit crystal in his hand, Fatty immediately wanted to return it. After all, it was something Su Jia had fought hard to obtain. Su Jia, with a grim face, said, "If I tell you to keep it, then keep it. I won't be much help in the upcoming tasks, so you'll have to step up. Do you understand what I mean?" Listening to Su Jia's words, Fatty looked at the spirit crystal in his hand and nodded seriously, saying, "Don't worry, Jia, I'll handle the rest." He then watched Su Jia leave before turning back into the house. As she passed by Luo Xiao's room, Luo Xiao asked directly, "You gave it to him?" Su Jia simply nodded and said, "Now it's up to you and Fatty." After Fatty advances, he needs to quickly familiarize himself with the power of the third tier. As for Shaolin, he should focus on training. "Don't worry with me around, nothing will go wrong. You just focus on recovering these days and don't worry about anything else. Get some rest early." Fatty sat in front of the bed looking at the spirit crystal in his hand and directly tossed it into his mouth. This time Fatty had prepared nothing. After swallowing it, he sat cross-legged on the bed. The effects of the third-tier spirit crystal quickly flushed Fatty's cheeks red and beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. This time Fatty didn't shout or yell. He gritted his teeth, determined not to make a sound. If he felt he could no longer hold back, he bit his tongue to keep himself more alert, causing blood to fill the corners of his mouth. After several rounds of this, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and sensing the power brought by his advancement. He threw a heavy punch, feeling the strength within him, and Fatty laughed with joy. After a brief wipe, Fatty lay on the bed, unable to sleep. Due to excitement, he wanted to find a third-tier zombie to fight and vent the power within him. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Fatty sat up directly and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me," came Luo Xiao's voice from outside. Luo Xiao looked at the excited Fatty and asked, "How do you feel?" Fatty replied excitedly, "Boss, I feel like I have endless energy now." "Then let's go, I'll take you to vent some energy." He finished speaking and drove Fatty to a nearby location. Looking at the park in front of them, Fatty looked puzzled. "Boss, there are no zombies here. What are we doing here?" Luo Xiao did not answer. He simply pulled out the axe from his waist and swung it at Fatty. Hearing the whooshing sound behind him, Fatty instinctively rolled forward without thinking. Steadying himself, he quickly drew the long knife from behind and fixed his gaze on the back. When he saw that Luo Xiao was holding an axe, Fatty finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, what are you doing?" "Fatty, not bad. You were able to dodge that." Luo Xiao smiled. Again, hearing Luo Xiao's words, Fatty was filled with excitement. He knew that Luo Xiao was giving him extra training. Fatty wiped the smile off his face and focused intently on Luo Xiao, knowing this was a rare opportunity. Clutching the long knife tightly, Fatty swung it down towards Luo Xiao, but Luo Xiao had anticipated this and easily sidestepped. Before the knife had even fully descended, Luo Xiao immediately counterattacked. After dodging, he delivered a powerful whip kick aimed at Fatty's waist. Fatty reacted quickly, raising his left elbow while partially crouching, successfully blocking the whip kick with both hands. As he just managed to block it, Fatty became alert. He knew Luo Xiao's combat style was about seizing opportunities and wouldn't give his opponent a moment to react, so the next attacks would be ferociously relentless. Indeed, just as he had blocked the whip kick, Luo Xiao's left foot came crashing towards him. Fatty quickly raised the long knife in his right hand to defend, but Luo Xiao's heavy kick sent him staggering back several steps. Feeling the tremor in his right hand, Fatty realized just how terrifying Luo Xiao's strength was. Even Luo Xiao hadn't expected that Fatty could dodge this kick without a scratch. He had thought Fatty wouldn't be able to evade it. Luo Xiao looked at the serious Fatty and laughed. "Good job, Fatty." Hearing Luo Xiao's praise, Fatty immediately put on a cheerful face and grinned. "Boss, after watching you fight for so long, if I still don't know your combat routines, then I truly am useless. Alright, let's go again." After finishing, Luo Xiao charged at Fatty. Seeing Luo Xiao move so swiftly, Fatty didn't dare to be careless. Although he understood Luo Xiao's fighting style, he still didn't know Luo Xiao's next move. The axe came crashing down towards Fatty. He hurriedly raised his long knife to block, but the immense force nearly made him lose grip of it. The fat man lying on the ground panted heavily. "No more, I can't fight anymore." Luo Xiao paid him no heed, instead saying, "Get up, keep training. Is this all you've got?" The fat man staggered to his feet, his face etched with exhaustion as he looked at Luo Xiao and said, "Boss, I really can't go on. Let me catch my breath first." Luo Xiao didn't coddle him at all. He charged straight at the fat man. Seeing Luo Xiao rushing toward him, the fat man instantly shed his weary demeanor, forced himself to muster his spirit, and focused all his attention. The fat man kept dodging or blocking, never launching a single attack beyond the first one. As the fight dragged on, even though the fat man knew how Luo Xiao would strike next, his body couldn't keep up, and he took hit after hit. The fat man lying on the ground couldn't even count how many times he had been knocked down. All he knew was that every part of his body ached now. He endured not only physical torment, but also the verbal lashing from Luo Xiao. "What's this? Can't handle it anymore. Is this how you keep the promise you made to Sister Jia? We haven't even pushed you to the brink, and you're already giving up." With each verbal provocation from Luo Xiao, the fat man rose to his feet time and again. It wasn't until late at night when he saw the fat man lying motionless on the ground and felt it was enough that Luo Xiao finally stopped. Under the starry night sky, the two sat by the lake in the park, the moonlight casting their silhouettes slender and elongated. "Fatty, tell me, what insights did you gain from our sparring just now?" The fat man thought for a moment and said, "Too impatient. In the first attack, I used a trade wound 4-wound tactic, which was not only useless, but left me injured. Second, I was too arrogant, thinking that knowing your attack patterns would be enough, but then you exploited that and landed plenty of hits on me. Third, I lack real combat experience. Fourth, it's about physical endurance. Even though I'm at the third rank now, my foundation is weak, and I can't withstand high-intensity, prolonged battles." Hearing the fat man's summary of his own performance in the fight, Luo Xiao was quite satisfied. Luo Xiao nodded approvingly and said, "Indeed, as you said, you have many issues. For ordinary fights, you're more than adequate, but once you face high-intensity battles, you fall short. Like the zombie you fought with Sister Jia yesterday. I doubt you'd last even 5 minutes against it." The fat man said with a resolute expression, "Don't worry, boss, I know what I need to do." Luo Xiao smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take it slow. This isn't something that can be achieved in a day or two. Let's go. It's getting late, we should head back too." With that, Luo Xiao stood up and walked toward the car, and the fat man quickly got up to follow. The next morning, everyone rose early. Su Jia looked at the fat man, who appeared exhausted and covered in dirt, and asked, "How did it go last night?" The fat man nodded and said, "I gained a lot." "Fatty, what did the boss do to you to make you gain so much?" Lin asked, having somehow emerged from his room. "What, you want to give it a try, eh? If it means getting stronger, I wouldn't mind trying." Hearing this, the fat man shot back. "Before you go looking for the boss, could you at least slap a few pain relief patches on me first?" "Fatty, we don't have many patches left. I can only give you 2. The fat man retorted, "You stingy bastard, just put them on me already." When the fat man stripped off his clothes, revealing a body covered in black and blue bruises, Lin teased, "Fatty, were you out stealing from a female zombie last night?" The fat man said with a sly grin, "Didn't you want to get stronger? This is the price. Getting stronger means getting beaten." Lin asked in astonishment. "You bet. Take enough beatings, gain enough experience, and isn't that the same as getting stronger?" Seeing the fat man's earnest expression, Lin simply shook his head. "Then I'd better forget about getting stronger. I hate pain. They'll just focus on mastering medicine and keeping you all safe." Once everyone was ready, they set off again. Today they followed the plan they had made the day before and traveled at full speed. As soon as they hit the road, their pace was noticeably faster than yesterday. After being drilled by Su Jia, the demon coach, the fat man had essentially reached the level of a novice driver. Proud of learning to drive in just one day, the fat man considered himself quite talented. He kept urging Luo Xiao to drive faster, yet he himself drove as cautiously as an old granny. Su Jia, sitting beside him, couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "Can you just shut up and drive properly?" Only then did the fat man put down the walkie-talkie he had just picked up. After all, he still hadn't recovered from Su Jia's scolding the day before. When they reached the city center, Luo Xiao and the front car slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the fat man reacted quickly enough and stomped on the brakes, avoiding a rear-end collision. "Boss, what's going on?" the fat man asked into the walkie-talkie. From the other end came Luo Xiao's grave voice, "There's a python blocking the road." At that moment, in front of Luo Xiao's car, a cobra 5 meters long and as thick as a man's neck reared its head high, its tongue flickering incessantly as it stared intently at them. Xuelin looked at the cobra before them, his face pale with fear, and stammered, "BB boss, what kind of snake is this? How is it so big?" Gazing at the enormous cobra, Luo Xiao was also filled with gravity. He estimated the cobra was at least of the 3rd rank. Without engaging it, he started the car and prepared to turn around. But as soon as the car moved, the cobra crawled forward a few meters. Luo Xiao immediately stopped his action, and the snake halted as well. Luo Xiao glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the fat man hadn't made a move. He was speechless. If it had been Su Jia, she would have turned around immediately, and they would have been long gone. Su Jia in the rear car, seeing the front car make a move, immediately told the fat man to turn around, but it was too late. As soon as they acted, Luo Xiao's anxious voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Don't move." The moment the fat man started the car, the cobra lunged forward as agile as a runaway wild horse, its head swiftly brushing past their vehicle. Seeing the snake's target was the rear car, Luo Xiao quickly got out and grabbed its tail. But the cobra's strength was immense, dragging Luo Xiao along as it slid forward. Watching the cobra charge toward them, Su Jia shouted, "Get out. Prepare to fight." Without hesitation, the two flung open the doors and drew the long swords from their backs. Just as the fat man and the other got out of the car, the cobra was already upon the fat man. He had no time to react and was sent flying, crashing into a tree by the roadside. The fat man clutched his chest as he stood up. If he hadn't advanced to the 3rd rank last night, that blow alone would have left him severely injured. As the hefty man was sent flying by the cobra, Luo Xiao's rage ignited. He spun around, crouched low, hoisted the serpent's tail onto his shoulder, and with a sudden surge of strength from his waist, the concrete beneath his feet cracked open. With a thunderous roar, veins bulging on his arms, Luo Xiao swung the cobra into the air and slammed it heavily onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing upward. Turning to the hefty man, he asked, "You all right, fatty?" "I'm fine, boss. This thing's got quite a kick," the hefty man replied, shaking his head as he stumbled over. A sinister hiss sliced through the dust. A pair of crimson eyes glared at them from within the haze, a black tongue flickering incessantly. The cobra lashed its tail, the massive appendage bursting through the dust to sweep toward Luo Xiao and the hefty man. The sharp whoosh of air alerted them instantly, and they dove to opposite sides, rolling to evade the colossal tail. As they scrambled to their feet, they saw the cobra charging straight at them. Luo Xiao bellowed at the hefty man, "Fatty, let's finish this fast." The hefty man nodded and charged toward the cobra, slashing at its tail. The blade grated against the scales, showering sparks, as if striking iron. "Damn, that's tough," the hefty man exclaimed, barely dodging the cobra's counterattack. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao had circled behind the cobra. As it retaliated against the hefty man, he leaped onto its neck. He hacked at its body with his axe, each blow sparking against the scales. Stung by the pain, the cobra retracted its head and fixed its gaze on Luo Xiao. Unflinching under its stare, Luo Xiao met its eyes. The cobra finally lost patience, opening its massive jaws to reveal 2 enormous fangs. With a furious hiss, it lunged at him. Luo Xiao rolled aside to dodge the attack, and in the same motion brought his axe down hard. Yet it only left a white scratch on the cobra's scales. Luo Xiao and the hefty man attacked the cobra from front and back, but their blows merely left faint marks, failing to inflict any real damage. As they struggled with the cobra, Xuelin, who had been watching from the side, shouted, "Boss, hit its 7 inches. That's its weak spot." Hearing Xuelin's words, Luo Xiao and the hefty man aimed for the cobra's 7 inches. Unsure of the exact spot, they struck wildly around the general area. After several failed attempts, the hefty man yelled in frustration, "No use. We can't even cut through the scales. Armor-piercing rounds." Luo Xiao roared back at Xuelin. Xuelin immediately thought of the weapons Zhang Su had sold them. It turned out that the 500 special bullets Zhang Su provided were all armor-piercing rounds. Though the modified Gatling gun had limited effect on third-tier zombies, loading it with armor-piercing rounds changed everything. Xuelin ran to the back of the hefty man's car, opened the trunk, and saw the Gatling gun lying quietly inside. He lifted it, loaded the ammunition from the box. Carrying the 6-barreled Gatling, Xuelin shouted, "Everyone get back." Hearing him, the two turned to see Xuelin aiming at them, and they scrambled out of the way. Once they were clear, Xuelin pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a firing rate of up to 6,000 to 8,000 rounds per minute, the Gatling spewed a tongue of flame over a meter long. Casings poured out like rain, soon forming a pile at Xuelin's feet. Against the massive cobra, Xuelin didn't need to aim. But mere seconds after he pulled the trigger, the barrels slowly ground to a halt. Damn, 500 rounds gone already. Xuelin grumbled, staring at the Gatling in his hands. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the hefty man gaped at the cobra, now riddled with holes. They had thought Jiangsu was bluffing, but this thing was terrifyingly effective. Boss, should we stock up on more armor-piercing rounds? The hefty man asked, stunned. Buy them. We must buy more, Luo Xiao replied without a second thought. Xuelin looked at the motionless cobra on the ground and said to Luo Xiao, Boss, want to check if it's dead? Luo Xiao and the hefty man approached it, saw the bullet holes covering its body, and showed no mercy as they extracted the third-tier spirit crystal from its head. The hefty man weighed the crystal in his hand and said cheerfully, 500 spirit crystals got him. As they relaxed in triumph, Su Jia's frantic shout came from afar. Get in the car. Run. Hearing her urgent cry, they didn't ask why, but sprinted toward their vehicles. When Luo Xiao reached his car, he saw a horrifying sight. 50 meters ahead, a dense mass of cobras, heads lowered, writhed madly toward them. The snakes varied in size, some larger than the one they just killed, most at second tier, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Without a word, Luo Xiao turned and ran. Xuelin grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Fatty, turn around. Snakes, it's all snakes. Hearing Xuelin's urgent voice, the hefty man didn't hesitate. If one snake had given them such trouble, a swarm was a nightmare. Watching the hefty man slowly maneuver his car around, Su Jia in the passenger seat grew frantic, cursing at him. Just as she was about to lose her temper, his hands suddenly moved with the speed of a veteran driver. The hefty man finally turned the car, but his speed was pitifully slow. As the snake swarm nearly caught up, Xuelin grabbed his automatic rifle, leaned out the window, and emptied a magazine into the mass. Fatty, hurry up. The snakes are almost on us. Luo Xiao shouted anxiously. Through the rearview mirror, the hefty man saw a horde of giant snakes trailing Luo Xiao's car and floored the accelerator. The hefty man drove with extraordinary skill, speeding for 6 or 7 minutes without a single collision. Watching the diminishing snake horde behind them, Luo Xiao's mood began to lift. If the hefty man could hold on a little longer, shaking off the snakes seemed possible. But as they entered a tunnel behind him, Luo Xiao sensed something wrong. Scattered zombies roamed the streets ahead. Before they could react, the pursuing cobras swallowed the ordinary zombies whole. Xuelin witnessed this and shouted in terror. Now I know why there were no zombies back there. They've all become snake food. Despite the increasing number of zombies surrounding them, the cobra swarm remained unhindered. For the massive cobra leading the charge, it was merely a matter of a single bite. Xuelin, observing the snake swarm, shouted anxiously, Boss, this won't work. The distance we managed to gain earlier is slowly closing. In the front passenger seat, Su Jia stared at the map in her hands, continuously directing Fatty. Fatty, at the three-way intersection, turn right. 500 meters ahead, there's a tunnel. Drive straight in. Su Jia yelled loudly. At the intersection, Fatty didn't slow down at all. He yanked the steering wheel sharply to the right, causing the car's right wheels to lift off the ground by over 10 centimeters. They nearly flipped over. Su Jia had no time to scold him. She urgently grabbed the grenades from Fatty's chest. Boss, we're about to enter the tunnel. I'm going to blow it up. Speed up and have Xuelin hand me all your grenades. Hearing Su Jia's words, Luo Xiao didn't dare delay. He passed the grenades from his own chest to Xuelin. Xiaolinzi, you heard Sister Jia's orders right. Xuelin nodded, clutching 6 grenades to his chest. Don't worry, boss. Once Xuelin was ready, Luo Xiao floored the accelerator steadily, closing the gap between the two vehicles. Soon they were driving side by side, and Xuelin instantly handed the grenades to Su Jia. Luo Xiao accelerated, overtaking Fatty's car. Meanwhile, Su Jia pulled a large roll of duct tape from the glove compartment and bound the grenades together one by one. Su Jia waited for the perfect moment. The instant they exited the tunnel, she pulled the safety pin from the middle grenade and hurled the bundle toward the snake swarm behind them. A thunderous explosion echoed from the tunnel entrance. The massive shockwave swept through, rocking the cars violently. Fragments of stone struck the rear windows, shattering the glass instantly. Fatty slammed on the brakes, gripping the steering wheel as the car left a long skid mark on the road. Both vehicles stopped not far from the tunnel entrance. As the dust settled, they saw the entrance buried under rubble and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty asked in confusion, Boss, why are there so many of these things? Luo Xiao shook his head. Cobras normally don't appear here unless someone kept them as pets or there are specialized breeders. Given how they've devoured all the zombies in the city center, the swarm must be huge. As they discussed the origin of the cobras, a dull thudding sound came from within the tunnel. Each impact shook the rubble at the entrance, instantly putting them on high alert. What are you waiting for? Run! Luo Xiao shouted urgently. They snapped into action, scrambled into the cars, and sped away. Just a few minutes after they left, a massive crash shattered the rubble blocking the tunnel. A colossal snake head emerged first with 2 small bumps on its crown. When its entire body slithered out, it was thicker than a water vat and at least 50 meters long. The giant snake head fixed its gaze on the direction Luo Xiao had fled, then raised itself and let out a furious roar. Behind it, the massive cobra that had led the chase now bowed, its head trembling. With a single whip of its tail, it sent a 4th-tier cobra flying, embedding it motionless into the mountain wall. By then, Luo Xiao and his team had already driven beyond the city center after exiting the tunnel. Following Su Jia's directions, they headed out of town, and by 2 in the afternoon, they finally left the urban area. Seeing that they had reached the national highway, Luo Xiao felt considerably relieved. The remaining leg of the journey should get them to the destination before dark. As expected, they arrived at the outskirts of the research facility before nightfall. The entire facility was located in a small town under our city. The research institute occupied a vast area consisting of several sections. They observed the interior from a tall building using binoculars. Nearly all the zombies in the town had gathered around the perimeter of the facility. How many were inside was anyone's guess. Lin stared at the dense horde. "Boss, there are even more zombies here than we thought." Luo Xiao nodded. The situation was indeed far more dangerous than the mission brief had described. He lowered the binoculars and looked at his team. "Let's think of a way to get inside. Why not just drive straight in?" Fatty suggested. Before Luo Xiao could respond, Su Jia vetoed the idea. "No, that won't work. There are too many zombies gathered outside the institute. We might not even make it through. Besides, I noticed a considerable number of mutated zombies among the horde. At least dozens, maybe over 100. Lin pondered, "What about rappelling in?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao immediately stood up and raised his binoculars to survey the buildings around the facility. After a moment, he shook his head. "No good. The surrounding buildings are too low, probably dormitories. We can't rappel from them. Can't go in from the front, can't go in from above. What through the ground?" Fatty grumbled. His words sparked an idea in Luo Xiao's mind. "What if we take the sewer system into the institute and extract the person without anyone noticing?" Luo Xiao felt it was feasible, but he needed to know the sewer layout. So Luo Xiao decisively led Lin out to find maps and useful supplies, while Fatty and Su Jia stayed behind to explore alternative plans. The two carefully avoided zombies as they made their way toward the town hall. They encountered several zombies along the way, but Luo Xiao and Lin swiftly dispatched them before they could raise an alarm. Soon an imposing gate appeared before them with signs outside the office building listing various departments. "Boss, look, the Land Planning Bureau is over there." Following Lin's pointing finger, Luo Xiao assessed the building. Only a dozen or so zombies and 1 second-tier mutated zombie lingered outside. Clearing them out would take no time at all. Luo Xiao whispered, "Let's go." Gripping his axe, he charged ahead. The moment he dashed forward, the second-tier mutated zombie spotted them. Before it could react, Luo Xiao's axe swung straight toward its head. All it could do was raise its claws to shield its skull, but it underestimated the axe's sharpness. With a single blow, the axe cleaved through both claws and head, sending them flying. With a single slash, Luo Xiao cleaved the head off a second-stage mutant zombie, the commotion drawing the attention of other zombies. As the strangers intruded, the zombies charged toward them in unison. The duo stood their ground and charged at the zombies. For the ordinary ones, a single strike sufficed. In no time, a dozen zombies lay sprawled on the ground. Without lingering, they dashed into the office building, rummaging through room after room. They discarded any file that did not bear the institute's name, tossing it aside. "Boss, come over here." Lin's voice called out from the adjacent room. Luo Xiao quickly set down the documents in his hand and hurried over. "What's up?" "Boss, the files in this room seem to be about sewer construction." Taking the documents from Lin, Luo Xiao read, "Qingyang Town Underground Drainage Pipeline Project." Luo Xiao flipped through the pages, but found no mention of the institute's name. That meant the institute's underground drainage system was separate from Qingyang Town's. Upon reflection, it made sense. A research institute would have its own independent drainage works. Search quickly to see if there's anything else. The two scoured the 20-square-meter office from filing cabinets to drawers, rapidly pulling out every document. Suddenly, Luo Xiao spotted a red folder at the back of a cabinet. Opening it, he found the institute's underground drainage pipeline project inside. Overjoyed, Luo Xiao flipped to the last page where a complex diagram of the underground drainage network was laid out. He removed it, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pocket. "Let's move out," he said to Lin. The two swiftly evacuated the building, racing toward their temporary shelter. Time was running short. When they returned, Su Jia and Fatty were still observing the institute from the rooftop. Seeing them back, Su Jia asked, "How did it go? Did you find it?" Luo Xiao nodded, pulling the folded map from his pocket. He spread it out before them. Gazing at the dense network of underground lines, Fatty gave up. "You guys figure it out. I can't make heads or tails of this." The three studied the map for a long while, finally pinpointing the shortest route through the sewers leading into the institute. On the map, a winding path was traced out, about 600 meters in total, requiring them to switch between 4 pipes, one of which was a sewage pipe. When they saw that pipe, all of them grimaced. Crawling through sewers was one thing, but a sewage pipe. That was worse than death. Fatty, with a look of utter disgust, said, "Boss, can I sit this one out?" Lin chimed in, "Boss, I..." Before he could finish, Luo Xiao cut him off. "Don't even think about backing out. You two are coming down with me." Hearing Luo Xiao's resolute words, their faces turned ashen. "It's settled. Sister Jia, you'll stay here as backup. We'll communicate via walkie-talkie." Su Jia nodded. As long as she didn't have to go into the sewage pipe, she'd even prefer to fight a third-stage zombie without hesitation. Since the operation was in the drainage pipes, the trio brought only basic supplies: 3 bottles of water, 5 military compressed biscuits, essential flashlights, and ropes, and some ammunition. Lifting the manhole cover, a putrid stench surged forth. Even though they had dampened cloths tied over their faces, the acrid odor was unbearable. The 3 shone their flashlights down the shaft, but none of them moved to descend. Seeing their hesitation, Luo Xiao had no choice but to go first. Climbing down the ladder into the sewer, his feet sank into sediment that reached up to his knees. After wading a few meters, Luo Xiao swept his flashlight around the passage. The shaft they had descended from was at the intersection of several tunnels. He quickly pulled out the map to confirm their direction. Lin came down next. It was obvious how he had been forced. Sure enough, as soon as he landed, Lin muttered incessantly, "What did Fatty threaten you?" "Yeah, he said he'd throw me down if I didn't go," Lin complained. As they spoke, a figure plummeted down, splashing water and sediment everywhere. Wiping off the residue, Lin grumbled, "Fatty, can't you take it easy?" Fatty was now clutching one leg, struggling to pull it out. "How was I supposed to know it was this deep?" After finally yanking his leg free, he waded over to Luo Xiao. "Boss, with so many tunnels, which way do we go?" Luo Xiao pointed to the opening on the right. "This way. Fatty, you bring up the rear. Lin, you take the middle." Seeing the tunnel Luo Xiao indicated, Fatty's eyes widened. "Boss, are you sure this tunnel is passable?" The opening was only about 1.5 meters high and wide enough for 2 people to stand side by side, and nearly half of it was already buried in sediment. Without responding to Fatty's complaints, Luo Xiao headed straight for the tunnel. Luo Xiao tested it. By crouching and bending over, he could just barely squeeze through. Fortunately, it wasn't too long. The 3 struggled through the pipe, and upon emerging, they all stretched their backs. "This mission is pure torture. I'm never going through a sewer again," Fatty said, twisting his waist. Luo Xiao turned to Lin. "Lin, mark the entrance so we can find our way back." Lin walked to the opening and carved a clear X into the wall with his knife. "Bear with it. There are still a few more pipes ahead." With that, Luo Xiao led them toward the next opening. Each drainage pipe varied in size, some large, some small. This particular pipe was spacious enough for them to stand upright. Looking at the bottom, covered in mud, leaves, and twigs, Luo Xiao guessed it was a dedicated rainwater pipe. They moved quickly through this section until they reached the next pipe, which was just as cramped as the first. Reluctantly, they crawled in, with Fatty complaining nonstop. His mouth never stopped. When they emerged, their heads were draped in cobwebs and their bodies were covered in all sorts of grime. Even they found themselves disgusting. After traversing several paths, they arrived at yet another intersection. The moment they stepped out, a cacophony of odors nearly overwhelmed them. All 3 had red-rimmed eyes as they stared at the junction of several drainage outlets. Each pipe discharged a different substance, and where they converged, it became a chaotic amalgamation. Lin gazed at the filth flowing from one pipe and ventured hesitantly, "Boss, are we really going in there?" Luo Xiao glanced at the map, then at the pipe, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. If there had been any other way, he would never have chosen this path. Luo Xiao looked at the 2 of them. In perfect unison, they took a step back and shook their heads at him. Helpless, he took a deep breath, held it, and trudged toward the opening. Luo Xiao hadn't anticipated that the closer he got to the entrance, the deeper he would sink. By the time he reached it, the filth had already submerged his shoulders. He was no longer walking, he was wading through the sediment. In the distance, Fatty and the other watched his arduous progress, their minds locked in fierce internal conflict. Seeing Luo Xiao completely disappear into the pipe, the 2 dared not delay any longer. After coming this far, they couldn't let their previous suffering be in vain. Following behind Luo Xiao, they scarcely dared to breathe. The stench left all 3 with bloodshot eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. As they hurried toward the pipes, Lin in the middle suddenly heard a splash behind him. He raised his flashlight and turned around with difficulty. After sweeping the light around, he found no trace of Fatty behind him, only a mass of floating filth. Forgetting the foul odor, Lin shouted, "Fatty! Fatty!" His cries echoed through the silent underground pipe. Hearing the noise, Luo Xiao stopped immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked Lin. "I heard a sound behind me. When I turned around, Fatty was gone." Lin's voice was frantic. Luo Xiao instantly drew his axe, warily scanning the water's surface around them. But after a long stare, nothing stirred. "Boss, what do we do now?" Lin asked anxiously. "We search," Luo Xiao replied grimly. He refused to believe that in such a straight pipe a grown man could simply vanish without a trace. Both of them gripped their weapons, dragging their feet through the water, hoping to find the missing Fatty. They searched all the way back, but there was no sign of him. Even Luo Xiao was at a loss. The space was so confined for a living person to disappear into thin air was utterly unbelievable. Search again, Luo Xiao insisted stubbornly. They crawled back into the pipe and scoured the area where they had been, but found nothing. Seeing Luo Xiao's grim expression, Xuelin suggested, could it be that Fatty went ahead? Luo Xiao stared into the dark pipe. That's the only possibility left. Let's search forward. They kept dragging their feet through the mire. Over 10 minutes later, they emerged from the sewage pipe with somber faces. Even though their destination lay just above them, there was no joy in their hearts. Fatty! Fatty! Xuelin shouted at the exit. But only his own echo answered him from the pipe's depths. Refusing to give up, the two crawled back inside, determined to search all the way to the beginning. After more than half an hour, they reappeared beside Su Jia, covered in grime. Seeing their filthy state, Su Jia pinched her nose. Why are you back? Where's Fatty? Didn't he go with you? Her reaction made it clear that Fatty hadn't returned. Jia, Fatty hasn't come back. Xuelin asked, refusing to accept it. Su Jia shook her head. No, he didn't. Wasn't he with you down there? Seeing their grim faces, Su Jia knew something was wrong. Shaolinzi, tell me what happened to Fatty, she demanded anxiously. Xuelin recounted everything. Su Jia was at a loss. Let's go. Search again, Luo Xiao said, turning back. This time, instead of climbing down, he jumped directly. Xuelin followed suit. Once down, Xuelin looked at the several pipes before them. Boss, should we check the other pipes too? Luo Xiao thought for a moment. There was no other choice, they would have to search one by one. Stay with me, Luo Xiao ordered. He didn't dare let Xuelin search alone. Losing one was enough. Searching together was slower, but safer. They started with the first pipe on the left, marking each one with a different symbol. For nearly 2 hours they searched through the pipes. Despite their exhaustion, they didn't stop dragging their feet along the bottom of every passage. They lost count of how many pipes they had explored, shouting Fatty's name as they went. But their calls vanished into the darkness, met with silence. Staring into the black tunnel, Luo Xiao decided to search for another half hour. If they found nothing, they would have to rest. Otherwise, the methane would poison them. In the final 10 minutes, Luo Xiao resolved to search the last sewage pipe before heading back. The result was disappointing. Nothing. Just as Luo Xiao turned to leave, Xuelin's urgent voice rang out. Boss, I found something. Luo Xiao hurried over, wading through the muck. Xuelin was staring at a patch of black liquid on the wall above the pipe. Luo Xiao shone his flashlight on it, then touched it with his finger and brought it to his nose. Mutant blood, he said, frowning. It's only just coagulated. Xuelin was astonished. Boss, could there be zombies here? He couldn't imagine how they could even move in this sludge. Luo Xiao's face darkened. If it were zombies, I wouldn't be worried. Now I'm afraid it's something else. Finding mutant blood on the ceiling meant a fight had occurred here. Something mutated had been injured and sent flying into the wall. It confirmed they were on the right track. He decided to risk going deeper. They followed the pipe for over 10 minutes. Finding a manhole cover, they carefully lifted it a crack. Outside, zombies roamed everywhere. They dared not open it further, leaving just a sliver to let in some fresh air. After a few minutes of catching their breath, the two pressed deeper into the depths, finding traces of struggle around 2 consecutive pipelines. This only heightened their anxiety, driving them to quicken their pace without pause. 5 minutes later, they stood at the mouth of a pipe, gazing at the vast underground space before them. Countless pipelines converged here, forming a small pond-like basin. All sorts of debris, including tangled branches, floated atop the murky surface layered thickly. The two swept their flashlights across the surroundings, scrutinizing every shadow. When Luo Xiao's beam fell upon a heap of branches, he stared intently, trying to discern what lay there. But the distance was too great. It could have been a garment or a piece of cloth, its shape elusive. Seeing Luo Xiao fixated on the same spot, Xuelin directed his own light there. The moment the illumination joined, Luo Xiao leaped down without hesitation. Xuelin now saw clearly. It was Fatty sprawled atop a tangle of branches. Xuelin dared not follow recklessly. This was a pool. Easy to descend, hard to ascend. Staying above to provide support was the wiser choice. From above, he continuously guided Luo Xiao with his flashlight. Luo Xiao, aided by the light, pushed aside the branches in his way, advancing with difficulty. Minutes later, he finally swam to Fatty's side. Fatty lay there, eyes tightly shut, the long sword at his back, lost somewhere unknown. Turning Fatty over from the branches, Luo Xiao saw his face deathly pale, his clenched fists blanched from water, his body tattered. The combat suit reduced to shreds, the bulletproof vest beneath vanished. Sensing Fatty's faint heartbeat, Luo Xiao wasted no time. He hoisted Fatty onto his back, secured him with his own clothes, and began swimming back. As he neared the edge, Xuelin quickly retrieved a rope from his pack and threw it down. Luo Xiao tied Fatty to the rope and roared, "Pull!" Above, Xuelin strained with all his might to haul Fatty up. When it was Luo Xiao's turn, the effort was considerably lighter. Luo Xiao took Fatty into his arms and urged, "Shaolin, check on your brother Fatty. How is he?" Xuelin examined Fatty's pallid face, pried open his eyes, and studied his dark lips, uncertain if grime had stained them. For a moment, he dared not jump to conclusions. One thing was certain, Fatty was in grave danger, his heartbeat alarmingly faint. Shui Lin's voice was tense with urgency. Boss, we have to get out now. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid Brother Fatty won't make it. Without a word, Luo Xiao sprinted back the way they came, Fatty on his back, while Shui Lin illuminated the path. Just as they emerged from two pipelines, Shui Lin called out, halting Luo Xiao's frantic run. Shui Lin pointed at the manhole cover above. Boss, is this above the research institute? Luo Xiao checked the mark, head left, and nodded. With Luo Xiao's confirmation, Shui Lin climbed up without hesitation and pushed open the cover. True enough, it opened into the backyard of the research institute. At that moment, 8 or 9 zombies, alerted by the noise, charged at Shui Lin. Shui Lin didn't flinch. Gripping his longsword, he met them heat-in. As he fought, Luo Xiao climbed out of the sewer, Fatty still on his back. Watching Shui Lin in combat, Luo Xiao didn't join the fray but quickly scanned his surroundings. Before him stood a square 6-story building. They were in the rear garden. Spotting the sealed back door, Luo Xiao charged toward it without a second thought, hacking at the bulletproof glass with relentless fury. The deafening noise drew more zombies, but Shui Lin intercepted them, holding the line. Soon the ground was littered with zombie corpses. A thunderous roar erupted from behind the horde. Zombies were flung into the air from the rear. A towering figure emerged before Shui Lin. A mutated zombie, 2 meters tall, its body covered in hideous tumors, arms thicker than its head. The moment this zombie appeared, all others froze in fear. Shui Lin felt the oppressive aura radiating from it, and knew it was at least a 3rd-tier mutant. The zombie hurled a devastating punch at Shui Lin. The fierce wind from the blow lifted his hair. Shui Lin had no time to defend. Just as he braced for death, a tremendous force yanked him from behind, pulling him inside the bulletproof glass. The savage punch slammed into the glass, shaking the entire pane. The 3rd-tier zombie, seeing its fist miss, noticed the gaping hole in the glass and bent down to crawl in. Luo Xiao thrust Fatty into Shui Lin's still-dazed hands, then delivered a fierce kick at the opening, sending the 3rd-tier zombie, already halfway through, flying backward. The zombie scrambled up, fixed its gaze on Luo Xiao at the hole, let out a guttural roar, and charged again. Luo Xiao fought while shouting, "Take Fatty and go. They'll hold them off." Knowing the gravity of the situation, Shui Lin carried Fatty and fled deeper inside. The mutated zombie tried several times to breach, but Luo Xiao repelled it each time, leaving it standing outside, snarling furiously. The mutated zombie issued a different cry, and the surrounding ordinary zombies surged like a tidal wave toward Luo Xiao. Fortunately, the bulletproof glass was resilient. No matter how the zombies battered it, it held firm. Even the shattered section, webbed with cracks, remained impenetrable to their blows. The zombies could only squeeze through the hole Luo Xiao had made. He stood guard alone with his axe, and every zombie that entered became a corpse piling up at the opening. Soon the hole was clogged with bodies, including a 2nd-tier zombie, whose skull Luo Xiao had cleaved in two, splitting its spirit crystal. He had no time to lament the loss. The 3rd-tier mutated zombie outside charged again, hammering its fists against the cracked bulletproof glass. With each blow, shards of glass rained down. Luo Xiao's heart sank. He couldn't let this monstrosity keep attacking, or the entire pane would collapse. With a swift kick, Luo Xiao booted the corpses out of the hole and rushed outside, guarding the opening fiercely. The surrounding zombies, seeing him emerge, swarmed from all directions. Luo Xiao swung his axe relentlessly, cutting down everything in reach. The 3rd-tier mutated zombie halted its assault on the glass, shoved aside a nearby zombie with a claw, and charged straight at him. Luo Xiao, engaged in battle, heard a whistling sound near his head and unhesitatingly took a step back. A fist the size of a sandbag swept past his eyes. Sensing the terrifying force of that punch, Luo Xiao didn't think twice. He raised his axe, let out a fierce roar, and swung it down toward the arm before him. The mutated zombie had just thrown a punch and hadn't yet retracted its arm when it felt a sharp pain in its forearm. When it pulled its arm back, it found that Luo Xiao had completely severed it at the forearm. It let out an enraged howl at Luo Xiao and swung its other arm at him. Luo Xiao, however, had no time to tangle with it. His only thought was to finish it off quickly. Luo Xiao held his axe in front of him for defense. The immense force of the mutated zombie sent him, axe and all, crashing into the cave. He slammed heavily into the wall. Fortunately, the axe had absorbed most of the impact, so the damage was minimal. Before he could catch his breath, he saw the 3rd-tier zombie bending down to squeeze into the cave entrance. But the entrance was too narrow and the zombie's body was too large. It got stuck midway, its claws frantically scraping at the glass around the opening. Seeing this golden opportunity, Luo Xiao swiftly rose. Gripping his axe until the veins on his arm bulged, he mustered all his strength and brought the blade down with a mighty chop aimed at the struggling zombie's neck. The tremendous force sliced cleanly through its neck, then struck the ground with a heavy thud, sending up a spray of concrete. Black blood gushed out, splattering over Luo Xiao's body. He paid it no heed, instead walking over to the severed head that had rolled aside and grabbing it firmly in his hand. He turned back to look at the mutated zombie's corpse. Because of its massive size, it now perfectly blocked the cave entrance. Luo Xiao had been worried about how to seal the opening, but now it seemed it would hold for a while. Carrying the zombie's head, Luo Xiao headed in the direction Lin had run. Meanwhile, Lin had been carrying the fat man on his back, running deep into the building. The entire structure was like a maze and Lin had no idea where to go, so he just kept running through the corridors. Occasionally a few zombies appeared in the hallways, but Lin dispatched them with ease. Most of the zombies wore white research uniforms or security outfits with only a few clad in combat gear. Though there were zombies, they were few and scattered throughout the research institute. If they had gathered together, Lin would have had no choice but to flee. The constant fighting along the way left Lin somewhat weary. He looked at the large glass door before him, knowing it was another security door requiring various verifications. Carrying the fat man, he turned and walked away without hesitation, having encountered many such doors already. Just as he turned, the security door before him slowly began to slide open upward. Lin stood there puzzled. At that moment, a voice sounded from above his head. A feeble voice came from overhead. "Quick, come in. It'll guide you through the surveillance cameras." Without a second thought, Lin carried the fat man and rushed inside. Whenever he reached a turn, the surveillance camera above would relay the old man's weak voice. After passing through 4 security doors, Lin arrived with the fat man before a large door which bore the inscription, Paleobiology Genetics Research Laboratory. The lab door slowly opened, revealing a group of 7 or 8 people, men and women, all holding various weapons aimed at Lin. They pinched their noses and stared at him warily. Through the surveillance cameras, they had seen Lin cutting down zombies as easily as chopping cabbage. 1 strike, 1 kill. This made them extremely cautious. A middle-aged man at the front put on a fierce expression. "Put down your weapons. We need to check you." Lin simply looked at him calmly, making no other move. Just then, an old man with white hair and reading glasses stepped forward from behind the crowd. In a weak voice, he said to Lin, "Don't mind them, young man. They're just being cautious." Lin, not wanting to waste time, handed his long blade to the old man. He allowed the middle-aged man to check him over, and the fat man received even more thorough scrutiny. When the group saw the contents of their backpacks, several of them swallowed hard. Some had shifty eyes, and one person even slipped a pack of compressed biscuits into his own pocket. Lin noticed their petty theft, but chose not to call them out. Compared to the fat man's life, those items were utterly worthless. After confirming that neither of them had any wounds, the group finally let them in. Once inside, ignoring the others' attempts to stop him, Lin immediately placed the fat man on a table. He placed his hand on the fat man's chest and felt a faint heartbeat. Without a moment's delay, he stripped off the fat man's clothes, revealing bruises all over his body. Lin climbed onto the fat man and began performing CPR. The others around were stunned by the sight of the fat man's injuries. Large patches of bruises, clearly the result of internal trauma. As Lin struggled with CPR, the old man spoke up. "Young one, let our people give it a try." Before Lin could respond, a girl who looked very young, holding an AED defibrillator, quickly approached. She placed the electrodes on the fat man's chest around his heart and pressed the red button. The fat man's chest heaved violently, and in just a moment his heartbeat grew much stronger. When she felt it was sufficient, the girl removed the defibrillator from his chest. Looking at the fat man on the table, she said worriedly, "He won't last long like this. He needs surgery immediately. This looks like internal organ rupture from a severe external blow." Hearing the girl speak so professionally, Lin couldn't help but take a second look at her. He said anxiously, "I know all that, but I have no surgical experience." Upon hearing this, the girl stammered, "How about I give it a try?" Now it was Lin's turn to be surprised. He asked for confirmation, "Are you a doctor? Can you really perform this kind of surgery?" The girl said shyly, "I'm not a doctor, but back in school I saw my teacher perform a similar surgery." The old man added, "Xiao Xiang was a graduate student in medical school. Her medical skills are no worse than those of hospital doctors, she just lacks clinical experience. If you have no other option, you could let her try." Lin dared not make this decision, nor could he. The only thing to do now was wait. Lin said in a low voice, "Prepare your tools. The surgery will have to wait a bit." "Little one, you're waiting for someone else, aren't you?" Seeing the surprise in Lin's eyes, the old man chuckled. "No need to be astonished. Have you forgotten how you got here? We've been watching you on the monitors since you entered. By the way, who exactly are you people? Why have you come here?" the old man asked with curiosity. "We took a mission to rescue people here. By the way, which of you are researchers from the 7th Research Center?" Hearing that Lin had come to rescue them, everyone was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Only the old man remained relatively composed. He smiled and said, "Every one of us here is a researcher from the 7th Research Center." Frowning at the old man's words, Lin asked, "That many?" "Originally there were 7 research teams here, but the others have all turned into the zombies outside. Only we were in the middle of a research project and managed to escape that fate." Lin inquired curiously, "So how have you managed to survive until now?" The old man said with a hint of embarrassment, "Don't laugh at us, young man. We researchers sometimes get so absorbed in our work that we eat, drink, and sleep in the lab. So we had a rather large stockpile of overtime snacks in the research room. But by now that food has long run out. Some young researchers risked their lives to scavenge from other labs. We lost 2 researchers in the process. We've been rationing strictly to make it this far. If you had come a few days later, you might not have found us alive. Didn't you ever try to get out? The old man's face was filled with sorrow. By the time we all realized what was happening, the outside was already like this. We didn't dare to rush out. Since we had food, we weren't in a hurry. But when the food ran out, we did try, only to be chased back every time. Then we hacked into the Institute's surveillance system and monitored the entire facility. During this time, we discovered 5 particularly unusual zombies. Just last week, a young man here stumbled upon a web page while browsing. It was titled A Letter to the People of the Nation. Out of curiosity, he clicked on it, and that's how we discovered the fortress. Then, using the IP address provided on the web page, he sent a distress signal to the fortress through the internal network. That's the gist of our situation here. Listening to the old man, Shui Lin asked another question. I have one more question. Why do you still have electricity and internet here? Oh, that. Due to the Institute's unique nature, it generates its own power separate from the civilian grid. As for the internet, because we were working on top-secret national projects, we use an internal network to prevent foreign espionage. The old man's explanation cleared up all of Shui Lin's doubts. Since you can see the entire Institute's surveillance, can you find our leader and guide him here? Of course. With that, the old man led him to a large bank of screens. A young man immediately took a seat. The old man said directly, pull up the feed from where they entered. Under the young man's rapid keystrokes, the countless split video feeds merged into one showing the location where they had entered. Seeing the image on the screen, everyone was speechless with shock. A colossal headless zombie corpse was wedged in the entrance they had come through. Outside, ordinary zombies were gnawing at the lifeless mutated zombie, pulling out its entrails. The scene was utterly grotesque. Without exception, the 3 girls covered their mouths and ran to the side. Among the remaining men, aside from Shui Lin, everyone else struggled to suppress their nausea. Though they didn't vomit, they kept swallowing hard. Not seeing Luo Xiao there, Shui Lin said directly, switch to another camera. Hearing Shui Lin's request, the young man didn't comply immediately. Instead, he looked at the old man, and only after the old man nodded did he switch the screen back to smaller segments. Shui Lin stared intently at each screen and finally spotted Luo Xiao's figure on a small monitor at the very edge. In the video, Luo Xiao was holding a zombie head in one hand and an axe in the other, clearing the zombies before him. 7 or 8 zombie corpses lay around him. He kicked the last zombie to the ground, then casually swept the axe across its neck, and the zombie collapsed lifelessly. Watching Luo Xiao dispatch the zombies with such nonchalance, everyone marveled at his strength. Old man, how did you manage to talk to me through that earlier? The old man simply picked up the microphone from the table and placed it before Shui Lin. Just speak into this microphone. The switch is right next to it. Following the old man's instructions, Shui Lin flipped the switch and spoke into the microphone. Chief, can you hear me? In the video, Luo Xiao looked up with a puzzled expression at the camera on the ceiling. Seeing that Luo Xiao could hear him, Shui Lin said joyfully, Chief, it's us. We'll guide you. Just follow our directions. After speaking, Shui Lin turned to the old man and said, Old man, I'll leave the rest to you. The old man smiled and nodded. Don't worry. We know this place like the back of our hands. Following the old man's directions, Luo Xiao moved through the research institute, stopping and starting. Occasionally a few zombies would rush out, but they were all easily dealt with, never slowing his pace. It wasn't until he encountered an enormous white rat that Luo Xiao finally stopped to observe it carefully. Back in the surveillance room, everyone's faces were etched with terror at the sight of the giant white rat. The old man, hands trembling, grabbed the microphone and shouted, Run. That's a mutant. But Luo Xiao, on the other end, seemed not to hear him at all. The very purpose of this mission was to kill a 3rd-tier zombie to strengthen the team's power. Since he had encountered one, why would he flee? Besides, there were hardly any other zombies here to disturb him. Luo Xiao tossed the zombie head aside and charged at the mutated white rat. In just 2 breaths, he was upon it, swinging his axe down toward its head. Just as the axe was about to strike its neck, a lightning-fast black shadow shot toward Luo Xiao from the side. Forced to abandon his attack, Luo Xiao pulled back his axe to block. A tremendous clang echoed as Luo Xiao stumbled back 5 or 6 steps to regain his balance. A long tail was now swaying menacingly in the air. Gazing at the white rat before him, Luo Xiao frowned, estimating from the force of its earlier strike that this mutated rodent possessed strength at least at the mid-30er level. As Luo Xiao scrutinized the mutated white rat, its fur began to bristle one by one, and its tail swayed more violently in the air. In the blink of an eye, it reached Luo Xiao, its thick tail slamming down toward him with great speed. Luo Xiao rolled over, barely dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Before Luo Xiao could rise, he heard a whoosh behind him and rolled again. The massive tail crashed down with a thunderous boom, striking the ground. A relentless barrage of attacks left Luo Xiao no chance to catch his breath. Scrambling to his feet, he was met by 2 enormous front teeth. Without a second thought, Luo Xiao raised his left fist and struck it with all his might. The immense force made the rat shriek in pain. Seizing the moment, Luo Xiao closed in. Luo Xiao understood the principle of exploiting one's strengths against an enemy's weaknesses. Once in close quarters, Luo Xiao shed his earlier clumsiness and launched a relentless assault on the rat. Yet when his axe blade struck its fur, it felt as though he were hacking at cotton. His suspicion proved correct. The axe left the mutated white rat unscathed. Several more strikes yielded negligible results. During the fight, Luo Xiao noticed that the fur on the rat's belly was sparse with some patches completely bare. He made a tentative attack there. Whenever Luo Xiao targeted its belly, the white rat would immediately drop to the ground, letting the blows fall upon its back without resistance. Striking its body proved futile, and attacking its weakness only made it hunker down, leaving Luo Xiao momentarily at a loss for a viable strategy. Just then a feeble voice came from the overhead monitor. "There's a ring around its neck with no fur. That's its weak spot." Hearing the voice, Luo Xiao examined the rat's neck. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a bare ring exposing raw crimson skin. Having pinpointed the target, Luo Xiao relentlessly struck at the neck. Sensing that its secret had been discovered, the rat frantically retreated. Luo Xiao had no intention of letting it escape. He kept close on its heels. Realizing it couldn't shake him, the rat ceased its retreat and launched an even fiercer assault. Its agile tail whipped at Luo Xiao without pause, overwhelming him. As he barely fended off the tail's attack, a dark shadow descended from above. Luo Xiao looked up sharply to see the white rat leaping high, lunging toward him. From below, 4 pairs of razor-sharp claws glinted like scythes. Before Luo Xiao could react, the rat's claws pinned him heavily to the ground. He writhed beneath them, but they held him like a cage. Through the monitor, just as everyone thought Luo Xiao was done for, he used his axe to hack the rat's entire claw clean off. The rat, now missing a claw, collapsed instantly. In that moment, Luo Xiao kicked off its belly and slid out from under it. Watching the rat writhe in agony on the ground, Luo Xiao charged again, kicked it in the head, and used the momentum to leap onto its back. Feeling Luo Xiao on its back, the rat thrashed violently, trying to throw him off. But Luo Xiao clung tightly to its fur, clamping his legs around its body. After a futile struggle, the rat began ramming its body against the walls. Unfazed, Luo Xiao swung to the side, gripping its fur tightly, as it lurched one way then the other. Left with no other option, the mutated rat raised its hindquarters and bucked up and down relentlessly like a bull in a rodeo. As time wore on, its movements slowed, and Luo Xiao sensed the moment had come. When the rat arched its back, Luo Xiao let go without hesitation, using the momentum to fly toward its neck and grab hold of the fur. No sooner had he landed on its neck than the rat went berserk, crashing into everything in sight. Luo Xiao, however, kept his eyes fixed on the ring of raw, bloody flesh at its throat. Gripping the fur tightly with his left hand and squeezing his legs together, he drew his axe with his right and swung at the neck. Though it was the weak spot, the awkward angle on its back hindered his strength. The first blow only broke the skin, inflicting minor damage. Feeling the sting, the mutated rat screeched and hobbled wildly through the research facility, dragging Luo Xiao along. One strike wasn't enough. Luo Xiao swung again and again, hacking relentlessly until he felt the blade hit something hard. With a fierce cry, Luo Xiao raised his axe high and brought it down with all his might on the wound. A sharp crack rang out, and the rampaging rat collapsed instantly, skidding 5 meters across the floor before stopping. Like a demon arisen, Luo Xiao rose slowly and walked to the rat's head. Seeing it lifeless, he swung his axe and severed its head. Holding the severed head, Luo Xiao looked up at the monitor. Inside the facility, Shui Lin understood at once and instructed the old man to guide Luo Xiao back to the previous location. After a few minutes, Luo Xiao retrieved the head of the third-tier mutated zombie and followed the monitor's directions through a series of security doors, finally arriving at the facility's entrance. The security door slid open slowly to reveal Shui Lin standing at the front, flanked by a crowd gazing at Luo Xiao with admiration. Luo Xiao tossed the 2 heads inside. As they rolled across the floor, the people who had been about to inspect them froze in terror. Shui Lin rushed over, grabbed Luo Xiao, and hurried him to the fat man's side. "Boss, Fatty's in critical condition. The external trauma has caused internal organ damage. He needs surgery immediately." Hearing this, Luo Xiao frowned. "Are you confident you can perform the surgery?" Shui Lin shook his head, crestfallen. "I've never done an internal organ suture. But she can." Following Shui Lin's gaze, Luo Xiao addressed the young girl directly. "What are the odds?" She shook her head. "It's not about my odds. It depends on how strong the patient's will to live is." Luo Xiao looked at the fat man, his expression resolute. "Begin the surgery. I believe my brother can pull through." Even Shui Lin couldn't help but worry as he watched the little girl lay out the tools she had prepared. On the table lay a row of tools: a utility knife, a spool of fishing line, 2 first aid kits, and 6 bottles of mineral water. That was all. "Hunan girl, will these do?" The little girl, absorbed in disinfecting the knife, replied without lifting her head. "What other tools can you find besides these?" Her words left Shui Lin speechless. Yet staring at the tools on the table, he could hardly believe they were meant for a surgery. While Xuelin was still stunned, a childish voice rang out, "Stop dawdling and help out." Only then did Xuelin snap to attention, taking the gloves she handed him and putting them on. He meticulously disinfected with alcohol, then opened the first aid kit, taking out the gauze and other items one by one, sorting and arranging them neatly. Luo Xiao and Xuelin worked together to push the fat man into a pink cozy room. Then the little girl pushed Luo Xiao out, leaving only Xuelin inside. She claimed Xuelin could assist her, adding, "What else can you do in there besides disrupt the surgery?" Hearing the little girl's words, Luo Xiao walked away in frustration. He approached the old man and said, "You know why we're here, right?" The old man nodded. Yes, that young man just told us everything. Since he already knew, Luo Xiao said no more. He walked over to the head, picked it up, and sat down. Using his dagger, he cracked it open one by one to retrieve the spirit crystals inside. Everyone had been puzzled as to why Luo Xiao had brought the heads back. Now seeing him extract something from them, they gathered around, curiosity piqued. The old man at the front adjusted his glasses and asked, "Young man, what's that in your hand?" Luo Xiao glanced at the spirit crystal in his hand. "You don't know what this is?" he asked, surprised. The old man and the others shook their heads. "This is a spirit crystal. It can enhance the body's functions and cells. The stronger mutants are so powerful precisely because they have these." As Luo Xiao explained, a young man nearby reached out to take it, but Luo Xiao simply pocketed the crystal and turned to leave. He had barely taken 2 steps when the old man grabbed his arm. With fervent eyes, he said, "Young man, could you let us take a look at that spirit crystal? You know how we researchers are. We love studying the unknown. And if we figure something out, wouldn't you benefit too?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao grabbed the old man by the neck and lifted him up. Calmly, he said, "My things are mine to give or keep. Don't try that moral blackmail on me." The sudden move shocked everyone. A few young men rushed forward but were stopped by an older man. He stepped forward, panicked. "Brother, well, do whatever you say. Just put down our leader. He's old. He can't take this." Luo Xiao hadn't intended to kill them anyway. He just wanted to show his authority to keep them in line for the tasks ahead. Luo Xiao sneered. "That's best. If anyone pays lip service, don't blame me for being harsh. Understand?" He suddenly raised his voice. Startled by the sudden outburst, everyone quickly nodded. Setting the old man down, Luo Xiao addressed them all casually. "Remember this, we're mercenaries paid for a job. You are just a side mission, to bring researchers back. It didn't specify how many. Got it? Also from now on, behave. Do exactly as I say, and you'll make it back safely." Hearing Luo Xiao's words, they finally realized he was nothing like the people they'd met before. This man was a ruthless mercenary. They doubted killing them would be any harder for him than killing zombies. The 2 girls helped the old man up, staring at Luo Xiao in fear. Luo Xiao sat on the sofa and said calmly, "Enough. I won't waste words. Someone tell me the situation here." The others instinctively looked at the old man who had just been helped up. The old man coughed a few times, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother, I'm the team leader. Let me this old man fill you in." The old man had changed his address from young man to brother. Clearing his throat, the old man spoke slowly. "My name is Xiao Zhangwo. I belong to the Huaxia Research Institute. I was leading this team on a top-secret mission for Huaxia." Then Xiao Zhangwo repeated to Luo Xiao what he had told Xuelin. Luo Xiao wasn't interested in that part. What intrigued him was their research. He asked, "What were you researching here?" At this question, old Xiao shook his head firmly. "That's a state secret. I can't say." Luo Xiao stood up and pressed his axe against the old man's neck. The old man met his gaze calmly for a moment. Luo Xiao turned to the others. "Whoever tells me gets to live." Luo Xiao smiled. "Now does anyone want to give me the answer I'm looking for?" Despite his words, the old man remained utterly calm. Looking at the old man, Luo Xiao asked, "Do you trust these people that much?" The old man nodded firmly. "They're all my students. I know their character. They won't betray their beliefs." Hearing the old man's certainty, Luo Xiao simply smiled. He walked up to the group and looked at a young man. "Can you tell me the answer?" To the young man, Luo Xiao's smile was like a death warrant, unbearable to behold. Sweat poured from him, his face pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. When the young man remained silent, Luo Xiao pressed the axe against his neck. Terrified, the young man collapsed to the ground where a puddle of urine silently formed. Sobbing, the young man pleaded, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. He'll do anything you say." Luo Xiao smiled. "Then tell me, what were you researching?" Just as the young man was about to speak, old Xiao roared, "Xiaoli, shut your mouth. Have you forgotten the oath you swore?" Xiaoli, face streaked with tears, shouted back, "The nation is gone. What's the point of guarding this stuff? If I don't talk, he'll die. This thing is worthless compared to my life." Hearing Xiao Li's words, old Xiao stared at him in shock. At that moment, Xiao Li seemed like a stranger to him. Old Xiao turned to look at the others, only to find everyone lowering their heads in shame, not daring to meet his gaze. Luo Xiao smiled at the group and said, "Now those who want to live step to my right. Those who don't step to my left." Hearing this, everyone glanced left and right, hesitating to make a move. While everyone remained indecisive, old Xiao walked to Luo Xiao's left with a self-deprecating laugh. Little Li, however, unhesitatingly moved to Luo Xiao's right. Seeing someone take the lead, the others quickly followed suit. After everyone had chosen their side, old Xiao seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, as the very people he had once thought most highly of in the team were now standing opposite him. Meanwhile, beside him stood those he had always considered the least promising. Luo Xiao looked at his left side, where there were only 3 people, including old Xiao, while his right side held 4. Luo Xiao couldn't resist taunting old Xiao so much for your claim that they wouldn't betray their faith. Now I'm telling you, faith is worthless when it comes to your own life. With that, Luo Xiao directly raised an automatic rifle, aiming it at the 3 on his left. The trio slowly closed their eyes, preparing to embrace death. Meanwhile, the 4 on the right watched the scene with delight. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, its thunderous echo reverberating throughout the entire research lab. The 3 who had closed their eyes bracing for death felt no pain. When they opened their eyes, they saw the 4 across from them, lying on the ground, their faces etched with disbelief. All 3 looked at Luo Xiao in confusion. He said coolly, "I still have the second half of my sentence to say. For some, faith is more important than life itself. And as it happens, I'm that kind of person." Seeing their expressions, Luo Xiao pointed at himself in surprise. "What, you don't think I look the part?" The only girl among the 3 shook her head, then nodded. Seeing this, Luo Xiao rolled his eyes at her and waved his hand, saying, "Go on, get back to whatever you were doing." Just then the door to the operating room burst open and Lin stormed out, bellowing furiously. "Who fired that shot? Don't you know there's a surgery going on inside?" Luo Xiao shrank back, having gotten carried away and forgotten. Lin looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, said nothing, and then turned his gaze to the other 3. All 3 pointed unanimously at Luo Xiao, who had no choice but to raise his hand and admit, "I fired the shot. It won't happen again." Lin shook his head in exasperation and walked back inside. As silence fell again, old Xiao approached and asked cautiously, "Young man, may I ask your surname?" Luo Xiao smiled at the old man and replied, "We don't have surnames, only code names. You can call me Pluto." Feeling that an old man calling him Pluto was a bit off, he added, "Just call me young man instead. It sounds less awkward to me." Old Xiao nodded and said, "Young man, I just wanted to ask why you." Luo Xiao looked at the bodies on the ground and said, "You want to know why I killed them, right?" Luo Xiao stated bluntly, "The reason is simple, I can't take care of so many people. Rather than have them distract me, it's better to find a legitimate excuse to send them off. At least it's better than them turning into those zombies outside." Old Xiao didn't react much to this reason. Perhaps he had already come to terms with it when they made their choice. The 2 eavesdropping nearby adopted a completely indifferent attitude, as if it had nothing to do with them. Then old Xiao said, "Young man, let me introduce you." Pointing to the middle-aged man, he said, "This is Deputy Leader Yu of our research team." Then pointing to the young girl, he added, "This is Xiao Jia, a very lively and cheerful girl, only 28 years old." The shy young girl extended her hands, but only touched Luo Xiao's briefly before pulling them back. A creaking sound came from behind them, and everyone turned to look. Seeing Lin emerge, Luo Xiao quickly asked, "How is it?" Lin replied directly, "The damaged internal organs have been stitched up, but we urgently need alcohol to disinfect and prevent infection." He then looked at the other 3. "Is there any alcohol here? Even liquor would do." Hearing Lin's words, everyone shook their heads. Just as Lin was growing disappointed, the young girl said, "I know where there is some." "Where?" Luo Xiao and Lin asked in unison. "In the 3rd research lab. Team leader Tang there loved drinking, so there's bound to be some in their lab," the girl said confidently. Luo Xiao immediately grabbed her and asked, "Where's the 3rd research lab? Are there still people there?" No, team leader Tang's entire team turned into zombies, but seeing the girl hesitate, Luo Xiao pressed, "But what?" "But the mutated team leader Tang seems very strong, different from the ordinary zombies." At this point, Luo Xiao didn't care about the risks. Saving lives was the priority. He said directly, "Old Xiao, guide me." With that, he strode quickly toward the main door and threw it open. "Boss'll go with you," Lin called out. Without looking back, Luo Xiao replied, "I'm just grabbing some alcohol. I can handle it alone. You go back and take care of Fatty." With that, he accelerated down the corridor. Along the way, old Xiao used the surveillance intercom to guide Luo Xiao. He cut through any zombies he encountered, even dispatching a second-stage mutated zombie with a single axe blow. 10 minutes later, following the directions, Luo Xiao arrived in front of a research lab. The lab's main door was wide open, and the floor was covered in dried, dark black blood. Old Xiao's voice came through the surveillance intercom overhead. "This is the 3rd research lab. I can't see what's inside, you'll have to rely on yourself." Luo Xiao stepped through the door without hesitation. Inside, everything was in chaotic disarray. Debris scattered everywhere, and several severed limbs lay on the floor. He scanned the area warily, but after a quick glance, he saw no sign of any zombies. Ignoring the risk, he rushed over to the drawers and began frantically searching. After scouring the entire main room of the lab without finding any alcohol, Luo Xiao turned his attention to the various restrooms. He pushed open the bedroom closest to the main room and began rummaging through the wardrobe. As Luo Xiao searched intently, a hulking zombie, less than 2 meters tall, emerged from the room opposite him. more a monster than a zombie. While zombies still retained some human features like appearance, this creature, aside from the white lab coat, bore no indication it had ever been human. Its entire head jutted forward, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It had no nose, and above that was a single massive blood-red eye. Its limbs resembled those of a dinosaur. It was now staring at Luo Xiao's back, a constant stream of clear, unknown liquid dripping from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right behind Luo Xiao. Before Luo Xiao could react, an immense force struck his back, pinning him heavily beneath something. In that instant of being tackled, he instinctively drove his elbow backward with brutal force. The sheer power of his blow sent the creature on his back rolling away. Feeling the weight lift, Luo Xiao scrambled to his feet, turning to see what he had struck. As the monster rose to its feet, Luo Xiao finally saw it clearly. His brow furrowed deeply, even he had never encountered such a creature. Its scales, claws, and feet were reminiscent of a dinosaur. Luo Xiao dared not be careless, his gaze locked onto it. The monster's blood-red eyes gleamed with greed as it stared at Luo Xiao, its long tongue lolling out involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, the monster lunged at Luo Xiao, its massive claws swinging toward his head from both sides. Startled by the creature's speed, Luo Xiao reacted instantly. Just as the claws were about to strike, he bent his knees, the sharp talons grazing past his scalp. The claws clapped together with a dull thud above his head. But Luo Xiao was no pushover. As he ducked, he swung the axe in his right hand toward the monster's thigh. Yet when the axe met its leg, sparks flew, and Luo Xiao felt as though he had struck solid steel. Failing to land a blow, Luo Xiao swiftly shifted tactics, kicking at its shin. The immense force staggered the monster, sending it crashing to one knee. As it knelt, a sharp whoosh of displaced air came from the side. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao swung his axe to the right. The force of the impact traveled up the axe handle to his arm. In an instant, his tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing uncontrollably. Sensing the power of the strike, Luo Xiao immediately retreated, putting distance between them. He had not expected the monster to be so formidable. In his estimation, it was nearly a fifth-tier zombie. As Luo Xiao studied it, the monster's fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward him. He raised his left fist to meet it. The collision sent Luo Xiao flying. He crashed heavily into a door, clutching his left arm. The pain made him gasp sharply. A single blow had dislocated his shoulder, a testament to the creature's monstrous strength. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiao gripped his left arm and yanked it upward. A crisp crack sounded. He rotated his arm, finding it manageable, though a sharp ache lingered within. No sooner had he popped his shoulder back into place than the monster charged again. Luo Xiao turned and fled without a second thought, even pausing to pull the door shut behind him. Reaching the living room, he dashed toward a door marked laboratory. Hearing the splintering of wood behind him, he quickened his pace. Bursting into the lab's depths, Luo Xiao saw rows of large glass jars filled with formalin, preserving various severed limbs and specimens of unknown origin. The rest of the room held instruments and countless bottles and jars. A quick scan revealed most contained chemicals. Some bottles bore skull and crossbones symbols. As Luo Xiao observed, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. He spun around, fixing his gaze on the monster. A brutal battle seemed inevitable. Luo Xiao steeled himself for a fight to the death. The monster attacked without preamble. Sharp claws swiped at his face. Luo Xiao sidestepped, swinging his axe toward the creature's neck. But before the axe could connect, the monster tilted its head, trapping the blade between its skull and shoulder. No matter how hard Luo Xiao pulled, he could not free it. He released the axe without hesitation, his right hand balling into a fist aimed at the monster's large eye. Just as the punch was about to land, the monster ducked its head. Luo Xiao's full-force blow struck its skull instead. He followed with a spinning kick that slammed into its belly, driving it back 2 steps. The flurry of attacks overwhelmed the monster. As it stumbled back, it let out a low, guttural roar at Luo Xiao. The creature's feet exploded against the floor, shattering the tiles. It threw a full-powered punch. Before the blow landed, the wind from its fist already pressed against Luo Xiao's face. Watching the fist hurtle closer, Luo Xiao assumed a fighting stance. His left hand slapped downward against the incoming strike. He drove his left elbow toward the monster's head. The heavy blow only made the creature's head jerk slightly, causing no real damage. As the monster's right arm was deflected, its left hand shot toward Luo Xiao's chest with lightning speed. While Luo Xiao struck its head, the creature's claws raked across his torso. A deep gash tore through his combat suit, digging into the bulletproof vest beneath. Ignoring the wound, Luo Xiao grabbed the monster's attacking arm with both hands. He pivoted tightly, shifting his weight to his lower body. Veins bulged on his arms as with a furious roar he hoisted the monster and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Before the monster could recover, Luo Xiao leaped onto it, raining alternating punches onto its head. After just a few blows, the monster swatted his arm, sending Luo Xiao flying into a nearby chemical shelf. Bottles of chemicals crashed to the floor, some hissed, and emitted white smoke upon contact. Luo Xiao wiped blood from his mouth, eyeing the rising fumes. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He frantically searched through the scattered chemicals, grabbing anything corrosive. The monster rose, shaking its head, and fixed its massive eyes on Luo Xiao. Enraged, it cleaved a table in two with a single swipe and charged. Watching it come, a smirk curled Luo Xiao's lips as he hurled the chemicals at the creature. The monster swatted at the flying bottles. They shattered on contact with its claws, drenching its limbs and body in liquid. The moment the liquid touched its scales, a sizzling sound arose, accompanied by wisps of green smoke curling from its body. Just as wisps of green smoke began to rise from its body, the monster halted, examining its claws and form before unleashing a furious roar. While the monster raged, Luo Xiao did not idle. As a college student, he knew basic chemistry. Those substances were highly corrosive. Whether it was sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, sodium hydroxide, or potassium hydroxide, Luo Xiao hurled every bottle he recognized at the creature. Enraged, the monster used both claws to smash the bottles Luo Xiao through, shattering them in midair. Soon, multicolored smoke rose from the monster, accompanied by a continuous sizzling sound. Watching this, Luo Xiao sighed in relief. The creature was fortunate it lacked intelligence, or the situation would have been far more dire. Suddenly, Luo Xiao spotted a small transparent glass bottle labeled fluoroantimonic acid. He vaguely recalled his high school chemistry teacher mentioning a substance 1,000,000 times more acidic than pure sulfuric acid, capable of corroding metal in an instant: fluoroantimonic acid. He carefully cradled the bottle in his hands and placed it in his side pocket, overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure. Muttering to himself, "Let's see if you survive this time." Turning to look at the monster, he saw its scales now pitted and scarred, revealing charred flesh beneath. A pungent odor emanated from its entire body. Glaring fiercely at Luo Xiao, the monster beat its claws against the surroundings, leaving a trail of destruction. Though he held a formidable weapon, Luo Xiao dared not be careless. He had only one chance. Failure meant certain doom. As the enraged monster charged at him, Luo Xiao remained utterly calm, seeking an opportunity for a single lethal strike. Instead of meeting its attacks head on, Luo Xiao focused on defense. Even so, each blow in its fury left him struggling to withstand the impact. Within a minute, Luo Xiao was sent flying 7 or 8 times. Before he could recover, the monster's next attack came, leaving him no chance to fight back. No matter how strong Luo Xiao's body was, he now felt as if his internal organs had shifted. He had lost count of how much blood he had vomited. Luo Xiao struggled to his feet, but before he could lift his head, a tremendous force struck his face, sending him crashing into a row of cabinets where he became embedded. Now even raising his head was a monumental effort. His bloodied hands gripped the edges of the cabinet, but after several attempts he could not free himself. As if sensing that Luo Xiao was no longer a threat after this attack, the monster leisurely approached, extended a claw, and pulled him from the cabinet. Gazing at the limp, blood-soaked figure before it, the monster seemed to mock his folly. After a moment, it opened its massive jaws, ready to enjoy its meal. Just as its jaws were about to close on Luo Xiao's neck, he suddenly raised his head and flashed a sinister smile. Swiftly, he shoved the small vial of fluoroantimonic acid into its mouth, then delivered an elbow strike to its jaw, shattering the glass bottle inside. As the bottle shattered, the monster's large eyes bulged even wider. Luo Xiao, watching from close range, felt as if its eyes might pop out. The claw gripping Luo Xiao slowly loosened, and he slid to the ground. Rolling aside, he managed to kneel on one knee, staring at the motionless monster. From its jaw, dissolution spread rapidly outward. The monster tried to roar, but only its mouth moved. No sound emerged. Within 20 seconds, the entire monster dissolved, leaving nothing behind. Luo Xiao had hoped to find a spirit crystal within the creature, but now, aside from a puddle of dissolved liquid, nothing remained. While lamenting the loss of a top-tier 4th-grade spirit crystal, Luo Xiao gained a new appreciation for the terrifying power of fluoroantimonic acid. He rose with difficulty, surveyed the devastated lab, and shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter how slim the hope, he had to search, for this was tied to his brother's life. Amid a pile of overturned cabinets, he rummaged, continuously careful not to touch any damp spots. After scouring the entire lab without finding any alcohol, Luo Xiao leaned against the wall, pondering where it might be hidden. He tried to put himself in the other person's shoes. Where would he stash the liquor? Thinking of the lab, he shook his head. After all, it was a workplace. One couldn't flaunt such things there. Then another thought struck him. Luo Xiao dashed toward the living room. Nearing the spot where he had first been attacked, he looked at the room opposite and strode inside. The layout immediately suggested the occupant was elderly. The room contained only a single bed, a wardrobe, a workbench, and a laptop on the desk. Luo Xiao carefully examined every possible hiding spot for alcohol. He opened the wardrobe, first finding it filled with clothes, lab coats for work, casual wear, and a few pairs of leather shoes below. Nothing else. Surveying the room, only one place remained unsearched. Luo Xiao approached the single bed, bent down, and lifted the entire mattress. Beneath the mattress lay a panel. Luo Xiao removed it to reveal a stash of various bottles of liquor. On top was a red folder labeled Top Secret Dragon 1. Setting it aside, he saw that most of the bottles were Fatian Matai, with others of similar quality. Even Luo Xiao couldn't help grumbling, so much fine liquor. Aren't you afraid of drinking yourself to death? But then with a pang of sorrow he murmured, Brother Bin, if only you were here. With all this good booze, you'd be overjoyed. As he spoke, Luo Xiao stuffed bottles into his backpack until it could hold no more. Just as he was about to leave, he reconsidered and slipped the folder into the backpack's inner compartment. Luo Xiao wasted no time and hurried out of the research room. At the main entrance, old Xiao's voice echoed from above, guiding him back. Minutes later, Luo Xiao returned to the lab and handed the backpack to Xuelin. Feeling the weight of the backpack and opening it to see the fine liquor inside, Xuelin exclaimed in surprise, Boss, did you just rob a liquor store? Stop dawdling. Use it on Fatty first. Xuelin nodded, holding 2 bottles of 52 proof Feitian Maotai, and said, just these 2 bottles will do. With that he took the liquor and quickly ran into the room. Luo Xiao, seeing the items had been delivered, let out a sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa. No sooner had he sat down than he noticed the 3 of them staring at him, as if he were a monster. Luo Xiao touched his face and asked in surprise, is there something wrong with my face? Finally, old man Xiao cautiously inquired, young man, are your injuries serious? Hearing this, Luo Xiao finally took stock of himself. His combat uniform had been torn to shreds in the earlier battle. His entire body was covered in dried blood, and he reeked of a foul sewer odor. Luo Xiao waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. You all go about your business. Don't mind me. With that, Luo Xiao pulled his backpack over and placed it in front of him. Curiously, he took out a red folder from the inner compartment. Reading the text on the cover, he flipped open the first page. A bold title read, 3rd Dragon Scale Gene Extraction 6th Experiment. Seeing this title, Luo Xiao immediately thought of the monster's scales. Intrigued, Luo Xiao found the document full of jargon he couldn't understand. So he beckoned Old Man Xiao over for help. When Old Man Xiao approached, Luo Xiao handed him the red folder. I found this in the research lab over there. Take a look for me. Old Man Xiao adjusted his glasses and looked at the title, a look of surprise crossing his face. As he flipped through the pages, his brow furrowed deeper. After finishing the document, in one breath, Old Man Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He looked solemnly at Luo Xiao and said, the contents here are of utmost importance. I'd like you to hand this over to me when we reach the fortress. Of course, I'll have them offer you due compensation. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Luo Xiao's curiosity grew. Looking at the serious Old Man Xiao, he said, I can give you the document, but you have to tell me what it's about. Old Man Xiao looked at Luo Xiao with a conflicted expression, but soon relented. Without this man, this classified research might have been lost to history forever. Very well, I'll tell you everything you want to know from the document. Then Old Man Xiao began from the establishment of this research institute. Years ago, a domestic ship salvaged a corpse resembling a dragon near the sea ice wall, but it was vastly different from the dragons in our national totems. Why is it considered dragon-like? Because many of its features closely resemble a dragon's. Thus, the state temporarily established our institute specifically to study this dragon-like creature's corpse. Their team was responsible for extracting and experimenting with scale cells. According to what they wrote in the document, these scales possess immense defensive power so strong that even ordinary sniper rifles struggle to penetrate them. Later, they researched the scales and cell extraction. I never expected they would recombine the scale cells with human cells. Luo Xiao looked at the furious Old Man Xiao and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Can't they be recombined with human cells? Old Man Xiao said angrily, this is the bottom line for all researchers in this country. Recombining them with human cells, no one knows what will happen. Hearing this, Luo Xiao frowned and said, perhaps I know what will happen. Old Man Xiao looked at him in confusion, his face full of question marks. He asked tentatively, are you saying you know what happens when scale cells are recombined with human cells? Luo Xiao nodded solemnly and recounted his encounter with the monster in the research lab. He described the monster's features in detail, especially the scales. As Luo Xiao spoke, Old Man Xiao's face was etched with shock. Just then, a little girl's voice came from the side. Your description of the monster sounds like Team Leader Tang. But when we first saw him on the surveillance, he didn't have scales or a single big eye like you said. When we spotted him on the surveillance, other zombies didn't dare approach him. Another time we saw him fighting a zombie. Hearing the little girl's words, Luo Xiao and Old Man Xiao fell into thought. A bold idea crossed Luo Xiao's mind, and he tentatively asked Old Man Xiao, could it be evolution? Old Man Xiao nodded gravely and said, that's the only possibility. Old Man Xiao said anxiously, no, I must inform the fortress immediately. We can't let this leak out or things will get out of hand. With that, Old Man Xiao rushed to the computer to contact the fortress. But Luo Xiao unplugged the power cord. Old Man Xiao looked at him warily. Seeing Old Man Xiao's gaze, Luo Xiao said directly, don't look at me like that. I have no interest in this stuff. I simply don't trust certain people in the fortress. It's better to hand the items personally to someone you trust up there. Old Man Xiao sighed. He knew all too well that the country was no longer what it used to be, having split into several factions. When he contacted the fortress and identified himself as a researcher, several groups from the same fortress reached out. But when they learned he was an expert in ancient biology, they stopped contacting him. Young man, tell me, what should we do? Luo Xiao thought for a moment and said, clear out all the zombies in the research institute, then pack up everything inside and take it with us. Hearing this, Deputy Captain Yu immediately objected. Hades, you probably don't understand research well. Let me put it this way. The research data from just our small team alone weighs about half a ton. There are 9 teams like ours in this institute. That's several tons of data to transport. The biggest challenge is dealing with the zombies around the institute. You can't do it alone. We've seen at least 5 creatures like that mutated white rat here. If we don't eliminate them, we can't move anything out. Watching the verbose Deputy Captain Yu, Luo Xiao smiled and said, who said I'm doing it alone? Luo Xiao retrieved a satellite phone from his backpack and said to Deputy Captain Yu, if I can't beat them, I know who to call for backup. With that, he dialed Jing Kong. A series of beeps echoed from the phone before a deep, resonant voice answered. Pluto, what made you suddenly call me? Spill it. What's the matter? Luo Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and replied directly, I've run into some trouble here and need your help. Jing Kong was equally straightforward. Give me the location and tell me what you need us to do. Luo Xiao informed him of the place, but decided to discuss the specifics once they arrived. Oh, and bring a big truck. I need to haul some stuff. All right, give us 2 days. We'll be there. With that, Jing Kong hung up. The little girl surnamed Jia asked curiously, who were you calling? Luo Xiao chuckled, a monk. All 3 of them looked baffled. Calling a monk for help. How unreliable did that sound? Luo Xiao hesitated, holding the satellite phone before deciding to call Ying. After all, he was the only combat-ready member of their team. Xuelin had to look after Fatty, and Luo Xiao feared Jing Kong's group might not be enough. For safety's sake, he made up his mind. After a few rings, heavy panting came through the satellite phone. Hey, what is it? Spit it out, I'm busy. Luo Xiao ventured, should I call back later? As soon as he said it, the other party hung up. Staring at the screen showing the call had ended, Luo Xiao grumbled. What a straight-laced guy. No wonder he can't find a wife. On the other end of the line, in an abandoned school, the Night Shadow team was locked in a fierce battle inside a library. Split into 2 groups, 3 members fought a 3rd-tier zombie, while the others blocked a horde at the entrance, buying them time. After hanging up, Ying assessed the battlefield. The 3rd-tier mutant zombie was nearly spent under their combined assault. Ying charged in, landing a flying kick that sent the creature crashing through several rows of desks. The others followed suit, blades in hand, hacking relentlessly at the mutant zombie. In moments, the 3rd-tier zombie fell to their coordinated attack. With the 3rd-tier spirit crystal secured, Ying ordered a retreat. The team swiftly moved to the windows, grabbed ropes, shattered the glass with their bodies, and leaped down. Once they were clear, the group at the entrance tossed grenades and evacuated. They piled into a car and sped away, leaving thousands of zombies staring after them. 5 minutes later, the team gathered in a villa, sitting in a circle to discuss their next move. Meanwhile, Ying stepped aside and called Luo Xiao on the satellite phone. What's up? I've encountered something tricky and need your help. Send me the coordinates. We'll head out now. Luo Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and shared the location. With all reinforcements notified, all that remained was to wait. Shortly after making the calls, Luo Xiao heard the door open behind him. Xuelin and the little girl were chatting and laughing about something. When they noticed everyone staring, the little girl blushed, lowered her head in shyness, and scurried behind Old Man Xiao. Xuelin scratched his head awkwardly and approached Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao grinned slyly and whispered, what got your eye on her? Xuelin shook his head, embarrassed, and murmured, boss, what are you saying? We were just discussing Fatty's condition. At the mention of Fatty's condition, Luo Xiao's expression turned serious. How is he? Xuelin let out a deep breath. After emergency treatment, we sutured his internal organs. It's not too serious, but he had severe internal bleeding and is still weak. He's unconscious now and should wake up in a couple of days. The key thing is Fatty can't do any strenuous activity. He needs to rest in bed until his organs fully recover. Hearing this, Luo Xiao sighed with relief. As long as he's alive, that's what matters. Boss, with Fatty immobilized, how do we get out of here? Xuelin asked, worry etched on his face. Don't worry, I've called for backup. There's something incredible here. This time we're leaving through the front door, not the drainage pipes. Hearing they wouldn't use the drainage pipes, Xuelin relaxed. He truly dreaded going down there, especially after Xiao Xiang had complained several times during Fatty's surgery in the bedroom. Boss, what's so incredible here that you had to call for backup? Luo Xiao tossed him the folder and told him to see for himself. Like Luo Xiao, Xuelin could only decipher the file's title, but the contents were beyond him. Watching Xuelin pore over the file, Luo Xiao asked, can you understand any of it? Xuelin shook his head. No, I only got the title. Luo Xiao rolled his eyes, snatched the file back, and said, then why are you still staring at it? Luo Xiao stuffed the file into his backpack and said without looking back, I'm going through the drainage pipes to grab some supplies. You stay here and watch over Fatty. Got it, boss. No one's getting into Fatty's room except me and Xiao Xiang. Luo Xiao patted his shoulder. I'm off then. With that, Luo Xiao approached Old Man Xiao. We'll be holed up here for a few days waiting for people. I need to go out and get some supplies. Guide me through. Old Man Xiao simply nodded, walked to the console, and began tapping away at the keyboard. The security door before Luo Xiao slid open slowly. He darted out like a cheetah, covering the distance to the tunnel entrance they'd used earlier in just a few minutes. By now, the corpse of the third-tier mutant zombie had been dragged off by the horde. The entire tunnel mouth was swarming with zombies pacing restlessly around the area. As Luo Xiao burst out, every zombie turned to stare at him, then lunged forward in unison. Facing the charging horde, Luo Xiao drew his rifle from his back, switched it to full auto, and unleashed a rapid barrage on the approaching zombies. In mere seconds, he emptied a magazine, leaving at least 20 zombie corpses littering the ground. With the magazine spent, Luo Xiao pulled out his axe, charged at the remaining zombies, swiftly cleared them out, then blocked the tunnel entrance. He hurled a grenade at the zombies clustered outside the opening. In the violent explosion, zombie limbs and torsos flew everywhere. Seizing the moment, Luo Xiao dashed out, flipped open a manhole cover before the zombies could react, jumped in, and slammed it shut behind him. When Luo Xiao appeared before Su Jia in a disheveled state, Su Jia directly covered her nose and said, "Boss, don't come over." Seeing Su Jia's expression of disgust, Luo Xiao said helplessly, "Fatty's in some trouble inside. I've already called Jing Kong and the others to come help. They should arrive in about 2 days. I'm coming out to get a few days' worth of food. We need to stay inside for a while. Do you want to come in with me or wait outside for the others?" Hearing that Fatty was in trouble, Su Jia asked anxiously, "How is Fatty? Is he okay?" Luo Xiao waved his hand and said his internal organs were damaged, but after emergency treatment, he's out of danger. He's still unconscious, though, and needs time to recover. Hearing that Fatty was out of danger, Su Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Patting her chest, she said, "That's good to hear. He'll wait here for them. It's not convenient for me to move around now anyway." Luo Xiao nodded, left her 3 days' worth of food and water, and instructed, "Stay safe out here. If anything seems off, get out of here fast. Don't worry about us." "Don't worry, boss. My hands are out of commission, not my legs. I know how to run." Hearing this, Luo Xiao smiled, nodded, and turned to leave with his backpack full of supplies. 40 minutes later, Luo Xiao returned to the research lab. Seeing how filthy he was, everyone stepped back 3 paces, covering their noses. Seeing this, Luo Xiao shot them a glare, dropped his backpack on the floor, and asked, "Is there a place to shower here?" The young girl, surnamed Jia, covered her nose and nodded, pointing to a room. Luo Xiao strode over and opened the door to find a bathroom fully equipped. After stripping off his combat suit and tossing his dirty clothes aside, Luo Xiao looked at the patches of bruises on his body. Under extreme tension, he hadn't felt a thing. Now that he had relaxed, pain racked every part of his body. Enduring the agony, he began to wash himself. After washing and drying off, he realized he had no change of clothes. Awkwardly, Luo Xiao stuck his head out and shouted for Xuelin. Hearing Luo Xiao's roar from the bathroom, Xuelin thought something was wrong and rushed over with a knife. Opening the door, he saw Luo Xiao sticking his head out. "Boss, what's up?" Luo Xiao said awkwardly. "Nothing. Go find me a set of clothes." "Sure, hold on a sec." With that, Xuelin turned and left, rummaging through a room until he finally found a set that seemed about his size. "Boss, here." Xuelin handed Luo Xiao a set of clothes. Looking at the old clothes, Luo Xiao didn't mind. But as he unfolded them, a pair of white briefs fell out. On closer inspection, they had clearly been worn before. Though washed, the thought was revolting. Luo Xiao roared, "Xiao Linzi, what kind of junk is this?" He tossed the briefs out. Xuelin caught the briefs and said with a puzzled look, "Boss, are you planning to go commando?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao's resolve wavered. At a time like this, having any is good enough. Who cares if it's used? Clean is fine. He'll hang it on the rack outside. Sensing that Xuelin had left, Luo Xiao opened the bathroom door and stared at the briefs hanging on the rack, his mind waging a fierce battle. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Xuelin sat on the sofa, watching Luo Xiao walk over with a look of discomfort. Every few steps, Luo Xiao's hand would unconsciously reach for his backside. Pulling Xuelin close, he whispered, "Couldn't you find me boxers? These briefs are too tight and keep riding up. It's unbearable." Hearing this, Xuelin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing everyone staring at them, Luo Xiao quickly covered Xuelin's mouth. He threatened in a low voice, "Try laughing again." Xuelin stifled his laughter and whispered, "Boss, in this environment, having a clean pair of underwear is already a luxury. Don't be too picky. What I'm wearing isn't any better." Hearing this, Luo Xiao let him off and instructed, "Next time you scavenge supplies, keep an eye out for underwear. Wearing your own is always more comfortable than wearing someone else's. By the way, do you have any medicine for bruises and sprains? Give me some." Hearing this, Xuelin remembered that when Luo Xiao came back with the alcohol for Fatty, he was covered in wounds. At the time, Fatty's situation was urgent, so they hadn't attended to him. Xuelin said with concern, "Boss, take off your clothes and lie down. Let me take a look." Seeing the bruises all over Luo Xiao's body as he lay on the sofa, Xuelin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, how did this happen?" Even a third-stage zombie shouldn't have left you this battered. Luo Xiao said grimly, don't even mention it. I ran into a monster covered in scales. Its strength was terrifying. Covered in scales. Can zombies grow scales? Lin asked puzzled. I don't know if it's a zombie or not, but it was terrifyingly powerful in every way. The two chatted idly as Lin took a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray from his backpack, sprayed it all over Luo Xiao's back, and massaged it until it grew warm. By the time he finished, Luo Xiao had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Lin covered him with clothes and turned to leave. Everyone else had gone to their rooms to sleep. Lin opened Fatty's door and found Xiaoxiang checking his wounds. He didn't disturb her, but leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching the girl work with such seriousness. When did you get here? Xiaoxiang's crisp voice rang out. She had already finished checking on Fatty and was looking at him with curiosity. Nothing. I just came to see how Fat Go is doing. I saw you were checking on him, so I didn't want to disturb you. Why aren't you asleep yet? Xiaoxiang glanced at Fatty on the bed, took a quilt from the wardrobe, and said, I'm going to sleep with Sister Jia. With that, she ran off like she was escaping, clutching the quilt. Watching her retreating figure, Lin smiled softly. He gently closed Fatty's door, walked to the sofa, took a latest-stage second-tier spirit crystal from his backpack, and tossed it into his mouth, without a second thought. Then he sat cross-legged on the sofa. The transformation brought by the spirit crystal was agonizing. Even though he had experienced it many times before, the pain still made him tremble uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Lin lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly exhausted. The morning sun just rising cast its rays upon Luo Xiao's face. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the sun outside the window before stretching languidly. Glancing around the living room, he saw Lin still sleeping like a log, snoring incessantly. Luo Xiao walked directly to the fat man's door, and seeing his chest rising and falling steadily in the bedroom, finally felt at ease. Returning to the sofa, he took out a piece of compressed biscuit, put it in his mouth, and chewed it with difficulty. After swallowing, he took a big gulp of water, hastily concluding his breakfast for the day. After breakfast, Luo Xiao stood at the console, observing the monitor screen divided into dozens of sections. He carefully examined each monitored area, specifically marking those with a higher concentration of zombies to facilitate subsequent operations. Unbeknownst to him, everyone gradually woke up. Seeing Luo Xiao intently focused on the monitors, none of them disturbed him, each busying themselves with their own affairs. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiang, seeing Lin fast asleep on the sofa, was seized by a playful whim. She took a piece of paper, twisted it into a thin strip, and stealthily approached him, tickling his nose with it. Suddenly, Lin, who had been snoring thunderously, snapped his eyes open and instinctively grabbed Xiaoxiang by the neck. This abrupt motion drew everyone's attention. Realizing it was Xiaoxiang, Lin quickly released his grip and said apologetically, Sorry, I didn't know it was you. A trace of panic flickered in his eyes. Xiaoxiang, her eyes reddening, turned and ran away, leaving Lin no chance to explain. Watching Xiaoxiang's retreating figure, Lin was at a loss. Just then, Luo Xiao's voice sounded beside him. What's wrong? Got feelings? If so, go after her. Lin looked at Luo Xiao and said with a self-deprecating smile, Boss, mercenaries like us live with death hanging over our heads every day. We might die in some forgotten corner at any moment. Perhaps we don't deserve love. Once she gets out, she might find someone who can always be by her side. Hearing this, Luo Xiao kicked him playfully and scolded with a laugh. It's only been this long, and you're already at this point. And who says mercenaries don't deserve love? Their conversation fell upon the ears of old Xiao, who was not far away. He merely watched the scene calmly without intervening. After talking with Lin for a while, Luo Xiao said seriously to the remaining three, In this era, never play pranks on anyone, or you might not even know how you died. As Luo Xiao passed by them, he suddenly heard a growling sound. Noticing Luo Xiao's gaze, the girl surnamed Jia quickly lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Haven't you eaten? Hearing Luo Xiao's question, the girl shook her head without looking up. Luo Xiao turned to old Xiao, who said sheepishly, We've been out of food since yesterday. Frowning in surprise, Luo Xiao asked, You starved all day yesterday. Why didn't you tell us? Old Xiao replied apologetically, We thought we could hold out a few more days since we're almost out of here. Luo Xiao didn't know what to say to the old man. We still have at least 5 days before we get back to the fortress. How do you plan to endure that? He turned to Lin and said, Xiao Lin, get the individual self-heating rice from the pack and give each of them 1 bag. Boss, but just give it to them. Lin said nothing more, merely taking 4 packs of self-heating food from Luo Xiao's backpack and distributing them. Staring at the self-heating food in their hands, the three showed expressions of disbelief. Seeing how hungry they were, Luo Xiao urged, Eat up. You won't get food this good in the next few days. With that, he left the three with grateful looks and walked with Lin to the fat man's room. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Xiaoxiang crouching beside the fat man, her eyes nearly touching his hand, as if examining something. Hearing the door open, she sprang up like a startled kitten, pretending to be nonchalant. Luo Xiao and Lin walked over and asked, What are you looking at? Xiaoxiang said awkwardly, There seems to be something in his hand, but I can't pry it open. Hearing this, Luo Xiao looked at Xuelin, who nodded and said, I noticed it earlier, but I thought it was just muscle memory, so I didn't pay much attention. Luo Xiao crouched beside the fat man looking at his clenched fist. He directly pried open his fingers one by one. In the palm lay a third-tier spirit crystal gleaming with a dazzling light. Seeing the third-tier spirit crystal in the fat man's hand, Xuelin was astonished. He knew the fat man had only recently broken through to the third tier, yet he had managed to single-handedly kill a third-tier zombie. What is this? It's so beautiful. Xiao Xiang gazed at the third-tier spirit crystal, her eyes filled with admiration. Luo Xiao looked at the crystal in his hand and said, This is a third-tier spirit crystal. A spirit crystal? What is it? Did he get this and end up so severely injured? Luo Xiao nodded, put the crystal in his pocket, and walked out of the room with a heavy expression. Xuelin watched Luo Xiao leave, handed the self-heating rice to Xiao Xiang, and quickly followed. Only Luo Xiao knew how difficult it was for the fat man to kill a third-tier zombie alone. Luo Xiao barely spoke for the entire day, only observing the monitors. The next day at noon, while studying the map of the research institute provided by old Xiao, the satellite phone in his pocket rang. Hello, it's me. We've arrived at the designated location. Have you seen our people? Yeah, they're right here. Want to talk to her? No need. Just wait there. Once Monk and the others arrive, we can start work. By the way, did you bring what I asked for? Don't worry. In case you run short, I got you an extra one. After chatting for a while, Luo Xiao hung up. Gathering everyone, he asked old Xiao, How are your preparations? Don't worry. I've informed them. The three of us will help with the screening. Hearing that old Xiao had arranged everything, Luo Xiao nodded. He then turned to Xuelin and said, You won't be involved in the operation. Your task is to protect the fat man's safety. Xuelin nodded. Boss, have they arrived? Not yet. Monk and the others haven't arrived, but they should be here soon. All right, pack up your things. Once the zombies inside are cleared, well, start working immediately. Let's aim to finish early. Around 7 in the evening, Luo Xiao's phone rang, the melodious ringtone echoing throughout the living room. As soon as Luo Xiao answered, a voice from Jing Kong came through. We have arrived and just met up with Ying and the others. What's the next step? Turn on the speaker and calling over. Luo Xiao briefly outlined the battle plan he had already formulated. The main tasks were divided into several parts. First, clearing the surrounding zombies. With their approximately 20-person team, they could clear them in about a day. Then they would clear the entire research institute and finally transport all the materials away. Upon hearing the last part, Jing Kong directly said, Mingwang, you can let us kill zombies, but moving materials is another matter. How do we know what to take and what to leave? You don't need to worry about that. The researchers inside will filter it out later. Don't worry. You won't miss out on your points for this trip. Ying interjected, Mingwang, let's set aside the points for now. I remember seeing this task before. Can you tell us the detailed situation regarding the zombies here, so we have an idea? The task information shows there are only 5 third-tier mutated zombies here, but the situation here is completely different from what's described in the mission. We have already killed 4 third-tier mutated zombies inside, and I conservatively estimate there should be no less than 3 more. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, even the usually calm Ying cursed, damn. So many. Did you poke the nest of mutated zombies? I knew it. A task that can make you nervous can't just be a simple hassle. Hearing this, Luo Xiao joked. For other mercenary groups it might be a bit difficult, but for you, is this really a hassle? Both of them thought about it and agreed that with their 2 mercenary groups, killing 3 third-tier zombies shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just as they were relieved that there were only 3 mutated zombies, Luo Xiao's next words fell like a cold splash of water, chilling them to the core. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I killed a latest-stage 4th-tier zombie here. I don't know if there are more, so keep your eyes open and be ready to retreat if necessary. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Jing Kong immediately began to curse. Ying then shot back at Luo Xiao. No need to retreat later, we should retreat now. You've come this far, are you willing to go back empty-handed? All the rewards from this trip belong to you and the points will be split among the 3 teams. At first it sounded acceptable, but upon hearing the latter part, Ying directly expressed disdain. This task is worth 2,000 points, and splitting it among 3 teams doesn't even cover the meal expenses. You'd better not say anything more. Jing Kong said, So here's the deal, the third-tier spirit crystals belong to us, plus you owe our team a favor, and we won't take the points. The two had already discussed this beforehand, and decided that they needed Luo Xiao to bleed a little this time. Hearing this, Luo Xiao agreed without thinking, just asking, Are you sure you don't want the points? No regrets. He received affirmative answers from both. Since they didn't want them, Luo Xiao reluctantly stuffed the points into his pocket. The group discussed and decided to start the offensive to clear the zombies early the next morning, as the night's visibility was too affected, bringing too many disadvantages. They discussed the details of the battle, ensuring they had considered all aspects before finally hanging up. Luo Xiao looked at the group and said, Get some rest early. Tomorrow won't be this leisurely. Without waiting for their reactions, he lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, Xuelin got up, went to check on Fatty in his room, and after confirming he was fine returned to the living room, ignoring the gazes of the others, and lay down to sleep. A few people remained in their seats, unsure of what to do. Listen to the little brother, go to sleep, said old Xiao directly. Hearing old Xiao's words, the others reluctantly returned to their bedrooms. As for whether they actually slept, only they would know. The next morning as dawn broke, a gunshot rang out from outside, followed by a cacophony of gunfire, like firecrackers, with the occasional explosion of grenades echoing through the sounds. In the bedroom, a group of people were in various states of dress, some still in pajamas, others hurriedly getting dressed. Old Xiao looked at Luo Xiao and Shui Lin, who were standing by the window, and asked, "Little brother, has the attack begun outside?" Luo Xiao looked at the two mercenary groups below who were clearing zombies and nodded, saying, "I estimate they'll clear the surrounding zombies by noon." Having never witnessed such a large-scale battle, everyone crowded by the window, curiously observing the battle below and occasionally gasping in amazement. The two girls were especially excited, showing no signs of discomfort. Luo Xiao and Shui Lin stepped back from the crowd, and Luo Xiao said to Shui Lin, "I'll go out to stretch and clear the place inside. I'll leave this to you." Then Luo Xiao opened the safety door and charged out. After Shui Lin closed the safety door, he sat down in front of the monitoring screen, watching as Luo Xiao wielded an axe, plunging it into a zombie's skull before swiftly pulling it out. He kicked a nearby zombie to the ground, and just as it raised its head, it was met with Luo Xiao's size 43 shoe. As Shui Lin watched Luo Xiao rampage through the zombies on the monitor, a remark from Xiao Xiang caught his attention. "Look over there, a different kind of zombie is coming out." As Shui Lin moved to the window to take a look, Jing Kong had already led two others towards the mutated third-tier zombie. The three quickly engaged the zombie, each wielding iron rods, and standing in three different directions, tightly surrounding it. As soon as it attacked one person, the other two would strike from other directions. Upon contact, the third-tier zombie began to roar in anger. Shui Lin watched in confusion. Among the three, only Jing Kong had reached the mid-third tier, while the other two appeared to be late second tier, similar to his current strength. Yet they were able to easily take on the attacks of the third-tier zombie with the support of their companions. Although the attacks from the two didn't inflict much damage, each of their strikes was exceptionally clever, targeting the zombie's weakest points, such as the eyes, neck, joints, and lower body. This left the zombie with few opportunities to attack, spending most of its time in a passive defense and enduring hits. Each time the two attacked, the zombie would defend, allowing Jing Kong to strike. Each of Jing Kong's strikes caused the zombie to wail in pain. In less than 5 minutes, this mutated third-tier zombie was lifted into the air by the three long rods, and before it could land, Jing Kong shouted, channeling all his strength, and swung his iron rod heavily at its head. As the iron rod made contact with the zombie's head, it exploded like a watermelon, with chunks of skull flying in all directions. "Good." A cheer rang out from Ying, who had been watching the fight unfold. He hadn't expected Jing Kong and the others to win so easily. Hearing Ying's compliment, Jing Kong said smugly, "Sorry, I got first blood." His words immediately killed the conversation. Ying simply turned around, ignoring him, and busied himself with clearing the zombies. After an hour of fighting, their ammunition was nearly depleted, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Everyone switched to their cold weapons, hacking and slashing at the zombies relentlessly. Amid the chaos, they split into two battle zones. Ying led the Night Shadow Mercenary Corps in a circular defense formation with two reserves inside. Meanwhile, under Jing Kong's lead, the Daze team formed a spearhead formation, charging through the horde. Even second-stage mutant zombies fell within a single round under their coordinated attacks. At the tip of the spearhead, Jing Kong sent a blocking second-stage mutant zombie flying with a single strike. Before it could rise, his teammates rained down a flurry of blows, sending it to its doom. The Night Shadow members watched in awe at their flawless coordination. Ying shouted, "What are you staring at? Focus on the fight." Everyone snapped back to attention, concentrating on the battle. The two teams had distinct styles. The Daze Mercenary Corps emphasized teamwork, while the Night Shadow Mercenary Corps excelled in small squad coordination. Each had its own strengths. The battle raged for an entire morning. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground amidst the corpses. The high-intensity fighting had drained even them. After a brief rest, it was time to reap the rewards. They scrambled through the piles of bodies, searching for mutant zombies. Whether first or second stage, they pocketed them all. Afterward, the group gathered at the entrance of the research institute. Inside, Luo Xiao had already returned to his lab, watching the raucous crowd outside, brandishing sticks and blades like street thugs. Luo Xiao signaled for old Xiao to open the gate. Pressing a blue button, the massive doors before the group slowly slid open. As soon as they opened, zombies surged out in a frenzy. Startled, everyone quickly drew their weapons to meet the onslaught. After clearing the zombies at the entrance, a bizarre mutant creature dropped from the ceiling, blocking their path just as they prepared to enter. The mutant had an elongated head with 2 rows of protruding fangs. Its body was covered in vivid red muscles, as if stripped of skin, with black blood oozing from the gaps. As they studied it, the creature, initially on all fours, slowly rose to its feet. To their astonishment, a slit opened on its belly revealing a pair of tiny miniature claws. Seeing this, Jinkong cursed, "Damn. Can mutants give birth?" They had never seen or heard of such a thing. Everyone fixed their gaze on the small creature struggling to emerge from the mutant's belly. After the two tiny claws appeared, a blood-red head began to squeeze out. Rip! A tearing sound echoed as the blood-red head burst through a membrane, forcing its way out of its mother's belly. It slowly crawled down along its mother's body. When it fully revealed itself, everyone involuntarily stepped back, staring in horror. The small mutant's head, like its mother's, was skinless with black veins like tattoos covering its crimson skull. Its pure white eyes and a mouth that seemed to split to the back of its head were filled with rows of tiny, dense teeth. Its feet resembled animal paws, each toe tipped with curved, sharp claws. Once on the ground, it swung its claws, severing the umbilical cord connecting it to its mother. The larger mutant let out a pained, low growl. Jinkong and Ing frowned, deeply sensing trouble. Roar! The larger mutant bellowed, drawing everyone's attention. Where did the little one go? A voice snapped them back to reality. The spot where the small mutant had stood was now empty. They scanned their surroundings warily, but found no trace of it. Forget it, let's take down the big one first. Jinkong said, his eyes fixed on the larger mutant. Seeing Jinkong's eagerness, Ing said, "You already got a third-stage spirit crystal. This one's ours." Without waiting for a reply, Ing led two men forward, engaging the third-stage mutant. Perhaps weakened from childbirth, the mutant appeared sluggish in battle. From the start, Ing and his team overwhelmed it, leaving it no chance to counter. It relied solely on its third-stage zombie defense and tenacity, letting out incessant roars. Just as everyone thought the fight was nearly over, a massive black figure crashed down, landing before the larger mutant. The impact sent Ing and his men flying. As the dust cleared, a male mutant taller and more robust than the female stood before them. The small mutant perched on its shoulder. The male stood nearly a meter taller than the female. The overwhelming pressure forced everyone to draw their weapons, bracing for battle. The mutant family of three stared at them, making no move to attack. Meanwhile, Jinkong's group, gripping their weapons, had palms slick with nervous sweat. The whole family was here. After being thrown back, Ing and his team retreated. Gazing at the enormous mutant, Ing said gravely, "Monk, what now? Should we run?" Jinkong replied without turning, "You beat up his wife and mother. Think Hell let you leave?" Finding no retort, Ing sighed helplessly. "When the fight starts, you've got my back." Jinkong responded bluntly, "Scaredy cat. You take the lead, ill support." Seeing Jinkong's serious expression, Ing flipped him off. Roar! A tremendous roar erupted from the male mutant creature's maw, the colossal sound wave assaulting everyone's ears like a sonic attack, forcing them to cover their ears. Following the roar, zombies surged endlessly from the research institute's gate, charging toward them. The male mutant creature lunged directly at Ing. As the massive figure barreled toward him, Ing involuntarily swallowed hard. With no room for retreat, he had no choice but to steel himself and face the onslaught. Drawing another dagger, Ing gripped both weapons, his expression tense and focused. The creature made no elaborate moves, merely throwing a punch in his direction. The colossal fist streaked through the air, leaving a blurred trail as it hurtled toward him. Ing aimed his dagger squarely at the fist and thrust with all his might. As the dagger met the fist, it sank hilt deep into the flesh. However, the immense force of the punch sent Ing flying backward, the dagger still embedded in the mutant's fist. As Ing was hurled away, the small mutant creature perched on the larger one's shoulder leaped directly toward him. Jinkong, who had been watching from the side, intervened, immediately intercepting the small mutant. The moment they clashed, Jinkong realized its tenacity. Aside from the initial heating collision, the creature dodged all subsequent attacks with its agile movements. The male mutant creature, as if fixated on Ing, bypassed Jinkong's skirmish and charged straight at him. Watching the massive figure rush toward him, Ing groaned in despair, unable to confront it directly and forced into a defensive stance. After only a few exchanges, Ing began coughing up blood in heavy gasps. In desperation, he called out to Jinkong for help. "Monk, if you don't get here soon, I'm done for." Jinkong locked in combat with the small mutant, heard Ying's plea, and quickly scanned the battlefield. The deputy captain of Anya was locked in battle with the female mutant alongside two others, while the rest were fending off the zombie horde, unable to assist. Just as Jinkong was about to summon his deputy to handle the small mutant, an unexpected change occurred. A streak of red flew directly toward him. Without a second thought, Jinkong forced the small mutant back, caught the red figure, and gently laid it on the ground. Before Jinkong could speak, the wounded brother clutching his chest rasped, "Captain, I'm fine. But there's another third-tier zombie." Hearing this, Jinkong's heart sank. With three mutant creatures already overwhelming them, yet another had joined the fray. On the distant battlefield, Daze's deputy captain and two others were struggling against a third-tier zombie, while the rest barely held their ground. Among the horde were not just ordinary zombies, but also a scattering of first-tier and second-tier variants. Just as Jinkong prepared to order a retreat, a streak of light shot out from the gate, heading straight for the female mutant. Roar! A silver axe embedded hilt deep into its back, eliciting a howl of agony. Looking toward the gate, Luo Xiao appeared wielding a long blade as he cut through the surrounding zombies. Not a single zombie survived more than one exchange with him. In no time, he had carved a path through the horde and entered their makeshift defensive circle. Quickly assessing the battlefield, Luo Xiao charged directly at the female mutant. The others, seeing Luo Xiao's arrival, looked as if they had glimpsed their salvation. The three entangled with the female mutant immediately disengaged to intercept the small mutant, while Jing Kong went to assist Ying, who was on the verge of being beaten to death. The skirmishes shifted tactics, focusing on containment rather than direct confrontation. With Luo Xiao's powerful addition, the already weakened female mutant lasted only a few exchanges before he cleaved off its head with a single strike. Seeing the female mutant decapitated, both the male and small mutant flew into a frenzy, launching relentless assaults on everyone around them. The group struggled in agony, gritting their teeth to endure. After dispatching the female mutant, Luo Xiao ignored the other skirmishes and headed straight for the massive male mutant. In Luo Xiao's eyes, this fourth-tier initial stage mutant posed the greatest threat. He needed to join forces with Jing Kong to eliminate it swiftly. With Luo Xiao's intervention, the two who had been barely holding on found immediate relief. Luo Xiao engaged the male mutant Heiden with his blade and axe, while Jing Kong and Ying struck from the flanks. Each of their attacks left fresh wounds on the creature. Within 10 minutes, the enraged mutant had inflicted various injuries on Luo Xiao and Jing Kong. The trio combined their efforts to send the mutant flying, then pressed the attack. Luo Xiao aimed a full-powered slash at its head. The mutant on the ground let out a furious roar, slammed its claws against the earth, and sprang upright like a coiled spring. It swatted Luo Xiao's blade aside with one claw, while blocking the attacks from Ying and Jing Kong with the other, simultaneously kicking out at Luo Xiao. Startled, Luo Xiao was impressed by its swift reaction. However, his combat experience served him well. As the kick neared, he sidestepped and turned his attacking hand into an elbow strike, smashing it into the creature's thigh. The immense force deformed its thigh, causing it to collapse to its knees. As it fell, Jing Kong's iron staff swept across its chest, sending it flying. The moment it hit the ground, Ying leaped onto its shoulders from behind, daggers in both hands, and stabbed wildly at its head. Under Ying's relentless assault, the mutant finally ceased its resistance, its arms falling limply to its sides. As it knelt there lifeless, Ying collapsed from its shoulders. Luo Xiao quickly caught him, while Jing Kong, seeing the giant dealt with, turned back to assist the others. "How are you?" Luo Xiao asked, concerned as he looked at the weakened Ying. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Let me catch my breath. Go help them first." After confirming Ying was safe, Luo Xiao rose and charged toward the remaining skirmishes. Within half an hour, every zombie and mutant on the battlefield lay dead. Everyone was utterly exhausted. If not for Luo Xiao's timely arrival, none of them would have survived the day. After the fierce battle, everyone sat on the ground, drinking water and eating something to quickly replenish their strength. Luo Xiao stood aside, silently gazing at the corpses scattered across the field. "What are you staring at so intently?" Jing Kong and Ying approached him and asked. "Nothing, just looking. I don't buy that, you old fox. Don't think I didn't notice. You've been eyeing that mutated creature's corpse all along. That creature was at least fourth tier. Don't tell me you have no thoughts about it." Hearing Jing Kong's words, Luo Xiao smirked and said, "I'd be lying if I said I had no interest, but we agreed all spirit crystals go to you." With that, Luo Xiao turned and strode toward the entrance of the research institute. Jing Kong stood frozen, watching his figure with disbelief. He just gave up a fourth-tier spirit crystal. Just like that. "Seems so, but something feels off. This isn't like him," Ying said, puzzled. "Forget it, let's collect the spoils first." Jing Kong called everyone over to begin harvesting. The same people who had been in dire straits moments ago were now beaming with joy. As they gathered the spirit crystals, their smiles stretched from ear to ear. Their haul included one fourth-tier spirit crystal, 3 third-tier crystals, over a dozen second-tier ones, and more than 40 first-tier crystals. It was a bountiful battle. There was little dispute over the distribution except for the single fourth-tier crystal. Both sides coveted it. Jing Kong and Ying argued heatedly, their faces reddening with frustration. After much fruitless debate, a member of the shadow team suggested settling it the old-fashioned way, rock, paper, scissors, best of 3. The winner would owe the loser a favor, no questions asked. Both agreed readily. Rock, paper, scissors. As the words fell, Ying showed paper, while Jing Kong displayed scissors. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ying said again, "Rock, paper, scissors." Ying chose rock and Jing Kong again chose scissors, a tie. Rock, paper, scissors. Ying chose scissors, Jing Kong chose rock. Seeing this, everyone from Days erupted into cheers. Ying stared at his own 2 fingers, then suddenly slapped himself. Jing Kong's smug expression made Ying want to punch him square in the eye. The more he looked, the angrier he grew. He turned and glared at the subordinate who had suggested the game, flashing a sinister grin. The sight sent chills down the man's spine, goosebumps rising as he instinctively backed away, seeking safety. Once the spirit crystals were distributed, everyone split into 4 teams, each led by one of the 2 leaders or their deputies, to sweep through the research institute. The earlier battle had drawn most of the zombies inside, leaving only a handful scattered about. It didn't take long to clear the entire building. After confirming no zombies remained, everyone regrouped at Luo Xiao's location. Seeing the sun setting outside the window, Luo Xiao suggested everyone get a good night's rest. They had been busy all day. He planned to start gathering materials the next morning. But the 3 researchers couldn't rest. Their work was just beginning. They had to sort through all the useful materials from each lab overnight. Leaving a few people to guard them, everyone else found a room to rest. Luo Xiao checked on Fatty's condition before lying down on the sofa. The next morning, Luo Xiao rose early and wandered through the institute. After 20 minutes, he found Old Xiao sorting through materials. Seeing Old Xiao seated amid piles of documents, meticulously selecting them, Luo Xiao asked, "Old Xiao, how's the progress?" Old Xiao looked up, exhaustion etched on his face. 2 more labs worth of documents to sort. Should be done in another 2 or 3 hours. Can we load the sorted ones onto the trucks? Yes, I've instructed them on what goes where. They know what to do. All right, carry on. He'll take another look around. As he walked, he noticed stacks of materials piled outside every lab in the building. At the entrance, he saw Jing Kong and Ying chatting while smoking. Give me one. Seeing Luo Xiao's outstretched hand, Ying reluctantly pulled a crumpled pack from his pocket, extracted a cigarette, and handed it over with a pained expression. Luo Xiao didn't mind the wrinkled cigarette. He took Ying's lighter and lit it. He took a deep drag, closed his eyes, and savored the smoke filling his lungs before exhaling slowly. He repeated the process twice, then opened his eyes. As he took a step, he nearly stumbled, startling the 2 beside him, who reached out to steady him. Underworld King, are you all right? Luo Xiao leaned against a wall and waved his hand. I'm fine. Just haven't smoked in a while. Took too big a puff, got a bit dizzy. Hearing this, the 2 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ignoring their reaction, Luo Xiao simply instructed them to start loading the trucks, then quickly walked away. Watching his retreating figure, they couldn't resist teasing the mighty Underworld King dizzy from smoking. Ha ha ha. When Luo Xiao returned to the meeting point, Xuelin and Su Jia were chatting on the sofa. What are you talking about? Seeing him return, they both stood up and greeted boss. Luo Xiao nodded. Sit down. No need to be so formal among us. Boss, we were just saying, once we get back we can finally take a proper rest. Luo Xiao sighed. Yeah, it's been a while since we had a break. Let's make the most of it. He turned to Su Jia. Have you seen Fatty? Yes. The little girl said he'll be fine. Just a matter of time before he wakes up. Good. By the way, when we evacuate, the few of us will ride together, including that little girl. Su Jia looked puzzled. Boss, why include her? Luo Xiao gave a gentle smile. To give your future sister-in-law and brother-in-law some time to bond. Su Jia's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xuelin. Xiaolin, you're in a relationship. Jia, it's not that serious yet. How serious? Held hands. Kissed. Or even. None of that. I haven't even confessed, Xuelin said shyly. Thump. Su Jia kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Why are you such a coward? Just go for it. It's the apocalypse. What are you afraid of? If you can't handle it, I'll teach you. First do this, then that. Hearing Su Jia's bold talk, Luo Xiao quickly changed the subject. He couldn't let her continue or Xuelin would be ruined. At 10 in the morning, all the materials had been sorted, and the old man Xiao and others were directing the loading of supplies. Watching the busy figures and feeling bored, said Ming Wang, what do you plan to do with all these things when you go back? It's such a waste of time and effort. Isn't this just a thankless task? Luo Xiao didn't reveal the significance of these materials to them. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Luo Xiao merely looked at the old man Xiao and said these things are very important to him. He insists on taking them. What can I do? Luo Xiao shrugged his hands. Hearing Luo Xiao's reluctant reasoning, the 2 didn't press further. After all, if this excuse came from Ming Wang, it meant he didn't want them to know. Jing Kong looked at the fat man being carried out on a stretcher and said the cost of this mission is quite high. There are only 4 people in the entire mercenary group, 1 severely injured, 1 lightly injured with an injury rate of 50%. There's no helping it, Luo Xiao sighed. This is our livelihood. Who would have thought that a seemingly easy task would come with so many complications? Luo Xiao felt helpless as well. Initially, he had come out with a clear purpose to enhance his strength, but now half of the team was injured. Feigning nonchalance, he said, just take this opportunity to rest well. Ying directly envied, saying, be grateful. You can still rest. What about us? A bunch of unfortunate souls. When we get back, we'll just rest a bit and have to head out again. Lian exclaimed, so soon. Ying helplessly replied, there's no choice. The more people there are, the greater the expenses. If we don't go out, we won't even have a place to stay. By the way, let me share some intel with you. Upon hearing the word intel, the 2 instantly perked up. The fortress is about to implement a series of reforms for mercenary groups, the latest being that spirit crystals can be exchanged for points, and it seems they're not cheap. Hearing this news, Jing Kong exclaimed, then the 1st and 2nd tier spirit crystals we have that are useless can be sold directly. Luo Xiao nodded. According to what he knew during this period, the fortress' new regulations included not only buying spirit crystals, but also selling them as long as one could afford the price. This policy was unknown even to Zhang Su, the son of a high-ranking official. There were also a series of other policies. This reform was decisive, making more people willing to join this industry. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, the two quickly called over their team's financial personnel to gather all the spirit crystals. The two placed their bags heavily on the ground and emptied them, saying these are all useless first and second-tier spirit crystals. The two didn't understand why their boss suddenly wanted these things. Looking at the pile of spirit crystals, Jing Kong and Ying's eyes turned into shapes of money. Originally, these first and second-tier spirit crystals were of no use to them, but it seemed a pity to toss them away, so they kept them until now. Now they didn't expect they could be exchanged for points. You can imagine how excited the two were. Look at your little aspirations. If I tell you a way to make money, wouldn't you kneel down to thank me? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the two fell into a daze. Can spirit crystals already be sold, and this isn't considered making money? The two looked at Luo Xiao with burning eyes, grabbing his hands from either side, and said, "Boss, I was your loyal little brother before. You tell me to go east, I absolutely won't go west," Ying said with a flattering face. Looking at Ying's shamelessness, Jing Kong felt his face twitch. This Ying was too much. Jing Kong's big face squeezed out a pitiful expression that looked worse than crying, saying, "Ming Wang, as long as you tell me, we can split the points 60-40, how about that?" Luo Xiao looked at the two lively characters on either side, and then at the distance where all the people carrying things stood still, looking over in horror. Luo Xiao hurriedly kicked the two away, revealing a look of "I'm not familiar with these two." Jing Kong and Ying looked at their teammates, staring at them oddly, feeling an uncontrollable anger. The two had toiled to ensure their team was well-fed and well-treated, yet this ungrateful bunch was looking at them with disdain. So they angrily said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. Anyone caught looking at noon won't get lunch." After throwing down this harsh statement, the two once again showed flattering expressions, walking to Luo Xiao's side, just about to reach out, when Luo Xiao stopped them, saying, "I'm afraid of you too. Can't I just tell you? This news is still unknown to others. We can consolidate the points in our hands, buy a large amount of first and second-tier spirit crystals, and then wait for the notification to be released. We can resell them at a high price and share the profits based on how many points each invested." Hearing Luo Xiao's planning, pondered and said, "Are you saying we should be middlemen?" Jing Kong rolled his eyes at him, genuinely worried about this guy's brain. "Ming Wang has made it so clear, and you just realized it." Jing Kong looked at Luo Xiao seriously and asked, "Ming Wang, are you sure about the authenticity of this intel?" Luo Xiao directly replied, "Believe it or not, people in the apocalyptic world cherish their lives even more than before. They'll go to any lengths to improve their strength. Some people have points, but are too afraid to leave the city to take on missions wanting to raise their strength. What can they do? They can only find someone to buy spirit crystals or exchange them. Moreover, do you know how many ordinary people are there in the fortress?" The two shook their heads, and Ying weakly said, 20 million. Luo Xiao disdainfully looked at him and said, "There are probably at least 70 to 80 million people in the fortress, and among them ordinary people might account for over 70 million. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the two were momentarily shocked. They hadn't really paid attention to this matter. Everyday survivors from all over the world continuously join, and while many have undergone transformations with spirit crystals, not everyone wants to live a life of killing. Many still choose a more secure lifestyle, even if the living conditions in the rear are poor and they don't earn many points. Yet after a busy day, they won't starve and won't always be on edge about their safety." Jing Kong thought for a moment and said, "Well, the bold will survive and the timid will starve. If I go bankrupt, I'll just take my people to Ming Wang's house for a free meal." Seeing Jing Kong's determination, Ying didn't want to lag behind and immediately raised his hand to express agreement. Jing Kong awkwardly asked, "By the way, how many points do you both have?" Ying thought for a moment and said, "After deducting daily expenses, I can take out 7,000 points." Hearing this, Jing Kong was directly shocked, his eyes wide open. In disbelief, he asked, "How do you have so much money?" Ying proudly replied, "Of course it's from earning. Otherwise, could it be from stealing? By the way, Jing Kong, how much do you have?" Jing Kong stammered, "I only have 4,000. As he spoke, his voice got softer and softer. Upon hearing that Jing Kong had only 4,000 points, Ying couldn't help but curse them as a bunch of spendthrift monks, suspecting they might have secretly gone to find massage girls. Jing Kong glared at him with fury, but couldn't refute him after all the other had contributed nearly double his points. At this moment, Jing Kong was filled with regret, wishing he had been more frugal. The two had just finished bickering and turned to Luo Xiao in unison, asking, "Underworld King, how many points do you have?" Luo Xiao looked at them like curious children and said, "Do you want the truth?" "Forget it, I won't say it, afraid it might discourage you." "Say it. Go ahead and say it. Since we're cooperating, shouldn't we disclose how much we're investing?" "Well, in my account right now, there's not even 2,000. Countless thoughts of disbelief raced through their minds. Seeing their darkened faces, Luo Xiao added, But what?" They both asked in unison. "But when I get back, I can at least come up with 10,000 points." Hearing that Luo Xiao could produce 10,000, their expressions returned to normal, as this befitted the aura of the Underworld King. So what price should we set for purchasing? Jinkong asked with confusion. Luo Xiao recalled that according to the initial prices, if first-grade spirit crystal should be priced at 80 as second grade, at 200 a third grade, at 500 points, and a fourth grade at around 1300. Beyond that, it was no longer a matter of points. Such items were essentially priceless, and no one would be foolish enough to sell them. Luo Xiao stated directly, first-grade spirit crystals at 22nd grade, at 63rd grade, at 224th grade, at 500. Hearing Luo Xiao's quotes, the two felt that the prices for first and second grade crystals might be too high. Looking at them, he said, rest assured, with these quotes we can still make a substantial profit. They calculated that the three of them had a total of 21,000 points. If they bought all first-grade spirit crystals, they could acquire a full 1,050. If second-grade crystals, they could purchase 350. For third-grade spirit crystals, they could buy 95. The further they calculated, the more excited they became. That was a full 95 crystals. They had only managed to gather 6 or 7 third-grade spirit crystals through their arduous efforts. Jinkong kept stroking his bald head and said, No, I can't think about this anymore, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm going to work. With that, he headed straight for the large vehicle without looking back. Luo Xiao watched Ying, who was grinning to himself with his head down, not knowing what to say about the two of them, and shook his head helplessly. Seeing everyone had left, Ying snapped out of it and hurriedly followed. Within an hour, all the materials to be taken were loaded onto the vehicles. Seeing everything was ready, Jinkong bellowed, prepare to depart. Everyone boarded their vehicles one after another. Just then Luo Xiao called out to him, Monk, arrange a driver for us. We're short on drivers here. Sure thing, boss, right away. He immediately turned and ran to a jeep, spoke a few words, and soon returned with a short, red-robed monk. With the driver in place, Luo Xiao wasted no time and had Xiaoxiang ride with them. The researchers were arranged to ride in another vehicle. The convoy consisted of 11 vehicles. Jinkong's off-road vehicle led the way, Luo Xiao and the researchers were in the middle, and Ying's jeep brought up the rear. All the drivers were seasoned veterans, making the trip faster than their arrival. Soon they drove out of the small town and onto the provincial road through the countryside. Xiaoxiang had wanted to ride with old Xiao, but Luo Xiao refused, insisting that the fat man needed constant observation, and thus forcibly invited her into their car. In the 7-seat wooling van, Su Jia laid the fat man across the last row, then hurried to the front passenger seat, leaving only the two middle seats together. As soon as she got in, Su Jia warmly took Xiaoxiang's hand and said, Mingpa, you can call me Jia Jia, just like Xiao Linzi. If anyone ever bullies you, just call me, and I'll show them why a monkey's bottom is so red. With that, she rolled up her rope-wrapped sleeve, revealing a solid bicep. Seeing Su Jia's impressive bicep, Xiaoxiang's eyes lit up immediately. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, saying, Jia Jia, how did you train these muscles? They're bigger than any man's I've seen. They feel so reassuring. Hearing Xiaoxiang's words, Su Jia's lips curled up involuntarily as she boasted, this kind of muscle gives a sense of security, unlike some people who have no muscles at all and are as thin as a toothpick. She glanced at Shui Lin as she spoke. Meeting Su Jia's gaze, Shui Lin retorted, I have muscles too, you know. I've got at least a six-pack on my stomach. Su Jia and Xiaoxiang both showed expressions of disbelief at his words. Shui Lin was so angry he wanted to take off his shirt to prove it. If the fat man were awake, he would probably lift his shirt to reveal his round, pale belly and say, I have muscles too. I've condensed my abs into one. After all, concentration is essence. The group chatted and laughed merrily along the way, filling the car with joy. When they grew tired of talking, they enjoyed the idyllic rural scenery. Su Jia, sitting in the front, kept signaling Shui Lin through the rearview mirror, but he pretended not to see, which left her so frustrated she stopped talking. After about an hour of driving, everyone felt drowsy and the scenery outside kept changing. Luo Xiao stared at the roadside, his brow gradually furrowing. Su Jia noticed Luo Xiao's unease and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Don't you find the scenery on both sides of the road a bit familiar? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Su Jia looked out the window and searched her memory. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't recall and asked doubtfully, Boss, could you be mistaken? As far as I remember, we've never been here. Luo Xiao shook his head and said, maybe I'm overthinking it. It's nothing. Go ahead and rest. Just as he finished speaking, Jinkong's voice came over the walkie-talkie. Everyone be careful, we're about to enter the tunnel into the city. Hearing this, Luo Xiao and Su Jia's eyes widened instantly as they recognized the place. The Cobra Swarm. They both shouted in terror almost simultaneously. Luo Xiao slammed on the brakes, coming to a screeching halt, while the car behind, following too closely, rear-ended them. Everyone stop immediately and turn around. Luo Xiao roared into the walkie-talkie. Though none knew what was happening, upon hearing Luo Xiao's frantic roar, they all immediately turned around. The entire convoy reversed its direction, swiftly fleeing the tunnel. After driving for about 10 minutes, the entire convoy slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Underworld King, what's wrong? Jinkong asked with confusion over the walkie-talkie. Did you also take this road when you came? Yes. Is there a problem? Didn't you encounter anything on your way here? No. The journey was very smooth, Jinkong replied puzzled. If anything was different, we didn't see a single zombie the whole way. The entire city was eerily quiet. Ing said without hesitation. What? Did you encounter something here? Yes. We ran into a group of mutated cobras. They were quite powerful, mostly at the 2nd or 3rd tier, with several even at the 4th tier. In the end, we had to blast the entrance to the cave to shake them off. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao still felt a lingering fear. Hearing this, Jinkong directly asked, then why didn't we encounter anything when we came through? I don't know either. I suggest we take a different route. Going this way is too risky, Luo Xiao advised. Ing also nodded. I agree with taking a detour. If what Underworld King says is true and we do run into them with a convoy this large, we wouldn't stand a chance. Then let's detour through El City. It's a longer route, but at least it's safer, Jinkong agreed, as a single vehicle and a convoy were entirely different matters. With everyone in agreement, Ying's jeep took the lead, guiding the convoy to change course toward El City. The route would bypass our city entirely, taking the provincial highway around half of it before getting on the expressway. Dusk had arrived and darkness descended. The night was especially gloomy with visibility, so poor one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. For safety, they decided to spend the night at a service area along the expressway. No sooner had they parked the vehicles than zombies from the service area charged at them. All vehicles immediately turned on their headlights, and Jinkong and Ing led their men straight out to engage. There were also designated individuals holding flashlights, clearing the area behind the vehicles that the headlights couldn't reach. A group of researchers had never witnessed a battle against zombies from such close quarters. The brutal scene made them press against the car windows, vomiting the lunch they had eaten. Previously, they had only watched battles through surveillance monitors with no real experience. It felt like watching a movie. But now, experiencing it firsthand, they understood the true horror of zombies. Over 10 minutes later, Jinkong walked over covered in black blood, all cleared. Luo Xiao nodded, then opened the car door to let the researchers disembark. As soon as they got out, the 4 of them crouched neatly by the roadside, retching incessantly. The others looked at the pitiful group and smiled, recalling that they too had once gone through this very same ordeal. Luo Xiao didn't urge them, just waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Old Man Xiao was the first to slowly stand up, supporting himself on his thigh. His face pale, he looked at Luo Xiao, but before he could speak, his stomach churned again. He forced himself to hold it back. Luo Xiao handed him a bottle of water. After rinsing his mouth and drinking half the bottle in one go, he felt much better. He said apologetically, sorry for the trouble. Jinkong smiled and said, it's no trouble. We all went through this. After the 4 had composed themselves, Luo Xiao led them, looking utterly drained, into the service area's main hall. Meanwhile, the fat man was being carried by Shui Lin and another driver from Days. As soon as they entered the hall, the aroma of instant noodles filled the air. A monk from Zeta was busy dropping noodles into a large pot. Glancing to the left, there was a sight to behold: a group from the night, each holding disposable chopsticks and a bowl, watching the chef cook the noodles with rapt attention. Those closest had their heads nearly in the pot. For a moment, even Luo Xiao couldn't help but swallow at the aroma. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten noodles. Ing sat to one side, holding a disposable container. Seeing Jinkong enter, he couldn't resist teasing. Monk, I didn't know you guys knew how to enjoy life. Jinkong said sheepishly, when we went for supplies we found these. Since there are so many of us, I thought I'd buy a set. It wasn't expensive anyway. As they chatted and joked, the chef shouted, food's ready. Everyone immediately scrambled to their feet and swarmed the pot, surrounding it completely. Because he was chatting, Ing ended up at the back. Seeing no gap to squeeze through, he roared in frustration, everyone line up. You're acting like you've never eaten before. You're embarrassing us in front of our Zeta brothers. Hearing this, the night members reluctantly backed off and lined up behind Ing. Ing looked at Luo Xiao and the others and said, why don't you go first? Luo Xiao smiled and said, no, you go ahead. Before he could finish, Ing had already handed his bowl to the chef, urging him to give him more. Under everyone's gaze, Ing walked away contentedly with a large bowl of noodles, sat down, and began to eat heartily, not waiting for anyone else. The night members followed suit, each filling their bowl to the brim before stopping. Jinkong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He realized that having the noodles cooked had been a terrible mistake. He had wanted to show off how good his mercenary group's food was, but now he had shot himself in the foot. This one meal alone probably cost as much as several meals for his own group. By the time the night members had finished, Jinkong looked into the pot and saw nothing but soup. Not a single noodle left. Seeing his team members staring at him with longing eyes, Jinkong sighed and said with pain, go get 2 more boxes of instant noodles and cook them. Thanks to Jinkong's generosity, even Luo Xiao couldn't resist having 2 extra bowls. The others were no exception, except for the researchers who, due to their earlier ordeal, could only manage 1 bowl each before losing their appetite. After everyone had eaten, Ing even brought the night members over to express their thanks. Looking at the hypocritical group, Jinkong roared, get lost. Don't be too happy too soon. Tomorrow it's your turn to provide the meals. Hearing Jinkong's roaring, just smiled nonchalantly and said, fine. We only brought compressed biscuits. Plenty and filling, don't worry. Hearing Ying's words, Jinkong turned and walked away, afraid that if he said another word, he would end up hitting him. After the meal, each mercenary group assigned 2 members for sentry duty tasked with guarding the vehicles and maintaining vigilance. Though they insisted that Luo Xiao and his team need not contribute, Luo Xiao still insisted on sending one person along with the deputy leader researcher surnamed Jia. Initially, Luo Xiao was reluctant to involve him, but as Old Man Xiao argued, you came for our sake, so we can't just stand by and do nothing. Killing zombies is beyond us, but standing guard is no problem. Ultimately unable to sway the old man, Luo Xiao had no choice but to hand over his pistol and instructed him to fire at the first sign of trouble. Thus, during the first half of the night, Shui Lin took charge with him, watching over the parking area, while Luo Xiao and Old Man Xiao took over for the second half. Though sporadic zombies wandered nearby throughout the night, the sentries dispatched them with cold weapons without disturbing the others. The entire night passed without incident until a thunderclap at dawn roused everyone. Gazing at the overcast sky, especially the oppressive dark clouds, a sense of gloom settled over them. Jinkong observed the gloomy weather and remarked, looks like the rain won't be light. It's bound to slow us down again. Luo Xiao declared, directly, wake everyone up. Let's press on before the rain starts and cover as much ground as we can. Jinkong then instructed those nearby, rouse them all, and prepare to depart. The group in a bustling procession skipped breakfast and sped off in their vehicles. The black clouds on the horizon rolled in like ink, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sole source of sunlight. Its appearance resembled a massive earthen jar plunging the land into sudden gloom and terror, followed by incessant thunderclaps that echoed across the earth. As the weather grew increasingly dire, everyone accelerated their driving. Soon enormous raindrops pelted the windows, producing a crackling din. Before long, the rain intensified. At the front, Jinkong's visibility dropped to less than 50 meters, making further progress hazardous. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, the rain's too heavy. This won't work. We can barely see the road. Hearing Jinkong's voice over the radio, Luo Xiao responded, drive as best you can. If it's impossible, pull over to the side. Ultimately, with no other option, Jinkong parked the vehicle on the highway shoulder. The group watched the raging storm outside with thunder incessantly crashing, unsure what to do in their cars. They resorted to munching on compressed biscuits for breakfast. It wasn't until the entire morning had passed that the rain subsided slightly, prompting everyone to set off once more. However, their speed was considerably reduced. A highway stretch that should have taken only an hour or two ended up consuming the whole day until nightfall. Observing the nearly rainless night sky, the group conferred. Having slept in the cars during the day, they decided to continue driving through the night. Barring any mishaps, they expected to reach the fortress by the morning of the day after next. For 2 consecutive days, the group drove at breakneck speed, eager to arrive at the fortress. They yearned for where they could finally enjoy a hearty meal and a soothing hot bath. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the convoy entered the fortress perimeter. Scattered survivors could already be seen along the roadside. Having entered their own territory, everyone's spirits lifted. Songs occasionally drifted from some vehicles. Amid the melodies, the convoy arrived beneath the fortress' towering walls, and the group disembarked one by one for inspection. The researchers stood in awe, staring at the majestic towering walls and the heavy weaponry mounted atop them. After presenting their credentials to the guards, which were verified without issue, they were allowed entry. However, the 4 researchers were detained, lacking registration and documentation. Even though Luo Xiao explained they were individuals he was tasked with bringing back, it was to no avail. In the end, Luo Xiao and his team had to enter the city first and wait at the gate for their checks to conclude. As registered mercenaries, Luo Xiao's team underwent only a cursory inspection, typically requiring just their credentials. The second checkpoint, a medical examination, was mandatory for everyone to ensure no infection was present. Fortunately, although some bore injuries, they were all internal wounds, and no one was infected. Everyone successfully passed through to the 3rd gate. At this gate, security personnel scanned all vehicles and conducted another thorough manual inspection. Once everything was confirmed clear, they were finally let through. After waiting at the city gate for about an hour, the 4 researchers emerged from the iron door, looking bewildered. Spotting the main group, they hurried over with a light jog. Luo Xiao looked at Old Man Xiao and asked, what's your plan? Will you come with me, or go find your contact? Old Man Xiao pointed behind Luo Xiao and said, they're here. During the inspection inside, I borrowed their phone and notified them to come pick us up. Don't worry. They'll bring up what I promised you with them. As for how much they'll offer, I'll try to negotiate a higher amount for you. Hearing Old Man Xiao's words, Luo Xiao nodded. He suddenly found the old man quite endearing despite his occasional stubbornness. Looking at Old Man Xiao, Luo Xiao extended his hand with a smile and said, Old Man Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Given the items the old man had handed over, it was inevitable that higher authorities would take notice, so fostering goodwill early on was beneficial. Observing Luo Xiao's calculating demeanor, Old Man Xiao smiled back, grasped Luo Xiao's hand firmly, and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Pluto. After exchanging farewells with the others when it came time for Lin to bid Xiao goodbye, he found himself at a loss for words. His face flushed bright red, yet he remained speechless. Seeing Lin's comical expression, Xiao couldn't help but let out a chuckle. She smiled and said, "Come on, don't make it sound like a final farewell. We're all in the fortress, it's not like we'll never see each other again." But as she finished speaking, her eyes gradually reddened. When it was Su Jia's turn, she simply handed Xiao a note and said mysteriously, "Open it when you get back. Remember, read it at home." Taking the note from Su Jia, Xiao nodded solemnly and tucked it into her pocket. After the farewells, they headed toward the vehicle sent to pick them up, and the newcomers also drove away the large truck. Watching the departing cars, Luo Xiao and his team also got into their vehicles and returned them to the rental agency. Despite being a few days overdue, a payment of 100 points settled the matter without issue. After returning the cars, the dozens of people walked through the streets, each looking more disheveled than the last, yet every grimy face bore a joyful smile. After returning the car, they stood at the dormitory building's entrance. "What are you guys up to?" Luo Xiao asked. Ying replied directly, "We need to drop off our stuff and then head to the mission hall to turn in the tasks first. I have some personal matters to attend to." Ying looked at Jinkong with a lecherous grin. "What, off to find some young lady again?" Jinkong rolled his eyes at him. "Do you think everyone is like you? Recently, while you were all out, the authorities set up something interesting not far from the dorm. What could be so interesting that it makes a monk rush over as soon as he returns?" Ying asked in confusion. "It's an underground arena where you can bet with points or even step into the ring yourself. If you win, you take the points your opponent wagered. When I left, the top-ranked fighter on that arena leaderboard had already won over 30 consecutive battles. And I heard that once you achieve a certain streak, there are spirit crystal rewards." Hearing Jinkong's words, Ying couldn't help but complain, "Damn. A place this fun, and you only tell us now." Jinkong spread his hands helplessly. "You always think I'm going after girls. Would someone as upright as me go to a place like that? As they say, women only slow down my staff." Ying ignored him and turned to ask, "Underworld King, what are you guys doing later?" "I need to take Fatty to the hospital first, then head to the mission hall to turn in the tasks." "All right, well, wait at the dorm. Once you've settled things, we'll go turn in the tasks together, and then check out that arena." Hearing this, Luo Xiao looked surprised. "Aren't you not much of a fighter? Why would you want to go there?" Ying chuckled slyly. "It's all for our spirit crystal acquisition plan. The more crystals we get now, the more we'll profit later." "All right, then I'll call you when I'm done here." After they agreed, Luo Xiao led Fatty and the others straight to the mercenary hospital. After the doctor ran various checks on Fatty, he stared at the scans with a peculiar expression. Then he turned to Luo Xiao. "What have you been feeding him these past few days?" Luo Xiao looked at the doctor guiltily. "Compressed biscuits, soaked in water." The doctor's face twitched uncontrollably. "He hasn't had a bowel movement, and you didn't notice." Hearing this, Luo Xiao turned to Lin. Lin looked equally bewildered and spread his hands. "Seems like he hasn't gone." Luo Xiao sighed helplessly at the doctor. "What should we do now?" The doctor thought for a moment. "First, we'll give him some glucose. He'll handle the rest." Luo Xiao asked worriedly, "Will he be okay?" The doctor rolled his eyes at him. "You're insulting my professionalism as a doctor. Just leave him with me, and I promise you'll get a lively person back." Reassured by the doctor's words, Luo Xiao took Lin and Su Jia to pay the fees. Staring at the long list of charges, all three widened their eyes. Everyone knew hospitals were expensive, but they never imagined a post-apocalyptic hospital would be even more so. Just for Fatty's treatment, meals, and accommodation, a single week cost a whopping 2,000 points, completely draining Luo Xiao's funds. Now all four of them were equally broke with not a single extra point to spare. Luo Xiao sighed. "Let's go. Points can be earned again." After saying this, Luo Xiao stood still, lost in thought. The two looked at their leader in confusion when he suddenly clapped his hands in excitement. "I know how to earn points." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Luo Xiao said directly, "You heard what Jinkong said about the arena, right?" They nodded. Luo Xiao continued, "I can fight in the arena, and you can place bets on me." Their eyes lit up at the idea. Why hadn't they thought of that? They knew their leader's strength well enough. Having him fight in the arena was practically a guaranteed profit. The more Luo Xiao thought about it, the more excited he became. He hurried them along. On the way to the mission hall, he called Ying and asked him to meet there. When they arrived, Ying was already waiting with his people. At the counter, Ying successfully turned in his tasks and received his points. But when it was Luo Xiao's turn, the staff said the points had been issued, yet he hadn't received any notification. As Luo Xiao was puzzling over this, the staff member pointed to a machine that resembled an ATM. "You can check your balance there." Just as Luo Xiao was about to check his balance, his phone vibrated 3 times. He pulled it out and saw 3 unread messages. Luo Xiao opened the first one. "Hell Mercenary Corps has completed Mission 21. 1,200 points have been credited." Then he opened the second message. "Due to the significant discrepancy between Mission 21's intelligence and the actual situation, an additional compensation of 200 points has been granted." The last message displayed his account balance, 21335 points. Luo Xiao knew that most of those 20,000 points were for delivering the documents, with the rest being hush money. Seeing over 20,000 points in his account, Luo Xiao remained calm. After all, his entire mercenary corps had earned it with their lives. Let's go. Let's check out the underground arena. As soon as they left the mission hall, Ing called Jinkong. Amidst the noisy background, Ing shouted, "Monk, where are you?" "I'm at the underground arena. Are you coming over now?" "Yeah, we just left the mission hall." "How do we get there?" "Stay where you are. They'll send someone to get you." Hearing Jinkong's voice, the group waited by the mission hall entrance. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the monk who had driven Luo Xiao earlier came running over. He greeted Luo Xiao and Ing briefly. "Bosses, follow me." Ing, seeing it was Daze's man, asked curiously, "Where's the monk?" "Oh, the boss. He signed up for the underground arena. His match is coming up soon, so he couldn't make it. He sent me instead." Hearing that Jinkong was about to fight, Ing immediately urged them to hurry. Quick. I want to see the monk get beaten up." With that, he pulled the man along and quickened his pace. A few minutes later, the group arrived at a massive circular building. Where a sign once read something like stadium, it now bore the words Mercenary Arena. At the entrance, 2 squads of armed guards patrolled back and forth on either side. The place was incredibly busy, with a long line of mercenaries drawn by the fame of the arena waiting for inspection. A notice board nearby read, "All personnel are strictly prohibited from carrying weapons. No brawling, provocation, or harassment is allowed inside." After queuing for over 10 minutes, they smoothly handed their weapons to the staff for safekeeping and paid 10 points each, finally gaining entry into the venue. As soon as they entered, they were met with the clamorous roar of the crowd inside the arena. Passing through the corridor, a massive arena capable of holding thousands of people unfolded before their eyes. Glancing around, it was already about half full, and at the center stood a large ring 10 meters in both length and width. 2 figures were locked in constant combat on the ring, while the spectators in the stands screamed themselves hoarse, fervently cheering for the side they had bet on. In the hall, 2 large electronic screens were embedded into the walls, one on the left and one on the right. The left screen displayed the information and odds of the current fighters, and below that the details of those scheduled to compete later. The right screen bore a long list of 100 names, each with a code name, the mercenary group they belonged to, and their consecutive win streak. At a glance, most on the list had win streaks under 20, with only the top 30 exceeding 20 consecutive victories. What intrigued Luo Xiao the most were the top 10 fighters. As they observed the rankings, the monk beside them explained, "There are many formidable fighters here, especially in the top 10. Several of them come from the same mercenary group. Look at the top rank. The first place is incredibly strong with a win streak that leaves the second place far behind. His mercenary group is called 407. Recently, many have challenged him, but he defeated them all within a single round, including 2 from the top 10. One was ranked 8th from the Holy Light mercenary group, codenamed Viper. Another was ranked 10th from the Tsangyue mercenary group, codenamed Bai Xiao. Neither lasted a single round against him. Here, a single loss resets your streak. Of course, you can challenge others. If you defeat them, you inherit their streak. Those 2 got their current rankings by challenging their way up." Listening to his introduction, everyone looked at the 2 fighters' rankings and win streaks. One had 45 consecutive wins, the other 49. Shui Lin pointed at the big screen and said, "Boss, look at the affiliations of the 2nd and 4th ranked. The 2nd Quang Ba and the 4th Quang Xiao were not marked with a mercenary group, but with the 3rd District City Defense Force." Luo Xiao hadn't expected military personnel to participate in such rankings either. Looking at the first-ranked fighter, codenamed Brother Fire, he muttered the name repeatedly, his brow deeply furrowed. He felt he had heard the name somewhere before, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall it. Ing, overhearing Luo Xiao murmuring Brother Fire over and over, asked curiously, "Underworld King, do you know him?" Interrupted, Luo Xiao shook his head. "It rings a bell, but I can't remember." Since he couldn't recall, he decided to let it go. "Let's go find Jinkong and the others." Scanning the crowd, they spotted the day's mercenary group immediately. No guide was needed. Their bright red monk robes and shaved heads made them stand out conspicuously among the crowd. While everyone else wore various combat suits, they alone dressed so flamboyantly. At the center, Jinkong was shouting wildly at the ring, spittle flying everywhere. Before they could even push through to him, they heard Jinkong cursing, his face red and neck bulging. "Can you even fight? If he hits you, why don't you dodge? You're such an idiot. If he punches your face, grab his balls. What's there to be afraid of in the ring?" Hearing Jinkong's explosive words, the people around Daze looked at them with strange expressions, causing the rest of Daze to keep their distance from Jinkong, who was alone in his relentless tirade. Ing grabbed the monk who was guiding them and asked, "Is your leader always like this?" The monk replied helplessly, "He's fine when he's not having an episode, but once it hits, this is how he gets." Ing walked up behind Jinkong and patted his shoulder. Without even turning around, Jinkong started cursing, "Which bastard is disturbing your grandpa Jing from watching the match? If I lose, will you pay for it?" When he saw who it was, he immediately shut up and explained to Ing, "I wasn't talking about you. I meant someone else." Ignoring Ying's twitching mouth, Jinkong grabbed Luo Xiao's arm and said, "My match is next. aren't you going to bet on me? Hearing this, everyone looked at the match detail screen. The next bout was Day's Mercenary Group's Jing Kong versus Songyue Mercenary Group's Yuya with odds of 114. Seeing such skewed odds, Luo Xiao asked Jing Kong, "So do you think you can win?" Jing Kong turned serious. "Honestly, I'm not sure. Songyue Mercenary Group members are no pushovers and my opponent is also a first-timer on the ring like me, so I have no intel." Ing said directly, "It's just a fight. Do your best." Jing Kong nodded. "Alright, I'll go prepare. Watch me show off my skills." After speaking, Jing Kong turned and pushed his way down. Watching his retreating figure, Ing asked Luo Xiao, so feeling like a little gamble. "Howie, it's all written there. Just place a bet." Luo Xiao's interest was piqued. "Where do we bet?" Ing grabbed someone nearby to ask where the betting window was, and after being directed, he dragged Luo Xiao over. "You're betting on Jing Kong to win." Ing scoffed. "Who'd bet on him? With his skills, isn't that just throwing points away?" When they reached the window, many were already placing bets. Seeing the points wagered on each side displayed on the screen, Ing couldn't help but curse loudly. The screen read 0121500. Luo Xiao, stunned by the lopsided ratio, grabbed a man who had just placed a bet and asked, "Brother, why is everyone betting on Yuya and not Jing Kong?" The passerby looked at Luo Xiao as if he were an idiot. "You must be new here. Is there even a choice? Yuya is from the Songyue Mercenary Group. You know Songyue, right? Every one of their fighters who steps into the ring ranks in the top 50, never below that." Hearing this, Luo Xiao and Ing finally understood why no one had faith in Jing Kong. "Damn, a bunch of snobs." Ing cursed angrily. He shoved his way to the window, slapped his card on the counter, and yelled, "I'm betting 3,000 points on Jing Kong." "Who?" The staff member thought she had misheard and asked again. "I bet on Jing Kong. 3,000 points. Got it now." Ing enunciated each word slowly for her. Luo Xiao smiled at Ing, who was holding the receipt. "Didn't you say you weren't betting on him?" "I figured I'd just consider those 3,000 points as his medical expenses." "By the way, which side are you betting on?" Luo Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Isn't it obvious?" He strode to the window, glanced at the odds on the board, and handed his card to the attendant. 10,000 on Jing Kong winning. Everyone around, including the attendant, stared at Luo Xiao in disbelief. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Has this guy lost his mind? Can't he see such an obvious gap? Truly more money than sense. Ignoring the whispers, Luo Xiao took the receipt from the attendant, confirmed the amount of 10,000, and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped out, and grabbed his arm. "Let me see who you bet on." Luo Xiao handed him the receipt. Seeing the 10,000 on Jing Kong, Ing exclaimed, "Are you insane? Betting so much at once? If Jing Kong loses, you'll be eating wind." Luo Xiao shrugged indifferently. "If I lose, I lose. Like you said, consider it his medical fee." They exchanged a knowing smile. As they spoke, the deputy leader of the Day's Mercenary Group crept over furtively. Ing looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing here?" The man shifted guiltily. "I came to place a bet. Don't tell the boss, okay? He told us not to gamble, but we decided to go for it anyway." Hearing he was there to betting, urged him, "Hurry up then." Soon he returned with his receipt. "I'm done. Let's go. The boss match is about to start." It took them a while to squeeze back to their seats. As soon as they did, Su Jia leaned in. "Boss, how much did you bet on Jing Kong winning?" Luo Xiao replied calmly, "Not much, just 10,000. Su Jia's eyes widened. "Boss, since when are we so rich?" "From the last mission. Made 20,000 credits due to some circumstances." As they chatted, the host on the stage raised his microphone and bellowed. "Next, let's welcome the two newcomers. First up, from the Day's Mercenary Group, Jing Kong." As the host finished, the tunnel door on the side of the stage slowly opened. A man in a red monk's robe, his face resolute, trotted onto the stage, waving to the crowd. But he was met with a chorus of boos. Not a single cheer rose for him. Even the shouts from the Day's members were drowned in the sea of jeers. Yet Jing Kong on the stage seemed utterly oblivious to the disdain, as if the crowd were cheering him on. The host's voice rang out again. Next, another newcomer, and the favorite to win, from the Songyue Mercenary Group, Yuya. The opposite gate opened slowly, revealing a handsome man in a white tracksuit with slicked back hair. With a faint smile, he walked unhurriedly to the stage. Once there, he didn't interact with the audience, merely smiling at Jing Kong as if victory were already his. Watching Yuya's smugness, and couldn't help but sneer. What a poser. Just wait until Jing Kong smashes that pretty face of his. You're just jealous of his good looks. Ing retorted him. Good looking? Then no one in the world is handsome. He's not even a tenth of me. The entire arena chanted Yuya's name, except for Luo Xiao and his group. The host quickly exited, replaced by two referees. The head referee pressed his hands down toward the audience, gradually silencing the crowd. Luo Xiao and the others fixed their gazes on the two figures standing opposite each other on the stage. Their expressions were worlds apart. Jing Kong's face was taut with concentration as he stared at Yuya. Yuya, in contrast, looked at Jing Kong with disdain. He finally spoke, his voice light. I never expected my opponent to be a monk, and foolish enough to step into the ring. Annoyed by the contempt, Jing Kong replied, I'm different from you. I'm here to grow stronger, not to show off. As they spoke, the referee rang the bell. Ding ding. The match officially began. Their conversation ceased, and they turned serious. Jin Kong charged at Yuya, throwing a heavy punch at his face. But just before it landed, Yuya sidestepped effortlessly. Seeing his first strike miss, Jin Kong instantly changed tactics, spinning around and driving his elbow downward with force. Caught off guard, Yuya raised both hands palms together to block the elbow strike. Though he managed to defend, he stumbled back a few steps. Feeling the power in his arms, Yuya shed his arrogance and began to take the fight seriously. This time Yuya attacked, first aiming a high kick at Jin Kong's head. But Jin Kong stepped back, easily neutralizing it. With the first blow failing, Yuya followed up relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of attacks. But Jin Kong, seasoned in combat, remained composed, countering each move. Watching Jin Kong constantly on the defensive, while Yuya grew fiercer, Ing leaned over the railing and shouted, loudly cheering for Jin Kong. On the stage, Jin Kong had just deflected one of Yuya's strikes, when to his surprise Yuya managed to kick him midair. The blow landed on his shoulder, sending him staggering back. As Jin Kong steadied himself, Yuya landed gracefully on the opposite side. Both panted heavily. Without a word, Jin Kong stripped off his red monk's robe, revealing a muscular physique. Looking at his opponent, Jin Kong grinned. Fighting like this is boring. How about a real man's battle? Yuya, knowing their strength was nearly equal, realized a prolonged fight would be pointless. Fine. Yuya shed his tracksuit jacket, revealing a white vest stretched taut over his well-defined chest. His pectoral muscles were even larger than Jin Kong's. No one expected Yuya to be not only handsome, but also possess such a perfect physique. The women in the crowd screamed wildly. Only Luo Xiao knew that this battle would likely end soon. Though their strength was similar, Yuya was far inferior in combat experience. His biggest mistake was challenging Jin Kong in physical endurance. If he had kept up the earlier fighting style, he wouldn't have lost so badly. But competing with Jin Kong in raw physicality was practically suicide. After all, Jin Kong was a martial monk by training, and his iron body skills were no mere pretense. The two squared off, and in an instant they charged at each other simultaneously. There were no flashy moves, both aimed their attacks directly at the other's chest. Jin Kong retreated 3 steps, while Yuya retreated 4. Sensing he was at a disadvantage, Yuya let out a fierce shout and lunged at Jin Kong once more. He delivered a powerful kick aimed at Jin Kong's neck, but Jin Kong swiftly raised his left arm to shield his head and neck. Yuya's full-force kick sent Jin Kong stumbling back 5 steps. Before he could regain his balance, Yuya's other leg came sweeping in. Seeing the kick hurtling toward his stomach, Jin Kong caught it midair. Before Yuya could bring his upper body close, Jin Kong executed a sweeping kick with his right leg, sending him crashing to the ground. The moment Yuya hit the ground, Jin Kong leaped into the air, using his body weight to drive an elbow strike down with brutal force. As Jin Kong descended like an avalanche, Yuya rolled aside to evade. Missing his target, Jin Kong immediately spun into a side kick, sending Yuya flying. With a heavy kick to his stomach, Yuya clutched his abdomen and struggled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Jin Kong. Jin Kong met his gaze without a trace of fear. With a simultaneous roar, they charged at each other. This time neither dodged. Jin Kong's fist slammed brutally into Yuya's face. Yuya's fist also landed a heavy blow on Jin Kong's stomach. As Yuya staggered back, he reached out with his left hand, grabbing Jin Kong by the neck, and then punched him again square in the face. Jin Kong retaliated fiercely, locking him in a grapple and driving a series of knee strikes into him, forcing Yuya to raise his arms in defense. After more than a dozen knee strikes, Yuya's defense became almost reflexive. Then suddenly Jin Kong pulled back his knee and delivered a devastating uppercut to Yuya's chin. Under the immense force of Jin Kong's blow, Yuya's body twisted a full 180 degrees before crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing Yuya lying motionless, Jin Kong did not press the attack. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and watched him calmly. As Yuya lay on the ground, the referee rushed over and began counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not until the 6th second did Yuya, who had been prone on the ground, struggle to push himself up with his hands rising unsteadily to his feet. When he finally stood straight, everyone could see just how battered Yuya was. His face and body were covered in his own blood. Looking at the weakened Yuya, Jin Kong said calmly, "Give up. You can't fight anymore." Hearing Jin Kong's words, Yuya just lowered his head as if he had heard something absurd. He began to chuckle, and then his laughter grew louder until it became a full-throated roar. The spectators in the stands stared at him as if he were mad, puzzled by his outburst of laughter. Has this guy lost his mind from the beating? I think so too. Look at him, he's acting like a lunatic. Regardless of the whispers, Yuya's manic laughter on the ring slowly morphed into something vicious, even terrifying. It was as if he had become a different person. He stared at Jin Kong and said, "Do you know what I had to go through to join Sangyue? To get into Sangyue, you need the strength to solo kill a mid-tier 3rd-stage zombie. I spent half a month in the hospital for that. Do you even know that if I lose this match, all my previous efforts will be for nothing?" Towards the end, he seemed to pour all his strength into that roar. For a moment, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence, shocked by Yue's words. No one had realized the entry requirement for the Hell Mercenary Group was so high, nor did they expect that a single match could force a powerhouse capable of solo killing a mid-tier third-stage zombie to leave the group. Jinkong looked at him calmly and said, "You have your reasons for needing to win, and so do I. I need the points. I need to make my companions stronger so they can survive." Hearing Jinkong's reason, Yue smiled at him. "Then let's fight. Let fate decide who lives and dies." With that, he exploded from his stance, shooting towards Jinkong like a cannonball. To Jinkong, Yue now seemed like a venomous snake launching a fierce attack. As Yue lunged, Jinkong met him head-on. Fist against fist, elbow against elbow, each blow was a violent collision. After more than 20 exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. They simultaneously abandoned their defenses. They began to hammer each other with bare fists. Jinkong smashed his fist into Yue's face, and Yue retaliated with a punch to Jinkong's face. It was a brutal flesh-to-flesh brawl. Every attack was accompanied by the dull thud of fist meeting flesh as they resorted to the most primal method of combat. Soon their faces were a mask of sweat and blood swollen beyond recognition. Even an old friend would have struggled to identify them. Yet through it all, their faces were etched with unwavering determination and resolve. They traded blows, neither yielding an inch. Their attacks grew increasingly vicious, each one aimed at a vital point. The raw brutality and ferocity of the scene greatly excited the audience in the stands. They cheered and yelled at the top of their lungs, pushing the atmosphere in the arena to a fever pitch. As time wore on, both fighters' stamina began to wane. Yet they still mustered the last remnants of their strength to throw one final punch at each other. In their final clash, both collapsed to the ground simultaneously. The entire arena fell silent, leaving only the sound of the referee's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When the count reached 9, both fighters on the ground stirred almost at the same time. Jinkong's eyes were so swollen, he could only see through a narrow slit. He looked blurrily at Yue opposite him, his mind filled with nothing but the referee's counting. Driven by sheer will, Jinkong used his trembling hands to push his body up, slowly rising to his feet. Even standing, his legs shook uncontrollably. He could only barely stay upright by gripping the ropes surrounding the ring. On the other side, Yue let out a series of low guttural roars. But his hands had no strength left. He tried several times to get up, but failed each time. Despite this, he never wavered in his determination to stand. Seeing this, the entire crowd cheered him on, shouting encouragement. But as the referee's count ended, Yue ultimately failed to rise. Hearing the final count, the persistently struggling Yue finally gave up. Looking at Jinkong, who was still standing, he closed his eyes with a faint smile. Just as his eyes shut, the standing Jinkong whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "If you have nowhere to go in the future, come join our family. I declare the winner of this match is Jinkong of the day's mercenary group." As the referee announced the result, the entire arena erupted in thunderous applause. This applause was not only for the victor, but also a tribute to their indomitable fighting spirit. As the match concluded, Daze's group immediately rushed onto the arena, supporting Jinkong as they descended. On the verge of stepping down, Jinkong paused, turning to look at Yu Yi, who lay unconscious on the stage with no one attending to him. He couldn't help but say to the vice-captain, "Send him to the hospital too." After giving the order, he departed the arena with the assistance of the others. Backstage, Jinkong sat on a chair, gulping down water while surrounded by his subordinates. Embarrassed by the attention, he said helplessly, "Can you all stop crowding around me? Like I'm some kind of monkey." Scanning the area, he noticed Luo Xiao and the others were absent and asked, "By the way, where are they?" A knowledgeable subordinate replied, "They went to collect the points. Seems like they bet on you winning. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear." Before they arrived, Ying's joyful laughter echoed first. "Haha, monkey really did us proud. I made a tidy profit this time, all thanks to you." Hearing Ying's words, Jinkong shot him a sidelong glare through his only visible slit and said, "You tightwad, just buying me to win is already something for you. How much could you have possibly bet? Come on, how much did you earn?" Ying flashed a sly grin, leaning close to Jinkong's ear, and whispered, "Not much, just 42,000 points." Jinkong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. "Are you serious?" Ying nodded. "I had a moment of impulse. Seeing no one bet a single point on you, I figured I should at least give you some money for the hospital. So I bet 3,000 points. Who would have thought you'd actually win?" Ying laughed joyfully. Jinkong looked at him with envy. "Don't look at me like that. This guy next to me made even more." Jinkong turned his eager gaze to Luo Xiao, who said calmly, "I didn't make much either, just 140,000. Hearing this, Jinkong nearly jumped up to slap him. "Not much, just 140,000. As Jinkong clutched his chest in anguish, Ying's next words sent a surge of excitement through him. "Didn't your vice-captain also bet on you winning? Why don't you ask him how much you all earned?" All eyes fixed on the vice-captain, who stepped forward reluctantly, looking at Jinkong, and said quietly, "Boss, you were the one who told me not to bet, and you said yourself you weren't confident." Hearing this, Daze's group widened their eyes. Could the vice-captain have bet against him? As Jing Kong clutched his heart again, the vice captain murmured, I only bet 500 on you. We only earned 7,000 points in total. Relieved Daze's group and Jing Kong's side. At least their vice captain hadn't been foolish enough to bet against him. Though the profit was small, 7,000 points was still something. Jing Kong hurled his water bottle at him. Can't you stop being so dramatic? Can't you say it all at once? Can't you just get to the point? And more importantly, you had that little faith in me. Only 500. The vice captain retorted indignantly, you were the one who told me not to bet. Good thing I had foresight, or would have gotten nothing. Now you're blaming me. Watching the two bicker, Luo Xiao interjected, how are your injuries? Fine, I'll recover in a couple of days. The face might take a bit longer. Speaking of his face, Jing Kong couldn't help but complain that Yi kid was too ruthless, aiming straight for my face. Those around him rolled their eyes at his complaint, remembering who had struck first. Let's go. Since you're fine, let's head back to the arena and see if we can earn more points. When the group appeared in the stands, it caused quite a stir. Various mercenary groups cast respectful glances at Daze's members, and numerous captains nodded in acknowledgement to Jing Kong as they passed. Jing Kong returned each greeting, but as time went on, he seemed to get carried away, walking as if his head were tilted to the sky. Watching his pride, Luo Xiao and the others chose not to dampen his spirits, knowing this respect was earned through his own efforts. In this apocalypse, it was a world of the strong preying on the weak, where only the powerful could win everyone's respect. The group stood in their usual spot watching the matches on the arena. But after Jing Kong's intense bout, the subsequent matches grew dull. Several rounds featured only second-tier fighters, failing to spark any interest. When the final match ended, the group chose not to place any more bets, reluctantly leaving with the crowd. Exiting the venue, they realized it was already late, well past midnight. They parted ways at the dormitory, each heading to their own homes. Back in their long-unseen apartment, the three immediately found spots to lie down. Luo Xiao looked at the others and asked Jia, how's your injury? Su Jia moved her arm. It's mostly healed. I should be able to take off the sling tomorrow. Luo Xiao nodded, then turned to Xuelin, who immediately sat up straight under his gaze. Luo Xiao pulled out a third-tier spirit crystal and tossed it to him. Shaolin, you're about ready to break through to the third tier. Gazing at the third-tier spirit crystal in his hand, Xuelin felt both excitement and fear. He nodded. Don't worry, boss. They'll break through tonight. Then Luo Xiao handed the remaining 3 third-tier spirit crystals to Su Jia. These should be enough for you to reach mid-third tier. Use them first. Su Jia opened her mouth to speak, but Luo Xiao stopped her. We're brothers and sisters. No need for sentimental stuff. Hearing this, Su Jia shut her mouth and gave him a playful glare. All right, for the next while, we probably won't go out much. Let's rest here. Tomorrow I'll buy each of you a satellite phone and link them to our cards. Do whatever you want. While we have the time. With that, Luo Xiao headed to his bedroom, filling the bathtub with hot water. In the past, had been stingy with points, but now with over 160,000 in his account, he had no such worries. This time Luo Xiao allowed himself a rare luxury. Lying in the tub, he soaked comfortably, letting all his fatigue melt away. Relaxed, he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Luo Xiao shivered slightly as he slowly woke up in the bathtub. Realizing he was still in the tub, he recalled that the bath had been so comfortable last night that he had unknowingly fallen asleep. Feeling the water had turned cold and his hands and feet were wrinkled, Luo Xiao quickly got up, dried himself off briefly, and then washed up. Stepping out of his room, he saw the others were still asleep, so he decided not to disturb them and went out alone. After leaving, Luo Xiao observed the mercenary district, which had transformed significantly since their departure. Now a few shops lined the streets selling various goods. When Luo Xiao reached a phone store, he stopped and walked inside. Hello, sir. Are you here to choose a phone? Luo Xiao nodded and asked, are all the phones here satellite phones? The female salesperson smiled and explained, nowadays all phones rely on satellite signals, not the traditional signal towers. All current phones can function normally. Hearing this, Luo Xiao browsed the phones on the counter while the salesperson continuously introduced their features and models. Ultimately, following the salesperson's recommendation, Luo Xiao bought 5 Huawei phones. As the salesperson said, this brand was not only durable and long-lasting in standby, but could also serve as a brick in emergencies, so Luo Xiao paid without hesitation. Each phone cost 500 points, totaling 2,500 points for 5, but this amount was a drop in the bucket for Luo Xiao now. After leaving the phone store, Luo Xiao went directly to the cafeteria, packed some steamed buns, mantou, eggs, and porridge, and then returned to the apartment. Back at the apartment, seeing the two still hadn't gotten up, Luo Xiao sat on the sofa and began eating alone. After he finished, the two gradually woke up. Su Jia directly grabbed a small bun from the table and devoured it one by one, with grease dripping from the corners of her mouth, showing no concern for decorum. Sister Jia, at least show some restraint, Luo Xiao said helplessly, watching Su Jia wolf down her food. Restraint. Can it fill my stomach? She struggled to swallow the bun, then picked up the bowl of porridge and downed half of it in one gulp before eating slowly. For breakfast, Su Jia managed to eat 1.5 baskets of buns, 2 eggs, and a bowl of porridge stopping only when she couldn't eat another bite. Lying on the sofa, she held her stomach and said with difficulty, "Comfortable, this is what life should be." When Shuelin got up and saw the messy table covered with food scraps and grease stains, Shuelin let out a yell and rushed over, rummaging through the debris until he found only half a bag of small buns, 2 large mantou, and a bowl of porridge. While eating, he complained that Su Jia hadn't left him more. Su Jia, holding her stomach, said with difficulty, "Who told you not to get up earlier? First come, first served. Oh, last one cleans up. The cleaning is your job." Hearing Su Jia's words, Shuelin vented his anger on the man to taking a huge bite that devoured half of one. Watching them finish eating and clean up, Luo Xiao called them over and brought out a large bag. As the two looked puzzled, Luo Xiao took out brand new Huawei phones and said, "These are satellite phones, you can use the internet and more. Pick one, bind your own cards, and buy whatever you need." Hearing this, both were delighted and grabbed a phone, starting to play with it. Since the apocalypse, their old phones had been useless, no internet, no calls, so they had eventually thrown them away. Upon turning on the phone, they saw full signal bars, which thrilled them. But for a moment, they didn't know what to do with it. It seemed to have no use other than making calls. Eventually, both shrugged and pocketed the phones. Seeing their lack of interest, Luo Xiao smiled and said, "Let's go check on Fatty." The three left together and headed to the mercenary hospital. As they arrived outside Fatty's ward, they heard screams from inside. They immediately opened the door and rushed in, finding Fatty lying face down on the bed, his rear end raised, looking utterly hopeless. Behind him, his doctor, wearing a mask, held a transparent rubber rod. When the door opened, both of them instantly looked toward the entrance. In that moment, the 5 people in the room froze as if spellbound, and an awkward atmosphere filled the space. Luo Xiao said embarrassedly, "Please continue." He then closed the door. Still embarrassed, Fatty heard Luo Xiao about to leave and urgently shouted, "Boss! Boss! Don't go." By the end, Fatty's voice was tinged with tears. But Luo Xiao didn't stop, and when the door shut, Fatty shed tears of grievance and despair. Standing outside, the three heard Fatty's screams and couldn't help but shudder. They all thought that if they ever got injured, they would avoid the hospital at all costs. Soon the doctor came out carrying a basin covered with a white cloth and calmly said to Luo Xiao and the others, "It's done. You can go in now." Then he left with the basin. After the doctor was far away, Luo Xiao pushed open the door, smelling a scent of perfume in the room, likely sprayed by the doctor. He saw Fatty still lying on the bed, looking utterly dejected with tear stains at the corners of his eyes. When Fatty saw the three enter, he weakly reached out a hand and said, "Boss, you're better now. Take me away from here." Hearing Fatty's pitiful words, Luo Xiao took his hand and mimicked his tone. "Fatty, the boss is doing this for your own good. Don't blame me for being harsher. As long as you recover, I don't mind suffering a bit." Seeing Luo Xiao's shamelessness, Fatty stared at them with a tearful voice and said, "Do you know what kind of life I've been living here? 3 times a day. I feel like my butt isn't mine anymore." After Fatty's persuasion, Luo Xiao finally agreed that as soon as the doctor said he could be discharged, he would handle the paperwork immediately. Fatty then urged him to go ask right away. As soon as Luo Xiao entered the doctor's office, the doctor said, "Just in time, I was about to come find you. Your friend's injury is basically healed. The only thing to note is that he shouldn't eat dry food, or it will accumulate and be hard to pass." Luo Xiao asked tentatively, "So doctor, can my brother be discharged?" "Yes, he can. Since he consumed a spirit crystal, his recovery is much faster than normal. His internal organs have healed, and I removed the stitches yesterday after you left." "Doctor, may I ask when my brother woke up?" "Shortly after you left, during his first enema, he woke up. Also tell him to take it easy at home. No strenuous activity, avoid spicy food and alcohol, and stick to light meals," the doctor instructed. When the fat man heard he could be discharged, he clung to Luo Xiao's leg on the hospital bed, expressing his gratitude profusely. Watching his exaggerated antics, Su Jia rolled her eyes and said, "Fatty, it's only been a day. Is it really that serious?" "Though it was just a day, do you have any idea how I got through it?" the fat man replied pitifully. "That doctor is inhuman. He said I had indigestion and needed external help to relieve myself, and then, as the fat man kept pouring out his grievances, Luo Xiao cut him off directly. "Are you coming or not? If not, we're leaving." "I'm coming right now." With that, the fat man struggled to push himself up from the bed with both hands. Seeing he was still having difficulty moving, Shuelin quickly went over to support him. The fat man hobbled along, his legs spread apart, shuffling forward step by step. This sight made everyone burst into laughter. "Fatty, can you stop being so ridiculous?" "Ha ha ha." Hearing Su Jia's mockery, the fat man said indignantly, "Why don't you go through it yourself and see?" "No thanks. It's your own fault for being so weak." After half an hour of trudging, the group finally made it back to the apartment. Along the way, everyone stared at them with strange looks, forcing Luo Xiao and Su Jia to walk ahead, not daring to get close. Once home, the fat man collapsed onto the sofa, casting a resentful gaze at the others. Luo Xiao chuckled and scolded, "All right, we're back now, aren't we? So tell us, how did you suddenly disappear, and how did you end up like this?" Facing Luo Xiao's question, the fat man grew excited. Back in the drainage pipe, I was following behind you when a third-stage mutated catfish suddenly sprang out from under my feet and dragged me underwater. I didn't even have time to react. When I surfaced, you were gone. Then I fought that mutated catfish for 300 rounds. At the cost of severe injuries, I barely managed to kill it and finally collapsed from my wounds. Listening to the fat man's tale, Luo Xiao and the others simply ignored his embellishments. That spirit crystal you had, was it from that mutated catfish? Yeah, I was planning to give it to little Lin. Speaking of which, where's my spirit crystal? Hearing this, Shui Lin was deeply moved, realizing the crystal the fat man had risked his life for was meant for him. Brother Fatty, the boss already gave it to me. And now my rank is the same as yours, Shui Lin boasted to the fat man. The fat man scrutinized Shui Lin carefully. Not bad, little Lin. You've actually caught up. Shui Lin scratched his head and chuckled. It's all thanks to you, Brother Fatty. Without that third-stage spirit crystal, I wouldn't have advanced to the third stage so quickly. By the way, there's something else today. We'll head over to Knight's apartment later to discuss our money-making plan. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Shui Lin said excitedly, Boss, are we finally making a move? The new regulations should be coming down soon. It's better to plan ahead. Even if we just buy and hoard, it's fine. Seeing Shui Lin so thrilled, the fat man couldn't help asking, Little Lin, what are you guys up to? And this money-making plan. Shui Lin briefly explained Luo Xiao's plan to the fat man, who was immediately eager to join in. Seeing the fat man's enthusiasm, Luo Xiao said directly, What are you coming for? We're just discussing today. The actual buying might start tomorrow or the day after. Stay home for now. Come with us once you can walk properly. The fat man looked wrong. Boss, are you abandoning me now? As soon as the fat man said this, Su Jia and Luo Xiao turned and walked out the door, unable to bear his antics any longer, their skin crawling. The two left and headed straight for a large apartment building next to the dormitory. Once downstairs, Luo Xiao called Shadow to say he had arrived. Soon Shadow came down in a black combat suit and quickly welcomed them in. Upon entering the apartment, they found it was at least 3 times larger than their own. Luo Xiao couldn't help asking, how many points does this place cost per month? Shadow sighed, alas. We have too many people. The rent alone is 800 points a month. Add in utilities, and we're paying over 1,000 points monthly. I can barely afford to keep it up, Shadow said helplessly. Seeing Shadow feigning poverty, Luo Xiao didn't have the heart to call him out. Come on. If you're poor, even monks would be eating dirt. By the way, are you the only one home? Noticing how quiet the place was, Luo Xiao asked. Don't even mention it. Those kids headed off to the training room early this morning. Training room? What's that for? Luo Xiao looked puzzled. Seeing Luo Xiao's confused expression, Shadow asked incredulously, You didn't read the notice? Notice? What notice? Luo Xiao looked at Su Jia blankly. Su Jia thought for a moment and said, When I got back, I saw a piece of paper stuck on the door. I thought it was a random ad, so I threw it in the trash without reading it. Hearing Su Jia's words, Luo Xiao gave her a speechless look. The trash hasn't been taken out yet. They'll call little Lin to look for it now. Su Jia was about to call, but Shadow quickly stopped her. This one of mine is useless now. Take a look. Shadow pulled an A4 sheet from a drawer. Luo Xiao took it and saw a bunch of official jargon at the top to enhance mercenaries' combat effectiveness, cohesion, and battle awareness. Then it introduced the training room, sparring room, and gravity room. There were 3 rooms, all designed to improve strength. But when Luo Xiao saw the prices, even he couldn't help gasping. Training room 100 points per hour, led by a 5th-stage military instructor. Sparring room 150 points per hour. The research department's latest combat robots tailored to your strength for sparring. Gravity room 200 points per hour. Newly developed by the research department to enhance physical toughness. Choose gravity multipliers based on your own strength. The purpose of the 3 rooms was obvious. They were for those unwilling or unable to go out and fight, allowing them to steadily improve their strength in a safe environment. Seeing Luo Xiao's astonishment, Shadow asked, What do you think? Want to give it a try sometime? Yeah, I'll try it when I have time. But the prices are a bit steep. Shadow laughed and scolded. The great Hades, when did you become stingier than me? You made over 100,000 points just yesterday. Crying poor over a couple hundred points is beneath you. Just as he finished speaking, a text message arrived on his phone. Opening it, Shadow burst into curses. Those little bastards. What did they do? They spent over 1,000 of my points. Watching Shadow fume, Luo Xiao said directly, Don't forget that's over 100 points per person per hour. With a mercenary group like yours, over a dozen people, that's over 1,000 points an hour. Just think how much that adds up in a day. Still think it's cheap? Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, he roughly calculated in his mind at the cheapest rate of 100 per hour. Even if one stayed for 12 hours, that would be 1,200 points. If everyone in his mercenary group went. Shadow shuddered violently. Unaffordable, utterly unaffordable, absolutely beyond reach. This was not a place for ordinary people to spend. Alright, enough of that. When will the monk arrive? Should be soon. They'll give him a call to hurry him up. Before the call could be made, a knock came from the door. The door opened, and the monk walked in with a dark expression. Seeing his angry demeanor, Shadow asked directly, "What's wrong? You come in here with a face like thunder." The monk said angrily, "It's those blasted brats at home. They squandered 2,000 points on me early this morning. It's infuriating." Hearing that the monk was also upset about this, Luo Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Seems like I made the right choice not seeing that notice." Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the monk turned to look at Shadow and asked, "Did your little rascals go too?" Shadow nodded helplessly. Seeing both of them with dark faces, Luo Xiao smiled and comforted them. "Alright, it's not that much. Besides, they spend it on something worthwhile, not just fooling around. Let's focus on business first. If this works out, what's a few points?" Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the two thought it over and found it reasonable, so they turned the conversation to their grand plan for wealth. Luo Xiao looked at them and said, "Speak up then. How much are you planning to invest?" Having already revealed his assets last time, Jin Kong wasn't afraid to be honest. "I can put in 10,000 points. "I can put in 50,000 points, Shadow said firmly. Luo Xiao said directly, "I can put in 150,000 points. Hearing that Luo Xiao was prepared to invest 150,000, both of them were momentarily stunned. Jin Kong asked directly, "Underworld King, aren't you afraid of losing it all?" Luo Xiao smiled and said, "If I'm putting in 150,000 points, do you think I'm going to lose?" This rhetorical question left them both speechless. If he were going to lose, would he really put in 150,000? Neither of them believed it. Jin Kong asked worriedly, "Underworld King, give us the bottom line. What's the profit margin this time?" Luo Xiao simply raised his index finger toward them. Shadow guessed, 10,000 to earn 1,000. Luo Xiao shook his head and said firmly, "It's double." Jin Kong stood up and said, "Wait for me. He'll make a call to borrow some money first." Hearing that Jin Kong was going to borrow money, Shadow immediately picked up his phone to borrow some as well. "Hey, what are you calling for?" "To borrow money." "How much?" "Borrow 10,000, pay back 12,000. Borrow 20,000, pay back 25,000. "Monk, have you joined a pyramid scheme? If you need someone taken care of, just say the word. They'll bring the guys over right away." "Cut the crap. I'm not in a pyramid scheme. I didn't take a loan, Shark, and no one's forcing me. Just tell me, are you lending or not? Fine, I'll transfer you 20,000 first. I don't really need the points right now anyway, but pay me back as soon as you can." A man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Don't worry. They'll pay you back first thing." They'll hang up now. They made call after call, not letting even 1,000 or 2 slip by. In the end, Jin Kong borrowed 90,000. Adding his own 10,000, he had exactly 100,000 points. Shadow, on the other hand, borrowed 70,000. Combined with his original 50,000, he had a total of 120,000. They pooled their funds together, totaling 370,000 points. Seeing that the capital was ready, Luo Xiao stood up and said, "Come on, let's go pick some good shops." The two asked in confusion, "What do we need shops for? How are you supposed to collect spirit crystals without a storefront?" Luo Xiao looked at them in exasperation. "Can't we just set up a stall at the entrance?" Luo Xiao slapped his forehead. He couldn't be bothered to argue with these two dullards. He said directly, "Listen to me, or do it your way." "Well, listen to you, well, listen to you." With that, the four of them went downstairs. Luo Xiao led them wandering through the streets. Whenever he spotted a good location, he would call to inquire about the price. They searched until noon. Luo Xiao negotiated for 5 storefronts in total. Since it was a short-term rental, the price was relatively high, only a week's lease. On average, each cost about 1,500 points, totaling 7,000 points. Seeing the successful deduction, both of their hearts ached. They hadn't even made a profit yet, and now they were up to their necks in debt. At that moment, Su Jia, who had been following them, asked, "Boss, don't we need to do a simple renovation on the shops?" Luo Xiao shook his head and said, "It's only for 7 days, and we're just collecting spirit crystals. No need for renovations, just a table will do." Speaking of this, Luo Xiao looked at Shadow and said, "Shadow, this task is yours. Get it done this afternoon. Also, Monk, go print some flyers this afternoon. Write the addresses of our shops on them, set the prices as we agreed, and then distribute them. Remember, the quantity has to be large. Print plenty. Then first thing